Good Monday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And boy, do we have a lot to talk about this morning. We got the championship games. We got the Texans offensive coordinator situation. We've got Rockets basketball. We got Cougs basketball. What a morning. And we got, what did you learn this weekend in one sentence? Oh, yeah, we got Alex Bregman and Ryan Presley to talk about. We got stuff. We got stuff to talk about this morning here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Where do you want to start?
Oh, my gosh. Did you even mention Super Bowl? I don't think you even said Super Bowl, did you?
I said the AFC NFC championship.
Oh, okay,
games.
okay.
Yeah.
I think we start with Slowick.
Bobby Slowick.
Yeah, I think that's
that is
starting
probably
point.
The biggest story from the weekend, along with Alex Bregman and that possibility and Ryan Presley going.
Well, yeah, there's a lot. Yeah, you're right. There's a lot.
So I, that Christmas Day performance, I think D'Amico gave us a precursor on his exit interview.
That was an interesting shortness. But I still didn't think that it mattered. I mean, he was short, but it was short. It was short. It was curt.
I mean, you have been adamant that he was not going to get fired.
No,
what do you think? What do you think now about the whole situation?
Okay, so I've gotten some pretty good intel behind the scenes. What is one of the things that I said? There was one caveat where I said, unless this is the case,
unless CJ didn't want him. Yeah. Now, okay. So
now I was
heard rumbling behind it. I don't want to put the blame on CJ on this thing.
No. I'm not putting the blame on him. I don't think CJ was tight with Bobby Slowick like I thought. I don't think he's tight with him like maybe his answers at press conference would give you the.
Well, if I'm
I
CJ,
think he's smart. I think CJ's smart at how he's answered questions.
If I'm CJ, I can't be nearly as happy with or confident in Bobby Slowick as I was my rookie year. I just can't be. Not with the offensive line problems that couldn't be fixed. Not with the beating that he took with all the sacks. One of the league leaders in sacks.
Well, all that stuff has to get fit. Chris Strausser's gone. The assistant offensive line coach Cole Popovich is gone. Like, I think CJ probably understands.
Ultimately, though, we keep saying that. Okay, offensive. Listen, it falls on the offensive coordinator. It falls on the offensive
but the line
coordinator.
protection. I'm telling you, as a line coach's son, it all falls on the offensive line coach.
I've seen a lot of offensive coordinators too, though, and you know what? They work intimately with the offensive line coach.
But getting guys blocked,
and week in and week out, you're getting your ass kicked as a quarterback. You know what? Ultimately, it falls on the OC.
I guess I'm just going to disagree with you 1,000,000,000% because your job's no line coach is to get guys executing properly. That's not the OC's job. The OC is protections. It's getting stuff like that. That's fine if there's missed protection calls off the rip, which also means that CJ is not allowed to change protection calls.
No one's saying that Bobby Slowick was teaching
technique. Coach is not. That's what I'm saying. The O-line coach.
Nobody is saying that. What I'm saying is that if it's week in and week out and it's continuing problems. And, oh, by the way, there were protection problems because they couldn't even pick up simple stunts.
So
they
Shaq
couldn't
Mason
pick up simple stunts.
Is Shaq gone? Is
No.
consistent getting behind
the go.
Is it consistent getting behind the sticks because of Laramie Tunsil jumping?
But who always goes first?
Gone too?
Who always goes first? The coach.
I
first.
know that, and that was my point. I knew the O-line coach was going to be gone. I knew that he needed to be gone. Honestly, if you continue to have these mistakes against stunts and twists, the thing is, and I think the same thing could be said for D'Amico and Bobby Slowick. They don't have as much confidence in D'Amico after his second year. It's the same way you said that about Slowick. I don't think there's any doubt that I don't have as much confidence in.
I don't know.
In the quarterback.
Here's about that. I mean, Dell watched the Miami with Brian Flores for years, right? What Brian Flores couldn't get right was the OC. He had to change OCs all the time. He couldn't get that right. I'll tell you this: D'Amico got the defense right this year. That's his specialty.
No, hold on, Dell. Don't you go anywhere. One of the problems is that, you can go wherever you need to go. One of the problems, Dell and I talked about this. He couldn't get the OC right. You know what his problem was? He couldn't figure it out. Like defensive coordinators have, this is not going to be a defend Bobby. So I'm going to tell you the information I have. Defense coordinators are notorious for not being able to lock in on an OC. They can't. They shuffle. Mike Tomlin has done it. You have Brian Flores did it. I'm worried that D'Amico's going to do it. I'm worried that these guys, because they in their heart, they see football differently than OCs. OCs are too finesse typically for head coach DCs. But I don't think this came. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think this. I think ultimately this came from. I don't think CJ liked him as much as we thought, based on some conversations I had over the weekend, which actually was very surprising to me because CJ's given the right answers. But then I did hearken back to, I was told before the draft that the thing with CJ Stroud, this is before I was just doing draft research on CJ Stroud. It wasn't a text or anything. I told you guys the story about he and maybe you didn't hear me. He and Bobby Slowick had a run in before the draft. So what happened was, I'll tell you the whole thing now that Slowick's gone. CJ Stroud came to visit the Texans, and Bobby Slowick was telling them, okay, they were watching stuff on tape. Now, before I tell you this, when CJ was at Ohio State, he really didn't talk to the OC at all. That's not his guy. He didn't think he knew ball. This coming from somebody who knows CJ intimately. He didn't think the offense coordinator was very smart. So he would only talk to Ryan Day. Ryan Day was the guy who had to communicate with CJ, which I didn't love that, honestly, before the draft process. And it played into some of my thoughts on CJ in terms of coachability. He said he didn't know ball. Ryan Day's my guy. And so I'm going to listen to Ryan Day, and what I heard was that he didn't like, his communication was with Ryan Day and not the offense coordinator. Okay. Well, that's a little strange, but whatever. He comes into Houston. Bobby Slowick is trying to tell him some stuff, and CJ just says, "Oh yeah, I know that we call this, whatever, XY switch, whatever it would be at Ohio State." And apparently, maybe it happened a couple times, and Bobby Slowick just kind of jumped him and said, "I don't give a what you call it, Ohio State. That's college. This is pro football." And Bobby kind of got in his face about it, And CJ's not one to back down at all. And CJ, and I don't know if Bobby was testing him or I don't know what the deal was, but CJ jumped up and got back in his face. And it was very contentious. It had to be kind of broken up. And so when CJ went to his next draft meeting, and I talked to the team where CJ went. He went to his next draft meeting, and because I asked this team, "Hey, did you hear anything about this with CJ Stroud?" And they said, "Oh, we asked CJ how his last visit went, which was Houston." He said, "Terrible. I don't think I'll be going there." And people who train, like CJ's whole crew, did not want him to go to Houston. And they didn't think he was going to Houston because it was he and Bobby got into it. And then CJ was drafted by Houston, which that's one of the reasons I was really surprised. Like I kind of wrote, after finding that out, I wrote CJ off from the Texans, and I thought, okay, this is Will Anderson for sure. And so when they traded for him, I was very surprised because I knew there was that lingering stuff there. But then in discussing all of it last year, I heard it was squashed. Like there was no issue. Bobby and him were good. So I didn't think it was any kind of a deal anymore. But I do wonder based on the Ohio State stuff with his OC there, based on his pre-dust up, I don't think that has anything to do with it. I think CJ just didn't. I just don't think he liked Bobby Slowick as a play coach. And I will say, one other person that I talked to, the same one who knew a little something about the relationship between Slowick and CJ, said, in his opinion, based on what he knows about Bobby Slowick, he's a by-the-book coordinator, but he doesn't really have the same feel for the Shanahan scheme that maybe some other coordinators have, which could lead into CJ, who knows ball. I mean, CJ knows ball. It could be where CJ's like, I just don't feel comfortable with this. And
okay. CJ, I think probably had to give, I don't know. I'm sure they talked to CJ about it.
Yeah, he had to give his thumbs up.
There's
right?
no way you don't. I don't know that he gave his,
which I didn't think he
what role. We don't know what role CJ played in it. D'Amico's press conference, in which he was very short and said, "Yeah, I saw some improvement at the end," and that was it.
That's it.
That was the writing on the wall that Bobby Slowick. Listen, you can't do what they did at Christmas. You can't give up 8 sacks against the Chiefs. You can't regress the way that CJ did. You can't get your quarterback beat up the way that he did without paying the consequences.
It has to be more than about a protection thing, because, like I said, you could switch out
Even
offensive.
still, he should have schemed it better. He should have planned.
Yeah,
he should have called quicker, a passing game. All of the things that.
All the things he did after
I don't
that?
know about adjustments. Bobby Slowick said it himself. There's no adjustments.
But
at halftime.
But he did all that stuff after that. To me, that's why I don't think you could have changed offensive line coaches, and the offensive line coach, the coordinator relies on the offensive line coach. They work together, but he relies. My dad used to have arguments with Bruce Arians about 5-man protections all the time. Like, Bruce thinks he can be protected with this. That was not an issue. The Texans weren't sitting in 5-man protections all the time. That was not the case.
No.
It was guys performing poorly. It was not too many men.
Well, it was
a
block. Chip that wasn't even really a chip by your tight end, who's just
yeah, but that's not. But like all the tight ends.
Well, it's
injured.
also putting a tight end against the defensive end. I mean,
what I'm trying to actually make more of the case against Bobby Slowick for you. I'm not. I don't think. I think you're coming up way short if you just say protection stuff, because you can get rid of the offensive line coach and then see a third time. I think it's more than that. I think that they weren't happy with how Bobby got to certain things, but I think there's also somebody in the front row of the suite. We're not real happy with him because they paid him more money. This is something I found out also. They were paying him more. Do you remember Bobby got a raise?
Yeah. No,
you didn't remember that, did you? I had to go back and look. Bobby Slowick, I guess, got a raise last year after he had interviews and all that. After, by the way, a successful season last year.
Right.
The Texans gave more money.
I'll tell you what else.
I think
what
one
else,
of the owners.
I'll tell you what else hurt him is that, Bobby's slow to call plays too.
Yeah.
Getting to the line, it's like you see other teams are at the line of scrimmage with 20 seconds left on the clock. The Texans are getting there with 7.
You can't do that, man.
You got to
get the plays in quicker.
You got to get them in quicker, and he never improved. And he even said that.
But he's had 2
during
years.
The year. He said, "Oh, we got to get to the line of scrimmage quicker," and they didn't.
But see, CJ has 2 years in. Bobby Slowick has 2 years in. Like this is like these are things you learn as you go on. You're not a polished product after 2 years. D'Amico Ryans no one's firing him. That dude was terrible in some of the decision making. Well, but he's young. I mean, he's 2 years in. I think CJ, Slowick, and D'Amico all suffer from the same things. They're not experienced enough right now, and that's normal. That's actually not unusual. They're still growing along with it. This is why I don't think Gerard Johnson can be offense coordinator. People are saying, "What about Gerard Johnson?" No. I mean, you go back to a rookie play caller.
Yeah, I don't know.
With a different offense, I think you got to bring in an OC with experience, and he's got to bring in his own O-line coach.
Right.
You have to do that.
Well, we're going to hear D'Amico talking about Chip Kelly.
Well, hang on. What do you think about the fact that maybe Miss Hannah was not real happy? That I guess I'm supposed to say that Cal and Hannah weren't happy with the performance of the offense because they listen to the fans too. And you know what fans and Twitter say, and they're always fan oriented, and everyone wanted him out of there, and they weren't, and they gave him more money, and the performance wasn't as good as we all know. And I would say you might want to pay attention to ownership in this one too.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all if it didn't that the social media campaign against Bobby Slowick didn't play a role.
Oh no,
I wouldn't be surprised
guys
at all.
Did your job because Hannah listens to that
you did.
stuff.
No question, you did your job. And you know who else is doing their job is Game Day Men's Health. Game Day Men's Health. I'm telling you, I don't know that I've ever felt better than I did this weekend. And it's because of Game Day Men's Health. It's the program that they've got me on. It's just different. I talked to Jamie and Sean and Patricia. I don't know how many times over the last couple of weeks. They just care more. It just is. You have more access than you have with the other. I never talk to them ever. The other one, I've been doing testosterone replacement treatment for I don't know how long. Never ever talk to the doctors or the people at the other facilities ever, and they just care more over at Game Day Men's Health. It's just different. I'm telling you, it's better. And if you're looking for a great way, they've got solutions. They've got. You can do pellets, you can do shots, you can do pills now, testosterone pills now. It's just different. And then they got all the peptides that are going to help you get wherever you want to get to with your recovery from working out, with your clearer mind, with curbing your appetite. The peptides are incredible. So if you're looking for a great way to just feel better Okay, if you don't feel like you used to feel, and you want to get that feeling back, GameDayMen'sHealth.com, GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, so Bobby Slowick, one of the big stories. We'll hear from D'Amico a little bit later in the show about Chip Kelly. When he played for Chip Kelly, what he thought of Chip Kelly. He was on
Eagles
NFL Network, and we will hear from D'Amico about that. But we got a lot more stuff.
By the way,
to
is
talk
Chip
about.
Kelly is Chip Kelly still under? Everyone talks about, is he under contract? Not that it matters, but is he under contract at Ohio State still? He's not. He didn't leave, did he?
I don't know. Jim Knowles is leaving. It looks like he's going to Penn State.
Yeah,
DC. Yeah. So,
yeah.
I mean, that'll be a big get because that defense, that Ohio State defense, was something. So it'll be interesting to see if Chip. Well, the talk is that Chip is a real possibility. So we'll see. We'll see if Doug Peterson, whatever. Let's talk about the championship, and let's talk about first of all, the Eagles were dominant. A rookie quarterback playing in the championship game just doesn't work. What is it now? 0 for 8. Now rookie quarterbacks are in a championship game. It just doesn't work. So there's that. But the Chiefs game, and everybody is nitpicking on the fourth down play where it looked like Josh Allen had gotten there. The one ref at the top of the screen, he was on the line. The ref at the bottom of the screen was, didn't get to the line to gain, and they went with that one as opposed to the other one. When you looked overhead, you saw that it looked to me like Josh Allen had gotten to the line to gain. What else? The ball that was the catch between the defensive back and the wide receiver, and the wide receiver took it away from him on the ground. That ball touched the ground.
Xavier Worthy.
The ball didn't move. So the rule is on that, the ball may touch the ground, but if it doesn't move, then it's a catch.
It's true. It's the way it's called. However, you could see Cole Bishop had more control of it early on. I think it was probably a case of they just didn't want to overturn it. The officials had some, the most egregious. A lot of people didn't care about that one as much. I mean, if you know the rules, unless there's a shuffling of the football,
right?
It's a catch for any wide receiver or cornerback who makes it. We see that a lot. The one that really bothered people the most, if you want to get to officiating, was the first down. I was listening on the radio. I had to pick my kids up, so I was listening on the radio version of it with it was one of the McCourtys and Kevin Harlan, and then I heard the TV version. I saw that where it was Gene Steratore and Tony Romo and Jim Nantz. All five of them were surprised that the first down non-call against the Bills was not overturned. All five of them were shocked.
Right. And
that
watching
was a huge
it,
one.
and you saw the overhead, you saw the along the line. It looked like he got it, but that's a cheat. And you know what? And the referee at the top of the screen, he had him getting a first down. The only one that didn't was the referee at the bottom of the screen, came running up, and he put it short. And they went with that.
Somebody said the ground counts as a chief, by the way.
The what?
The ground counts as a chief.
As a chief, apparently, yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
the ground counts as a chief.
It's the Chiefs again. Listen, this is an unbelievable run. Patrick Mahomes is turning into the GOAT. You know what? I don't know that he's got. I don't know how much more he has. If he wins this one, I know Brady's got 6.
I was furious. I was so mad after this game, and Mason goes, "You're madder after this game than the Texans lose." And I said, "Okay, I was at my friend's house, so I wasn't even here, so I don't know how you would even, what you would even know." Because I was cheering for Buffalo. But I know some people in the organization, but more importantly, I think the fan base is a fun fan base without being, trying to fight everybody all the time. I think they're a fun fan base. I think that Allen has been a really good quarterback. I like guys like Khalil Shakir. I want to see Ed Oliver have success from Houston. Like I was cheering for Buffalo to get over the hump. Plus, we're all sick of Kansas City. Most of America wanted KC to lose, and I was so pissed after that game that you just like. And what I just realized in the middle of it is you can't have things where you can't get the tush push. Philadelphia makes it so easy. Man, Buffalo couldn't get a yard to save their life with the same play. They couldn't.
I don't know. What's the deal? Well, first of all, they had Ray Davis behind him.
Yeah.
Or Johnson behind him instead of some big offensive lineman.
Yeah. Put a defensive lineman
tight
in
end.
there.
Yeah, put a big guy behind him, and then they finally put a fullback back there. Put a freaking lineman back there
Jordan Phillips
and
back
push
there.
him.
I know it didn't.
Everybody that I was with, I was at a house. Well, I don't hate to drop names, but I watched the game with Cedric the Entertainer, and I watched the game with John Sally. Okay, and I watched the game with Coach DeBoer. I watched it with him.
Kalen DeBoer,
yeah.
Wait. Where were you? where you were with Cedric the Entertainer. I don't even care about John Sally. I care more about Kalen DeBoer and Cedric the Entertainer in the same place.
Yeah, I was with Kalen DeBoer and Cedric the Entertainer, the Washington head basketball coach.
This had to be a Foxy thing.
I mean, it was a Fox and Pump thing. The Pumps.
Yeah,
it was a Pump's birthday.
Yeah,
it was a Pump's birthday.
Oh, okay, that makes more sense.
So it was fun. It was interesting. Anyway, not one person was rooting for the Chiefs. Not one, and nobody has a stake in anything. Everybody was we're sick of them. Mm-hmm. Sick of them.
The only two I noticed, there's two groups of people, either gamblers or and I thought this was unfortunate, but it happens. Is hardcore Lamar Jackson fans were cheering against Josh Allen to get there, which I just like. If Lamar Jackson had beaten Josh Allen, I'm cheering so hard for Lamar Jackson and the Ravens to beat.
Well,
it doesn't matter to me.
It doesn't matter. People don't understand. They were saying this. All right, if you're the MVP, you need to get this. Otherwise, you're not the voting's over. I don't know if you guys heard the voting's over.
I know.
There's
but
no playoffs.
Here's the problem: if you make a mistake, if you come up short on a fourth down, if you turn the ball over here, if you have any of these things happen, you can't beat the Chiefs. You have to play your best football. You saw the Texans outplayed them, and the Texans lost by 9, really 11, because you can't make those mistakes. You can't make mistakes because the Chiefs lock in. They get locked in, and your margin for error shrinks. And you know what's crazy is, do you think they win if Dalton Kincaid catches that ball?
Yes.
I do too. I don't think there's enough. Well, it could have been a field goal and they go to overtime, but of course it wouldn't have been a field goal had they been taking extra points, but that's a different conversation. But worst case scenario, they kick a field goal and you go to overtime, but I think there's a chance that Josh Allen and the Bills vanquish the Chiefs if Dalton Kincaid makes that catch, which was probably one of the best throws of the year. Josh Allen throws it up, and I felt like he was thrown up for grabs. I don't know how he threw it that far and got that much on it running backwards and to the right.
Hey, and you got to give Spagnuolo credit. I mean, all-out blitz that he brought the house, and it was the right call, and they couldn't get. Now, if they score a touchdown on that blitz, then you know what? Spagnuolo is an idiot, and why would you do that? But they didn't. Well, they caused it incompletion.
No, and they said I saw somebody on social media was discussing it. A football guy who said the protection itself, the offensive line didn't sort to the right, so that means that he fooled them with a rush that they didn't see. Tony Romo mentioned it briefly, but from us, basically Spagnuolo was able to fool them with one look and go to another one. He said he looked like he wasn't going to, then he did, is what Tony Romo said. And, if you look, the guy coming up back over the top, he went over the top and then back around was Khalil Shakir. He would have had a one-on-one in space had Josh gone to that, but that wasn't read one. There was no way.
There wasn't any time.
There was no time to even think about it because that wasn't the read. That was to pull people out of there. And he still made an incredible throw. And when I saw it in real speed, I'm like, I think Dalton Kincaid, who, by the way, dropped nothing in college. He had 2 drops his entire time in college and a ton of catches. Unbelievable hands. And I thought, did Dalton Kincaid just drop that? That had to have been tipped by somebody. It wasn't.
Well, stuff happens in the championship game. How many times did the Commanders fumble yesterday?
Yeah.
Holy crap, they didn't fumble at all.
Touchdown every 4 minutes. And
I mean
4 real minutes, not on the clock. I was watching Quinshon Judkins, right? So I had the game on, and I eventually okay, this is over. I'm turning the sound off. Then I would switch back to my tape I was watching. Then I just was checking the box score, and I'm like, what? 42? No, 49, 54. They were scoring every few minutes of actual real time.
Yeah, because they couldn't hold on to the ball.
I didn't know. Is that how it happened? It was just fumbles? Because I didn't even know how it was
all fumbles. Yeah, it was all fumbles. It was just ridiculous.
I wish Cocky Bobby
when we come back, and we still got What Have You Learned This Weekend, brought to you by Game Day Men's Health, coming up in about 15 minutes. So get yours ready because you learned something this weekend that you did not know, but you get one sentence to talk about it. When we come back, the Rockets with a huge win, back-to-back wins against the best team in the NBA. We will talk about it on the other side. Right now, we got the Golden Nugget Lake Charles to talk about. Right now we got, okay, it's still cool out, still rainy out, going to be rainy this week. You're not playing golf. I don't know what you're doing, but if you got a chance in the middle of the week to take a day off, make a 2-hour run. It's not a commitment like Vegas is where you got to go for 2 or 3 days because all of the, getting there and the plane flight and everything else, it's just not worth for going for a day. Well, Golden Nugget Lake Charles is just 2.5 hours. Hell, some days that's your commute to work, 2 hours and 15 minutes. Well, it's just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road, right through Belmont. It's easy to get to. And if you're looking for fun, you're looking for a great place to get your the DraftKings Sportsbook. I don't know who you like in this Super Bowl, but guess what? You can go and bet it at the DraftKings Sportsbook. You can bet anything at the DraftKings Sportsbook. You got the casino. You got the golf. I don't know if you can play golf this week. I'm probably not going to be at the pool, but they got a beautiful pool. They got restaurants, 12 of them, poker room. They got everything you could possibly want. They got a nightclub. What are you looking for in a casino? They've got it at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. GoldenNuggetLC.com. Fun, just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. Go GoldenNuggetLC.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. What about the Rockets? Holy crap. back-to-back wins. Okay, it's the first time that they've lost that the Cavs have lost 3 games in a row all season. It's only their third loss at home all season long. The Rockets have an incredible record against the top 10 teams.
Yeah.
In the NBA.
They're not just lamb killers at all.
This is not a lamb killer team.
No.
This is a team that's played. I think they get up. Listen, they've lost to Charlotte. They've lost to Detroit. Detroit's an okay team this year. Better.
Oh, they're around still not close to 500.
They've lost some games against the Lambs that you're like, what are you doing?
Right.
What the hell? But then they against Oklahoma City, against Cleveland, not against the Celtics, but we'll find that out now because they got the Celtics up next. But, man, this team, holy crap. And they built a huge lead. Now, they do give it up in the fourth quarter.
Oh, my God.
Stuff gets
They
nuts.
allowed 47 points in the fourth quarter.
47
points to make it a game when they outscored them all 3 of the previous quarters. 40-freaking-7. I knowing what I know about hardcore basketball coaches, nothing makes them angrier. Like I don't think Ime Udoka could have. I don't think he enjoyed the win because he's going to be seething about that fourth quarter. He's just going to be too mad to truly enjoy the win, and that's a shame because the game that they had. By the way, Evan Mobley played, so you don't have Evan Mobley as an excuse, and you didn't have just a team full of white guys playing for Cleveland this time. You know, Darius Garland had 39 had 39 in that game. You had Donovan Mitchell with 33. But it was the Amen Thompson game once again. I mean, Jabari Smith is done. He's cooked. You cannot I'm sorry. We cannot have Jabari back in the lineup.
I don't know that he's done. I mean, he can take some. Although Jay Sean had some good minutes.
Nah, we're done.
Jay Sean had some good minutes though.
We're not doing Jay Sean tape, but
but I will say this: the last couple of games, Jay Sean has contributed. Now, not like Steven Adams contributed. Steven Adams in this game. Steven Adams was critical in this. He had 14 points, a season high, and they started playing Hack-a-Steven. They started just following Steven Adams away from the ball, put him on the free throw line. Well, when they were doing that, he hit 5 out of 6. After the game, Kenny Atkinson was asked about that strategy.
And tonight, 45 free throws, and we've been good at not fouling all year. That was
What went into the decision to intentionally foul Steven Adams throughout that?
I think he's 37% for the year, I believe. So, sometimes when you're struggling, that can. We've done it before. That can get you going during the year. Credit to him. What do you go 4 for 5 to 5 for 6?
Jeff.
By the way, Houston Rockets in the last 10 games, John, last place in the NBA, 30th, 69.4% from the free throw line over the last 10 games. And Şengün was 7 of 13. This is a bad free throw shooting team, but he made some big.
Well, except they made him at the end, except Amon.
Right.
Okay. They made critical free throws at the end of that game.
Mm-hmm.
The last, I don't know how many points were free throws. So, they're
shooting 69% from the free throw line over their last 10, but they're 8-2. It's just, that's unusual. That's unusual.
45 free throws. They were 32 of 45. That's not great. 32 of 45.
No, they're 71%.
Not great. But thank goodness they got 30. They had 45 free throws, and they won that game. It just says something about this. You know what? Amen Thompson is fantastic. Here is Steven Adams. Steven Adams was asked after the game about Amen Thompson. We talk about what a freak he is. Listen to Steven Adams, who's played a little bit of basketball in his life.
Played with a lot of great athletes. What are you seeing from Amen Thompson?
No, he's definitely one of the greatest athletes that I've seen. Dude's just a freak of nature. He's just unbelievable, dude. Like, even if you ask a basketball player, you'll see his body language and he looks out of position.
Yeah.
So visually you're like, okay, he's not. And then somehow he just springs. I don't know. It just looks weird. He's standing upright and then he's right there getting a block. You're like, wait, what the all right, dude. You know what I mean? Like, if that happens to me, I'm like late. They're getting a dunk, and then I'm getting on film, but he's able to like just spring out. I don't know what the hell it is, but it's crazy.
Defensively, what makes him able to guard Donovan Mitchell one possession and then Evan Mobley the next possession?
No, well, it's just his size, and then again, like it's just that again, he's just so quick, and it's not even just like he's so strong, athletic. Like his ability to like read the body language and understand what's like a fake and what's not. There's a very overlooked skill. He has it, where it's like a feel of like, okay, is he turning? Is it actually a drive, or is it like a fake drive? Is setting me up? He's got really good. And also, what helps him is that he has a large window for error. You know what I mean? That's where the athleticism buys you some time. A person like me, I have to do a lot of my work early. You know what I mean? My window's about this big. I mean, his one's like...
Yeah.
That is super insightful analysis, because it's like an evaluation that you have to do, where what he talks about when he has the window. Okay, so he's talking, the first thing is his instincts. It's not something he can even explain. He just feels it. Like he can just tell. I can just tell when you're going to fake and when you're not going to. He has incredible instincts. This is what I argue about the offensive line for the Texans, especially guard to guard. No instincts. They can't see or feel anything. Completely ignorant of what is going to happen despite seeing it. Amen always sees it. Amen was asked, I saw a video, I think it was Big Sarge had a video asking him, when did you learn to, go after loose balls? Or it was something kind of, he goes, I don't know. I never really, I didn't start doing that until just recently. I just didn't have this feel. He has an unbelievable feel of where the carom is going. So they said Rodman used to do, and I'm not trying to, it's not because I'm trying to do the comparison, but they said Rodman used to have this unbelievable feel where he could see the shot go up and he knew where it was probably, like he could tell it was going to be a miss and where it was going to carry him to, and he could go towards where he thought the ball was going to carry him. And that's one of the reasons he had so many rebounds, is he just had a feel for where it would go. Amen Thompson is so twitchy. And if you want to know what twitchy means, it means Amen Thompson. His burst, his initial quickness to jump and explode upwards, his ability to jump twice in a row quickly with that type of vertical is why he doesn't get out rebounded ever. Like if it's him versus somebody else, he's getting it. He jumps so high. He's got twitch, and in athleticism is what he means. His margin for error, he can misstep in one direction, but he can recover. Slow guys can't recover. You have a low margin. Like if not CJ Stroud, but if Alperen Şengün makes a mistake defensively, he's cooked because he can't recover like that. I mean, Jalen's got it too. Jalen has recovery twitch and athleticism, but man, Amen, that's just such a great way of talking about Amen Thompson, isn't it? Because he's just, I don't wear jerseys with guys' names on it, but Amen, if I did, it would be an Amen Thompson jersey.
Right. I don't either. I love watching him play. And we got to get to what did you learn this weekend in one sentence? But after that, we got to get to the Cougs too, because it's my favorite team to watch. It is my favorite team to watch, the way that they play basketball, and what a win that was. All right. What did you learn this weekend? In one sentence, brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. You got one sentence to tell us what you learned. As soon as somebody gets off, you get on. We'll get through a bunch of them. 713-780-3776. So let's do that on the other side. John Daspit is what we're talking about right now.
Yeah, let's talk about the Daspit Law Firm. They handle any and all cases with personal injury, and it's not just in the car accidents. It's not just at the workplace. There's really a lot that you need to take a look at. There's property loss. It's an expansive list of what John Daspit does for you and how he can help you if you have been wronged. Go to the website, daspitlaw.com. That's daspitlaw.com. But I'm telling you right now, he's a phone call away. They speak, obviously, it's bilingual. So if there's any questions about that, if you have someone or know someone who needs their help, but they don't speak English, they can help on that front. But I just know this much. John Daspit understands that the battle he's in against the lawyers for insurance companies it's a substantial battle. We already know they're trying to deny you from as much as they can. They don't want you to get a fair settlement. John Daspit, he goes the other way. He is a man of the people. He is going to fight for you to get a fair settlement and something that you can look at that will help you with whatever your recovery is. And the recovery sometimes can be substantial, and it's not your job to pay for that. It's the person who injured you, and it's their insurance company. So whether it's at the workplace, on the roadway, there's property loss, whatever it may be, go look at daspitlaw.com and then go make the call. 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW. John will get you right. It's the Daspit Law Company.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back. Time to play. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? 713-780-3776. You learned something. It doesn't have to be about sports. It could be about anything, okay? Does not have to be about sports. Can be about anything that you want to talk about. But you learned it this weekend, so you want to bring it to the table. 713-78. As soon as somebody gets off, you get in. 713-780-3776. I'll start. I learned that I'm still excited about Astros baseball. And if this thing goes through, then I really think this is what looked like a terrible offseason could be a really, really good offseason. That's what I learned this weekend.
In one sentence.
That was one sentence. That was it.
I learned that the super duo of Şengün and Jalen Green won't even produce the best player to come out of this team and the first all-star from this team.
Okay. All right. Dell, did you learn anything this weekend?
I learned that depending on what night you go to the House of Blues, it could stink.
Does that mean
one
smelly?
One sentence. He'll have to talk about it in a second.
He's asking for an explanation. The people, not the place itself.
Okay. So people stunk there.
Huh. People are stinky, though. That's why.
Well, I went to one show on Friday night.
So Fantagram people stink.
No, I went. He's asking now. I got it on Saturday night. No, he asked. I did one sentence. Then he asked. Saturday, I went to Fantagram. lovely people. Friday, I went to
stinky place.
Thursday in
Where
Silverstein.
people are stinky.
And yes, a different crowd. Women on Saturday.
Yeah,
men
women don't.
Men on Friday.
Yeah, men stink worse than women. Yes.
Men who like to get in the pit.
Yeah, except sometime in Spain, right, John?
Stinky. Men are stinky. There's no question. Women have a good smell. Men, not so much. Not so much. All right, let's go, Del. Who's up?
Well, we're going to start with Rodney. Rodney, what have you learned?
Rodney.
Sports, fellas. I learned this weekend that the state of Texas has introduced legislation to create their own strategic Bitcoin reserve. And the Eagles are going to the Super Bowl, baby.
I did not know that. I just learned that just now.
Bet
I don't know what that. I don't know. What it means.
I was this years old when I learned this.
I don't really know what it means necessarily.
I don't know what that means either. But everybody can create. I mean, everybody can create a Bitcoin. What else? Who's next, Del?
Brandon, what have you learned?
Brandon, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Kansas Jayhawks are really bad at closing out basketball games.
Well, that's true. Mm-hmm. That is true. Or the Cougs are really, really good. They had a 0.4% chance of winning the game, down 6 with 8 seconds left. A 0.4%. And they went on to win the game. Sharp with a huge 3, and then Wilson with the other 3 to tie the game and send it to double overtime and win. Wow, guts. What a game.
Houston has guts.
What a game. Who's next?
Dr. Dre, what have you learned?
Hey, double rides. I learned Geppetto Jones. Jerry is the sleepy Joe Biden of the NFL. You stupid son of a bitch.
What, are you not happy that he got Brian Schottenheimer?
Brian Schottenheimer.
What kind of milquetoast head coach were you expecting? Nobody can outshine happy? Jerry. You can't outshine Jerry. So Brian Schottenheimer was the right pick.
Yeah. I mean, is anybody happy with that pick outside the Cowboys organization? Is anybody? Who's next, Del?
Next up is
Peter. What have you learned?
Yeah, Peter.
Morning, gentlemen. I learned that Sacred Wish place, so I won some money thanks to you guys.
Oh, I forgot. That was Reagan told us.
Reagan told us.
I totally forgot.
Oh, my gosh. But he placed?
Yeah, finished second.
Okay.
That's
I would have bet it all on a win,
oh,
so
you would
I'd have
have
lost.
I would have win
I
play
forgot
show.
about it, too.
But that's
he
my
placed.
That's my personality is go win, play, show. You're more like go for it.
Go for it.
I'm a shuffle pockets and shuffle chips in a pocket type guy, which we don't ever win big. People like us don't ever win big.
I got to tell you a story about Frankie sometime we went to the track. Who's next,
Tongue Dark Chris.
Tongue Dark Chris. What's up?
I learned over the weekend that the only way to battle my wife's bad attitude is to wait for her while she's sleeping and just keep crop dusting her.
You don't do that. That's not the way you battle attitude.
No, because she's going to wake up worse.
You go to therapy. You don't just crop dust her face. I mean, that's just you can do that. I just don't think it's going to fix anything.
She's going to have a worse attitude after that.
But not if she's asleep, though, John.
Well, yeah, she's going to wake up going, why do I? What a terrible night.
Let's get Tom and a mobile, the real one.
Which one, the real one or Tom and a mobile?
Oh, yeah. Tom on a mobile is not the real one. Do we have Tom first?
Yeah, well, he called in second, but he's up there too.
Let's get Tom on a mobile in first.
Okay, Tom on a mobile. Hi, guys.
Hey, guys. I learned that getting sprayed in the junk with pepper spray hurts way more than getting hit in the eyes.
He's not getting sprayed in the junk with pepper spray.
Why is Tom on a mobile?
I don't know.
Why is Tom catching it?
And he doesn't. That's not happening to Tom.
I
don't think.
Well, let's get Tom in here
let's
now.
Find out. Maybe it's happened. I don't think.
What does getting sprayed in the junk with pepper spray feel like, Tom?
I don't know. You'd have to ask Tom on a mobile.
Okay, good. Good.
All right, Tom. What do you got?
All right, I learned that at one time, Akeem Olajuwon played a pickup basketball game with The Undertaker.
Yeah, That's true.
Yeah, I learned that too this weekend.
Undertaker was a good. He was a good.
Neat story.
Hey, where did you hear that from?
It was on some podcast.
Oh, it was.
Yeah,
I'd already heard about it before. Because Undertaker was a high school basketball player.
Yeah,
here in Houston.
And he went to Fondy.
Fondy,
yeah. And he played against the Dream, and he was like,
I'm guessing it didn't go great.
He
for the
threw an
Undertaker.
alley-oop that he thought, the Undertaker said, I threw an alley-oop that I thought was over the backboard, and the Dream got it and slammed it home, and he was like, yeah, nice pass.
Oh, they played with each other.
Yeah,
on
they
the
were
same
on the same team.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah. Who's next, Del?
Justin, what did you learn?
I learned that there are still casual Astros fans out there that believe Lance McCullers is coming back this year.
Yeah, it was announced, John. I don't know if you saw that, but
yeah, I saw
they had
it.
to
He's
come
gonna
out
come
and
back
say,
after the.
okay, Luis Garcia and Lance McCullers will not be available for opening day.
No.
Good
And neither-
Lord.
and
We're going on
Christian
3
Javier
seasons.
Christian Javier won't be available till after the All-Star break.
This is why all this hype and excitement about the pitching staff, until I see guys who are actually pitching, I can't get as excited about it, man. We don't come back from injury worth of crap.
And I have more faith in Lance McCullers than I do Luis Garcia, if you want to know the truth.
Do you really? Well,
Yeah.
because you've seen videos of Lance.
Well, I don't even know that Luis Garcia can pitch. We haven't seen. I mean, I know we haven't seen. We know what Lance McCullers
Well, remember he
is.
came out and then they shut him down. Remember he
They
was
shut him
expected
down,
to come
right.
back,
but before that, he was not good.
this is
so I
now
don't
we're
know.
going on 3 full years with Lance McCullers. Well, he will not be there for opening day, John.
Right.
How is that possible with one arm injury?
All right. Well,
What's the arm injury?
I know it's multiple. Del, who's next?
Let's go with underrated mess. What have you learned?
I learned that both on the radio and live broadcast of the Chiefs game, the final play, there was a flag, and the world would never know why it was picked up.
Yep.
So Jim Nantz said that they were told from the sideline there was, but there wasn't actually a flag. Somebody on there, I guess they get told there's a flag in their headset.
Well, no. There was the yellow popped up flag on the screen.
I know, because he made it sound like that was a mistake from a mistake from the production side.
People are suggesting it's because Dawkins took his helmet off after Kincaid dropped it.
That would be on the Bills.
Yes, but
and then they may have just said,
yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Yeah. Well, whatever. I mean, I can't trust the referees with the Chiefs game. I just can't. Del, who else?
Julian, what have you learned?
Morning, gentlemen. It's 2 things. They're both gambling. One, there was a guy who made a bet in the trucker lounge, and it was for $20. He gave 17, and his girlfriend was working at Denny's. He said, "Don't worry, she'll bring you the 3 later." And then, don't bet your 7-year-old. She'll win, and she definitely is going to get paid. Have a good one.
Your 7-year-old played the Chiefs. How about somebody that we know extremely well, John? I went to dinner with him. He goes,
Freddie.
Moneyline Chiefs is the easiest bet. Now, it wasn't easy, but he said, when are you ever going? He goes, whoever beats the Chiefs, it doesn't matter what they look like all year. You know they're going to win. The money line is the easiest play because they're going to win. He goes, just fire on it and unload on it. Of course, the Chiefs are there again. In their worst season in years, they still
How
get
about
there.
the 17th straight win in a 1-score game?
I know.
NFL record.
They continue to pile on their NFL record.
NFL record, 17 straight wins in a 1-score game. They just know how to win.
Appreciate greatness, fellas.
Yep. I hate them. That's it, Del, or we got more?
That's it.
All right. Good job, people. Good job. Although, Julian, you don't know how to play the game because you've had
I don't know
12
what he was
sentences.
doing.
Yeah, you don't know how to play the game. All right. You played Lance's. What did you learn this week?
I know.
In 1 sentence?
I like to play that game.
That's the way you like to play it. All right, somewhat. Thank you, Game Day Men's Health. We appreciate you for sponsoring What Have You Learned This Weekend in 1 sentence. Great job. We're 1 hour in. We got to talk about that Cougs game on the other side, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Don't go anywhere. All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. If you'd have told me that Emmanuel Sharp and L.J. Cryer were 4 for 20 against Kansas, at Kansas, 17 points between the two of those two, who have been some of the best shooters in all of basketball, I'd have said, well, Cougs get blown out. They win by 6 in double overtime.
Right.
And I'll tell you what, Milos Uzan is starting to play, man. He is starting to play. The last couple of games. How about against Kansas? 9 assists, 0 turnovers.
Mm-hmm.
6 for 11 from the field. He's supposed to be a facilitator, and he's scoring. He's had some big baskets these last games. Now, I was watching against Utah. He was filling it up. That doesn't count. They held Utah to 36 points. This was a big game on the road, and Jaywan Roberts was fantastic. Just fantastic. He, in 9 rebounds, 24 points. He was 10 for 21. Just fantastic. And then Malik Wilson hitting that shot to send it to double overtime was incredible. What an incredible run in that last 6. First of all, you've got Kansas's point guard on the line, up 6 with 16 seconds left and 2 free throws. And he misses them both.
Mm-hmm.
Then the Cougs go down there, and with 8 left, Emmanuel Sharp hits I don't know what it was, a 30-footer. It was incredible. They inbound the ball, steal it, and Malik Wilson hits the tying shot. What a sequence. And on the road, I mean, the hands on the head fans at
those are
for the Jayhawks.
Those are called surrender cobras.
Yeah, it was phenomenal. Phenomenal.
Yeah, and it's a team that has had some issues this year. You know, it's not the same. It's not the same Kansas team, even though they're 12th in the nation. They had a run where they lost like 3 of 4, 3 of 5. They lost back-to-back games. Fog Allen has not been the home court, but you know, you still watch it. It was very loud. It was very raucous, and that's like a playoff game. If we were to say playoff atmosphere, of course, we're talking about, you know, maybe being in a tournament or something. But that's what the atmosphere. But those are neutral sites. That's what the atmosphere was like, man. The fans were really. I mean, Houston's played in that kind of atmosphere. But one of the things we talked about, John, remember when Houston went to the Big 12 was, well, let's see how these Cougs do against a Big 12 competition. You know, they're stepping up in competition basketball-wise, and you got to go play at Kansas. Okay, so, oh well, no big deal. Just double overtime, no big deal. They did give up defensively. They did have some issues defensively from what we're used to there in the first overtime, but hung in and had some things go their way. And like you said, second overtime, you made big shots. You started strangling them, and you could feel Kansas start to realize, uh-oh. That's one of the things with Houston. I'll bet you there's an uh-oh when you play them, because if you blow your opportunity, you've got to be thinking, they're probably not going to give us another one. And they didn't. Not in the second overtime. You didn't get another one.
So just to clean it up, they only had one loss. They lost to West Virginia at home. That was the only loss they had.
Oh, Kansas?
Yeah. So they were
a big favorite in that one too, though, I think.
Yeah, well, West Virginia, that was before West Virginia came here and got their ass handed to them.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that was when West Virginia was, playing really, really well, and then they found the Cougs, and the Cougs just throttled them. So there was that. But they lost. Kansas lost at whacked. Iowa State.
Yeah, they got whacked at Missouri. That's right. It was Iowa State and and Missouri were the two.
And Creighton. They lost at Creighton badly.
No, the Creighton was the first one. You're right.
Yeah,
the Creighton was the first one where everyone was like, oh, Kansas got beat by Creighton, and they were close to a 20-point favor, something really high. Yeah.
So you get Kansas coming here on March 3rd. We got to get Kelvin on the show.
By the way, last year, do you remember that Houston won by 30 points at home against Kansas?
Yeah. Oh, they beat. Remember?
Yeah,
that was a
huge. Brakes off.
It was going in. It was supposed to be a huge game. I don't know that I've ever seen Kelvin Sampson that happy after a game. That's the first time he's ever won at Fog Allen. He was, and you just don't see coach like that. He was elated. He's hugging. his daughter, his grandkids.
Good for him. I
Yeah.
want him to enjoy something. He always
Yeah.
seems so intense. Like, let him be happy about something.
That was awesome. It was awesome. So congratulations to the Cougs. That's a great win. And then there was the Texas A&M game on the same night.
Oh, my God.
What a
22-point lead that you blow and you let Texas beat you in the last 5 seconds of that game. And then the half-court shot, though, was, man, was that close to going in for A&M.
How about that? And they kept
Just
showing
looking at
Arch.
Buzz,
They kept showing Arch in the crowd.
Of course you showed Arch, and then they kept cutting away to Arch and then to Taylor Swift. But you could always see it was one or the other one who they would cut
Kevin
away
Durant.
to. Yeah.
They kept showing. Yeah. But Arch is, you know what? That is something that we're missing now. Apparently.
Wait, what is it that we're missing?
Miami and LSU are winning the portal. What we're missing now are lifers at colleges, and especially big-name lifers.
Right, yeah.
Arch, as a kid who hasn't played yet, he's been a backup for the first. He was one of the biggest recruits in the country, and he's still at the same place where he hasn't played yet. He's going to his third year.
Hasn't started. Well, he did start with
he
injuries.
did start with the
He had like, 2 or 3 starts. I think 2 starts. Yeah. But let me ask you, just a quick, you don't have to go deep rabbit hole. Don't you feel like Arch has got to play 2 years at Texas as a starter? Like, he can't go pro after only one season playing pro college football?
No. Probably does have to go 2 years. But you know what? But this is something we don't see. A kid who is going to be tied to that university forever, having that entire college experience. You know that Arch is going to class, right? Arch is actually going to class.
Well, yeah, I assumed he was.
Yeah, and getting an education. Arch is actually doing that, as opposed to most athletes who are just there to play ball. Arch is actually.
Hold on. Get on the mic. I know you are just throwing generalities out there. Most athletes aren't going to class.
It's not generalities, dude. I've been close to programs.
I don't know that it's most athletes.
It's not. I've been so close to programs.
I know,
it's
but
not
John,
even.
you're talking.
This is not even arguable.
Do you know how many players there are?
It's like 100
on a football team
plus when you include walk-ons.
It's not most. I think most is
the guys who have NFL aspirations. Sure.
Yeah, maybe that's what you should have said. Like most.
Well, most
players
most big names, most big name guys.
How do they stay eligible then? They're going to get zeros and they're going to.
Yeah. How do they stay eligible? Huh?
Okay. Oh, come on. How do they stay?
How
they've always stayed eligible.
Oh, Arch is so special. He goes to class.
Yeah, he's a special kid. He's a special kid.
Yeah,
that's right.
Special.
He's a winner. He goes to a class.
He stays at one place. Oh, this is from the king of the portal. Apparently, Miami and LSU are killing it in the portal. Congratulations.
So what? Well, is that supposed to be some type of insult because you're bigging up Arch because he stayed at Texas? Congratulations.
Yeah,
the job's been handed to him. He won't have to compete.
A lifelong Longhorn.
He won't have to compete against anyone.
You mean
the job
Golden
is his.
Spoon Arch?
Yeah, I mean, he's not going to compete.
Actually, he doesn't just have the name on his. He doesn't just have a T-shirt that he got as a stop along the way. He's actually a student, and he's a Longhorn for life.
He said like you. John, you do portal your fandom.
Yeah, who cares what you think about what a guy does?
Do you have a Nebraska shirt yet?
Yeah, just wait. If Texas brought in a guy who would compete against Arch and could win, Arch would leave. Arch is staying because that job is his. Let's not make Arch special. He's playing
Arch has stayed there for 2 years when the job wasn't his. Don't tell me about what Arch is thinking.
He knew the job would always be his as soon as Quinn would go. If the Texas actually brought in a guy to compete and it was close,
for 2 years now. How many 5-stars sit for 2 years now?
It happens. Arch isn't special.
No, it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. It does not happen where a star will sit for 2 years now. No,
he doesn't need portal money either. He's loaded. He doesn't need portal money. He's not going to free agency.
That doesn't matter. The monies don't matter. Money doesn't matter to the Manning.
Arch is some hero.
Arch is the first quarterback, even in the portal world, to sit 2 years and wait when the job he knows is his when it's his time. He's special.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You just said it right.
Never been done before.
No, not in this era.
No one goes to class.
Not a kid that was a top recruit in the country.
He goes to class. He waited 2 years for a job he knows was going to be his.
Great kid. And you just have to poo-poo
Applaud.
it.
I'm not
nobody
poo-pooing
at Miami
Arch.
would stay.
I'm not poo-pooing Arch. I'm poo-pooing this glazing of a kid who, God forbid, waited a couple years and he's going to get the job. That's yours, Arch.
There's some glizzy glaze. There's some glazzy glizzy.
Well, all I'm saying is you don't see this anymore. You just don't see it. He's special.
He hasn't played.
He's
though.
going to college basketball games
these...
and rooting for his team. He's getting the college
Never
experience.
been done before.
Right. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. You two.
He's just being a regular person, and we're giving him
being
credit.
a regular person,
Not
which you don't see
I need
anymore.
to call Alec and tell him how special he is.
No,
Man,
he's being a regular person, which you don't see anymore. That's exactly
I think
right.
you're being a little jaded. There's lots of places where you got special, where guys are doing this.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely.
Really? A quarterback with the status of Arch Manning sitting for 2 years.
Donovan Smith, I was told that he was potentially the number one quarterback in the draft before the season started by Eric, by the head of the East-West Shrine game. Donovan Smith was going to be the first quarterback.
He started at Tech, and
but
then
he
left.
Here, he could have left again, John, and he didn't.
He started for Dana, and then he didn't start here because he sucked.
He's gone to class. He goes to basketball games. Where's your love for Donovan Smith?
Donovan Smith was actually a starter right away when he got here. What are you talking about?
Yeah, because he earned it with his play at Texas Tech.
That's right, a transfer as opposed to Arch, who's not transferring.
But
you're making my point.
Again. He could have transferred
You're making my point.
He didn't transfer again. He goes to basketball games.
He couldn't transfer again. He was the starter walking into the season.
Well, he could have transferred last year.
Okay, never mind. I mean, you two.
We're just not going to listen to your. We're
Arch
not going to listen to Johnny Wood.
Man.
Here you are pining for Mr. Silver Spoon of all. Like this guy has had it hand. Not that he's not going to be a good player, but you're acting like Arch Manning is like over what an amazing person he is. All that dude is doing is sitting. He has a great golden parachute with him. He's going to be fine. He's got a huge NIL deal if he wants it. He gets a Lamborghini if he wants it. Big deal. He goes to class and goes. I'm not giving that guy cookies for going to class and going to a basketball game. Who cares?
Well, he's different. He's different than the other kids.
Let's see if he can throw better.
Well, let's see.
Maybe
we'll see.
Not have guys break stride all the time on deep balls. Then I'll give it to him.
Oh man,
because I know Quinn Ewers couldn't do that.
I mean, we're going back to the old values, okay, of football when it was in the golden era, and here we are poo-pooing it.
We're going deeper into NIL.
Just wait.
We ain't going back into nothing.
All it takes is an ass kicking by Ohio State in that first
game.
All it takes.
Now,
and then it will flip. And if Arch ever struggles, Arch ain't special. If it goes poorly, he will
Lance,
leave.
that's all Lance does is hates NIL, hates the portal, how it changed college football, and one kid is doing it the right way, and you poo-poo him.
You said he's the only one. No one else is.
No, I didn't say he's the only one.
Special.
I said
he's special.
He is a throwback. Thank you. Good night.
No.
Let's move on. You two, it's ridiculous.
He's a throwback. His uncles are two of the most famous people in football.
Did the Manning send you pizzas? Did you go watch? Was it Cedric the Entertainer, you, and Eli Manning? Was it Cooper there? Who was it that you were watching the game with?
Cuppa.
Was Cuppa there?
Cuppa wasn't there. He wasn't there. No, don't worry about it. I saw Arch at the game, and I thought, well, that's a good, wholesome kid.
Man's been anointed since the minute he committed, and he's just hanging around. He's just hanging around. He's special. He's special, Lance.
We're not listening to this.
Underdog fantasy is what we're listening to now.
That's special. How about you? When you win, you get these notifications on your phone that says, cha-ching, you just won, blah, blah, blah. And I was cha-chinging yesterday. Oh, yes. Higher than on touchdowns higher than on James Cook touchdowns, 0.5, higher than on rushing yards for Saquon Barkley, lower than touchdown, 1.5 touchdown passes for Jaden Daniels. It's that easy. You go higher or lower on these statistics and you win real money. You can decide if you want to do a flex option, which means you only have to win 2 out of 3 or 3 out of 4 and you still win money. It's a lower payout. Or do you want to go for the bigger payout and win them all? 3 of 3, 4 of 4, 5 of 5. It's your choice. They have profit boosters in the lobby where I had a 50% profit booster, and then I had an in-game 30% profit booster that I used for NFL as well. Both of them were winners. I mean, they make it so easy for you to win. You go higher or lower on college basketball, pro basketball. You'll have it for the Super Bowl. It's all out there. They have it for MMA. There's so many different stats for so many different players in so many different sports. And it's a chance for you to play along with whatever the sport is that you're watching. And it's real money being made by people. Now, the best chance is for you to download the app and use promo code Lance, because they are going to offer you up to $1,000 in bonus cash. So you must use promo code Lance, and they'll throw some additional in your account for you to play with. There's no conditions on that. You just play those, and you have a chance to win more money with part of their money. But you got to use promo code Lance. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Go to inspeakgambling.org.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We have not heard from – okay, so we talked a little bit earlier about Bobby Slowick.
Oh,
Bobby
yeah.
Slowick
Let's get back into Slowick talk.
Bobby Slowick. So
you want to rehash some of the stuff we talked about early on, since they didn't hear it in the 8 o'clock hour?
Sure. Bobby Slowick was fired by D'Amico Ryans. Listen.
On Friday, it was a news dump day, and they dumped it, and I was like, oh, that was shocking to me.
Yeah.
It was shocking to me. Strausser was not a shock. And they
no,
got rid of
Strouser was gone. There was no question about it. Yeah, I mean you were adamant he was not going to be fired.
No,
because
I thought he and CJ were tight, and I think if CJ wanted him back, he would have. I think he would.
Well, but you said, and listen, you don't just give a guy 2 years and you give him 3 and blah blah blah.
No, you should.
Yeah. So I mean, listen, the Christmas Day game, I think, was, for me, the Christmas Day game was what did it. 5 straight games without a second half touchdown. 5 straight games where you don't make and adjustment is over. It's overused, but that defensive coordinators, stifle you for 5 straight games, and then 8 sacks against.
But
the
where
Chiefs.
are you on the fact that, like, this is what I can't get around? I know this is the reality we live in, but I really didn't think. I thought he and CJ were tight, which I come to find out that's probably not true. But, my thing was, it was a good year last year. No one thought only fans who say, I knew it, I didn't like him last year. That's fine. NFL people liked him fine. They were interviewing coach.
He was great last year.
He did a really good job last year.
Yeah, he did a great job last year.
Offense was good. CJ was good. Slowick was good.
Hey, listen.
All 3 were bad this year relative to expectations. This is extremely this is a little unusual for me to go, okay, started off good, had a down year. Let's see what happens in year 3. He didn't get that. That's why I think it had more to do with something else.
So this is what Chris in the Woodlands got on me about was, I was I was pissed that Bobby Slowick wasn't a head coach because Bobby Slowick's going to leave. Well, Bobby Slowick was great his first year. But you know what? His second year he wasn't. He regressed. He was not as good this year. Nothing about the offense everything was worse. Everything. And you know what? Ultimately, that falls on that guy. It falls on the offensive coordinator.
But you going to keep that same energy for anyone who has a bad year?
I didn't say fire him. Hold on.
Okay.
All I said was he regressed. And I said there's a chance. You said no chance he gets fired. I thought no chance. You said 0%. I said no. I think it's about 50-50 now. I didn't say I wouldn't have fired him unless I don't know his relationship, like you said, with CJ. I don't know his relationship.
I knew they had their run in before the draft. I'm not going to tell the whole story again. You can go back and listen to the podcast, but he and CJ had a dust up pre-draft, and then it got ironed out or whatever. The Texans still drafted CJ, even though CJ and his people did not want to come, and they didn't think they were coming to Houston, I should say. And then there were real concerns about how you get along with Bobby, but I don't think there was any issue in year 1. But I think CJ knows the game and feels like he knows the game a lot. And I don't know that. I think he's a little hard on offense coordinators. Let me put it that way. He only listened to Ryan Day at Ohio State. Ryan was his guy, not the offense coordinator. And so I think that you need to have what I'm starting to think is you got to have the right guy that CJ really gives his thumbs up to. And I thought Bobby Slowick had the thumbs up, but now I'm not so sure. I'm also not so sure ownership was happy paying Bobby Slowick a raise after year 1 and seeing it, go down. The fans.
And I think this, and I hate. Listen, I can't hate more that the ownership might be listening to the fan base. That's terrible. That is terrible.
Yeah.
I saw it though in D'Amico's demeanor. I'm not going to blame Hannah.
Right.
I saw it in D'Amico's demeanor when he was asked a question about Bobby Slowick. He gave a curt answer that was not that he did not give him a pat on the back.
I will admit, as for sure as I've been that he was coming back because of the situation, how he performed in year 1, all that stuff. D'Amico's answer was a little bit jarring for me because I was just like, wow. And then I heard CJ like, no, I just can't imagine not having, these guys who have to have different coordinators every 2 years. That's got to be tough. Bobby, he got better at the end of the year and all. I think CJ gave the great answers. I'm not sure that CJ, it just leads me, this is just us talking here, but, it makes me wonder if CJ already knew what the deal was, knew what the score was, and he was distancing himself from anything having to do with this. I wonder how long this decision I wonder if this decision was made earlier than we think.
Well, I mean, listen, to me, and I said it earlier in the year, and I got Chris in the Woodlands on my ass about it, but when you perform the way that they were performing, it changes things. And he changed the opinion of, I think, not only he changed the opinion of the fan base, he changed the opinion of the alleged, I don't know. The owner had to okay this, that he's gone. They changed the opinion for the head coach. I don't know if he changed the opinion for the quarterback. I don't want to, but obviously the head coach said, no. We got to make a change. Now, Chip Kelly's a possibility. Chip Kelly won a national championship. Chip Kelly was the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles when D'Amico was playing there. D'Amico was on the NFL Network with Steve Weish and somebody else. I forget who was in the picture. But he was asked about playing for Chip Kelly at the time.
And you see that clip right there. Chip keeps it fun. He keeps it open. He keeps it energetic. He's a fun coach to play for. You know, he reminds you it's like he's a player. The type of energy and the things he brings to the table, and you just love to go out and play for a guy who's chest bumping guys on game day, fist pump, just having a great time on game day. So it's always fun to play for Coach Kelly.
Real quick, we saw.
Wow, that's interesting.
That is interesting.
But because, one article that they have in Forbes says Texans fire Bobby Slowick, aim to find the right guy for C.J. Stroud. I think this is really what it was about. And I know that Slowick's supposed to be, he's not a happy-go-lucky guy. He's kind of a serious guy. And I'm putting all these things together. You hear the way he talked about Chip Kelly, and he knows Chip, and he knows Chip Kelly, and Chip Kelly
he played for him.
Yeah,
Listen,
and Chip has been a guy who's run entire offense. Chip is a good offensive coordinator.
Listen, I said last week, you don't do this unless you got his replacement.
Yeah, I think you may be right. They may have already had.
Don't do this unless you know. Listen, you don't think that he's already talked to whomever it is and said, "You available? Well, you want to come here?
No.
Here's what we're gonna." I think it's already 100%.
I think it's done, and
done.
I think there may be a line coach already in too. I think you're right. I think the package almost had to have been in place. I think the package probably was in place. If not, that's why this Gerard Johnson. Hey, can they go to a guy who's never been a coordinator again and is starting over in year one? No. Why would you do that?
No way.
Why would you do that from the
I don't
same
think so.
basic?
Maybe, but no. I don't think so.
Keep him as quarterback coach. But no, I don't want Gerard Johnson as a play caller. No offense, but he's never done it.
No.
If your whole thing is
you don't fire a guy who's been doing it for the last couple of years and hire the guy under him.
Yeah, especially a guy who's only done it 2 years. Like Chip Kelly's got loads of experience.
Right.
And you hear the way CJ was talking about. I mean, D'Amico was talking about him. If Chip Kelly wants the job, I'm pretty sure it will be his. He may not want to get back into pros though. You never know. But he also probably doesn't want to deal with NIL. Although he may not. He may not have to recruit. Sometimes these big coaches who go to colleges, sometimes they're not asked to recruit. So he may have kind of a cushy OC job.
Let's break it here. And Dell's got Chip Talk on the other side right here. Brought to you by on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I'm talking right now about HR&P. I'm talking about you as a CEO or a CFO of a company. I'm talking about your responsibility to your people. Your responsibility to your people is to keep those doors open. You got a lot of mouths to feed. If you've got 20 employees, okay, the average household is 3 people or 4 people, you're talking about 80 people that you could be responsible for, that they get to put food on the table. And so your job is to make sure that you're doing the best for them and making sure that your business is running as efficiently as possible, that you're as profitable as you possibly can be, that you're doing things right. And HR&P is here to help you do things right, help you do your payroll right, help you do it more economically, help you do it cheaper, flat out. You doing it yourself, you not knowing how to do payroll, all of these things, their technology, everything about it, it's going to be a better, more efficient than you're doing it. HR, same way. Don't make HR mistakes because it could cost your business. Taxes. I got my W-2s already. All right. I got my W-2s. We're ready to do our taxes. It's so simple. It's all done already for all the W-2s has been sent out to all the employees. And HR&P takes care of that for you. I mean, it is so simple. It's the best way to go about this thing. So if you got a business and you ain't doing it right, or it's not as economical as it could be, hrp.net, 281-880-6525 or hrp.net.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back. Time for Ship Talk. Dell found a bunch of people talking ship this weekend, and here he is, the Dell segment right here on ESPN 97.5.
The Dell segment's 10 to 12, but this is just Ship Talk. We can go with what happened yesterday after the games. We'll start with Xavier Worthy. Xavier Worthy was a topic of conversation during the draft when the Bills got out of position to take him, and the Chiefs did. And a lot of people said at the time, I can't believe the Bills let him get to the Chiefs, where, well, Xavier Worthy took note of that, and this is short but sweet. He was asked about that after the game.
Extra motivation playing against the Bills today. Hey, man, I said it once. They skipped on me. That's their loss.
Scored a touchdown, 6 catches, 85 yards, had a big day in the Chiefs win over the Bills. He remembered. And
he remembered.
He got the job
guys
done.
forget? There's no way guys forget. There's no way. That is motivation for sure for guys. You skipped over me? Watch this.
And we will stick with that. Well, not that game, but the game before. We'll stick with Championship Sunday because you mentioned that the Commanders kept fumbling the football. Jane Daniels was let down by his pass catchers. Well, one pass catcher caught it, probably not on purpose, but he caught it from Tom Brady about why he was fumbling.
Recovery. Again, Eckler's got to secure that ball, and he's had fumbling problems over the course of his career. He's got very small hands, and it wasn't secured.
A lot of people took note of.
Now I'm checking his hand size.
Tiny hands, Austin Eckler.
He could always catch the ball, though.
He caught it, and then when he got up, it got knocked out of his hand because he's got tiny hands and he fumbles.
He's got little baby hands?
He's got baby hands, according to Tom Brady.
All values
Tom
from his
Brady
pro
man,
days.
put his stuff out there. Tom Brady putting his business out.
Lance is looking up.
I'm looking up hand size. Ooh, 8.5.
Tiny hands.
Wee. Hey, guys, it's me, Tiny Hand Austin. Hope I can hold this.
The answer is no, Austin. You don't. Lance is currently dropping a football.
I use tiny hands on the football.
Well, look like that out there.
It does look like that.
We will go to – we don't normally pull stuff from game day college basketball, but Dan Hurley was a topic of conversation because of his most –
You ever hear how good I am? I'm the best damn coach in basketball.
Well, that was
the best effing.
That was the clip that was – you could read his lips when he was yelling at the coach. So we'll first play Dan Hurley talking about it because someone brought up to him in a presser, and then we'll hear Jay Billis go after Dan Hurley.
I think TV got you saying something like, "Don't turn your back on me. I'm the best coach in the country."
Did I say that? Yeah. I mean, I know we you know, I'm going to sound like an asshole here. So, you know, he just, I want some level of communication too, especially when you just.
He's embarrassed.
A little treat for the streamers and the YouTubers. But let's go to Jay Billis, who listened to Jay Williams and Chef Greenberg defend Dan Hurley and talk about, well, it's just his personality coming through. Jay Billis was having none of it.
That's who he is. Be authentic, and he's competitive. Take Dan Hurley out. If you say that about any coach, I think it's just an excuse for bad behavior.
Yes.
It's just an excuse for bad behavior. And my thing is more about the competitive advantage that is perceived by what they call working officials or trying to influence officials. It's not just when they cross the line once and lose their minds and get a technical and all that stuff. The referees can handle that. It's the constant berating of officials throughout a game that fans think are influencing calls. So if it influences calls, then that's a competitive advantage and we need to deal with it. If it doesn't influence calls, then it's really bad optics and people have the perception that it does, and I think we need to deal with it. Generally, I think college coaches behave poorly relative to NBA coaches, and I don't think that's a very good look. It's not a crisis. Nobody's suggesting it's a crisis, but I will tell you, I do not buy this. So TJ Otzelberger is not as passionate or competitive as Dan Hurley or some of the others?
He's coaching
That's
his own
nonsense.
personality.
That's nonsense.
But He's coaching in his own personality.
It's nonsense.
He can show his personality in ways that don't include belittling and berating.
Well, listen, Dan Hurley was right. He's an a-hole. Dan Hurley is right.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he said it. He said it straight up. I'm an a-hole. And that's all. And he was then that case closed. You're an a-hole.
Well,
and you're an a-hole to refs.
But you can be
you're
an
probably
a-hole.
an a-hole to your players.
Well, but the problem that he was bringing up, though, Jay Billis is if it's a competitive advantage, it needs to be dealt with.
Right. Well,
And
Dan
working
Hurley's got a
officials
couple
has gone on
national
forever.
champions. Dan Hurley is turning into a star. So
yeah.
Dan Hurley is in the ear of a referee. Guess what? A referee is probably going to be, you know what? And if that's a competitive advantage, then I want Dan Hurley as my coach because my team's getting a competitive advantage. I want that. That's what? That's been going on forever. You don't think Nick Saban gets calls? You know, Patrick Mahomes gets calls. The stars Michael Jordan got calls.
So
stars get calls.
Are we okay with it or not?
No, we're not okay with it.
Well, it happens though.
Oh, okay, but we can't. That's the problem is we can't be okay with that.
But if it's happening for my team, I'm okay with it.
But John, it's
when I
not
was a
your
Michael
team.
Jordan fan, when I was a Bull fan,
Okay,
I was
how about
okay
when
with
you're
it.
a Texan and you're playing the Chiefs? What do you think
No,
about
it sucks.
that?
It blows.
And you
It
know
blows.
why? Because there shouldn't be, just like you
It
said
shouldn't
last
be. It
Monday.
absolutely
there
shouldn't be.
And that's what Jay Billis is saying.
But it's human nature.
I know it happens, but they need to get rid of it. And he's basically just calling them out for saying, "Don't just say you're an a-hole. That doesn't cover you. You know what you're doing. You're working officials, and you're
And
trying to influence."
If I can get a competitive advantage as a coach, I'm going to do it. And
well,
you know
that's
what?
fine, but then it's also up to the officials not to buy
That's
into
exactly
it.
right.
And when he
So-
got called out, you see Dan Hurley didn't like it because
No.
he knew that he didn't realize that got caught.
No,
on
he didn't
camera.
realize it. No, but he knows he's an a-hole. And you know what? You know what else he knows? He's going to work the officials. And if it means one call that could change a game for him,
No, that's
then
part
he's
of
going to do it all
no,
day.
Listen, that's part of basketball.
That's
Working
it.
officials is part of basketball. Jay Billis thinks he went over the top, that he berates officials on a regular basis. And actually, that has been a thing for years where they show him on the sideline. He does go over the top, John.
He's over
He
the
doesn't
top.
just
That's
work
right.
the officials. He berates them. He treats them
No.
like they're
And
pieces of
then
dog
where
turds on his
a-hole
shoes.
comes in. That's where it comes in. You got any more, Del?
Lance, you like to do an Australian accent, right?
Yeah.
But you don't.
I've been known to do it
Well,
from time to time.
We're going to hear an Australian reality show where, they do this coupling thing and, hey, let's
If
get
they
married.
say the C word, dump it.
They don't say the C
Okay.
word. But what it is, a woman and a man on a dating show get married, but we hear the man's real thoughts in the behind the scenes, and she gets to hear them, and she's not thrilled with it.
Are you happy?
Yeah, I'm happy.
This is them getting married. Are you happy?
Oh my god.
It's happened. I've never really dated girls, I guess, as big as Elizabeth in the past.
What the?
She's hearing that for the first time.
Maybe I'll get her running in the mornings or something with me, drag her out of bed. I don't know. She'll be right.
I can't understand the way the music was.
Here, he goes, I've never really dated a girl as big as Elizabeth before. And he goes, maybe I'll wake her up, get her run in the morning, drag her ass out of bed. She's like, what the? What did he say to me that I was big?
She
And he's
doesn't know
gonna
she's a
make me
big
run? I'm not
Del,
running.
is she a big girl?
She is not a big girl. She may be bigger than what he likes, but she's not a big girl. That is a.
Maybe I'll drag her ass out of bed.
Maybe
Take her on a run.
He might be
Porky
into
hog, fat ass, double wide.
He might be
double
into
wide.
fit girls who go to the gym all the time. I mean, I wouldn't say that's her, but she's not big
Then why'd he get married to her?
because it's a reality show.
That's probably why.
Rhino says she's just harder to kidnap.
That's not how we. This is not what we. That's not how we gauge things, Rhino. Ability
Rhino,
to kidnap.
that is ugly. She's
Come
just
on.
harder to kidnap.
Come on.
That's terrible. All right. Adele, you done?
Harder to kidnap is one of the worst things I've ever heard.
It's terrible.
It's terrible. We don't condone that type of thought
No,
or
no.
behavior.
No.
It's Diddy type stuff. We don't do that here.
That's bad.
And we got a
but
new
what's
intern
good-
here, and
We
we're
got a new intern.
bad
Alan's
impressions.
gone. She's got a lot to. Live
Are you
up to with
worried
Alan.
about something again?
I always
Yeah,
am. But Alan was
I-
one
you know
of
what?
us.
You know what? If he steps out of line again, he needs to go to Zadok and buy his wife something.
Oh, that's right. If you say the wrong thing, you've got to go over there, get a tennis bracelet, She'll love a tennis bracelet. I promise you that. Zadig Jewelers is the jeweler here in Houston. They have been for over 4 decades. They're located at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. Let me tell you about Zadig Jewelers. The reason Zadig is so incredible is because they're going to make Valentine's Day special for you. And I don't care if it's earrings, if it's maybe you want to get a different setting for your wife's engagement ring the wedding ring that you purchased originally. Maybe you want to upgrade it to something different. They can do all of these things. What they do is they specialize in making moments special. And this is an opportunity for you to do just that this Valentine's Day. Surprise your girlfriend, surprise your wife, your fiance with something that she's absolutely going to love. And you can't go wrong at Zadig Jewelers. They'll work with you on whatever your budget is. They'll work with you on that. They'll work with you on what you're looking for. If you have no idea, they'll guide you in the right direction to something she'll love. They make it simple. It's beautiful. Over like 28,000 square feet of beautiful 2-level jewelry store. And it is truly an experience heading in there. When you're in there, look at a watch for yourself. I'm just saying. It's Zadig Jewelers, 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. Go to Zadig.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So far we have talked about the Cougs We've talked about the Rockets. We've talked about the Astros. We've talked about, well, let's get back to the Astros for a second here. For those of you who haven't heard, Alex Bregman is a possibility. They traded Ryan Presley to the Cubs for a bag of balls. Actually, they got a relief pitcher, minor league relief pitcher. We'll see if that works. If that turns out to be a really good pitcher in the future, you never know. But apparently, Jose Altuve, the guys caught up with Jose Altuve. The rumor has had it that Jose Altuve will move to left field. Here is Jose Altuve in front of a swarm of media people when asked about Alex Bregman. And listen till the end because he does make a reference about going to play wherever to get Alex Bregman back. Here's Jose Altuve on Alex Bregman.
Yeah, we talked a few times, but not a lot about contracts. As a teammate, I want him back. I said it. He's a big part of our team, and he's definitely gonna make this team better if he stays. So we're really praying and hoping he stays.
There's some reports out there that if he does come back, you'd be willing to move off of second base to accommodate him. Is that something that you talked to Joe about? Is that something you'd be willing to do, to move off of second base?
Yeah, we haven't talked about it, but for Alex, I do. It's, like I said, he's one of the best players in the whole league, but he's definitely one of the best players in the team. So we want him to stay. So whatever I have to do for him to stay, I'm willing to do it.
Have you ever played outfield before?
What?
Have you ever played outfield before?
Have you seen me?
Would you be willing to play the outfield?
I've been willing to do everything if he stays, I want to win, and he's going to be a guy that's going to make this team better. So, we have a better chance to win a championship with him. So, like I said, that's my answer. I'm willing to do whatever for him to stay.
That attitude reminds me of one person, Arch Manning, doing whatever it takes to win. It's a winner's attitude. What did you expect, Jose Altuve? Would you be willing to do it? No, I'd rather not. Jose Altuve would do anything you need to win.
Well, there's a lot of guys in baseball that wouldn't.
I know, but I'm saying this is Jose Altuve.
No, right.
What do you think? And that's not just, look, there's a lot of guys who would say whatever they need to in front of a camera, but be different behind closed doors. You already know that what he's saying on camera is what he means behind closed doors.
Right.
But here's the problem. Why do we want a tiny outfielder with limited catch radius and a low angle arm to be in the outfield? Like, I get we're trying to get the
Bregman,
most.
Okay, is the trade-off for Bregman in the lineup for good enough for Jose Altuve to be in left field? And the answer is yes.
Okay, so why is Bregman? All right, here's the thing. Bregman's third, Paredes is second. Paredes has 66 starts at second base, right, in his career. Why would you take a Gold Glove third baseman off third base? You wouldn't. Bregman's going to play. We got to start reimagining
but either way, one of them's got to go to second.
Yeah, or Paredes plays outfield.
Well, I don't know.
Why would you keep? Why would you make yourself worse defensively?
I don't know if Paredes is an outfielder. We'll see.
Well, I know that Alex Bregman, if he stays, plays third. There's no reason not to keep him at third.
Yeah.
Keep your best guy at third.
Okay, that's fine. Regardless, but Jose Altuve might still have to move off second. That's the question. And having Alex Bregman in the line, if Alex Bregman comes back, this is all of a sudden a pretty good. This is a real good offseason.
It's better than it was last year.
You fixed first base. You added Paredes to the lineup as well. You kept Bregman. You lost Tucker, obviously.
You got a lot better.
But you've got between all of these guys that you've added, you got a better lineup than you did last year. You got a better lineup. I mean, and with Singleton on the bench, and you still got the center field, right field thing going on. Chas McCormick, you're going to have a bounce back year. Chas McCormick is just going to have to be better. Pena is going to have to be better. But between with this, the top six in your lineup is Altuve, Bregman, Paredes, Walker, Yiner, and Yordan. That's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty damn good.
Well, there's less holes in it than there was previously.
Yes.
Now
Yes.
Tucker's gone, which hurts, because Tucker had a lot of production. Even in limited time, his production was like, you extrapolate, he's high 50s and mid 50s and home runs. He had a really productive year, even when injured. He was productive Astro throughout. He was a great Astro. Struggled in some postseason, but let's not cloud the fact that this guy has been an amazing. Number one, he's been available for most of his career, where you can't say that about Jordan, and he's produced at a high level. That's going to hurt. But it's just like there's fewer gaps in the lineup now.
Yeah.
But that's if you bring Bregman back, what do you put that at right now?
Well, let's listen to Dana Brown. Here is Dana Brown talking about the possibility of Alex Bregman coming back.
No, not yet. Real quick, before we do that,
Okay.
Isaac Paredes, lifetime, 335 games at third, obviously, 71 at first, 67 at second, 7 at short, no games in the outfield. So,
yeah.
Of course, that's also Jose Altuve, no games in the outfield also. So,
right.
It's not perfect. You're basically just trying to throw someone out there, kind of trying to Craig Biggio or Lance Berkman this thing and just see what happens because you want to bat. So, it's not perfect. I mean, in a perfect world, I guess you have Jordan out in left field and you're I guess maybe you're DHing with Altuve?
No.
Then you're DHing with Paredes.
Well, then you know what? You can get guys days off. Bregman can DH one day. Paredes can DH one day.
Right.
Altuve, I mean, you can Dubon. Singleton can be your, but you got to somehow get Altuve in the lineup. He's
the Hall of Famers got to play.
Yeah, the Hall of Famers playing. There's no question. All right, we got Dana ready. The door is cracked, according to Dana Brown.
Yeah, I mean, of course, Bregman's still a free agent. The interesting thing is, when we made some trades and some moves this offseason, we never realized that, Bregman would still be, on the market at this time. So, I mean, I think we've had some conversation, and I could kind of leave it there. But, we've had some conversation. And as I mentioned, the interesting thing is that he's still available. So it's not as if we're not talking about him. So we've had some conversation.
So the door is not shut?
I would say it's cracked. Right? So it's the fact that he's still available, it just makes it interesting. Like, man, this guy's such a good player. He's done so many wonderful things here. And so, we'll stick with the cracked door and see what our conversations lead to.
Can you say they've been positive conversations?
Yes, I would say that they're positive.
All right, so
what do you think
a
of
couple
that?
of things. Of things about that. First of all, the market is not there for Bregman, and maybe he's realizing, you know what, for 156. If that's still on the table, allegedly it is still on the table. 156 is still on the table and a possibility. If he has to take that, then you know what? They once again, Boris overestimated what his guy is worth. Second, nothing can happen with Nolan Arenado before Bregman gets signed. And this might be all of this talk about the Astros might be a ploy by the organization, just spurring this stuff on by Boris to get Detroit, to get the Red Sox, to light a match under them because, they're dragging their feet on giving Bregman what he wants. And maybe this will be the impetus for Bregman to get those contracts from those guys.
I can't tell if the Astros are being used or if it's real. And I think Dana Brown's not really sure either, which is why he's very careful with how he answered this question. Like, I don't come away from that feeling like there's a better chance Bregman's back than not back. Dana didn't go that far with it by any stretch. But by the way, Jose Altuve has played 3 2/3 innings of baseball in the outfield.
Jose Altuve has?
Jose Altuve has played, I take it back. Jose Altuve in 2016 played an inning and 2/3. Yeah, an inning and 2/3 out in left field.
See?
And he had an error in that game. He played an inning and 2/3 and had an error in that game. Then he played again in 2018. He played 2 innings, but error-free baseball.
Okay, so 3
he's
and
played
2/3,
3 and
which
2/3
means
innings.
so he probably makes 2+ errors a
A day.
game, which means he'll make 300 errors in a season. So what you're saying is that's unacceptable. 300 errors in next season.
Well, at that rate, yes.
At that rate, right.
At that rate, it would be a problem.
Right.
I don't think he would be. I don't see a world where Jose Altuve is an exclusive outfielder. I'm sorry. I don't see that being the case. But I also don't know what Paredes would have to play outfield then, or I don't know. One of the reasons you like what you've signed is because it helps you offensively. Those guys have to play. I guess Altuve being a DH maybe
what about
would make
Walker?
some sense.
Go look up Christian Walker and see how many outfield games he's played. I know he's a Gold Glove first baseman, but we could move Paredes over there. Or
well, you can move anyone you want in the outfield, apparently. We did it with 2 guys who had no business, Lance Berkman and Craig Biggio. No business in the outfield. Now, that was not as successful an Astros team, so maybe this team wouldn't do it. I don't know. What would real baseball people like Reggie and Jeff, what would real baseball people would not, they wouldn't be in favor of something like that, would they?
Hey, Jeff was part of that team where you moved guys to the outfield.
Well, he saw it. He saw what a disaster it was.
No, he saw, listen, that's just good baseball guys. Arch Manning and
Altuve.
Lance Berkman. Arch Manning, Lance Berkman, Craig Biggio, they'll do whatever it takes to win. That's it.
Oh, I found an inning. He worked in it. He worked 1 game. Oh, in 1 game he played 9 innings in Arizona.
Who? What? Christian Walker?
Yeah, Christian Walker had played 9 full innings in the outfield.
Okay, we got it. Paredes at second, Altuve at first, Christian Walker to left. There it is. There it is. It's over. We found
now his
it.
fielding percentage has been really, really high at first base, as you said. It's been really high.
Can you imagine putting Altuve at first?
I mean, it's only 3 straight Gold Gloves at first,
Right.
But
Right.
if you've got that kind of ability defensively, I just say throw him in left field. What's to say he's not a Gold Glover in left field?
Right. Who knows?
Who knows?
If he's a Gold Glover at first,
You don't know.
How do you know he's not a
Yuli
Gold Glover
played
in
first
left?
and outfield. He could play
Right.
outfield. So, we just never know. Just if you got a Gold Glove, you can probably be a Gold Glover anywhere.
Anywhere.
That's the way I look at it.
You got a great glove. That's all. All right. So we solved that. Altuve at first. That's gonna be
No, that's not the solution.
That's special.
It'd be Paredes at first.
That's
no,
special.
it's not. I'm going to say Alex Bregman comes back to the Astros 40%.
I'm going to say probably a little bit less. But
Yeah,
it's got us all excited about it, though.
Dana Brown. Yeah, it's interesting that he's still a free agent. I mean,
Yeah.
he's such a great player. Look how it's almost felt like he's like, hey, Scott. Hey, Scott.
Hey, God.
Hey, all that talk, all that chirping you're doing about what you're going to get, look at that. Look how great your player is, and yet he's still out there. That's interesting, right?
Any loss that, and it's funny because it reads as a loss for us, for Scott Boras. Like, hey, Scott Boras loose again, except he gets a big chunk of the money.
He gets the money no matter what.
No matter what, he's getting guaranteed.
Oh, yeah, he's
money.
only going to get a percentage of $156
Let's
million.
say it's 2% of $156 million.
Yeah.
So 10% is 15. So 1 point, that'd be a $3 million deal.
When's Scott Boras going to become an NIL agent where he's getting 20%?
Oh, no, it'd be $30 million. I take it back.
Scott's need to get...
No, he ain't getting 10%.
No, I said 2%. No, yeah, $15 million. That would be 1.5. That'd be $3 million.
He gets $3 million. That's all. 3. That's all.
Poor guy.
But poor. I feel bad for him.
That's one of how many free agents did he have this year?
Oh God.
He had Soto.
Signed up. What was it? What year was it? He had over
Soto.
$1 billion. He had over $1 billion in signings.
He had Juan Soto. What was Soto's deal? $700 million?
56.
Everyone's talking about Bezos donating money. What's Scott Boras doing with all that money?
Boras to get $14 million. Rebuild John's house in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
How about that?
John, we can see John. He's fine.
Oh, well.
Oh, yeah.
Well, John's
you
future
could
house
still
got burned
He could
down.
still build me a house.
Yeah, John's future house just got burned down.
Yeah.
Rebuild it.
Rebuild. Come on, Boris.
Rebuild, Scott. Give back to the community.
Yeah. Fire
and
aid.
while you're in, kick in for some insurance for John. That's going to be expensive.
Yeah. And I'll work on getting you Arch Manning as a client.
Why don't you have the Mannings kick in a little something?
A little
for
something.
for your house fund.
Yeah, because they got ties. Oh no! Remember they hated San Diego. They're not coming. They're not giving.
Oh, they're not
California.
going to San Diego. Yeah.
They're not doing that. Hey, we got a lease, a Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben, just $299 a month. What? That's with $995 down, or $334 a month with $0 down. You got a lease on an F-150 STX, $459 a month with $1,000 down. I got Escape PHEV Hybrid. Okay, save $8,000 off MSRP, just $135 weekly. It's all happening in the Chastang Ford. The thing about Chastang Ford is you're gonna find great deals. They're always going to give you the deals that the dealership that they can get through Ford. They're going to make sure that they get you as much off and all that other stuff. But the thing about Chastang Ford that's different than the other guys is no dealer add-ons, no hidden fees, just great deals. Everything is transparent. There's no at the signing. You're like, well, what is this and what is this? You didn't tell me about this. Transparency. It's important. It's important. It's always important to me. No one likes surprises when they're or hidden fees or let's add on. So when you talk about a price for a truck with one of the guys over at Chastang Ford, that's actually the cost. That's actually the price. Not, oh, well, we added this on. We added, hey, you need this and you need tinted windows and you need what? No, I don't need all that stuff. I want to get it at the price that we just talked about. And that's happening every day at Chastang Ford. Love dealing with Chastang Ford. You will love dealing with Chastang Ford. If you're in the market for a new car or used vehicle, they've got those as well. I think there's one place to go in the city of Houston. I think it's Chastang Ford. Chastang Ford gives you the price up front, no surprises. ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown. Houston's best kept secret, Chastang Ford. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, more than welcome. Who's here, Bill? Okay, let's get Bill in here. Hey, Bill.
Hey, guys. Kind of surprised me with everybody talking about moving Altuve in a possible scenario. Why not just move Pena? Plug Bregman back into the position that he actually came out of college in.
Well, because
put him at short.
Yeah, but John, aren't you the one that told me? I don't know if it was you or someone else told me the Astros immediately were disappointed with the scouting staff because they thought he didn't have the arm to play shortstop, or the range and arm to play shortstop.
Well,
apparently the Astros, like Jerry Hunsaker was not Hunsaker.
Jeff Luhnow.
Jeff Luhnow. They were not happy with him as a shortstop. They immediately thought this guy can't play short after they drafted him. So I think the organization, I remember hearing that. Maybe I wasn't here anymore, so I probably heard it from somebody at the other station who spoke with Luhnow, or I heard it from the Astros directly. I can't remember where, but I know for a fact they did not think he had the goods to be a shortstop. Not full time. Not full time.
Okay, so
that's why they moved him.
So okay, but watching Pena last year, kind of botch it a bit.
Yeah, but he was good the year before.
He was good the year before.
We can't just give up on guys in 1 year. Like Pena's got a good arm. He's got range. Like
Bregman's got a good arm too.
Why would we? Yeah, I mean, no, I mean he's got a good one. It's a shorter throw, but I mean he fields a position great. But Pena's got more range. He's longer legged. He can range better. Like, it's not. It's just I don't see them doing that.
It's not
full
an
time
easy move to just go and play
unless you're Dubon.
Yeah, that's true.
He plays everywhere.
Yeah, you got Dubon as well. I don't know, and plus, Jeremy is a pretty good, and he's young. He's a good athlete. He could probably play.
Oh,
he could play.
I have
he
no
could play
doubt.
the outfield.
Yeah, no, I have no doubt he could play the outfield. I mean, unless
Yeah.
he doesn't track. You know, some guys they can't track the ball well off the bat. It's one thing to hit it on the ground balls or line
Right.
drives. It's another when it's deep balls. Some people just can't track it well. So, but I get the feeling that Pena would be fine. He'd probably be the best option out there. I don't disagree with that at all. He'd probably be the best option. I just don't know that they're going to make themselves weaker up the middle, especially a position that requires the best range plus arm combination on the whole field is shortstop. I don't know if they'll go with a wee third baseman over to shortstop. Like, if anything, maybe Paredes would play there. He's played some shortstop too. But you'd be awfully wee in the infield if you had the second and short combination of Bregman and Altuve. Not as much range as you want up the middle.
Yeah, I'm not worried about being tall.
No. I just mean range.
Right. Range is important.
Short little legs don't range as quick.
Well,
longer strides help.
Wee. Johnny Manziel doesn't have great range. Stop.
Now they can make a lot of rapid steps quickly, which is good.
Yeah.
But you want long arms. You want longer legs without being leggy and slow. And Bregman, we don't need to relitigate this. He's a shortstop. Jeremy Pena. Difference is, he's the best option. This is a conundrum. Who do you play in the outfield? I don't know. None of these guys are outfielders.
Yeah.
I don't know who you play. Jeremy Pena would be the best outfield option, but they're not making themselves weaker at shortstop, I don't think, to make themselves stronger in left field when that position is not going to have as much work as shortstop. Shortstop's going to have way more work than left field.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. There's all kinds. We'll see. Hey, listen, sign Bregman and we'll work it out. That's all.
Yeah, no,
I wouldn't listen. Pena regressed last year at short. He did. He regressed at the plate. He regressed at short. I told you that there was one rating. I mean, that looked at all the measurements. All of the in baseball is so stupid with all these measurements, but it had him as one of the bottom quarter players in all of baseball. So, I mean, he did not have himself a good year. Jeremy Pena needs to be better this year. When we're talking about all of these other all this other stuff and right field and what are you going to do in center and left, Jeremy Pena needs to play better. He needs to pick it up this year. There's no question about that. Yep.
Year 3. Is it year
7-3,
No, it's year 4 now.
7-8-0-3. We haven't talked about the Cougs in a while, and about the Rockets in a while. The Rockets now take on the Celtics, and listen. This Rockets team is starting. They are really, really good against. They are really, really good against good teams. I got to go back and look. I think they're 12-4, or I got to look at the numbers, but they have got some really sweet numbers against top 10 teams in the league. I got to see. Anyway, they played yet once again a meltdown in the fourth quarter. They gave up 19 straight against the Cavs when they were here at home against them, 19 straight points. And then they gave up 47 in the fourth quarter on Saturday night. This is a continuing problem with this basketball team, is their fourth quarter being able to hold on and being better and not letting the other team back in it. They still won. They came up with plays. They came up with free throws. That Fred VanVleet, when they were here, came up with a couple of huge threes, and they came up with some big plays. Saturday night, they came up with the free throws that won it for them.
Mm-hmm.
But they got to do something. Come playoff time, man, they really need to buckle down in the fourth quarter and just play better basketball.
I had the same issue at the Cleveland game before, by falling apart. And
Yep.
this is something that is worth watching. But more importantly, they're winning these games. They're finding ways to win. Look, they had such a substantial lead. They weren't going to lose that game the other night to Cleveland, but they should have. They really should have lost the game before, and they pulled it out thanks to some missed free throws and by Cleveland. But
by Garland,
yeah. I mean, directly by Garland. Garland came back with 39 in this one. Hey, it's worth noting 11 of 20 from 3 for the backcourt combination of VanVleet and Jalen Green. They lit it up from 3. They were a big reason why you extended that lead. You shot 45% from 3 in the game last night, which was huge. And those two guys who have been the culprits of some tough outings, Jalen's becoming, that stroke from Jalen is much more fluid. He's got better arc on it. I think Jalen, and this is something that can be corrected, like shooting form, if you change your shooting form, it's just like golf swing. If you change your shooting form and then you get your muscle memory locked in, you can become the same way you can, John, the same way you can change a swing stroke and change how you strike the golf ball, a professional golfer, and they do this frequently. Tiger's most famous for slaughtering everybody and then completely remaking his swing with Butch Harmon because he knew it needed to be done. I think Jalen has, I think they've tuned up Jalen's free throw, 3-point stroke, and I think he's starting to lock it in muscle memory. And this could be Jalen's. We could see him on a run of becoming a much better. This may be the entry point for him becoming a much better 3-point shooter in his career. Go look at a guy like Jason Kidd. Started off not shooting well and ended up becoming a 40% 3-point shooter. Like that's something that can be corrected with the right, technical changes and enough work that you do get new muscle memory. So I'm happy with that. Is there a chance, Del, it looked like you wanted to say something about.
Oh, I was going to talk about how similar these games were beyond the fact that the Rockets had big leads. In the game here, it was Darius Garland who missed 2. In the game on Saturday, Dillon Brooks fouls Donovan Mitchell up 3. Donovan Mitchell misses the first of a 3-point shot. It was 3 free throws. He misses the first. So instead of tying the game, they're only up. They're down by 1. Then the Rockets go down and Amen makes a couple. So it was not as drastic, but they were on the verge of being tied. It just so happens that the backcourt of Cleveland, which has been good this year, missed free throws again. I don't know what to make of the Rockets sometimes because of how good they can look. And then the fourth quarter rolls around and it's like, did you guys forget about basketball, how to play it?
Mm-hmm.
What happened? What happened to how dominant you were, how much more athletic you look than the teams you're playing, and how you can get up and force them into turnovers and turn that into offense, knock down shots? I don't know what you want to call it, lack of execution, not knowing who's the guy at the moment, but those fourth quarters gets scary. And I know what you said. I agree because of where they are in their process, that winning games matters most. But I'm always a person who favors process over results. So as you said, maybe was it this segment or the previous segment talk about it, that Ime can't be thrown.
Nah.
With how they get to these
that game
points.
because
they gave up. Listen, look at this. Look at the shooting. Mobley was just 3 of 8. But Allen 4 of 5. Garland 14 for 22. Mitchell 11 for 27. Strus 6 for 8. Niang 7 for 9. They shot 52%. That ain't Ime basketball. They were filling it up. But listen,
a lot of that was in the
Rockets
fourth
are going to have
quarter,
to win games like that too, though, in the postseason, where the defense might not be. If you got to outscore somebody, you got to outscore them. That's all there is to it.
Well,
and they did that.
That's not about outscoring them. It was about, like, it shouldn't have even been close. If you hold them to a 37-point quarter, which is still more than you want, you're fine. I mean, they gave up almost 50 in the fourth quarter. That's not about outscoring. The Rockets had a high number up on the board. Yeah, you got to, like, these are two separate conversations. You just beat Cleveland back-to-back. One game you probably didn't deserve. One game you probably didn't deserve. You were outplaying them. You just screwed the pooch in the fourth quarter, and then you needed a little help to come back. Fred made 2 big threes to get you that opportunity, and then, they missed free throws on a really terrible, terrible foul by Tari Eason. But then the second game, you whipped Cleveland's ass, other than a really ransacked fourth quarter where it was just ragamuffin defense. But that same thing happened in the previous game where they were getting easy layups, easy dump offs with interior passes. They were getting second opportunities. Like, this is the second time in a row, and yet 2-0 against the top team in the East. Like, results matter. Process is going to matter more to Udoka, I think.
In both of those games, and especially the one here, they had to come back late. In this one, they were always ahead or tied, but they made the plays that they had to in the final minutes to hold them off. I mean, even more so. Did you see the crowd was leaving with over a minute to go because the Rockets had opened it up to 8.
Right.
I mean, that, and they, when Cleveland had come back to tie it, the Rockets just opened it back up again. It was amazing that they did that on the road, a place that's the hardest place in the NBA to play. That's the hardest arena to play in this year, and they did. That's what they did. So that's fun. That was a nice win. They've had a couple of crappy losses, but man,
this team is second in the West. Man, this is we're getting deep into we're getting some. How far are we into the season now? Are we past the halfway mark?
Well past.
About
right? 5 games past.
Like,
now.
Holy crap! This is real, and the reason's because they all at a young age are all getting better at the same time. They have a coach who's got them to play defense now. They defend most of the time, not the fourth quarter, notwithstanding. And more importantly, just athletically, you cannot. There's a reason that height, weight, length, and speed. That was beat into me that this is what you look for in a football player, and this is what and I remember Dennis Lindsay telling me that basketball players with long arms who can knock passes away in the passing lane, who can keep offensive rebounds alive, either by grabbing it or tipping it. Just guys who are fast with long arms are so critical because they make disruptive plays, and disruptive plays, if you get enough of them, lead to wins. And I think that's what they have. I mean, not just with Amen Thompson. Amen is maybe one of the ultimate disruptors in basketball right now. I know it's sacrilege to already say that about a guy who's, been in the league 2 years, but he may be. But you now have Tari Eason as a disruptor. Jalen can be a disruptor. You for sure have Amen Thompson. Like, you've got a lot of disruptive players that change game flow against the opponents, and now they can also transition that disruption into points the other way. Like, these are little things that add up to a lot because they're such great athletes. Do you remember, John, when Harden and Russ and Ibaka, what's his name? The big for Oklahoma City, when it was Harden and Russ and Durant and Ibaka, and I can't remember who the other big was.
It was Kendrick.
Yeah, Kendrick. But they had a couple guys off the. I think they had
Steven Adams was there at some point.
Yeah, but they had somebody really athletic off the bench too. Kind of played 2-3. But one of the things that that I realized when they played that crafty San Antonio team, when they beat them was, dude, they're too long and fast. Like, they can't deal with these athletes. San Antonio can't deal with these athletes. This is what you're going to run into. There's going to be some teams that just can't deal with the athletes Houston has.
Well, I'll tell you what, this is the start of a stretch right here. So Saturday night they played. They're playing tonight.
Ice up,
they're
son.
playing. They're
Ice
playing
up.
tonight, tomorrow, Thursday, Saturday. All Saturday's back here, but it might as well be a road game
All
because you're only here for one day.
All dubs.
They've got basically 9 straight road games right now against good basketball teams.
Well, tonight's the Celtics. So don't we consider this right now Oklahoma City and the Celtics feel like the two biggest tests in basketball for the Rockets.
Yep.
This is the measuring stick where how far away are you?
Right, exactly. All right, breaking it here. 713-780-3776. You got a chance to get in here before we go because we got News of the Weird coming after that. I've got, what's weird is you not drinking Coors Light. That's really weird. It's stupid, actually. I think it's stupid not drinking Coors Lights. If you're looking for the best way to enjoy cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing, you want to be refreshed while you're drinking. Yeah, you want or motor oil. Which one do you want? Okay, what that? Yeah, that's going to be real refreshing. That IPA. IPA. How stupid is that when you got Coors Light? I mean, it's ridiculous, actually, to me. To me, it's like, give me America. Give me Colorado, pure, beautiful water coming down from the mountains, being beautiful, as opposed to, I know where some beer is brewed in St. Louis. Yeah, that's beautiful water there. It's trash. Here's the deal. If you're looking for great, great, great water in your beer, you want to be refreshed, there's one place to go. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. It's the best. And it's about the water, and it's about Colorado. Please drink responsibly, but climb on, brother.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Told you get in right away. You better hurry because we got news of the weird coming your way. Some weird stuff. But Christian is here. None too pleased with Lance McCullers, apparently. What do you say, Christian?
Hey, good morning, fellas. R.I.P. Fred Power. I want to throw some shade at, of course. Throw some shade at Lance McCullers. He's messing up the MCC club. My last name is McCorkadell. Other than Christian McCaffrey, he's screwing it all up. I don't mean to curse, but I'm going to go with what the real Lance Zierlein said years ago is that we got to throw his butt in the bullpen and he can either retire or what, because I remember Granado saying years ago, we're paying him so much, but now we're at the end of the contract, dang near, correct? So we got to do something with him.
You got 2 years left on this deal.
Okay. So what do you think we should do?
What
can you do? It's a guaranteed deal.
He pitches.
If you can't, you wait. Okay, what do you do when he's ready, though, is the question. You throw him in the bullpen or you give him a chance to start?
They're going to give him a chance to start. They're going to give him.
I think they will too, but I'm not sure.
They paid him $85 million.
But that's just dead money now. It's too bad. Too bad, so sad.
No, it's not. You can't. No, you put him in the rotation and you hope that he pitches, and if he doesn't, then you're just screwed.
Well, when does he come back? For those who missed it, word is Dana Brown says Lance McCullers or Luis Garcia will not be ready opening day. This is now 3 straight opening days. Lance McCullers will not be ready. It's frustrating on a personal level. I know Lance a little bit. Don't really talk to him much anymore. And really didn't, other than a few times. But he seems like a good dude. He seems like a guy who really he's a good teammate. Guys like him there. He's around the team. He makes a damn good cup of coffee.
Yeah.
And now cocktails also.
Right.
There's a lot of Maven cocktails around the city of Houston now, which is his coffee brand, and espresso martinis and whatnot. So that's good. Loves dogs. I love dogs.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things. Really good hair. He's got really good hair.
Great hair.
Wear different types of hairstyles.
Yeah.
Sharp 12-6 curveball that, maybe has slaughtered his arm. Well, it's not 12-6 because he's more 3/4. So the problem is, for Lance McCullers, like for as frustrated we are, and it's not our money, but there's still a frustration that, man, this guy's getting guaranteed money and he ain't pitched for, he didn't pitch. He's only pitched in the last 4 years. He's pitched half a year, not less than half a year. I don't know why that bothers me because it's not my money. But you don't think that it bothers Lance McCullers more than it bothers us? I don't think he is the sleeping bag where he wants to just sit there and make money.
$17 million a year, we'll help him with that.
No, I know, and I mean, there's no question.
You know what? I feel bad too, but if you give me $17 million a year, I'll be okay.
Wait, but you put a cape on for casinos, and nobody makes money on a more consistent basis than casinos,
right.
And you feel bad when. Man, I wish there were more craps so the craps people would lose more.
No,
I hate that these guys
way.
just hit their point.
I don't feel that way. I feel like you got to worry
when
the
Tillman,
books are getting their ass handed.
Why do we have to worry? That's our job, is to beat the books.
Yeah. Well, you just got to worry because all of that marble and gold and everything.
You ain't getting money.
Away.
They're not paying you. They're not going to sleep with you, John, as much as you want the sports book to do well. The sports books are not going to sleep with you.
They're not going to sleep with you, bro.
They're not going to sleep with you, bro. That's the Twitter. Have you ever seen that, John? If you try to have someone's back,
yeah,
like LeBron is this, or Pat Mahomes is this, and this, he's not going to F you, bro. Like, or especially if you do it for like Mina Kimes, or, some female.
Yeah, someone.
Like Caitlin Clark is this, or what's her name? Not Caitlin Clark, but her arch enemy. Angel Reese. Angel Reese is, she's not going to F you, bro. Stop. John Chill's not going to F you, John. Stop.
I don't want that. I know John Chill. I don't want that. Trust me.
You know what? We're going to be there soon, too. We're going to be there soon. You better make sure
next week.
Yeah, we're going to be there next Monday and Tuesday. Yeah.
I got to tell my wife. She doesn't know. As soon as I get back from
She doesn't know.
the Senior Bowl, I forgot to tell her.
That
When
seems
is the
good
Senior
for you.
Bowl?
I'm leaving here after this segment. I got to get on a plane. Yeah, I got to get on a plane and head out to. I'll be doing the show from Mobile Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And I come back Thursday night.
Turn your camera on.
Maybe.
No, turn your camera on.
We're going to need you to turn your camera on.
Why?
Yeah,
Why? For what?
Because if there's some breaking, mostly because people
you guys
watching
can pull a video and try to put me out of context.
No,
make me look
We
bad.
don't do that anymore. That was an old regime. We don't do that anymore. It's just in case something happens that they want video for. They want to capture it and have you not a disembodied voice on the video.
Listen, and it's going to be in your hotel room. We know there ain't going to be nobody in there with you.
Well lit,
we know
too.
That.
It's not well lit.
You'll find a spot. There are
I'm
lamps.
not going to find a spot. I'm not going
lamps.
to put a lamp on. I'm going to do the least amount possible to help you with video.
Why? It's not me.
Because there's not enough people watching on video for us to care.
Go get one of those ring fill lights. And
they're $684 right now.
There's enough people that if they clip it, that's enough. That's the point. Not necessarily specifically for the live stuff, but for the video.
To try to
we
trip
don't
us
do
up and
that
get us
anymore.
fired.
It's a full segment of just
We do
conversation. Not anymore. We don't do that.
We
Sam's
do
not
that.
doing that to you.
Yeah, she'll do it.
She's not.
No. Just bring your camera and
just
turn
bring the
it on.
laptop and open it up. It's
And
fine.
Open it up. That's all.
You
That's
guys
all.
are so.
Put a hat on. Pull it as low as you want. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
That's
you guys
fine.
are so worried about
We know you haven't washed your hair in months.
months. I've
What,
got dreads.
You trying to
under
get
here.
dreads? What are you talking about?
My daughter had dreads. She had a dread.
Purposeful?
Growing. No.
No.
I took a special trip to the. Like she just didn't. She washed it all the time, but you got to comb it, Monty.
Yeah. Well, she's always homeschooled. Wouldn't she have to comb her hair?
Homeschool kid who swims all the time gets that chlorine. Like she
Never has to comb her hair.
She takes swimming 5 days a week. You gotta comb that. You gotta put
gotta
detangler.
comb that, Monty.
And yeah, like hey Rasta, I said wagwan fam, what you doing there, blood? I'm learning a lot of new things, by the way, from Top Boy.
Did you ask Marty if she's got that food?
Yeah, bruv, you got my peas, bruv.
My peas.
Can we say
You got
that
pea for the peas for the
that
food,
Marty
bruv.
had nappy hair or no?
No,
I'm not
It was
sure.
more tangled
It's
than
more-
nappy.
Yeah, her hair is a texture that's tangled is the word we use.
Tangled,
Wagwan.
tangled up in blues. Oh, by the way, did you guys see? Have you seen the Bob Dylan movie?
No, not yet. I did see the Conclave. I was watching that when Dell came in. I was having my lunch watching the Conclave. It was pretty good.
I saw Conclave, and we saw this weekend. We saw.
How is the Bob Dylan movie?
The Bob Dylan movie. It was good. Hey, Timothy, he's a good actor, bro.
He is.
Did you
He's just
did you
such
see
a
him at
little.
all on Saturday Night Live?
No.
Really good.
Oh,
Really
what?
good. Saturday Night Live is actually good again.
That's off the
I'm
air.
not laughing at SNL. I'm laughing at what Lance said off the air. He used a term for Chalamet, which is appropriate, but not for the air.
Derogatory. It was derogatory in nature.
Yeah.
He's all right. Like, and
You
my
wanna
wife
spit
thinks
in
he's
his mouth,
cute.
probably.
My wife's
Oh,
like, oh,
ugh.
Timothy Chalamet's a cutie patootie. Like, what are you talking about? This guy's the biggest
you mean?
waif I've ever seen.
I think objectively, most women think he's attractive. She's not
you
out of
kidding?
line.
He goes out with a with
Kylie?
a Jenner.
He ain't getting that.
What do you
Are
mean?
you kidding me?
What do you? Oh,
Yeah, you don't want to follow
explain.
behind it.
Explain. What do you mean? What do you mean he ain't getting that? Go ahead, explain.
He's an industry plant.
No, at this point, no.
Well, the Jenners are.
Well, we actually know where they
Which
come
Jenner?
from.
Which Jenner?
Kylie,
Not the.
Kylie
Which one
Jenner.
does he pull? Kylie.
Oh.
The one used to be with Travis Scott. Kylie Jenner.
What are you doing, bro?
What do you mean?
You don't want to do
It
that.
hasn't hurt him. The career continues up on the trajectory.
She's like, "Are you
He's gonna catch
finished? Are you
something?
done yet?
What do
I
you-
just want to get on
Listen
with
to
my
him.
day.
Listen to him.
I just want to get on with my day. Hurry up,
Hurry
Timothy.
up.
Hurry up.
Maybe she wants a
This
nice.
is doing nothing for me.
Maybe she wants a nice waif, or that word you called him.
He is. He reminds me of one of those elves from y'all's movie, with the, Gandalf and all that stuff. Remember those little wafy little elves?
He's 5'10".
They're
He's
called
not that.
hobbits.
He's
They're
thin.
called
but
No, the ones with the. You know what he reminds me of?
He's talking
Steven
about an
Tyler's.
elf.
He reminds me of Steven
He's talking
Tyler's
about
daughter.
Legolas.
He's got a body type of Steven Tyler's daughter.
Yeah, in that
in that movie.
Steven Tyler's
Liv
daughter?
Tyler's daughter?
Liv Tyler's. He's got a
Liv
Liv Tyler body. Yes.
He's got more of a Steven Tyler body. He's thin too.
Yeah.
What are you
Yeah,
talking
I
about?
guess more Steven Tyler. That's
Yeah.
true.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah, out here.
he's got.
I just don't like Timothy Chalamet.
You don't like him because he's
You know what?
successful,
I either, but-
and women like him. You're hating.
Actually,
The word is you're hating.
I'm a hater. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, you are a hater. I mean,
Does he really sing, John? Is that him singing his own?
It is. He sang. It's him singing, and he did it on Saturday Night Live too. He covered a Bob Dylan song.
Really? He sang.
Yeah.
He was like musical guest, or was he
Yeah.
just at the beginning where he sang a couple?
No. He did it in the show.
He did a whole song.
A whole song. Yeah.
Oh wow! I'll have to not watch that.
If you ain't got no haters, you ain't popping.
Yeah. I don't know why you hating.
Well, we know why he's hating. He's young. He's successful.
Yeah, I just want him to.
And women like him.
I'm just praying on his downfall. That's all. No big deal.
The triple threat of things why guys hate a guy.
Yeah.
Women like him. He's young and he's successful.
And he's successful. I mean, like it's not. This is not any kind of new thing.
Yeah, we don't
This
need
is just garden
we don't need a therapist.
variety.
Garden
Yeah, it's just garden variety.
hate.
Hate.
That's all it is.
I'm the Silky Johnson of this show right now.
So yeah,
Sean McVay. You already know there was a time where I was hating on Sean McVay.
Yeah,
I like to spit in his mouth while he sleeps.
Well, if Timothy
Nothing
Chalamet
he
didn't
did.
have Kylie Jenner, she'd be open for you possibly.
No,
so
gross.
I could see that.
Gross. That's rude.
Gross. I'm a Nicole Zerline stan.
Okay.
No, you're a Dua Lipa stan. You may be married to Nicole Zerline.
Dua Lipa's gross too.
Well, she's a Jessica Alba guy.
That's true. We found that
there
out.
we go.
Yeah. Oh, all of a sudden, look at that.
Yeah.
Album Muse is
It's
your
more
Twitter
age
account.
appropriate. It's just Jessica Alba's more age appropriate.
Okay.
If Nicole gets out of line.
But you know who's
better check her, Lance.
Gulf Coast Chevy appropriate? Craig the Surf.
Yeah, Craig the Surf never gets out of line. And if anyone ever were to get out of line at his car dealership, they're gone. First of all, the way that he does business, when he was here, David Taylor years ago, and then when you had all these different dealerships, when they sold and they were no longer a family operation, because he was there because it was family owned and operated. And at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC, it's family owned and operated. That's what he's about. He doesn't like these big conglomerates where they push you around. He said, look, it's got to be about customer service, number one. Not surprising since they've won the Customer Service Index award year after year after year. It's got to be about prices. It's got to be about service. I don't want to hassle or hustle anyone. We want them to come in and buy a second, third, and fourth car. Everyone in the family to buy from us. All the people they work with and friends and family members, neighbors. And that's how they do business. And it's not a surprise that they have so much success because the way they do business is the way that you want it to go. It's a big ticket purchase, and you want to enjoy the experience. You want to enjoy the new car experience. You don't want to come out of there in a bad mood in a new car. And you're never going to have that. Whether it's a Chevy Silverado, the GMC Sierra pickup truck, the Buick Enclave, I don't care what it is. You're going to love the car buying experience, and they're going to make it a good one for you. It's Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. It's my man Craig the Surf out in Angleton. Head on out there today, save big, and enjoy the car buying experience.
Well, Dell, you forgot Gulf Coast windows, but that's okay. We will do news of the weird here. And we will talk right now about the Taliban has conditionally agreed to allow Afghan girls to study in Pakistan, where they can't study in Afghanistan, but they can go to Pakistan and study. Do you feel like girls should study at all, Del, or like the Taliban doesn't feel?
I feel like women should be able to do whatever they so choose, John.
You
I am
do?
not in a position, or will I ever want to be in a position where I'm telling women what to do.
Huh. That's weird. That is weird.
It seems very normal to not take part in mandating what another person does.
A man who had been banned from entering any Walmart, arrested on theft charges at Walmart.
Well, if he's
I've
banned,
never understood. Somebody brought this up. The guy who's been banned from the Eagles games, you know, that guy that pulled the ball out of Mookie Betts' hand, he's banned now from any games. He can't go. How are you supposed to enforce that? Right? I mean, is this guy's picture at every Walmart that he can't go in? No. How are you going to enforce that?
It's fake. That rule is fake. No one has the time or energy to do what needs to be done to keep people out of games.
Fed up with alcoholic husbands, 2 women leave home and marry each other in the UP, Upper Pradesh.
That doesn't seem like a punishment for the men. Huh? This doesn't feel like a punishment for the men. Oh, you're going to leave me and I don't have to be married anymore?
Listen, now I can drink in peace?
Yeah, I don't have to listen to you complain. Right. You knew who I was. I didn't become an alcoholic yesterday. You got into this knowing who I was.
Yeah, you know who I am. Apparently an elementary school student went permanently blind after eating too many chicken nuggets. Do you feel like chicken nuggets make you go blind or something else makes you go blind?
Well, I'm not going to speculate on this because they're elementary school kids. Feels like a place I don't want to go. Asking the question you're asking, I'm going to go the nuggets made them blind. Or do we have a particular brand who did it? Like, obviously, we think of chicken nuggets, we think of McDonald's, but we don't know. They could be like store-bought. Tyson. Do we know what made them blind?
No. Well, no one knows. I'm not going to say what the brand is because then they'll sue me for saying stuff.
You're not saying it made them blind. They're being accused of that. Is that in the article? Did they tell us what type of nuggets? Because I'd like to know.
Yeah. I've already closed it, so I don't know.
That's always the rub with these things. I asked you because I knew you didn't do enough research.
No, I didn't do any research. The U.S. Rep. Lauren Boebert, did you hear what she did? Apparently, she called out a man in the ladies' room in the Capitol building.
Well, that's her first mistake.
Right. Apparently, she thought she saw Democratic U.S. Representative Sarah McBride, the first transgender member of Congress, inside the women's bathroom. And it wasn't her. And it was somebody else that she was calling a man.
Well, maybe just go to the bathroom. Maybe not have a confrontation in the bathroom. You're asking for trouble. You know what? When I go to the bathroom, I'm not looking to call anyone. I just want to get in, get out. It's stinky. Let me get out of this bathroom and go about my day. I'm going to the bathroom probably in an hour, and I'm not looking for a confrontation.
Yeah, if you're going to call out somebody for being in the wrong bathroom, you probably should have someone who is actually transgender and not a woman who just looks like a man.
I was at House of Blues, and there was a woman, clearly a woman, in the elevator, and she was sitting on the stool, and she was running the elevator up and down. You needed a certain ticket to get up to the top level, and she appeared to be pregnant. You know what I did do? Go over there and go, hey, how far along are you? Because I remember the story you told, and every stupid comedy I've ever seen, it ends in disaster. No comment. I said, thank you, ma'am, for helping me get to the seats, not talking about your potential child.
You and your big stomach. Thank you. That's what you should have said.
No.
That big gut of yours.
No, that's not what you say to anyone. That big gut of yours.
Apparently, the UK Royal Navy mistook farting whales for Russian drones They almost had an event because they thought that farting whales were Russian drones. Do you feel like farting whales are a lot like Russian drones?
You know, I watch a lot of shows like this where we're near a nuclear catastrophe, and I always think it's unrealistic. Apparently, the people actually in charge are dumber than the people on television and movies. We were near a near catastrophic event because you couldn't discern the difference between farts from a whale and something else.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a lot of fear for this world.
Though. Yet there's a reason that this stuff, and you don't believe it in movies. Well, it actually happens.
I got a lot of fear, but at least in the movies, it's like, oh, we're not sure this Russian sub is really out to get us, and it turns out some rogue Russian who doesn't want to go to war. This one is just a farting whale, and we're going to go to war over that? Nope.
Right.
I don't have a lot of hope. Not a lot of hope.
We started a nuclear war because of a farting whale.
It'd be the way the planet gets back at us.
Yeah. Hey, we're done. Mopey and Mapes up next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I'm talking about Aqueduct Plumbing right now. I'm talking about Billy Brown. I'm talking about making that brown go down, okay? After the cold, I'm sure there are pipes in this city that burst, okay? If you had a pipe that burst, I don't know what your outdoor pipes, I don't know what's going on there. You might not know what's going on there. If you're having water problems ever since the freeze, there's a chance that you got problems, okay? And if you got problems, 281-488-6238. Let Aqueduct Plumbing, I'm sure those guys are really, really, really busy right now. I'm sure it's going to be awfully difficult. But listen, especially if you've got water that's spouting up in your home, you got to get that shut down right now. Right now. And you need Aqueduct Plumbing. Maybe once you shut the water off, maybe you can give them a little bit of time and they will get there or whatever. But I'm telling you here and now, Aqueduct Plumbing Company are the guys to call. They'll come with a free consultation. They'll come with knowledge. They're going to come with a way that they can fix. They're going to come and they're going to get the job done. The plumbing industry does not have a great reputation. I trust Billy and I trust his guys. I've seen it, not with just mine, but they inspected my sister-in-law. Her water bill was crazy. And she said, they came over, they looked, they said, no, you got to call the water company because none of your pipes are leaking. And they didn't charge her. That's the way they do business at Aqueduct Plumbing. This is the way that they go about things. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com, 281-488-6238, or AqueductPlumbingCompany.com. Tell them you heard it here. Talking about my man Jim Fiume now over at Gulf Coast Windows. How about a free consultation? I go to the website, and a pop-up comes up, and it's a real person, a live person, here to help if you have a question. A free consultation on whatever it is. You want to send them pictures of your windows? Do you want to have them come out and measure your windows? Do you want to go into the facility and see their showroom? You can do all of those things, okay? Let them come to your home, but you're going to have to pick the windows that you want. And they've got windows and doors that are phenomenal. The aluminum windows or the vinyl windows or the hurricane windows or the wood-clad windows. New. If you've got a new home and you want to pick the windows, get to the showroom and see. Fantastic. Or doors, the French doors, the sliding patio doors, the storm doors, the wood-clad doors. Fantastic. Listen, you're not going to find a better window in the market. You're not going to find better installation. You're not going to find a better warranty. You're not going to find a company that is more consistent and with a better rating from the Better Business Bureau. You're going to find all of those things at one place. Gulf Coast Windows. GulfCoastWindows.com. Tell Jim Fiume that you heard it right here. 713-849-5454 at GulfCoastWindows.com.
Those Friday news dumps really hit different. We have been a show in the past that gets the news as it's happening. We're on a bit of a cold streak. We had a discussion about what D'Amico Ryans was going to do with Bobby Slowick, and hours later, we found out what he was going to do. He fired him. Bobby Slowick out as the Texans offensive coordinator, and the giant fan cast name, because there are some connections, is Chip Kelly. We'll get into that. There was a championship weekend to discuss, and I am a contrarian by nature, but the level of disdain most of the viewing public has for the Kansas City Chiefs, I won't say I'm rooting hard for them, but I wouldn't mind 3 in a row. I wouldn't mind. They want to do something historic. That's fine with me. That's fine. At this point, I'm rooting for the Eagles. Is that the option? all of you, at least people on social media, selling the Eagles as a viable option. Nah, you ain't tricking me. I'm not doing that. That city doesn't deserve any joy. You might think Kansas City doesn't either, but I particularly think the city of Philadelphia deserves no joy. You can take that L. You can have the Sixers as an L, an all-time L, and then who knows what the Phillies would do out here rooting for that dirty-ass, trash-ass city. Shout out to Denzel Mims. But so we'll get into the Commanders giving that game away. The entire team not playing up to the level of their rookie quarterback, particularly on offense, all the turnovers that had nothing to do with Jaden Daniels. But there it is. That happened. We had the Astros, which I'm not sure it's real. Like the Alex Bregman excitement, I get it. But if we're gonna play some sound from Dana Brown later, but he didn't sound like someone who feels like he's on the verge of a deal. Maybe he's playing coy. Maybe he doesn't want to jump out in front of anything before it happens. But listening to him, it's like, yeah, he's out there. We're talking. I'm talking to Scott Boris, that is. But I feel like the internet noise is bigger than where they actually are, and a lot of people got excited because Altuve spoke, Dana Brown spoke, the Ryan Presley trade went through. Speaking of something that happened after we were done, Ryan Presley waives his no trade, so he's now a Cub. He joins Kyle Tucker, and the Astros are paying a pretty good portion of that salary. They get a low-level prospect back. It's a move to get off that salary, and maybe Ryan Presley will be happy. There's a nice note, I believe, from his wife on social media you can read too. So a lot of things happen. And of course, we didn't even talk basketball. The Rockets, the Cougs, a lot of good stuff on the floor for the Houston teams. But Slowick's gone. And it felt like as soon as D'Amico spoke that anybody who was really positive about or really believing Slowick was going to come back, maybe you start to question that. I didn't think he was going to get fired. I didn't think D'Amico Ryans would fire him after year two, particularly because there was a easy out by firing the O-line coach and Chris Strauss. So he's gone, and a guy who people thought would replace him is gone too. Their assistant O-line coach is out the door too. So it looks like they're going to completely change and clean that stuff out. All the stuff that went poorly for them this year, you can point to your O-line, you can point to the OC and say, okay, we're going to start fresh. And generally your OC will be someone who's advocating for an O-line coach. So you expect the OC hire and a recommendation for the O-line coach, and they'll be they'll be on the same line of thinking as far as how they want this offense to run. I wonder if D'Amico has an idea about what he wants it to look like, or is he just going to hire a guy that he likes and he will handle it all? Does D'Amico Ryans have a particular way he wants his offense to look? That is, I think, more a thing on the college level, where despite the fact that they're not really offensive experts, college coaches, whether they're defensive guys or O-line coaches by trade, they want their offense to run a certain way. They want their program to feel a certain way, so they go hire a guy to run the offense that way. Does D'Amico feel the same way? What does he want his offense to look like? Does he want it to look like Baltimore's? Not with the Lamar Jackson running stuff, but be a power running offense? Does he want more spread concepts? And that's where the Chip Kelly name comes in. They have a connection. D'Amico played under him when he was in Philly. That's my biggest thought. He went with someone he knew the first time around and a system he was familiar with because he watched it day after day when he was in San Francisco. Does he go different this time? Do we see more of what people have been clamoring for with CJ Stroud? Let's spread him out. Let's let him make quick decisions. Some of that Ohio State stuff, the stuff before Chip Kelly got there, that people think would best benefit their quarterback. Beyond the firing, which a lot of people were applauding, what's next? Because he may have a connection with Bobby Slowick, and it may have been something that he did not want to do, but he felt like he had to. But as Sean and I always look to when it comes to this stuff, mostly on the college level, the hire is more important. There's more relief when the guy gets fired that you don't want there anymore. And then we get into the coaching carousel and the coaching board about who are the top names. And is it going to be a guy who he promotes from within? I think the easy choice, I can't say it's wrong because I don't know Gerard Johnson. I don't know how good he would be, but that feels like one that would be a little disappointing when you can throw out a giant name like Chip Kelly. So where does he go? What does he want? And we'll find that out as he makes a hire. I hope it's something that gives his quarterback ownership. Like, we know what's going on in LA with the Chargers. They won't come out and say it, but they've taken stuff off of Justin Herbert's plate. They have made that a offensive line running team. That's how they're built. That's what Jim Harbaugh knows. Are we going to see that here? That means I think you need to retool the offensive line. You drafted and signed a lot of guys for a particular system. So I don't think it's as simple as just hiring or firing Bobby Sloak and hiring a new OC. Now we're talking about personnel. Are you hiring someone that fits the current personnel, or is it going to take a year for you, or maybe Caserio does it quicker, to find the particular pieces to fit what you want to do? And if it's considering how much you've invested in that O-line, does that play a part in who you hire? You're not going to hire a guy who's going to make your current pieces ill-fitting. So I think it's not as simple as, just go get Chip Kelly. Does Titus Howard play well in the Chip Kelly system? Do your recent draft picks play well in that type of system, or do you need to go find someone who better fits what you have? We will see. I mean, Blake Fisher's athletic. You think of athleticism when it comes to Chip Kelly. Titus Howard is not a slug. And, of course, Larry Tunsil's really athletic, too. So it feels like you have some guys, but that interior is still a problem. And that needs to be corrected before I feel good about whoever you hire. So there it is. Sloak out. DeMeco made a tough decision. Maybe he felt it was pretty easy, but that one is made, and now I think the tougher one comes with who you get. And you don't have any more of the you don't have the firing of a OC or O-line coach to fall back on. Now, if the offense runs poorly, it's on him. 2 years in, you make the playoffs a couple of times. The positivity with you is still there. There have been some questionable decisions he makes in game when it comes to kicking field goals, not kicking them, going for it or not. Okay, young coach, you hope he figures it out. You get one of these, particularly when you're a defensive coach. You can fire your OC the first time, and everyone's like, damn it, we love it. That second time, if you have to do it, all the people who run the Twitter and talk about how DeMeco Ryans is a good young coach, that'll flip to, how come he can't hire the right OC? Why is he wasting C.J. Stroud? So this one has to be right, and it has to hit quickly. Bobby Sloak was allowed to learn on the job, and he didn't learn well enough for most people, and that's why he's gone. I don't think he can hire another young coordinator who hasn't done this before. The next year plus, the next 2 seasons are too important, and of course that has to do with CJ being on a rookie deal, but also just strictly his development. Where are you going as a franchise? You don't want to stagnate. And year 2 can be looked at as a year where you didn't make any progressions. In fact, in most people's eyes, you got worse. And I would say that's right. You weren't as good of a team as you were last year, particularly on offense. Your defense, yes. But we all know, despite how good that defense has been, everyone cares about the progression of your starting quarterback. So we will see what the Texans have to offer as far as hires. I think most people, once the Chip Kelly name was floated out, will be disappointed if that's not the hire. I don't even know that Chip Kelly wants an NFL job. We just know that NFL people are interested in him.
That feels very college football, especially with the head coach opening. It's like, well, we got to ask John Gruden if he wants to be the coach.
Of course.
We have to fly the private plane to his house. And
make him say no.
Just see if Urban Meyer wants to unretire to coach us. And then, no, he doesn't. All right, now to the serious candidate.
Yes. We did what you wanted.
Yeah, we
put in the effort.
We made the big swing.
And he had no interest, so now we go to guys who we know would like to coach here, and we'll see which one's the best option.
Hey, listen, Miss Terry was looking at houses in Austin, all right?
That's what we heard.
They were close. Nick Saban thought about it. We made Nick Saban say no, and then hired Charlie Strong.
A real come down.
You can tell that's a very formative coaching search in my young life.
It's the one. Yeah, trust me. I grew up at a time where John Gruden's to Miami was a thing, where
John Gruden to everybody.
Where sites were putting out that this was going to happen. Like alleged accredited journalists who cover the team were telling everyone this is going to happen. This is close. It wasn't close. Wasn't close. And then who do we wind up with? Was it Shannon or Golden? I don't remember which one they went to. But yeah. So
Bengals
I know
defensive coordinator Al Golden. Wow.
Yes.
Great coach.
Great defensive mind. Defensive head coach or defensive coordinator. Great head coach.
Well dressed head coach.
Silly. I would say he was dressed silly for being the head coach at a place where it gets to 100 degrees in a September in the fall. That's a silly way to go about things, just like how he ran that program for the most part. So there it is. But let's go back to things that didn't disappoint me or Sean. Can the Texans go get the right guy and start to build an offense that everyone could be happy with? I doubt everyone will be happy, but at least let's win the press conference, right? Although there likely won't be one for an OC. Let's win the PR release.
Yeah.
Let's win the breaking news thing from Schefter and Rappaport.
That Wednesday when we hire him, that Wednesday afternoon, the graphic will go crazy.
Yeah. We can come on here and talk about, man, D'Amico got his guy. That's what we want. We want to know that he targeted a guy, his first choice, didn't get turned down and got his guy. That's how you win the PR. And then we wait.
Yeah.
Because, winning PR is very important.
It is.
It matters in October.
Have a picture of Cal and Chip Kelly throwing up the H. That's going to do numbers.
I would say Chip Kelly won't be a part of that. He doesn't seem like he's down for the silliness. I don't think he's taken any promo photos with Cal.
No.
I would say in the reason that we don't see Chip Kelly in a photo of Cal. Not in a planned sense. They may be next to each other and someone catches a candid, but I don't think Chip Kelly's posing for any photos.
Yeah. I think if you hire Chip Kelly, you have to do a press conference. It's Chip Kelly.
It is a big name, so I guess you would have to do it.
I don't think you actually do a press conference.
No, you don't. You don't do press conferences for OCs.
But him holding up a jersey, holding up a Texans polo shirt
does he do, or pullover?
Yeah.
Does he do media availability? Yes. But I don't think it'll be a full-on presser with Cal and Hannah sitting off to the side.
Yeah, I don't even know when the next time he would talk would be.
Combine? When's the next time D'Amico's talking? The Combine? Senior Bowl? Will he be at the Senior Bowl? Will he talk then? It's a perfect time to fire a guy. You fire him after you say all your goodbyes and you tell the media about how things didn't go exactly how you want it. You'll evaluate. You fire him, and then when's the next time you have to talk? When's the next time D'Amico Ryans actually has to speak?
Probably the Combine.
I think so, unless he makes himself available at like the Senior Bowl.
But even then, that's like more of a scrum type thing. It's not him at a podium.
He doesn't have to be there. It could be scouts and the GM, and then that would be up to Caserio if he wants to speak. So there it is. Dustin asked, can Chip Kelly grill Cal burgers?
I think he can.
I mean, he can grill burgers. I don't think he's doing it for Cal.
Yeah, because Cal normally does that during training camp or mini camp. Normally, the offensive coordinator's busy. I don't know what Bobby Slug was doing. I don't know what Bobby Slug was
doing. You know what he was doing. He was installing an
I know
offense.
what he was trying to do. But yeah, I think Chip Kelly.
Would you excuse Bobby Slug more if you actually was grilling burgers with Cal? Like,
I would.
Okay, I can understand.
I would. I'd be like, okay, that makes sense why the same problems in week 2 were problems in week 20.
If Cal commandeered all his time.
Yeah, it feels just like,
Yeah. The lack of growth, the lack of improvement, that hurts. Like, if you're talking about things you can point to and go, well, this is why you're gone.
Yeah.
Sure, the offensive line is bad, and that's not all on you. Hell, John and Lance had a giant discussion very early in the show about whose fault that is and how much Bobby Slug has to do with offensive line play and their inability to pick up the most basic of stunts. There was a difference of opinion, considering one of them is the son of an offensive line coach and the other is, well, an ex-quarterback, so he certainly would have some thoughts on it too. But the lack of improvement, the same problems, no matter what the personnel was, no matter who you're playing against, same issues. You can point to and go, okay, this team's going to run a stunt and likely get home or put your quarterback in a bad situation. So he's gone. We'll see who they hire. We will get to anyone who wants to get in on this or anything else. You can call in 713-780-3776. Perhaps you have thoughts on all the news, if you want to call it that. The Ryan Presley trade is news. All the other stuff is just rumors about Altuve going to left, which he has acknowledged. He spoke. We'll play some of that, and whether Alex Bregman is going to be an Astro again. I mean, Ken Rosenthal certainly thinks so. He said if he had to make a prediction, I'll let him tell you what he said. But he does think Bregman's going to be an Astro again. Dana Brown, a little more non-committal. So we'll get to that. And as I said, we'll get to championship weekend, and we'll also talk about the basketball because the Rockets tend to dominate against the best in the league. I mean, they get there unsteady, but they usually wind up winning. So we'll talk about that at some point today. So we're just getting started here. We will be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
I'm fighting through the pain, Sean. It's I should have known this was coming. Because I talked last week about going to see Fanagram at House of Blues on Saturday. I made a spur of the moment decision to go to House of Blues on Friday to see a show because a band I've listened to since they came to Warped Tour like in 04 and 05. Silverstein was at House of Blues too. I'm like, you know what? I ain't got nothing to do. Let's go back to back. Let's go back to back. So I went to it was Thursday in Silverstein on Friday night and then Fanagram on Saturday. I've got my I do what a lot of the dummies simps do. I went and bought something from the merch guys on Friday. Got the Silverstein sweatshirt on, and very comfortable, lighter than I imagined. So I appreciate that. I thought it was going to be a little stuffy, but it's not. So
thanks for the review.
No, it's great. I'm surprised by how comfortable it is, actually. So I went there, and I thought to myself, I'll be fine, right? I know it's a little chilly, but I'm going to get inside. Yep. Woke up yesterday with the problem. Got the sore throat, got the aches. I'm fine, but I should have known.
Mm-hmm.
I should have known.
You don't have it in you to do back to back.
I don't have it in me to be around people in a crowd back to back. I was asking for trouble. Like the Saturday show, I went with the general admission on Friday, just to be in the crowd because it's a different vibe. Singing along, didn't get in the pit though because what am I? I'm an adult. I'm not getting in the pit anymore. That's crazy. But on Saturday I had seats, so I sat up in in the upper level and watch Fanagram do their thing. Great shows both nights. Just didn't have it in me. I'm not built for this, unfortunately. So there it is. Only one. Maybe the weather had a part to play, but I'm not built for the back-to-back nights around groups of people.
Yeah, the immune system is
not built for it. And
you gotta fire your white blood cells, coach.
I will say, Friday night's crowd, rough.
Oh,
it's just a bunch of dudes who want to get in a pit and like they don't care. Like they're trying to get up to the front, so they'll just walk through you. You're lucky if one of them goes, "Hey, excuse me," or they'll pat you as they walk by. Most guys like running through you, and as an adult, you're like, "All right, man. I really should say something," but it's the vibes, it's the music. You're not going to say anything. You understand what's going on. On Saturday, much different crowd. And by that, far more ladies in the Fanagram crowd than the Thursday Silverstein crowd. I didn't get bumped at all. No one tried to run through me to get to the front. So that was nice.
So one of the dudes got you sick.
It's likely. I will say there was awkward dancing at the Fanagram shows. A woman just got up for the second song. It's a song you get up and dance to. She's not great at it. It got awkward. I had to turn my head not to pay attention to how awkward she was and listen to the music. But hey, you want to awkwardly dance to one of your favorite songs? I will judge you on my show the next time I can.
Yeah.
But I don't know your name, so it's fine. House of Blues, they do it right. Just ask that some of their patrons cover their mouths. All right. Let's get to Eric. Eric, what would you like to talk about?
Great show, number one in the city. Yeah, I was reading on ESPN 97.5 Sports Map that the way the Astros treated Presley was shameful. Finally, do you think this will free up some money to Sam Brady? When he left, the hurt was so bad and deep. I don't know if I can take it anymore if he comes back, if he does this to us again. And also, are you going to see 28 years later? I'll hang up the listen.
I will see 28 years later. I've seen the first two. I will see that one. Shameful, huh? I'm going to SportsMap right now because I like to verify before I actually believe what you're saying. And the only article I see is from the AP that's been posted on SportsMap. So I don't see anything where they say the shameful treatment of Ryan Presley. Ryan Presley agreed to the no trade. He's off to Chicago. A lot of it after he agreed to the trade was like, what a hero, what he did for us. He was great in 2022, so on and so forth. Everyone who might have slandered him in 2024 on their accounts did not go there in honoring him for what he did. And that's kind of how it goes. He gave the organization an out that he did not need to. He did not need to agree to a trade, but he did. So he's with Chicago, and everyone started to credit him for that and all the things he did while he was here. He was great in 2022. Why the move out of the closing spot affected him so much, at least it appeared to, I don't know. Closers might just be like kickers, where something that takes them out of their routine changes them in a way that harms their performance. And Ryan Presley seemed like a different pitcher. He's always been Stressley, where he'll let a guy on, and it'll be a tough spot. And it went from you being very relaxed about how this game's going to end until when you're like, oh man, we're one swing away from this game being tied. He would usually get out of it.
He'll just then strike out the side after walking the bases loaded.
Yeah. He would get out of it. That was not the case as much last year. You would say he performed below expectations, where we went from 7, 8, 9 being one of the more dominant trios in all of baseball, harkening back to the days of Dotel and Lidge and Wagner, who just made the Hall of Fame. No, Lidge. No, yeah. Wagner
made the Hall of Fame.
Lidge, Wagner.
Dotel's still waiting.
No, I was trying to remember the order.
Oh, okay.
I know those two aren't in the Hall. I meant Dotel, Lidge, and Wagner. That trio was what we saw last year, at least what we hoped to see last year, was supposed to match that. It did not. And Hader started that off really early with not coming up big early in a series. So he's gone, but Ryan Presley was a big part of this team's success, and he will have fond memories of this place. You listen or you read what his wife said about his time here, and they certainly love this place. And it was a tough decision, not because they hated this place. They loved it here. They didn't want to leave. And I guess the Cubs convinced them that it'd be a good spot to be, and now they're gone. And I'm sure Ryan Presley will be remembered fondly. I don't remember what else he asked about besides 28 weeks later.
Bregman.
Or years later. Bregman. We'll play the sound from Dana Brown. You can be the judge. Altuve certainly wants him back. We'll hear from Dana Brown when we come back. Willie PICU. Anyone else want to get in, you can. 713-780-3776. You can listen to Dana Brown and be the judge of whether trading Ryan Presley means that Alex Bregman's a lock to come back. Listening to the GM of the Astros, I would say, slow down a little bit, everyone. As excited as you are, it feels like there's still some stuff to work through. So we'll hear from Dana Brown when we come back. But first, Sean's going to tell you about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. And the big game is set. It's coming up. It's going to be the Eagles. It's going to be the Chiefs. And the Prize Picks is giving you a chance to win some money. A very easy chance to win some money. In fact, Patrick Mahomes is going to be the discounted player. If Patrick Mahomes passes for more than 1/2 of a yard, you are on your way to making money on the big game. So what you're going to do, you're going to download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. Now you can either take that Mahomes basically free square, or maybe you look at some other options. NBA is going to be going all until the summer. You got college basketball. You got, even if you scroll all the way to the right, you got MLB full season projections already up. If you think that Yordan Alvarez is going to hit over his projected amount of home runs, you can choose more. If you think maybe it's going to be less, you choose less. Now, so you're going to download Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES. Get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. You don't even need to win to get that money. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks. Run your game.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Normally, I would get to Willie P quickly, but I imagine this is about Man U beating Fulham yesterday with that deflected goal and then you guys clearing one off the line. So you can wait because I imagine that's what this is going to be about. Let's hear from Dana Brown first. Dana Brown, of course, asked about Alex Bregman. All that buzz just the last couple of days, actually, about is Bregman going to be back with the Astros? Ken Rosenthal thinks so. Bob Nightingale kind of lit the fire by talking about if they can get off of Presley's money, it opens them up as a real contender to bring Bregman back. And I got people excited. Well, here's Dana Brown when asked about Bregman. Where do Bregman and the Astros stand?
Yeah, I mean, of course, Bregman's still a free agent. The interesting thing is, when we made some trades and some moves this offseason, we never realized that, Bregman would still be, on the market at this time. So, but, I mean, I think we've had some conversation, and I could kind of leave it there. But, we've had some conversation. And as I mentioned, the interesting thing is that he's still available. So it's not as if we're not talking about him. So we've had some conversation.
So the door is not shut?
I would say it's cracked. Right? So it's the fact that he's still available, it just makes it interesting. Like, man, this guy's such a good player. He's done so many wonderful things here. And so, we'll stick with the cracked door and see what our conversations lead to.
Can you say they've been positive conversations?
Yes, I would say that they're positive.
Man, he's still a free agent. Look at that. Still available. Imagine that. Imagine our offer is one that isn't as bad as you might have thought, Scott. Look at that. He's such a great player, but, he's still available. Who would have thought? Dana Brown, you ain't fooling me. I sense passive-aggressive sarcasm, even if I have to project it on you and it's not real. Wow. Look. Interesting that he's still available. Such a great player. Maybe the Astros offer was fair. Market value even. Maybe even above. Who could have predicted? And yet, the door is still just cracked. Not wide open.
There's been so much door talk, by the way.
It's true.
Just door still open. Door's ajar. I think that was a Nightingale joint. Now it's cracked. I don't know if they're all basically saying the same thing, but cracked is less than ajar.
Yes, ajar feels like
it's less than 50% open, but more than like 25.
Yes, you can see into the room and what's going on. Cracked suggests that
it's barely
open. You can barely make out anything that's in that room. In fact, maybe you don't see anything at all.
Yeah. No, I don't think you can see anything. I think it's just like maybe if one room's dark and one room's light, you just see like the little streak of light just where the crack is.
Yeah, all Dana Brown said is it's not completely done, and mostly because he's still a free agent. Right?
Offer still on the table.
And we're talking and we've had positive conversations. Like, I'm positive that you're not going to get more money than what we've offered you. So now what? That's what I'm positive about. So we'll see what you want to do. Do you want to go with the Cubs and join up with Presley and Tucker on a short-term deal? Doesn't seem like you do. Oh, that's 6 years, nearly $60 million. Pretty good. Pretty good. Let's go. Funny if the Astros actually, it's not as much as you think we're going to offer you because the market suggests you're not worth it.
Price of the brick has gone down.
Exactly. All of a sudden, stepping on the product.
No, Alex Bregman hasn't stepped on. Still a great player.
Nah, the product has been stepped on. Sorry. Until proven otherwise, the product has been stepped on.
In March and April and May, stepped on.
Oh, definitely.
June, July, August?
Oh,
100%.
Different guy. Let's see what Alex Bregman commands. If he's even in a position to command anything at this point out here. Please, sir, can I have that deal again? We'll see.
Can I please have the biggest deal in Astros history? Please?
Can I have that deal? We will see. There was who knows? All these rumors are flying. Someone said I forgot who it was. Alex Bregman told this particular reporter that Bregman regrets turning down the initial offer. If that's true, then why don't you just accept the current one? If it's still the same, we'll see. All right, I've delayed it long enough. I imagine this man who's generally very jovial, likable guy, is coming on here to talk about a game that me and him are the only ones who care about in the city. What's up, Willie P?
Good morning, Dale. How you doing, man?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Look, I'm not bad. Look, let me say something. I wasn't even going to bring up the game because, like I was telling my wife yesterday, the Manchester United women's team is better than the men's team, and I've already sold this season.
Okay.
Like, we beat you 1-0 on a deflected shot, and then you guys are still ahead of us in the table. Like, I could care less. Like, once the Eagles game came on, I was done with that game.
Got it.
No, I actually called because I saw that you had went to the. You said you went to the Fantagram concert, and I saw them in 2016 at the Roots Picnic in Philly, and they were amazing, man. I mean, one of my favorite shows I've ever been to. It was like a festival, and they were killing it, and it was crazy because they had a lot of fans, but I guess the organizers didn't give them the recognition because they were one of the first acts to perform because the closing act was The Weeknd and ASAP Mom. And so, like, she performed really early, and "Fall in Love" is one of my favorite songs. Sean should definitely use that opening for when you guys come back from commercial. I think it fits for the show. But no, so real quick, I saw Gladiator 2 on Paramount Plus this weekend, and is it me or was Hanno and Robbie hitting a bowl after the first battle? I don't know, man. It just that action looked real familiar. The movie was actually pretty good, better than I expected, although it was very cliche at the end where, he kills Denzel and I'm the son of Marcus Aurelius, blah, blah, blah. But anyways, you guys have a good day. Oh, shout out La Salsa, stealing my bit last week. Think I didn't notice. He's the newest member of the Willie Ryder fan club, if you catch my meaning.
Understood.
You guys have a good day. Sean A. Mapes, what it do, baby?
Yeah, we got it. The Willie Ryder fan.
Caught that one.
We got it. That's not the first time he's done that. He's been doing that for a little bit now. Yeah, cliched is not a bad way to put Gladiator 2. It's fine. It's a fine movie. We talked about maybe Paul Mescal wasn't up to the moment.
Just he's Jalen Green. Still a little early.
Yeah, Jalen Green will get to the Cavs and the Rockets when we come back from break. Big win for them. Got the Celtics coming up here too. To Fantagram, Sarah Barthel is now they are a group, but he kept saying she. Sarah Barthel is her name. I saw them in Austin maybe now several years ago. Obviously saw them yesterday or Saturday. She closes. She doesn't do the song, but she makes sure it plays after she finishes the set. They finish the set. She plays J-Rock, Win. And she just dances on stage. It's part of the thing. They also are in a group with Big Boy. They're called Big Grams. I think they have one album out or maybe just an EP out. So, I mean, I won't call it a wall of noise, but it's loud. There's some trance and other elements to it, but I love that band. And if you like to see a skinny white girl dance to J-Rock at the end of the set, it's there for you too. So I don't know when they'll be back. It's their first headlining show in a while. I think they were a supporting act for Kings of Leon maybe last year. So they mentioned it while they're up there that it was their first time headlining in a while. They have an album that came out in the middle of last year that they're promoting as well. So good show all around. If you like that type of music, check them out. They do a good job. Very good job. We see you, La Salsa. We'll get to you when we come back. Maybe you're here to respond to Willie P. Maybe you don't like being called a Willie Ryder. I understand that. I wouldn't want to be called that either. We will get to him. Anyone else who wants to get in when we get back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Just to clean it up, because I was thinking of something else. Fanagram's more electronica and pop. I said trance. Wrong definition. But either way, find the music. It's pretty good. Let's get to La Salsa. He's responding. What's up, La Salsa?
What up, H-Town? How we doing? Hey, Dilly Belly.
It's not my name.
How we doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
Anyways, I'm great. I got a question for you. I got the little mijo in the car, and he wants to know what a Willy Rider means.
You know what it means.
Also, Shawnee Mapes, what it do, BB?
Yeah. The original's better than the imitator. La Salsa. Willie P. Great caller. La Salsa, whatever.
We need Willie P to start calling in with 2000s CW show actresses. Be like, what are the chances they start knowing?
Yeah, I mean, we have gimmick infringement quite a bit with La Salsa. If someone wants to do that to him,
I mean, his name, La Salsa, is a gimmick.
It's gimmick. It's a gimmick infringement. So yeah, it's what he's based on. You don't have a mijo in the car. No one's letting their kid ride with you. What are you doing riding around at 10:50 in the morning with somebody else's kid? No, that's not happening. Where are you going? If you want to, I'll just start asking you questions. Where are you taking that kid? What, you guys going to an early lunch? What's the deal? Why is that kid not in school? Things like that. All right. The Rockets have the Celtics tonight. They beat the Cavs. I was keeping track of the game while I was at the show. I left with them pretty much doing what they wanted to the Cavs in the first half. By the time the fourth quarter rolled around, I was in my seat. It was a repeat of what happened in the first game where the Cavs go on a big run. It wasn't so drastic as 19-0, which gave the Cavs a 6-point lead until Fred VanVleet hit multiple threes in the first game between the two. But up big in the fourth quarter, and the Cavs just kind of slowly hawked the Rockets down, scored 47 points in the quarter. And in the end, you had a couple big moments. Şengün was backing down Mobley. Mobley was back after missing the first game. And Niang, for some reason, came to double. And he doubled to Şengün's right-hand side, and Şengün turned to the middle. He missed the layup, but because Niang was late and ineffective, the ball gets up, and Amen Thompson's waiting to dunk. I mean, he off tip dunk, and that gave the Rockets a 3-point lead. And the other big moment was when Donovan Mitchell was fouled by Dillon Brooks to shoot 3 free throws. He missed the first one. So that is a bit of a repeat of what happened in the first game, where Darius Garland had, in that case, a chance to win the game because it was a flagrant on Tari Eason. They would have shot 3 free throws and got the ball. He misses the first 2. We all know what happened. And so the Cavs guards at the line disappointed, and the Rockets found a way to get both wins in that one. They are a really good team against the top of the league. They are 2-0 against the Cavs. Of course, they're 0-1 against the Celtics. They're trying to get to 1-1 tonight. They beat the Grizzlies, who they're tied for in the win-loss column as far as the 2 seed, but they have the tiebreaker because they've beaten them 3 times. They have one more game against them. OKC, they're 1-2. And of course, they've beat up on the Clippers too. So the Rockets play really well against the best teams in basketball. And that's where I will leave it. I'm not making playoff projections because, as I've said before, who has the advantage with rest? Who's playing on a back-to-back? Whose starters are playing? Those are variables in these regular season games that you can look at too and start to get to reasons why these things happen. But whatever the reasons are, when the best teams come to town or they go to their buildings, the Rockets play well. There's some stumbles particularly when you look at the fourth quarter of the last 2, but they found a way to claw and scrap and get those wins. And Jalen Green had a nice bounce back night. Their backcourt overall shot the ball really well. Fred VanVleet shot the ball well as well. But I don't know if there's a more impactful player than the guy who they weren't even starting until someone got hurt. And that isn't a criticism of their decision. It just speaks to what happens when you give a player an opportunity. And maybe 5 games into this, Jabari Smith getting back his starting spot seemed reasonable, but I'm not sure there's any reason that you could find to take Amin Thompson out of this lineup the way he's playing, and we can talk about it consistently. Now, they will give him some stuff, but they are not featuring him on offense. And maybe he's not ready for that type of role. The role he's in right now, where he's cleaning up things, he's initiating on breaks, he's blocking shots, all the things. And I know the man who sits in this seat is making the Dennis Rodman reference because of his ability to play defense and go get rebounds. I mean, he doesn't shoot the ball as well as Sean Marion did at points in his career. As far as corner threes, I see a lot of the matrix, a young matrix in him, where he's bigger. He's bigger than Marion, but his ability to guard multiple positions, you don't need to run things for him to be effective offensively, and just like it's almost insulting to call him a role player, but he is playing a role where he's not a main offensive cog.
Yeah.
He just finds a way to contribute.
He doesn't like start a play with a ball in his hands running high pick and roll or ISO or post up. Like, that's not how he gets his 23 points. Like, whatever, on Saturday he scored 23 points. That's like not how he gets it. He gets it from, like you said, the offensive rebound, pushing in transition, even like in the dunker spot, catching dump off passes from Şengün. Like that's how he gets his stuff. So it is hard to find a comparison to him with his skill set, because most of those guys, have the ball in their hands or are asked to be primary creators, or Amin, partially because of just the team he's on. If he was drafted in 2021 to the Rockets, he would have the ball in his hands so much. Now it's a little different. You have Şengün, Green, Fred. So the ball is just not going to be in his hand as much to explore that part of his game. But yeah, he is an elite role player right now. And in fact, so elite at being a role player, most nights he's the best or second best Rockets player.
Yeah, it is.
So do with that. However that comes out in the watch. If that's a role player, sick.
Fine.
Awesome.
If that's where he needs to be defined.
23-point double or triple double. Last time he played the Cavs, it was 16 and 16. Like, sure, role player. Don't care.
Whatever the label needs to be, just keep playing like that, and we'll find a special label for you, because he is playing consistently.
Marion's good for that too.
Yeah,
he was similar.
I remember that him at his best with the Suns, and
better shooting for him.
Yes. Well, yeah, Marion, I don't know how he made shots.
Although his went in more. So.
Yeah, Marion had a poor shooting form. Like I said, I don't know how he made as many shots as he did, particularly during the peak of the Suns, 7 seconds or less. But when I look at Amin and just how he affects games and what it means when he's on the floor and how they look, he fits that profile. And the Rockets have another test tonight on the road in Boston, a Boston team who actually is concerning their fans because the title defense isn't as dominant as the title win. They've lost some games. They got blown out by the Lakers. They barely beat the Clippers in a game where Harden and Kawhi didn't play. It was a lot of Derrick Jones having moments against them, Derrick Jones Jr. So Celtics fans are concerned. I know, God forbid, you're 32-14.
I was going to say that at some point we should say the record, which is
32.
Still
and
one of the best in the league.
Yeah, they are behind the Cavs as far as the top seed in the East. The Cavs have lost 3 in a row, including 2 to the Rockets and I believe 1 to the Sixers. So the lead has shrunk for them. Now the Celtics are only 4.5 back. So still within striking distance, particularly if the Cavs going. I know this 3-game losing streak is the longest the Cavs have had, and it makes sense. They've only lost 9, and it's the only time they've gotten a 3. Once again, makes sense. But the Celtics are fine, by the way, just fine. They're not playing. Yeah. They're not dominant, and
the Celtics are going to be fine.
It's part of defending a title. You're not going to get the same type of connection and also concentration night to night. That's not how it's going to go.
Post All-Star break, if they're still playing like this, then we got a problem.
Yes.
Until then, I have no problem.
If they wind up with like 55 wins, giant problems for the Celtics.
This stretch that's worrying their fans, just looking at the ESPN standings thing where you scroll and you see the last 10 games, they're 6-4. They're fine.
60%
They're fine.
A 600 winning percentage isn't good for them. You look at it. I think who they're losing to is concerned. Of course, the Lakers are playing well, so whatever. But you got blown out there. You lost to the Hawks at home. You lost at the Raptors. By the way, and you've got a loss, and it's a blowout loss to the Raptors. A blowout loss to the Kings at home. So who they're losing to and how is bothering them. But we've gone through the record.
Yeah, they also beat the Warriors by 40.
Yeah, they're nearly playing 700 basketball, but concerning for their fans.
Okay, cool.
Sure. Yeah. They got champagne problems.
Rockets are 3 years away from being that.
Yeah. That's why I don't like to get into what can they be in the playoffs, because I stand with these with that these kids, as far as relatively speaking kids compared to the rest of the NBA, are 3 or 4 years away from being in their prime for the most part. Some of them even more than that. So whatever happens is gravy. Now, if you're the 2 or the 3 seed in the playoffs, you don't want to be upset, but whoever you're playing in that first round is going to be likely, we've talked about this, likely more experienced. Yeah. Like if you wind up playing
it's going to be the Suns, the Mavs.
Or the Mavs, and Luka and Kyrie are healthy, will the Rockets be favored in that series?
Probably slight favor. Or against the Mavs, probably not.
Yeah, so this is what we're talking about. You are exceeding expectations, and it may just wind up you're playing Dallas with 2 of the best scorers in the entire NBA.
Yeah. And just because they're hurt all year. Yeah.
And you hope, at least if you're a Dallas fan, you hope that they're going to be healthy.
I also hope that. I want to, there's honor. I don't root for injuries. No.
You don't root for them, but if they come, whatever.
No, then I'm disappointed.
Yeah, if your Rockets take out an injured Mavs team 4-2, it won't feel right. I mean, we can acknowledge that that's what the Celtics did to win a title. They're not giving it back.
But they feel bad. They feel bad, I'm sure.
Yeah, Jason Tatum and all those memes he tried to create didn't seem like he felt bad during that week where he was doing all
Jaylen Brown's
things.
No,
Jaylen Brown was just fighting with Nike. But he didn't feel bad about winning the title the way he did. Just fighting with Nike about not being on the Olympic team.
Peyton Pritchard's doesn't mean that's the same. Luke Cornett.
Just keep naming Celtics who felt upset. Was Brissett on that team?
Yeah.
At the time, gosh, man, I wish Jimmy was there in the first round. I wish Tyrese Halliburton wasn't struggling. Gosh, man.
It's the Drake when Kevin Durant got hurt. That's what it is.
None of that's happening. All right, we are done with hour 1. If you want to get in on hour 2, you can. 713-780-3776. We talked a lot about Amen Thompson. Well, we're going to hear from his teammate when we come back. Steven Adams. Lots of praise, as the kids would say, the young bull. Lots of praise for the young bull, Amen Thompson. I mean, credit to Rafael Stone. Another hit on that draft board. Got another guy who looks like a guy who's going to be a part of this team for years to come. And one of those untouchables, I think. Untouchable. What they think of Şengün, probably a step below untouchable, but still, it's going to take a lot. But I think Amen Thompson is the true untouchable on this team. And it's a guy who you actually don't want taking perimeter jumpers, but it doesn't matter. He's too damn impactful in other ways. So we'll hear from Steven Adams when we come back. We'll start hour 2 with some sound from Steven Adams. Then we'll get to the championship games. Steven Adams, veteran, played well against the Cavs. Kenny Atkinson tried to do the hack Adams thing. Did not work. Adams, who's not a great free throw shooter, that's saying it lightly. I think he made 5 out of 6 to stem a Cavs run. But a lot of the focus, at least the sound bite that cut through, was him about Amin Thompson. This is Vanessa Richardson of Space City Home Network asking Steven Adams about what he's seen from Amin Thompson. And this is what Adams had to say.
Played with a lot of great athletes. What are you seeing from Amin Thompson?
No, he's definitely one of the greatest athletes that I've seen. Dude's just a freak of nature. He's just unbelievable, dude. Like, even if you ask a basketball player, like, you'll see his body language and he looks out of position. Yeah. So visually you're like, okay, he's not. And then somehow he like just springs. I don't know. It just looks weird. He's standing upright and then he's right there getting a block. You're like, wait, what the all right, dude. You know what I mean? Like, if that happens to me, I'm like late. They're getting a dunk and then I'm getting on film, but he's able to like just spring out. I don't know what the hell it is, but it's crazy.
Defensively, what makes him able to guard Donovan Mitchell one possession and then Evan Mobley the next possession?
No, well, it's just his size, and then again, like it's just that again, he's just so quick, and it's not even just like he's so strong, athletic. Like his ability to like read the body language and understand what's like a fake and what's not. They're very overlooked skill. He has it, where it's like a feel of like, okay, is he turning? Is it actually a drive, or is it like a fake drive? Is setting me up? He's got really good. And also, what helps him is that he has a large window for error. You know what I mean? That's where the athleticism buys you some time. A person like me, I have to do a lot of my work early. You know what I mean? My window's about this big. You know what I mean? His one's like...
Steven Adams. We've heard him. He's been around a long time, but you just think he's going to sound... What's the word? Jason Momoa-like? He's an eloquent speaker, but that's not what you think when he's out there.
You're hitting him with he's so eloquent?
I didn't say surprisingly eloquent.
Oh, okay.
I said he's an eloquent speaker, but that's not what you assume you're going to hear.
Okay, so it is a surprise.
I said that's not the assumption.
Okay.
But it should not be a surprise. He's been around long enough that you know what he sounds like.
Yeah.
But when you're out there and watching him setting screens and
no, he looks like a goon.
Manhandling people, you don't expect that. Like if Steven Adams was an American, like, he's going to sound like a goon. I'm going to attribute that to being from New Zealand.
How much of this is us just being like, oh, he has an accent?
No, but even you hear him talk.
Yeah.
Like,
that's fair.
He that's a well thought out, long response about what he's seen from a young star. Great thing for Vanessa Richardson to get. Steven Adams, high praise for Amin Thompson. We all look at him out there. He's boxing people out. And he's not a fighter. He's just imposing enough where, Steven Adams is coming over. This is over. We're not, all right, this is over. Like, all right.
He's a peacemaker.
He's a peacemaker.
Because everyone sees him and immedially goes, peace.
Yeah, he walks over and you feel like if he decided he wanted problems, there'd be real problems for you, but he doesn't.
Crack your head like a coconut. Yeah.
He's a deterrent more than anything else. Steven Adams is a deterrent, not an aggressor.
Nuclear deterrence.
Yes.
Good nickname for Steven Adams.
I'm sure he appreciates it. Speaking of guys who used to play for the Grizzlies, this guy still does. Did you see Zach Edey versus Drew Eubanks over the weekend? Drew Eubanks.
No, you know what? I missed
it. Drew Eubanks, I believe he's a backup center. Well, I know that. He's always going to be a backup center. But I believe he plays for the Jazz. And
I'll buy that.
And Zach Edey, who is less of a deterrent than Steven Adams, he's down for it. Zach Edey kind of tossed him aside as he was trying to get an offensive rebound. So Drew Eubanks was like, oh, you think you can treat me this way? So on the next possession, once the shot goes up from the Jazz, oddly enough, the Jazz missed it. He runs full speed at Zach Edey to go, okay, you're not going to impose your will on me. And Zach Edey goes, man, I'm 7'4". You better get out of my face with this. So he just stands there and takes it, and then Drew Eubanks backs away because Zach Edey, unlike Steven Adams, is someone who's asking for people to try him, which is great for the Grizzlies.
Is that because he's a rookie?
I think Drew Eubanks tried him because he's a rookie. I think that's what happened. And Zach Edey, rightfully so, at this point, has to tell people, you can't try me. This is not who you. I'm not who you think I am. I'm big. and I'm going to let you know I'm big. And if you try to press me, you're going to have problems, which is if you need to be an enforcer early so it doesn't happen again the rest of the way, it's not a bad idea. And, I think Ja Morant said Zach Edey came to him and said about Drew Eubanks. Zach Edey asked Ja Morant, hey, is that guy bothering you? In the middle of a game. Like Ja Morant's a girl at a concert. Hey,
white knight, Zach Edey.
For his own teammate. So Steven Adams spent plenty of time doing things like that in Memphis. Now he's doing that for the Rockets when he needs to. Although the Rockets, to a man, want to fight anyway. So I don't think they need Steven Adams for that.
Yeah, exactly. It's not like Amin Thompson is like, oh, don't want to ruffle any feathers here.
Hey, Steven, add him my lightweight. No, Steven Amin Thompson's like, no, come on. Yeah. Anyone can get it.
Yoink.
Yeah, well, that was a mismatch what he did to Tyler Hero. I'm talking about a more fair fight.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Steven Adams is there if Amin Thompson happened to need him. We'll get into something we have not talked a lot about, the title games. Of course, there was controversy. People very upset about the Bills not getting a first down mark late in that game. A friend of the show, not this show, but the morning show, 5-star, he tweeted out and he superimposed a ruler on the play, and it does show that because that ball is in Josh Allen's right arm, he is short of the line to gain. At the spot where he was furthest forward, the ball in his right arm, the short. So that there is someone, he's one of few who isn't a Chiefs fan, tried and true, who believes that call was correct. So we'll talk about that game, how the Commanders let down the rookie quarterback, and we'll get into some hiring news because the Cowboys have made a decision. Congrats to them. Liam Cohen is making his way through the Jags facility, so they have their guy. And we talked. The Pete Carroll thing happened before we were done, so we talked about that. So a lot of coaching stuff to get to before we go. But before we get to all that, I want to talk about Monument Chevrolet. You can go to their website right now and check out the entire inventory, what they have to offer. And I mentioned the inventory because they have savings across the inventory, and particularly because they are just finishing up celebrating 50 years in the business. The 50-year anniversary ended in 2024, but they have extended the savings up until January 31st. So you still got a couple of days to check out what they have to offer. And whether it be new, pre-owned, or something for your fleet, if you're a business owner, they have it all for you. If you'd like something new, you can go get yourself a Tahoe or a Blazer or a Trax. And if you want something a little different and it's pre-owned, they have those for you too. And the best part about that, beyond the fact that the cars are going to be great, is that they offer a warranty for pre-owned cars. 6 months, 6,000 miles. So if you're worried about something because you're not sure because someone owned it first, they will put those fears aside and set you up with a great warranty that will protect you if something unforeseen happens once you have the car. And not only do they do that, they make sure the buying experience is as quick and painless as possible. They understand when you're at a dealership, you're worried about people being pushy and trying to get you into things you're not interested in. There are no hidden fees, no upcharges. They'll get you in the right car as quickly as they can because they want you to be a member of the family and keep coming back. So just go on out there. The lot is in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. And of course, go to monumentchevrolet.com and check out all they have to offer. And remember this, Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Sean was considering hitting the breaking news sounder because Mac McClung's back in the dunk contest. He's no longer considering. He did it. He hit the button. So Mac McClung, the only time we ever think about him is about this time. Sean laid it out. The Super Bowl, Black History Month, and Mac McClung announcing.
Also, Valentine's Day ekes its way in there.
Sure.
I don't want to say which one it's above. But.
Sure. Mac McClung announcing he's going to be in the dunk contest. So credit to him for extending what feels like something that should have been over.
For not making plans on All-Star Weekend?
No.
So he has to decline? Like, of course he's going to do it.
For being enough of a name and being successful enough in previous contests that people want him back.
Yeah, I will say he is successful. He has been the best dunker in the dunk contest the last 2 years. ... When I close my eyes and imagine a Mac McClung dunk, I have nothing there. Like, yeah. I can't tell you like what he did in any of these.
I can't remember a dunk that made an impression on me maybe since Blake Griffin jumped over Carr early in his career.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
I can't remember one.
I remember Jalen Green not messing up 20 times in a row.
Well, that was a disaster.
Yeah, the other ones that stick in my mind are the ones that guys like can't do.
Where it gets awkward because this dunk isn't going to go down. I guess the McClung thing is action news, but some news regarding American soccer before we get to the NFL stuff. And this is women's soccer, so relax, everyone. I know you may, no, can't do that. But this is something we know the women. American women are pretty dominant force, although they didn't win the last World Cup. Well, an American woman is the most expensive player in the world. Naya Magurma, who's a defender for the U.S. team. She's signing with Chelsea for $1.1 million. So she becomes the most expensive female player in the world. Credit to them for breaking that, her and the women in general for breaking that barrier, as they've been fighting for pay and equal treatment for a while now, particularly the American women, considering how good they've been. So, most expensive player in the world. Look at that for Naya Magurma. She is a great player. She is one of those players where if she has a chance to stop an attack, she's going to get it done. I think I may have seen her not do that once in the entire Olympics. She was a stalwart back there, so she becomes the most expensive player in the world. Sean, what does 0-4 mean to you when you think about it in context of what happened over the weekend?
Well, of what happens over the weekend. I was going to say, honestly, the Buffalo Bills Super Bowls, but in the course of this weekend, Buffalo Bills against the Kansas City Chiefs in the playoffs.
0-4 in Super Bowls.
Tough one for Buffalo.
0-4, Josh Allen against Patrick Mahomes. And it's more about the Bills themselves against the Chiefs because Josh Allen played more than fine.
Yeah, and all these games, he played more than fine. Although,
there have been...
this past game on Sunday, he was good.
He wasn't great, but he was good. And it wasn't enough because the Chiefs' offense scored, I think, 6 out of 9 times they had the ball. And it would have been 7 except for the mishandled zone read that Patrick Mahomes did with Isaiah Pacheco. They were well on their way to going up 14-3. The Bills didn't have any answers for that Chiefs offense. They got a couple stops in the second half that gave the Bills a chance to take the lead. But when it came down to it, this is the simple question. At any point, did you think the Chiefs were losing?
I kind of did. I did. I forgot what the score was, but they're in the middle of the game, probably in the third quarter. I thought they had a chance to lose. I was starting to think that the Bills could win it.
I saw this playing out how all those games have played out. The Chiefs will make a play and the Bills won't. And it's I don't know if it's unfair to say, considering it played out that way, but particularly this matchup, the Bills got to prove it. I will never believe the Bills will beat this team. All the people who jumped out and were like, Bills are going to win. Why? This isn't even a great Bills team. They're a 2 seed and had a good record, partly because the AFC stinks. But this isn't one of the best Bills teams. I mean, that's why people want Josh Allen to be MVP, because the defense isn't great. Baltimore put up numbers against them. They just kept turning the ball over. And this version, as I said, they only stopped the Chiefs a couple times. And one of those times, it's because the Chiefs did it to themselves. So we talked about it last week. I didn't think the Bills were winning this game. I believe the Chiefs were. And at the time of like the final moments where you like maybe in your eyes you thought the Bills were going to win, I was like, no. Something's going to go the Chiefs' way in this matchup because it always does. And I don't know if I want to say the Bills ain't got it in them, but I didn't believe this version was going to get any stops that matter. Because even if the Bills were able to convert the fourth down, the controversial one, I just assume they go up by 8 at the time, and the Chiefs come down and score. Or they kick a field goal, the Chiefs get a stop, and they win on with a touchdown. That Bills defense wasn't equipped.
Yeah, I the moment I just pulled up the scoring chart, it's when Curtis Samuel scores to tie it, and then honestly, when KC comes down with a field goal with 3 minutes left, you're like, okay, 3 minutes to score a touchdown. Honestly, it's a little bit of too much, almost too much time. It was setting up for a too much time off for both directions.
Sure.
But yeah, that's where when Kansas City had to settle for the field goal, I was like, okay, that it's the door's ajar, to steal the phrase the Astros invented when talking about Alex Bregman.
Cracked?
It was ajar.
Ajar.
It was more than cracked.
Okay. So the Bills had a couple opportunities. Now, in between the controversial play that everyone's talking about, the Chiefs did go score a touchdown. The Bills came right back and scored their own. And then you mentioned the field goal, and then eventually Kincaid drops the desperation throw, and Spagnuolo brought the blitz and got a couple guys free. Josh Allen, because of his innate ability, got the ball in a spot where Kincaid could have made a play.
Yeah,
and he didn't make it.
Backpedaling to his right from his own 35.
Yeah,
basically throws it to an open receiver on the other 35. That's like a crazy throw that Dalton Kincaid drops.
Now, he had to dive, but you would hope he makes that play considering the effort put in by the quarterback to even get it there.
It was not as bad as the Andrews one, but it's still a drop.
No, he had to come back to it. He was running in a different direction, had to stop and come back and dive. Didn't make the play, and then the Chiefs won. Dramatic game, lived up to all the hype and all the potential that people were pointing to as far as how that game would go. But it ends the way these games always end, with the Chiefs back in the Super Bowl. And I will say this. As much as people think the Chiefs are annoying and the refs and the calls, I'm not sure there's anything more annoying than reading people complain about the Chiefs. Like, you did it last week. Okay. We got to do this again every week. Hey, it's a social media account where you can write everything and anything you want for the most part, particularly now with X. You can pretty much write anything you want unless you're going after a certain group. But not all groups. Some groups you can go after. But can we cut it out? I guess not. I guess as long as close calls are a thing, people will run to X and complain. But Nate Burleson, who we're not going to play, pretty much told everyone to cut it out. He was like, accept the greatness. I'm like, do you know the audience you're talking to? That's not going to happen. People are going to whine. And they're sick of the Chiefs. I couldn't care less whether they win or lose. I'm just not sick of them. I think it's actually funny the way things play out, where everyone hopes and prays. But you guys know how dynasties work. These things don't end the way when you want them to. It'll not when they lose 2 games and one of them they don't even try. That's not how this ends.
Yeah, the 15-1 year, that's a tough one to be like, maybe this is the one.
Yeah, this is not the year. As much as you talk about all the close games.
Honestly, last year
was, if we're talking about a year for it to go down, last year was the year.
How, relatively uninspiring last year's Chiefs were. How impressive last year's Ravens were. Their defense
at
was
home.
awesome.
Yeah.
At home in Baltimore.
Yeah. The Bills had their shot at home last year and didn't get it done. Why did you think this was going to be the year? They're not a better team than they were last year.
Yeah, the Bills. Yeah.
The Bills aren't.
Yeah.
The Bills. The Chiefs were more vulnerable last year. Travis Kelce was done until the playoffs. This one, you understand, okay, when the playoffs happen, he's going to have a big stretch.
Kelsey's been good this playoffs.
Yeah.
Shout out to the Texans linebackers.
Yeah. He wasn't particularly great last night. Just so happens the receivers came to play.
Yeah.
Because Kyer Elam out there, once Benford got hurt, forget about it.
And Kyer Elam, they're getting guarded by Kyer Elam instead of Stingley and Glasser.
Look, Hollywood Brown had a day.
I think the first pass was to Hollywood Brown, and I was like, a little bit easier.
Yeah.
A little bit easier to get him going.
Isaiah Worthy, Texas guy, talked about.
They don't win without Isaiah
He made multiple big plays, and he said, because it was a topic of conversation when the Bills traded out and not picked him. That he referenced it again. Yeah, they have to live with that mistake. Is pretty much what he said.
I'm surprised it was the first year in the playoffs. I would have thought that the Xavier Worthy sends the Buffalo Bills packing game. I thought that would have been like year 2 or 3.
Nah,
I didn't think
I'm
it would be
surprised.
the first time that they played.
Considering how this has gone, of course it was the year.
I thought we'd build to that. No,
we decided we wanted a different player later. We go draft Keon Coleman, who pretty much a non-factor. I mean,
he's a jump ball guy,
which is fine, I guess, but
not in the first round.
It ain't exactly what you should be depending on. And Curtis Samuels had the touchdown, as you mentioned.
Imagine this team with McConkey. Ooh.
Well, they got Kyrie Elam for that. All the inside slot stuff. They got him for that. They needed an outside guy, just not that outside guy who gets no separation at all, who was either going to physical his way into drawing a defensive pass interference or not get separation. You hope it's a 50-50 chance for him to make a play. He's a rookie. You think he gets better, but as far as making that pick, didn't like it at the time. Didn't play out the way they wanted to. We'll see what he is in year 2. The other game, I won't say they gave the Eagles the game because on the first offensive play for the Eagles, they break off a 60-yard touchdown run. Of course, the two linebackers run into each other and fall down, so that wasn't great. But it was a lot of Jaden Daniels having to carry that offense, and it was tough going for them. You knew it was going to be a big-time problem when it took everything they had and 2 fourth-down conversions to go kick a field goal, and then you ask yourself, Dan Quinn, if you're going to go for it twice, and now it's another like 4th and 2, 4th and 3.
It was a 4th, I think 4th and 4.
4th and 4.
Or maybe 3, yeah.
3 or 4 inside your own inside their 20. Why not go for it again?
Yeah, you know what that drive reminded me of? It's the one that we saw a week ago, the Notre Dame opening drive.
Sure.
Where it's like impressive, got points on the board, but man, that was tough.
Yeah.
And man, it doesn't feel like it'll be enough.
No, it didn't feel like that particular way of doing things was sustainable to pick 4 or 5 yards at a time to convert third and mediums and longs. And then the next drive is a return out to the 40 and then a 60-yard touchdown run. Quick and easy. And the Eagles just have superior talent on the outside, and that seemed to be the difference beyond the fact that the Commanders kept turning the ball over. Eckler, I don't say he has very tiny hands. Tom Brady does. That's what he used to explain why Eckler fumbled. I will say this: as much as Jaden Daniels played above what his teammates did, he left a couple passes short, and it's just a bunch of events happening. He leaves that pass a little short. Eckler has to go to his knees to catch it.
Oh yeah, that was a bad one.
He gets up, and now he's in an unnatural spot for him. The ball gets slapped out, and then eventually the Eagles recover it.
With his tiny hand.
Yeah. So if it's a better pass, that play probably doesn't happen. I got no excuse for De'Ami Brown. That's on him.
Yeah.
When he fumbled. So
and the kick returner.
Yeah. So if I want to shoot any bail, I'll shoot it to Eckler. A better throw, he doesn't fumble, I think. But he did, and it led to the Commanders losing. So Eagles-Chiefs, rematch of 2 years ago. I think it's going to be high scoring again. I don't think the Eagles are going to. I think the Eagles have plenty of talent defense. It shows they are the best defense in football. I don't think they're stopping the Chiefs. I think we're looking at another high scoring game.
How I'm looking up the score for last time.
I think it was
38-35.
I don't know if we're talking that many points.
Feels like 31-28.
I think we're talking about a game where the Eagles can't handle all the things that Andy Reid will do to get guys open like he did. He had 2 great play calls to get first downs in that game. The Samaje, hey, what's Samaje Perine doing out there?
I know.
That's what he's doing out there.
Not actually game on the line, but like you can send yourself to the Super Bowl
Or
with
you're
picking up this play,
Or
and
you're
it's
asking Butker to kick a long field goal,
Yeah.
or you're punting it to try to pin him deep.
give me Samaje Perine. That's what a move.
Let him run let him get into space and have him have traffic between him and the closest defender who's guarding him and go get a first down. He still had to make a move. Samaje Perine, they mentioned it, his first touch. So I think it's going to be a lot of that where Reed gets his guys in space, and then you have the Eagles just being really, really big time talents.
This box score from this Super Bowl, did they have a defensive touch? They had to have had a defensive touchdown.
Yeah.
Because it just like the math doesn't add up on Mahomes had 182 yards and they scored 38 points.
Well,
They only had, I guess they had 158 on the ground.
They ran the ball. There was a fumble by Jalen Hurts.
Yeah. Nick Bolton.
Did he return
returned
that for a touchdown? Or was
yeah,
that short
Nick
field?
Bolton, 36-yard fumble return for a touchdown.
Yeah, so there it was. Yes.
But that is crazy. And like the receivers, you think that the receivers this year are better. The leading receivers are Kelsey, Juju, who was good last night.
He was.
Justin Watson, McKinnon, Gray, and all these guys have one reception now. Tony, Sky Moore, MVS. Yeah.
Multiple guys who aren't on the team anymore.
Multiple guys I don't think are in the league anymore.
Tony is someplace. MVS he's someplace too. Sky Moore, I don't know.
I think is MVS. Oh, actually, I can just click on his name instead of asking out loud. Yeah, he's on the Saints now.
Yeah. So and Tony, I think, showed up someplace too.
I deleted the window, so I can't click his name and see.
I can look it up.
Who he played for.
Nope, he's a free agent. I think he showed up on our roster this year, but he was with the Browns this year for a little bit.
Okay.
It makes sense why you didn't know. He was a Brown.
I was about to say, yeah, I kind of remember him being on a really crappy team.
We will go to break here. Someone tweeted me. Apparently he didn't think I could say it I couldn't write it out. He wanted to know where he could watch the Rockets play. Guess he doesn't have DirecTV or Tubi. So I will tell people where you can watch the Rockets if you don't have those accounts when we come back. Understand, I'm a YouTube TV person too, so I can't watch them in traditional ways. There are places, even with some of the other places getting... Actually, you know what? The government's listening. Don't want to do that. Sorry. I think his name was Chad. Chad, you want to DM me? I'll let you know that way.
Yeah,
He didn't want me to publicly write it out, I guess.
Yeah.
And then I was thinking
DMs.
to myself, I could say it. Nope.
No, the FCC won't let us.
Yeah, I don't want the government out to and crush one of the last places where you can illegally watch basketball if you need to, because you don't want to spring for DirecTV, which is understandable. So, Chad, if you're out there, you can direct message me and I'll let you know. Okay, we got a couple seconds to go before we're done for the afternoon. If you want to get in, you can 713-780-3776. Gallant and George up next, followed by the Killer Bees. We will be back.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really.
No, not really, Michael Carroll. Sean, are you a Severance fan? You watch Severance? No. I caught up on it over the weekend, particularly a lot of it yesterday. I'm in. I forgot how good it was until I had to rewatch. I'm in. Someone asked me, do I need to watch this? Like, you don't need to watch it. It's just a TV show.
You don't need to watch anything.
I think you should watch it. It's entertaining, at least for me. But I don't think you need to watch anything. So, Severance, everybody. Season 2, first 2 episodes are out of season 2. Check that out. Also, Prime Target. That's on Apple TV as well. We talked about it with Michael on Friday. I watched the first couple of episodes of that. I'm in. So odd because they're going. Well, I don't want to give it away, but like apparently math can lead to the end of the world. Seems like for people. So that's out there too. A couple of things that Michael and I talked about. Apple TV putting out some good stuff that you can watch. So Brian Schottenheimer's being introduced. I think that's already started his press conference. Ed Werder's there, the longtime ESPN personality. Now he covers the Cowboys, and it's a fail of a tweet by Ed Werder. He posted a picture of himself, and he mentioned that Dak Prescott was there. He goes, Dak Prescott attempting the Brian Schottenheimer press conference, and it's a picture with all of Werder's nose hairs prominently displayed in the photo. It's not it's a selfie with Dak behind him, and Werder's nose hairs are visible.
Let me see.
And he also says Dak Prescott attempting the introductory press conference.
Typo.
Yeah,
listen.
Hey, you chalk that up to age.
He's trying to fire this off quick. Obviously, he doesn't have a chance to retake the picture.
Look at that picture. What are we doing?
Oh my God! And he didn't have to do it fast or anything.
No, they're sitting down waiting for it to happen. You could have redone it.
Yeah, lots.
But there it is, Cowboys.
Nose hairs. Yeah.
But beyond Ed Werder, with a unfortunate picture that he's going to leave up for whatever reason,
Dak Prescott throwing up the H.
That's true. That's in it too. Which I'm sure the next time they lose a game, someone will superimpose Dak Prescott in a Texan sweatshirt or hoodie and have that. So that'll live on in infamy for him. But yeah, Brian Schottenheimer, that is official. The Cowboys made their hire. So Schottenheimer in Dallas. You've got Pete Carroll in Vegas, Ben Johnson, Chicago, Liam Cohen in Jacksonville, and Aaron Glenn. Am I missing any? Aaron Glenn in New York. Is that all of them?
Yeah. Yes. Saints still open.
Cowboys far and away the least inspiring hire for their fan base, at least. Who knows how it's going to play out, but because Dan Quinn wasn't a name people were getting excited about in Washington.
Yes.
And look what they've done or did now that their season's over.
Yes. I would have him as least inspiring. I don't know who would be second.
Yeah. The others, you either got
probably Cohen, or
at least Cohen is getting credit for
fixing Baker Mayfield.
Well, Dave Canales did that first.
I was going to say.
For being attached to a successful offense in Tampa, and then he's got Sean McVay stink on him. Aaron Glenn, that defense wasn't great, but you can point to injuries there, and he was on a successful team.
Mm-hmm.
Ben Johnson, same. His offense was great, successful team, although we're calling him low energy Ben until proven otherwise. At least I am.
Fair. That's fair.
It's Pete Carroll. Pete Carroll. Older guy, but it's Pete Carroll. Vegas got Pete Carroll. That's a win for them.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think it's between Cohen and Carroll as far as the least exciting ones. Second to
really
Brian Schottenheimer.
I don't know how.
I mean, someone has to be the second least.
That's true, but I would go if I'm taking it. If you're Vegas and you go from Antonio Pierce to at least a level of competence of Pete Carroll, someone who's done it before, I think I would take Pete Carroll over Aaron Glenn.
Yeah, maybe I'm being ageist. I think I'm being ageist.
You're definitely being ageist.
I mean, just like how long? Yeah, competency.
We don't know what Aaron Glenn's going to be.
But for 3 years, and then you're back to incompetency because you're the Raiders.
It's better than the alternative of sticking with incompetency and not having it for 3 years. Right?
Yeah, I guess. But
It's not a long-term answer.
I'm saying it's not inspiring because you're just like, okay, so
yes, he's not
we're gonna draft a quarterback, maybe. We're at some point in the next 3 years, we're gonna have to find a long-term solution at quarterback, and then we'll start to become better. Maybe make the playoffs year 2 or 3, and Pete Carroll's 75 years old now.
He's 73 now, so he'll turn 74 in September. So by the end,
so it'll be 76. Oh my God!
What do we do? Look, I understood your ageism is shining through.
76.
But do I got to say this about Pete Carroll? He's not a regular 73, right? He's the
youngest
that is 73.
True. That is true.
Everyone says it. It's right. That's what they all say. He was the youngest 65-year-old we've ever met, and it keeps going. That's
at
what
what
he
point
is.
was he?
Was
he not younger?
When does Pete Carroll catch up to his age? When does that happen? 80?
Yeah.
He's a typical 80-year-old. Pete Carroll.
Dell, I hate to say it. Father Time's undefeated.
Tell it to LeBron. LeBron's still beating Father Time.
They're still in overtime with LeBron. LeBron and Father Time are in overtime.
At some point, Father Time.
They're doing the coin toss right now.
At some point, Father Time is going to win. But does LeBron say I'm done before Father Time wins?
Doesn't give Father Time
that's the real
satisfaction.
Question. Yeah, he doesn't give Father Time the satisfaction to win this one.
Probably.
Yeah, like a father quits before his kid can actually beat him. Does Father Time always take an L because LeBron will just say I'm done? You're not gonna beat me. Over.
I'm out.
I beat you for the last 23 years. Done here. Sorry.
No takebacks.
Yeah. We'll see how that goes. And at some point, Pete Carroll's going to lose.
I think he will.
Wow, he's still the Raiders coach?
Yeah.
You think he gets hit with it before he's done?
Yeah. I think we hit a time where we're like,
look, we all know what's going to happen here, right? He's going to coach until he's 76, and Tom Brady's going to be the coach. He's going to come. He's already an owner.
I don't know why would he want to coach?
Why wouldn't he?
That's my thing.
You don't think Tom Brady has a bit of an ego that at some point he goes, I'm thankful for Pete for the transition.
Yeah, but
and he becomes the head coach.
If I'm Brady, I'd rather just hire Julian Edelman to be the coach or
we're
something.
Talking about,
hire one of my friends to be the coach.
We have proven we cannot compare ourselves to people who have that type of drive. Yes, if you were Brady, sure, the problem is you wouldn't be Brady.
I don't want to stay up and game plan for the Bengals. No.
But of course you're not Brady. I think we're like 3 years away from. I think maybe we're even 2 years away from Brady stepping down from the booth, becoming an assistant for the Raiders, and then being ready when Pete Carroll's done to take that job.
Get a couple years, coordinator,
whatever,
offensive coordinator for
quarterback coach, whatever it has to be to get him some experience coaching, and then he becomes the head coach of the Raiders. That's my prediction.
Okay.
I mean,
he's in the headset. Talking to Nico Iamaleava.
Whatever, whoever. I don't think Brady would like Nico very much as far as a player. Too inaccurate. Brady's not gonna like that from a quarterback.
Oh, yeah, that is true.
He's gonna need a
Dylan Gabriel. If you want accuracy,
too small. Arch.
Nah.
No way. Brady coaches a Manning. No chance. No chance.
That's one of the teams.
No chance he allows it.
No way.
It'd be funny, but no way Brady allows it. Or maybe it's his get back for. Well, he owned Peyton for the most part, but Eli had his way with him.
I'm gonna own your nephew.
Yeah. All right. One got me, and then the other got me. Now I'm getting you. We got one more segment to go. We're about done. So it'll be a quick one here. But if you want to get in, you can. 713-780-3776. One more segment with us. We will be back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
The Buckeyes won the national title a week ago today. They beat the Irish. Sean and I were watching it from the Palatial Hotel across the street as we were avoiding the worst of Winter Storm Enzo. Well, the national champions have lost their defensive coordinator. Jim Knowles, formerly, I believe he was Oklahoma State head DC at one time, went to Ohio State, helped them win a national title. Now he's a Penn State defensive coordinator. He did not make an appearance at the title celebration yesterday. The players were crediting him. Ryan Day was, and all the while he was finalizing the deal to become Penn State's DC. $3 million, highest paid DC in the game today. Penn State's problem wasn't their defense. So I'm not sure how big of an upgrade Jim Knowles will be, particularly because the slander is now coming out about him from Ohio State people. Ohio State people are telling everyone, well, anyone who will listen, if you're in that world of looking into internet rumors, that Ryan Day had a talk with Jim Knowles after they got beat by Oregon early in the season. And Jim Knowles didn't like it because Ryan Day said, we got to make changes. And allegedly the changes weren't of Jim Knowles' choosing. And then they went on to have a great defensive year. So that's how you slander someone on the way out.
So Ryan Day, defensive mastermind.
I don't know if Ryan Day gets all the credit, only that he didn't like what he saw. His defense giving up chunk plays, and Jim Knowles' defenses in their time at Ohio State have given up chunk plays in opportune times. I mean, we all know about Donovan Edwards running all over him, but we've also got plays in the passing game that Ohio State people pointed to. But as soon as Ryan Day had the talking to
then they're
Knowles,
awesome.
they flipped and everything was great. So Penn State fans, don't think you're getting the great Ohio State defense that you saw down the stretch. You're getting the one that had to be corrected. I did see someone go, oh, look, Penn State stole Ohio State's DC. So James Franklin could go 11-1, can win 11 games last year and lose Ohio State, and he'll win 11 games and lose Ohio State again. Yeah. That's what he does.
I saw a lot of, this is his first win against Ohio State since 2016.
Yeah.
A lot of that going on.
Yeah. Penn State been good defensively for several years now.
Basically, Franklin's entire time being there.
Yeah.
They've been at least good.
So I don't know how much better they're going to be, and will it make a difference? Because they were fine shutting down Ohio State in Happy Valley this year. They just couldn't punch it in when it mattered most. So that's going to be the difference. And Drew Aller's back. We'll see if he's better against Ohio State. So that's the big move as far as the rivals in the arms race.
Ohio State, stepping stone job.
What we've always said.
For their DC, Jim Knowles, offense coordinator, Chip Kelly, maybe.
He may become the Texans'
maybe
OC. That's what a lot of people hope happens, considering the connection between D'Amico and Chip Kelly. And Jim Knowles is a Pennsylvania guy, so that helps his cause.
That doesn't help my agenda, though, of stepping stone job, Ohio State.
How about differences between he and the head coach? Does that help your agenda or not? Probably not.
It doesn't work against it, but doesn't help.
It doesn't help it because there's a foundational reason why he might leave, other than he thinks Penn State's a better job.
Which no one would believe.
No one would believe.
Penn State, better job.
Penn State can sell that if they want. No one's believing it. But you can believe that Gallant George are up next, and the Killer Bees follow them. And since you hear that music, that means we're done. And what does that mean, Sean?
We did it!
We did. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
The ruling in the field stands as called. It'll be first down, Kansas City.
Wow. I mean, you got to give, that's so close. It's whatever the call was, I don't think you could overturn it. Kansas City came in with a plan. Nobody could stop this. Here's the line. Does the ball cross that definitively? Wow. Phil.
How did you see it, Gene?
I felt like he gained it by about a third of the football, Jim. That was just my take on the play. Tough play.
I agree.
NFL rigged. RIP to the Buffalo Bills dynasty. It was a great run. And then there were 2 Super Bowl licks, Kansas City Chiefs, Philadelphia Eagles, after a pretty fun conference championship day yesterday. Hello and welcome aboard Gallant George. It is Monday, January 27th of 2025. I am Paul Gallant. He is Joe George. Sean Mapes behind the glass. Any conspiracy theories coming into today's show, Joe, with the Chiefs back in the big game again?
No conspiracy theories, but questionable call. And it's questionable for me because they can fix this. I hate it. I cannot believe this is a controversy today. The technology exists to where this shouldn't be a problem. This should not be a talking point. This should not be a conversation. This should not be a question. It should be cut and dry, first down, not first down. They have the technology to do it. Remember, they actually were testing this in the preseason, the tracker in the football. But there was they wouldn't tell us which stadiums. But there were certain stadiums that didn't have the technology or the ability to have that in-house. So, like, it could have been a thing, but it wasn't.
I know that they were supposed to be able to have pylon cameras in every single stadium, and the Buccaneers were, for whatever reason, the one team that did not have it, which meant that there were certain plays that could not be overturned. I don't know if they have this tennis tracking technology, but in case you missed the AFC Championship game last night, with about 6 minutes to go, the Bills had a 4th and 1. They go for it, and if you watch the replay, I truly have no idea if he got that first down. I know a lot of people are going to say they conclusively believe that Josh Allen on that quarterback sneak got past the line to gain. And honestly, maybe he did. I think people are being way too confident, though, talking about it. And I'm just going to say it. For all the bitching and moaning about the Chiefs and the officiating, can we just admit that when they play against teams like the Buffalo Bills, who are the epitome of loser DNA as a franchise, that these teams do dumb stuff and then they lose?
100%.
Hey, how about run a better play than that awful quarterback sneak that you have? That play is terrible. It did not work very well the first time that they ran it because Josh Allen's so slow taking the snap and jumping over the line to gain. He fumbles, by the way. The Bills fumbled 5 times. They still hung around in this game. They had no business hanging around in this game. You have James Cook averaging 6 yards a carry. You don't give him the ball on 3rd down. You give him the ball 13 times all game. You don't give him the ball on 4th down either. Instead, you run this crap play. You deserve what you got. You deserved it, Buffalo. You deserve what you got, you loser franchise. You got to blame the referees? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I don't think everyone else should be blaming the referees. Like, if Buffalo fans want to blame the refs, that's fine. But, like, you laid it out perfectly. You turned the ball over way too much. You had stuff that's working. Josh Allen, like, nearly throws 2 interceptions on the first drive of the game, to which then allows the Chiefs to drive right down the field and score. Like you have to play a perfect game to beat the Chiefs. The Texans learned that. The Bills learned that. And yes, there are calls that happen that favor the Chiefs. This one is questionable. You're also 100% correct. People are way too arrogant to be saying definitively what happened on that play.
It's hard to tell.
There's no way to give a 100% confident answer.
I've watched that play back far too many times. This play does not deserve Zapruder analysis because, again, the Bills ran a stupid quarterback sneak, and everyone's just going to continue to talk about this over and over again. But, I mean, in that moment, if you go and watch it, the referee who marked that Josh Allen had the first down, there's no way he saw where Josh Allen was because Chris Jones was standing in his way. We know that because when you watch the replay, you can't see what happened with the camera. That referee did not know 100% where the ball was. The guy who did see the shorter spot
actually did have a line of sight to see where Allen was. Does he know where the ball was? No, because unfortunately Allen's back was to him. But if I watched that play over and over and over again, I do not conclusively believe that the football got past that. So you add that in, and then everyone's getting mad about the catch downfield that honestly was not a catch, that the Chiefs still would have gotten a first down on because of defensive holding. And they're looking at those two plays and they're saying that the NFL is rigged for the Chiefs. And look, as somebody who would like the Chiefs to be stopped, I'd love to join in with you. But once again, and this is why even if I'm not thrilled that they're about to perhaps overtake the Patriots for one of the best football runs ever, like, I have a lot of respect for them because they constantly stay on the mountaintop and they play against a team that in Buffalo, they had to go for it on 6 fourth downs. They fumbled it 5 times. They got all 5 of them back somehow, some way. But I look at the Bills. I look at Sean McDermott. I look at a team that's just never going to be able to get it done with this current iteration of a roster, which only had 1 Pro Bowler in Josh Allen. And on top of that, did not give the ball nearly enough to their best offensive player other than Josh Allen, James Cook. Like, this is why they lost. Stop blaming the refs.
Yeah, I'm very pro if I was a Bills fan firing Sean McDermott today. Like, you're not going to get over the hump with this guy. Like he's not going to get you there. He's not going to get you to the promised land. It very much reminds me of Tony Dungy and Tampa Bay. I was a lot younger, obviously, when that happened. But, like, same thing. They brought in Gruden. What did Gruden do? He immediately won with that team.
Yep.
They're just not going to do it. Like, this team's there. To be the best, you have to beat the best. Josh Allen said so. The same thing after his press conference last night. Baltimore can barely even get to Kansas City. Buffalo can't beat Kansas City in the playoffs. It's cute that they have 4 wins in the regular season over Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs, but they fall short when it matters most. So, like, I understand. I agree. Like, the catch thing, I don't think it was a catch. I think it was obvious, but like you said, there was a penalty on the play. I get why people want it to pretend like it's rigged for the Chiefs, and why everyone should be rooting for the Eagles next week. I'm rooting for, or in 2 weeks. I'm rooting for the
Birds.
Eagles. Like, I want the Eagles to win. I don't want the Chiefs dynasty to continue like this. It's not as fun. It's not as fun. Like a team winning a championship every single year is not as enjoyable. It's fine if they get there, but at least as an objective viewer of baseball, it's, Astros fans want them to win every year. It's good that they don't win every year. It would be good if the Dodgers don't win every single year. It's good when teams get knocked down from the mountaintop and have to come back the next year. I'm Team Eagles in 2 weeks. But the refs did not put the Chiefs in the Super Bowl.
I agree.
There's more of an argument that the Texans were more screwed by the refs than the Bills, I would say.
I feel like the Texans shot themselves in the foot way more than the Bills did.
Totally agree, but I think the ref calls were way worse last week than they were this week.
I think they're about on the same level. But ultimately, this is why I just don't sweat the referee stuff. I generally think these things even themselves out. And there's a lot of people who are now reaching and looking for things. That ML football account on X, a football aggregation account that loves hyperbole, was acting like there were crimes done against the Bills. And I watched this thread that they put together saying that there's all these calls that were against the Bills. And like half of them were just different camera angles of Josh Allen getting stuffed. And then the other 2 were reaches, like a block in the back that wasn't called, an offsides that wasn't called. No, the Chiefs won this one fair and square. And you might be pissed off about it, but pointing at the refs and saying the NFL is rigged, sorry, that's not what happened.
Totally agree. It's not what happened, and the Chiefs are back because they might be the best football run like ever. I mean, 3 straight Super Bowls. We've never seen it before. And it's fascinating how they do it because they've gone through so many iterations of their team. We've never seen a quarterback start his career in the way that Patrick Mahomes did. We'll never see it again. Like, I don't think Jaden Daniels is now going to go on this epic run that Mahomes has gone on of going to championship games and Super Bowls every single year. He's the starting quarterback in the NFL. It's not going to happen. You have to beat the Chiefs and play a good game. And you can't fumble the ball 5 times. You can't have your quarterback having terrible throws to start the game. Your defense
didn't play well. Right.
Your defense was getting gashed by guys that didn't have catches last week versus the Texans. I mean, DeAndre Hopkins was actually looked like he was on the team this week. He had a couple plays in there. Xavier Worthy. Hollywood Brown was moving up and down the field whenever he wanted to. And the Bills blew up their defense because they had to. And they got exposed in this game. They were really the first team all year in which Patrick Mahomes looked like the old Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, he looked great.
They got exposed. That's what happened to the Bills in this game. I mean,
how does no one have an answer for Mahomes scrambling outside the pocket, like designed runs?
They don't.
They did because they ran that play over and over again. And how do the Bills have zero answer for on a 4th and 5 at the end of the game where that they're going to send the house? You know it. And how do they run a play where there's nobody in the backfield that's picking up the blitzers? Like, there's just a lot of things that the Bills did along the way. And you can point at the refs if you want, if you're simplistic. I think that's what it is. I think it's a casual take to point at the refs in this one. The Bills shot themselves in the foot because they're not a well-coached team. And Josh Allen, feel for the guy because he owns Patrick Mahomes in the regular season, but he finally played a bad game against the Chiefs, and Mahomes played his best game. And factor in a defense for Kansas City that made big plays when they needed to, and a Bills team that forgot it had James Cook. That's why the game happened the way that it did.
Oh, we did learn a lot of new things this weekend, though.
What's that?
Besides just the fact that the NFL is rigged.
Allegedly.
Did you really know that this thing was a rule?
Oh, yeah, I did. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I used to play Quarterback Club 1997. So Joe's referring to how the tush push for the Philadelphia Eagles, the brotherly shove, it's basically unstoppable. So Frankie Louvu of the Washington Commanders decided, F it, I'm just going to keep on jumping over the line of scrimmage so that if they keep on running it, eventually I'm going to stop it. Thinking, okay, well, it's goal-to-go situation. It's not like they can get a first down if the ball gets moved closer to the goal line. I used to play this game called Quarterback Club 1997, and because I was not very competitive, I wanted to win every single game, and I would sometimes make it so that the team I was playing would just get called for offsides over and over and over again. And yeah, after a certain amount, in Quarterback Club 1997, an old-ass video game, you would get an intentional touchdown.
Because my favorite conspiracy theory coming out of this weekend is that they told us all that rule in the first game so that next week when they give the Chiefs points for something the Eagles do, we all understand what's happening. That's my favorite conspiracy theory that's come out of this weekend, is that was just a teaching moment. So we are all aware that in the Super Bowl, when the referees award the Kansas City Chiefs 6 points because of something the Philadelphia Eagles do, we all know why it happened. That's my favorite conspiracy theory coming out of this weekend.
Okay. I look at what the Eagles did, and I mean, Saquon Barkley should get the MVP over either of those quarterbacks that end up getting it, whether it's Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen. If Saquon Barkley and the Eagles get to the Super Bowl and win it, they're already in it. If they win it, I think that trophy should be taken away from whatever quarterback forcibly and given to Saquon. The Eagles won that game, the first offensive play, where Saquon Barkley has that ridiculous touchdown run. And you feel for the Commanders, who had gone all in for an 18-play field goal drive to open up the game. From there, I knew it wasn't going to work out for Washington. The Eagles had 7 touchdown runs. It's the most since the 30s. And
it's crazy.
It was nuts. And the Commanders just unraveled. It wasn't a good game for Jaden Daniels. Marshawn Lattimore was doing Marshawn Lattimore things. They fumbled 3 times. They got penalized 9 times. Commanders, fun story this year, but yeah.
It was a good story. I despise that they kicked the field goal on the first drive. I cannot believe they went for it twice and then kicked
There's
it.
a lot of effort, right?
Why? And it reminded me just so much of the game we saw last Monday, a week ago today, when Notre Dame took them 18 plays, multiple fourth down conversions, but at least they scored a touchdown. It's that much effort to score. It just, you kind of knew that was not sustainable. Having to throw a fake punt, which great play design, Tressway, nice pass, but having to throw a fake punt on your second drive to just get another field goal, and then Saquon Barkley, right? I've been pro moving the vote for the MVP and everything back. I think the playoffs should always be included, whether it's the Heisman, the MVP, and maybe you have to weight it a little bit, but I thought it was clear Saquon Barkley deserved to be in the conversation before.
Yeah. And he's just going to get left out because, everyone wants to give Allen his first. And on top of that, if they don't, they want to give Lamar Jackson another one. So we'll see what happens on that front. But I think Super Bowl licks will be a good one. The other big news from the weekend, and this is something that took place yesterday, the Astros were able to strong-arm Ryan Presley into waiving his no-trade clause so that they could give themselves $8.5 million of payroll relief from his $14 million contract. They also got a Class A pitcher named Juan Bello. Before the proposed trade, they sat around $3 million over the first luxury tax threshold. And if you listen to Chandler Rome, his understanding of Jim Crane is that Crane will only go over the collective balance tax for what is considered a, quote, cherry on top, end quote. Is that going to be Alex Bregman? We will see. It better be something, because the idea that you traded Ryan Presley for just $8.5 million of payroll relief is kind of embarrassing. I think it's a bad look. I think it's a bad look that they clearly shamed him into waiving his no trade clause. I get it. They didn't want him. He's not the same pitcher anymore. But they were the idiots that gave him that contract. One of many contracts that were, let's just be honest, not well thought out. Relievers should not be getting long-term deals. They gave him this long-term deal. They're stuck with him. And now they're forced to trade him, not for anything in return. They're forced to trade him for money. And I am not convinced, Joe, that they are going to use this money because it seems like they are standing pat with this Alex Bregman deal. So ultimately, I look at this as the Astros shaming a guy who was a key part of their 2022 World Series and this entire run into taking a job where he doesn't want to go with the promise he's going to be closer so that they could save $8.5 million. I just think it's lame.
I totally agree. If the Bregman deal comes after this, love it. Fine with it. Makes total sense. You're going to go over the luxury tax. But again, they didn't have to trade Ryan Presley to sign Alex Bregman.
No, they didn't. I mean,
they did not have to. They could have traded Christian Vasquez. They could have traded one of the outfielders, two of the outfielders. There's other players they could have traded, other things they could have done. But they didn't want Ryan Presley on the team, A. And then B, they wanted to move on from that contract and get anything they could in return. So that's why this idea that Presley traded equals Bregman signed, I don't believe it. Like, I'm with you. I will believe it when I see it. And it does feel like it feels like it's going to happen for me. I do think they're going to find a way to get this done, because if they weren't going to, I think they would have just sat on Presley. I guess that's being hopeful that there's logic there, because if it is really just a salary dump, I don't like the deal. I don't like the deal for the Astros because yes, Ryan Presley was not the guy he was the 2 years prior. And there are a lot of advanced analytics and nerdy numbers that tell you he's starting to head down a path that is not good. But your bullpen is weaker now. Like, you have to replace that arm logically. Like, who is going to pitch in the sixth inning? Like, are you betting on Forrest Whitley? Are you betting on these guys who are never going to be healthy to strengthen your rotation? So if Bregman comes, I'm totally good with it. But I don't really believe it's happening. I would like it to. I like to believe it's happening, but I have to like see it happen first before I can really say this is a good trade for the Astros.
It's just not a good trade. Like, there's no way it ever is a good trade, in my opinion. You didn't get anything for him. You got $8.5 million.
But the way he pitched last year, I think that's to be expected.
Yeah, but I mean, didn't we say going into the offseason that you might be able to get like actually something decent in return for him? And now you got dick for him.
I thought worst case, like, it would be a salary dump. Like, when the Kyle Tucker rumors were heating up, my original thought was that Kyle Tucker and Presley at the time would go to the Cubs. And if the Astros could, suck it up and get over Cody Bellinger and what he said, he would come back to the Astros, but that would cost you an extra $6 million. So like, they clearly don't want to do that. And this is Jim Crane's philosophy. I mean, last year it was the same thing. It was a quiet offseason. They didn't do anything. And then he said he would go all in and go over the luxury tax for Josh Hader. He did this, 2019 when they traded for Zach Greinke? They went over the luxury tax then. Now, he got a lucky break and didn't have to pay it then because of COVID and because of what happened to the next baseball season. But he has shown he will do it for certain players. If it's not Alex Bregman, that player does not exist.
Yeah, I doubt he would do it for anyone else.
Exactly.
And I look at this deal, and I really just think it makes the Astros look bad for giving Presley that deal. And I see a couple of people saying, "Hey, like, you had to move on from him." Sure, you gave him a no trade clause, and you shamed him into waiving it. Like, let's not get it twisted. There's no way that Bob Nightingale, who is Jim Crane's mouthpiece essentially, is going to, over all of Friday and all of Thursday and all of Saturday too, just talk about how if Presley waives his no trade clause, the Astros will have significantly more money to spend. Significantly more. And he just kept on doing it over and over and over again. And I think it looks bad. And ultimately, you're just doing it for $8.5 million. It's a $14 million contract. You're barely getting half of this paid.
I thought they were going to pay more. Like, I thought it was going to be closer to like actually half.
Yeah, when I saw it was less than half, I was like, oh, okay, there we go. But yeah, what this is Rafael Montero and Jose Abreu. That's why this trade happened.
Yeah,
right. I mean, this deal is a James Click deal, but it's a dumb deal. Like, don't give a reliever a long-term contract. Like the Josh Hader one, like, good luck with that one in a couple of years, especially with, I don't know how Josh Hader has looked in certain situations in his first year in this contract. Just a thought. You put yourself in that situation because of poor management, because of like a contract that to me just doesn't make sense. You were paying for what he had done, but like you got to think about this long term, and then giving him a no trade clause on top of that. Like why? that good job by Presley's agent, and ultimately because of Presley's agent being able to do that, like you got strong armed essentially into getting nothing for a guy who, okay, like he's decent.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, I like the deal from the other side. Like the upside of it, you're paying a guy $8.5 million, and if it doesn't go well, you'll cut him and he'll come back to Houston, just like Hector Neris did the last time the Cubs signed one of the former Astros pitchers. But like, they got rid of the money, but you got to use it now. Like if you're going to use it, like if this is a money saving move, then use it. And so at a minimum, if you don't get Bregman, sign an $8 million outfielder, because your outfield still sucks. I mean, your outfield's terrible. And Jose Altuve, who's in left field 30 minutes ago, practicing apparently at Minute Maid Park, if he's not your left fielder, then you have to sign someone. And Santander's contract was too much, and you missed out on him, and you missed out on Profar. And I didn't like his contract either. He ended up getting, but like, go spend the money, because you still have a huge problem in the outfield. And if you're going to make this move to save money, you can add someone without going over the luxury tax now. You can find a $7 million outfielder and just come under the number. If that's really how you want to operate,
But
then
they
do
won't.
it. They probably won't.
I'm not even
That's
convinced.
probably more like deadline move, if anything, but
I'm not convinced they'll do it with Bregman. I mean, if you were going to actually change the amount of money that you were offering Bregman, then this is when you would have done it right away, right now. And okay, I guess there's more optimism about a potential return of Bregman at this moment in time, but ultimately, like I just look at this entire week of trying to force Ryan Presley to waive his no trade clause, and I think it's an embarrassing look for the Astros. I think it's embarrassing. And okay, congratulations on the $8.5 million you have to work with. But as you said, yeah, like what are you doing in the outfield? Like, are you really going to move Altuve to left field? Are you really going to do that? Like, okay, man, cool. He's out there practicing in left field. It's one thing to practice out there, but we've seen guys practice at other positions in spring training before. Do they actually do it during the regular season? Generally not. So we will see what happens on that front. But I am not sold on the idea that you trading Ryan Presley for like half of his salaries, over half of his contract being relieved off your books, and getting Juan Bella, who I hope is good. Probably not. Like,
I mean, he's 20. Like, we'll see him in 4 years
at best. Right. I mean, you might trade him again. Like, ultimately, it just looked bad. It just looked bad. The guy, the guy's one of your key pieces. He helped save Hunter Brown last year with the conversation he had with him on a plane. So that's how I'm looking at it. But if you feel differently, 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. He is Joe. I am Paul. So that's on the table. Also, as far as Alex Bregman, what's the latest with him? Oh, man, you've gotten some great reporting about Alex Bregman over the last couple of days. And is the NFL rigged? Stay put. First, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie and MyBookie.ag. Promo code BET975. You sign up with that promo code, you're going to get an awesome deposit bonus right away. You can bet on so many things with it. Thursdays, it's a risk-free bet kind of day, but maybe tonight you're taking a look at the big basketball match for the red-hot Houston Rockets. See that win that they had over the Cavaliers again on Saturday night? Well, they play the Boston Celtics tonight, and if they're able to beat the Celtics, that makes them, 13-4 against the best teams in the NBA. Celtics are 6.5-point favorites. This game's being played at the Garden. 6:30 tonight. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie.ag.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
The reporting on Alex Bregman over the weekend has been very consistent with the reporting that we saw during the week.
Yeah. I had a funny weekend, Paul, because every time I saw door, I just laughed because I knew it made you upset.
They got to stop talking about doors.
I just knew. I knew it was pissing Paul off.
I mean, what's next? Are we going to get Hodor from Game of Thrones?
I used him in the tweet today for you.
You
The show
did?
tweet, yeah.
At some point, this is what the reporting on Alex Bregman is going to be. It's going to be Bob Nightingale or some other baseball reporter at like 3 a.m. as they're slowly losing their mind because they have to cover this, like, to get out the news first. And this is what they're going to be putting out.
On the door! 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 On the door!
Yeah, the part at the end, that sounds a lot like when John Heyman seemingly had a few right before he blocked me for calling him out as Scott Boras' sock puppet. So here's what we had. We had door was ajar on Thursday as far as Alex Bregman returning to the Astros. Friday, Dana Brown said the door is cracked, but it's a long shot that Bregman will be back. After the trade of Ryan Presley to the Cubs to save $8.5 million, Ben Verlander reported that the door is now wide open.
Okay.
Feels like it's more wishful thinking than reporting by Ben Verlander. And Jose Altuve, the range of emotions that he's gone, a door that was ajar to a door that was closed to a door wide open. He thought Bregman was definitely staying. Then he lost all hope, and now he's in the middle. And this was before the Presley trade. So now I imagine he thinks he's definitely staying again.
I mean, he's in left field today. I mean, he's at Dyken Park in left field today. So he must have some belief that this could actually happen, that he's learning what it's like to play in front of the Crawford boxes. Why else would he be out there? Like, is it just for a show? Is he showing Alex Bregman? Maybe they haven't been texting each other. But he's like, hey, guys, I'm going to go to Dyken Park. I'm going to go out in the left field. Make sure there's reporters there, which I don't know why they're there, to tweet photos of him working out in left field. Just making sure Alex is aware.
How many Altuves are the Crawford boxes?
6?
6?
7?
What do you think, Sean?
It's so many because
I don't know a lot of Crawford boxes.
Before, we should probably look that up. That'd make the math a lot easier because he's 5'6". Crawford boxes are however tall they are. Just divide those two numbers. In the picture, I did have to do a lot of zooming to make sure that that's actually Altuve. Before I sent it to you guys, I did like zoom and I was like, man, everyone looks small next to the Crawford boxes, but man, he looks small. It was him, or at least it's a small man dressed as a baseball player standing next to the Crawford boxes.
Oh, it could be like a stunt double.
I have no reason to believe it isn't Jose Altuve, but I cannot confirm. It's like the Josh Allen play. I can't clearly see that it's Altuve.
I'm with you there. I mean, let's be honest. There's a lot of 5'7" Hispanic people that live in Houston, Texas. No, like you could get a body double
a lot
there. Right.
It wouldn't be that challenge.
That'd be hilarious if you started doing that.
That would be funny. Yeah, I kind of like that. Like, watch, just a groundskeeper.
Body doubles.
Yeah.
Everywhere.
Altuve body doubles everywhere. Let's go. This is Jose Altuve talking about Alex Bregman at FanFest on Saturday. He was asked about Alex Bregman a lot.
I want him back. I said it. He's a big part of our team. And, he's definitely going to make this team better if he stays. So we're really praying and hoping he stays. Yeah, we haven't talked about it, but, for Alex, I do whatever. So like I said, he's one of the best players in the whole league, but he's definitely one of the best players in the team. So we want him to stay. So whatever I have to do for him to stay, I'm willing to do it.
Have you ever played outfield before?
What? Have you ever played outfield before? Have you seen me? Would you be willing to play the outfield? I've been willing to do everything if he stays, I want to win, and he's going to be a guy that's going to make this team better. So, we have a better chance to win a championship with him. So, like I said, that's my answer. I'm willing to do whatever for him to stay.
I don't know if I want him in left. I'll admit, opinion a little bit skewed by a clip I saw of Craig Biggio playing left field at Wrigley. Didn't go so well.
I have concerns about Altuve in left field, but it's the only logical choice you have to do it. I mean, I don't think, Altuve is proving he is one of the greatest teammates in the history of sports. I mean, this is very it's him and Brady in terms of contracts, because Brady would always take less money. Jose Altuve twice now has taken significantly less than what the market would demand if he hit free agency, so he could stay a Houston Astro, so they could pay other players, in quotes. And now he's going to move to left field.
Jose Abreu.
So Alex Bregman come back. He is the best teammate we'll ever see in Houston sports, and one of the best we'll see in sports ever. I don't know if it makes any sense, but it's the only thing they can do, because unless you trade Isaac Paredes or demand he move to left field, but I don't
think
do
that.
I mean, you could try. You could trade him. I don't know if you can make him play left.
The theory is that Altuve's already a below average second base fielder. Yeah. So instead of putting Paredes back there to be below average in left field and Altuve being below average in second, you just have one below average player in left field instead of having two.
I understand that, but I think that most people who are talking right now on social media, whether it's on ESPN Houston, Mr. Mills says Altuve will not be able to throw a single runner out in left field. Largo is saying bring Towles Hill to left field, to give him a chance. Honestly, that's the best idea I've seen.
Towles Hill into the Crawford
Can you
boxes?
temporarily do that?
I mean,
that would be hilarious.
Wild design.
There's a ramp, just a ramp that goes just slightly less than 6 feet above.
Can we? Can you elevate it to only when the Astros are in the outfield?
It's retractable.
Ooh,
yeah, retractable outfield.
that would slow the games down a little bit.
We would also, need. I'm sure it's possible, but I don't know if it's possible in time for whatever April 2nd or whatever the Astros season starts.
Yeah, that might be a year 2 kind of thing of this.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
I don't know if it'll work, but it's totally worth it because of what it does to your lineup. Having Alex Bregman with Paredes, with Altuve, with Alvarez, with Christian Walker, with Yainer Diaz, you have the best lineup in the American League. It's probably not even close, honestly, if you keep Alex Bregman. So it's totally worth it. And if Altuve is willing to move to left field, then you put him in left field, and now spring training actually becomes interesting for the first time ever.
To a degree. I mean,
yeah,
to a degree.
I'm still only going to see clips of Altuve having balls hit his way. I'm not going to watch an entire spring training game just to see the possibility of it.
All it's going to take is one bad one for all of us to be like, yeesh.
Yeah.
Because that's the only one we'll see
happen.
Is a bad one. We'll see a bad one, and every single one of us will go, I don't know, Jim.
Now, so the YouTube comments that said about him not being able to throw anyone out from left field, he's never going to, ever. But you have Pena and Bregman on that side, so that will, in theory, help you
with the relay throw.
It's all relay throws.
Okay,
man.
So you just have to hit the relay.
I mean, he might throw relays from 10 feet away.
Yeah. Pena's
someone's tagging up from third, and they're gonna have to hit the relay guy,
like an underhanded relay throw. And Jeremy Pena's gonna basically be playing left field.
I was gonna say
time.
have Pena and shallow left to throw him out.
Pena's gonna need to cut down those biceps a little bit so that he can get into the outfield a little more quickly. Not as aerodynamic, not as quick, probably. Those absolute pythons that guy's got. They're not quite the Neil Hunters, but Python Watch 2025, everybody. From the 8-3 table, I think the door for Alex Bregman is open enough for a peeping Tom. No, it's full on. You're looking in. The person is aware of your what's the word? Voyeurism. They're aware.
Yeah.
They're aware right now. Like that's because of the Presley trade. But before that, yeah, I think it was more peeping Tom. Altuve had said he'd do anything to get Bregman back from the 832. What if Bagwell makes Altuve eat horse poop like a Philly fan to keep Bregman?
Honestly, probably do it.
I think Bregman. Excuse me. I think Altuve would do it.
I don't know.
Yeah.
He said he'd do anything. You got to ask.
Why?
You think
Why
that Bregman
though?
would take
Wait,
a
why
discount?
do we have to ask?
Is Bregman a fan of Jackass? And would Bregman appreciate that effort and take a little less money? It's worth asking.
I would ask.
Listen, it's a penny pinching organization that traded Ryan Presley to save $8.5 million. Not even 14.
You know, I mean, I just don't know if it saves money. You can't rework his contract because that'd be the next ask. Like, hey, can we give you signing bonus? I don't know if baseball contracts actually work like that, like the NFL. But why can't they just move his money around to pay Alex Bregman, Altuve? Just pay him even less.
Defer some payments.
Just give him a giant signing bonus or defer some payments.
That's what you do. You rip up the contract and go. You make $1 million per year now. Deferred all your actual money.
Yeah.
In 5 years, where we're not going to be good anyway.
936. Would you make Jordan a full-time left fielder?
No, I think Altuve in left's a better decision than Jordan in left.
You know what the sad thing is, though? It shouldn't be, because Jordan should be able to play there. The problem is he just gets hurt all the time.
Yeah.
He doesn't always get hurt. His injuries don't always happen in left field.
Yeah, it feels like they do.
It feels like
they're linked.
So the irony is that when
so
he gets hurt running to second base this year, it's well then he should just be in left. Because he's got a cannon. We've seen him throw guys out at home before. He can play good outfield. He's he can play adequate outfield.
Yeah, he has a good arm.
Yeah.
That's it. That's his best defensive quality is that he has a good arm.
I mean, he nearly killed Jeremy Pena a couple years ago.
Yeah,
but
I was going to say.
That was Pena's fault, too.
He didn't get hurt, but you're exposing him to a lot of risk.
Altuve's going to run into Pena this year.
Oh, they're going to collide?
Oh, not necessarily.
Altuve's just got to let them get everything.
They have good communication because, they play second and shortstop.
Shortstop has say, right? Does the shortstop have say over outfielder?
I think normally outfielder has.
But you're the shortstop, you're the shortstop.
I think the shortstop and the third baseman have to have say now over the left fielder.
I think, but the idea is that one guy's running forward, the other guy's running backwards. The guy who's running forward should have say.
Not this time. Altuve just stand there.
Well, I don't know about stand there, but I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
Keep your social distance from Jeremy Pena and Alex Bregman at all times.
Does outfielder have claim over shortstop? Seriously, I want to know the answer to this. No, in baseball, a shortstop generally has more claim over the infield compared to an outfielder. That's what Google AI tells me. Meaning the shortstop would typically have priority on balls hit to the middle infield zone, even if an outfielder is close by. However, he's going to be closer every single time, right? Than Altuve would be.
You'd think so. I mean,
vertically at least.
You would think without if this shift still existed, they would probably just do something very drastic with their outfield.
Well, you could still can't you still shade
touch the grass,
but you can shade over the outfield. What I'm saying is, that Jake Meyer should play left center field.
Yes,
and also center field and also right center field.
I do wonder if that could be McCormick and Myers, depending on who's up to bat, might shift over a little bit and leave the corner just wide open.
15 feet. Just walk 15 feet to your right.
Yeah. Well, look, you gotta be creative. This is a Joe Spada problem now, hopefully.
I do like this though, because this is at least creative. Gets the blood pumping.
I think
this is
thinking man's game.
This is better than just I don't know, don't have a spot for him. Having Altuve on record being I will move wherever. I'll play catcher if you need me.
I'll pet your back porch.
Yeah, exactly.
Boogie Miles up there.
I do respect the Astros aren't boring. That they're always doing something crazy. That you gotta tip your cap to them. They keep us talking.
I'll tip my cap, but it's again embarrassing that they traded Ryan Presley for $8.5 million and that they had to shame him into waiving his no trade clause. You can't tell me it's not. It is. Sorry.
Did they shame him?
Yes, they did. That's what the reporting was. People were like, that's speculation. No. Did you see how many times Bob Nightingale tweeted that?
But it could also be it could also been Ryan Presley playing tough on the Cubs side to guarantee me the closer spot.
He got a good deal. He also got a bonus. to make up for taxes.
Well, there's a lot of them there.
Yeah. So like not only like he kept his money, which is incredible how he pulled that off.
Yeah, but still, come on. He didn't want to go there. You think he wanted to go to not Iraq, Chirac? My bad.
He doesn't see the difference. No, he doesn't want to go anywhere. He only wants to play in Texas, which is very funny.
I'm pretty sure Detroit gave a better offer because they asked him to waive the no trade clause for Detroit first, and he said no.
Yeah.
He don't play Dearborn.
No.
You would think. Anyway, it's Gallant George. He's Joe and Paul. We got Sean behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call. To text, you can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join us on Twitch at ESPN 975. We did figure out more about Bobby Slowick and why the Texans moved on from him. Aaron Wilson had a piece at Channel 2's website. DeMeco Ryans weighed the direction of the offense, the upside and downside of making a change, and the input of key players in formulating a decision that was ultimately his entire call per league sources. That's the reason that they decided to move on from him. Multiple players spoke candidly, expressing concern about the direction and philosophy of the offense, the play calling, and a general lack of production and consistency. That wasn't the sole factor in determining this difficult decision, but it was a consideration per sources. From what I understand, it was Laramie Tunsil that was definitely never a Bobby Slowick guy. CJ Stroud, despite what he might have said at the press conference, not a fan. Tank Dell, not a fan, and there were others.
Yeah, the CJ doesn't surprise me. You know he's not someone that's going to throw people under the bus publicly. Like I think that's always been clear. So to hear CJ was kind of anti-Bobby as well, and just everything does not surprise me. Same with Tank Dell. Maybe having him block on the interior offensive line was a bad idea to have Tank Dell on your side. I'm not surprised. I think it's interesting that I'm glad that it wasn't just a DeMeco decision. Like, I do think you should have input from other people in the organization, from Nick Caserio to the players, to make sure you're not misreading the room here. So it's good they got them all involved, and it was the right decision in the end. I don't really care how they got there. I'm just glad he's gone.
Who they get next is now the big question. I understand why they moved on from him, and even though I defended him for a little bit, I was out on him with the football is football line, sort of the same way I was out of Brock Osweiler when Brock Osweiler said every interception has a story when I asked if there was a theme with his interceptions. This article from Aaron Wilson continues. A loss of confidence in Slowick, including from key players frustrated with the regression of the offense, was another key factor. And again, a decision that you keep on saying was entirely made by DeMeco Ryans. But I'm sure that input probably shifted things. From what I understand, there was a specific moment where the players all lost confidence in Bobby Slowick, and it wasn't something that had to do with like the offense's performance. Like, I think it was like a meeting of some sorts.
Oh, we've heard of stuff like that before, where like you go up in front of a room and you just trying to defend what's going on or trying to give an explanation, and the players all look at you like,
I think
what planet are you living on, dude?
Yeah, I don't know if it was delusion as much as it was like, wait, he didn't seem to have confidence in himself. This is again what tough. I heard. Again, who knows what the actual details were, but supposedly there was like a moment that didn't help him out, in addition to the fact that the offense was struggling week to week and doing the same things every single week.
Yeah, I mean, someone that said, like, football is football when talking about second half adjustments, and just because, like, just thinking like the same things are going to work. The players feel that. The players know that they're not doing enough at halftime. Like, whether it's CJ Stroud, who's only played for 2 coordinators basically in his entire career, or Tunsil, who's played for a bunch, like, they know something's not working. They know that there is some kind of adjustment or game plan change. I can't imagine how they weren't all extremely frustrated this year.
I mean, if we can sit here watching games on TV, Paul, in the press box for home games, and just see over and over again, like, hey, every single game follows the same script of they score early, they score a couple times in the second half, and then they have nothing. And the entire, like, after the first 3 drives, they don't have anything on offense until maybe they get a 2-minute drill, score a last-second touchdown.
That was when it looked good. Yeah.
Where it's like they don't have any answers for anything that the defense, they have the answers for what the number one They don't have no answers for what the defense's number 2 is. And they do that, 18 times this year. Like that's a problem. And that's something that no matter what the issue in that is, that's something that the players pick up on.
Yeah, and if you lost your confidence and all you're doing is just, most drives going run, pass, and it's never working.
Screen pass, maybe?
Yeah.
To replace one of the runs as an
Exactly.
extension of the run game?
Yeah, when it's like there's no game plan, there's no idea of how to, and if you even tell your offensive coordinator doesn't know what he's doing, like you can feel it. And I think you go back to some of the times where, you think about the Chiefs game there, where it's like, why is it taking so long to get the play call in on a crucial 4th down to which the game is on the line? And that could be a conference thing of like not knowing what play to call. Like this is the right move. And if the players lost confidence in Bobby and Bobby lost confidence in himself, then for the best of his career, it's good for him to move on. And for the best of the Texans, it's good for him to move on, because you can't be out there with a coach that doesn't believe in himself or believe in what he's doing. Like, it's never going to work. So
it got to that point, and yeah, that's why he is gone. And we'll talk about potential replacements for him. The list of possibilities has narrowed, but from the sound of things, Rams offensive coordinator Nick Caley is a candidate. He has ties to Nick Caserio. He was an offensive assistant with the Patriots. He also went to the same school as Nick Caserio, John Carroll University. He's supposedly the leading candidate for the Jets. Gerard Johnson and Bill Lazor are being considered, but from what I understand, the interest in Gerard Johnson by the Jets might be overstated.
Okay.
And outside of that, Mike McCarthy and Doug Peterson seems like they only want head coaching gigs. So I know, Joe, you are looking at Chip Kelly and you want to bring him in.
Yeah, Chip Kelly, I think, is the answer to the question of this. To me, it makes the most logical sense. He is not going to be someone that, bails after a year to be a head coach anymore. If he was going to be a head coach, then, maybe he has NFL aspirations to be a head coach again, but he left UCLA, so he's not going to go back to college to be a head coach. So, like, this kind of feels like the end of his road of his career, it feels like, to where he's going, unless he gets a head coaching job offer in the NFL. It's why I don't love the idea of Nick Caley, because it's another guy who's never called plays. He is a drawer, apparently. Like, Sean McVay tells him what he wants to do. Nick Caley draws the plays to implement them to teach the offense. That's cool. It's worked for all these other guys, but he's never called plays before. So what happens when his confidence gets broken and things aren't working? You don't know if he's going to break like Bobby Slowick, and doesn't know the answers to the test. And if he's this incredible candidate, he's leaving in a year, because the Texans will have the best offense in the NFL, or one of the best offenses in the NFL, if this guy is a genius, and he'll just be gone. So I think Chip Kelly is the right decision. It makes the most sense to me for him to be there. And what we learned this weekend is money talks. And as much as I get why people would think he wouldn't leave Ohio State, the Ohio State defensive coordinator left his job. He left the parade to go join Penn State this weekend for a couple extra $1 million. Money talks. So I don't think pay him, Chip Kelly will come.
Texans aren't pinching pennies. So if theoretically that was a possibility, I think that they would pay. I just have a hard time seeing a guy who's 61 years old wanting to leave for only a little bit more. I think you're going to have to rock his socks off, knock his socks off. You know what I'm saying? They're going to have to spend a lot on that front. Also, I guess Cole Popovich is technically still part of the team for now. His contract has expired, but supposedly he is a serious candidate to coach the Texans offensive line.
Great. That sounds like a great idea, Paul.
Honestly, hearing a little more behind the scenes, it seems like he was one of the people that took issue with Bobby Slowick in the offense the most. So perhaps there's something here.
And I did learn he wasn't fired by the Patriots because of his coaching. He got fired because he wouldn't follow COVID protocols. He wouldn't get the vax. So that's why he left New England originally.
Yes.
So because Aaron Wilson said he thinks that Cole Popovich could be a candidate to go back to New England as well. So I still don't love the idea of promoting internally when things are going so wrong. I just you're all in the building. You can't help fix it now. It just seems illogical to me, but
yeah, it's nothing against the two guys, but if at the end of this, it's Texans promote Gerard Johnson and Cole Popovich to fill those two positions, I'm going to have a hard time seeing that as a huge win.
Sean Mapes behind the glass, Joe George to my right. I'm Paul Gallant. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. You want to weigh in on what the Texans should do. at offensive coordinator. You can also on the moving of Ryan Presley to the Chicago Cubs in exchange for $8.5 million and the latest on Alex Bregman. We'll also talk about everything that went down in Conference Championship Weekend. What lessons can be learned from Conference Championship Weekend? Stick around.
where are you guys at on Alex Bregman and potentially adding him back to the team?
Like I've always said, arms are open. I want him back, So I know that we haven't shut that door. He's still a free agent. And as the manager of the team, if I could have Alex Bregman back, would love to have him back. I've said how much I love and I care about this player and what he brings to the table. So, hey, I want him back.
More door talk when it comes to whether or not Alex Bregman will return to the Houston Astros. This is the latest on that front. Will Kunkel, Fox 26, reported this. I am told the odds of the Astros signing Alex Bregman are, quote, very low, ! End quote, per source. Of course, that doesn't mean it won't happen, but it likely will not. And that's how I feel because, Joe, yes, they just traded Ryan Presley. Yesterday, they got him to waive his no-trade clause less than, 24 hours ago. But you would think that $8.5 million saved when you're $3 million over the collective balance tax before said trade. You would think that it's not going to give you that much more money to play with to give Bregman a slightly increased offer from the 6-year, $6.8 million deal that they have on the table for him.
Yeah, and Ari Alexander said that that current deal is unlikely to get this done. So, at least according to his sources, that the Astros have to increase their offer. I'm not sure I buy that either because I feel like he would have been signed by now by the Red Sox or the Tigers, unless everyone's just we're all just going to offer the same thing and there's some kind of conspiracy going on. But I have minimal hope that Alex Bregman's actually going to be back. Now, as FanFest was happening on Saturday and everyone's talking about it, it's all really positive. It's all we want him back. We're working on it. Door this, door that. But then now that that's kind of come and gone, it feels all the reporting seems to be mostly more pessimistic, which is fine. It doesn't mean it's going to be right. Will Kunkel saying in that tweet, it doesn't mean it's over. But my gut tells me he's not going to be back. I'm still hopeful he will be, though.
We all hope he'll be back.
Yeah.
But I'm skeptical.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's another move that they're about to make to save some more money, but it feels like they're staying with the same offer that they originally had for Bregman. So I feel like this move was just done to cut costs.
I think these moves are not as correlated as they've been reported.
But that's what was happening over the last couple of days from Bob Nightingale and some of these other national baseball writers. It was putting these two deals together. Presley gets moved, means Bregman can come back. Well, now that Presley has been moved, now the Astros actually have to do it because the way that I really feel that they kind of strong-arm Presley into taking the no-trade clause. They made him look bad. If you don't waive the no-trade clause to bring Bregman back, so the Astros had a very convenient fall guy for them. Now here we are, and I will wait. But like Will Kunkel's reporting, I do not believe this means that they're going to go bring Bregman back, which I would like and I would be happy about. And hey, figure out what the hell you do with who plays where after you get him back in the fold.
Yeah, if you get him in the building, whoever wants to move around moves around, whether it's Altuve or Paredes or a combination, and most likely the scenario is that Altuve is just your primary left fielder, but Yordan Alvarez still plays, 55 games or 50 games, in left field this year. Dubon still plays quite a few games, and maybe Altuve plays, less than 100 games in left field for the Houston Astros this year. All that's still very much on the table, so you can figure it out. But yeah, I think it really is just not as connected as we thought it was, because the reporting really, the way people were interpreting it was what Presley gone equals Bregman back, and I think it opens the door for Bregman to come back. Even though I don't really see how it does, I still don't think $8.5 million should deter you. I know so the big thing is that there's a second level of the tax, which affects draft picks, for qualifying offers and all these different things and international money.
Now that they're below this threshold with Presley being moved, they can offer the Bregman contract and stay below that second level of the collective bargaining tax. That to me seems like would be the bigger goal if these things are connected, is avoiding that second penalty versus just taking the first one. But I hope we don't have to wait that long. I think it feels like this is done by the end of the week, right?
Well,
the way
you don't think it's going to
picked up
happen,
steam?
I thought.
No, I mean at Bregman anywhere.
Oh.
The whole Bregman feels like there's been so much momentum for it the last couple of days. Like
there hasn't been any momentum. There's just Presley's been traded to Chicago. That's it.
It's more that the offers that he's gotten elsewhere have been made clear to Scott Boras that they're not going up. So kind of circling back to Astros offer actually isn't that bad.
Yeah, I feel like everything's just like these are the deals you're getting.
Yeah.
And it's not like new teams aren't going to emerge. Like the
mystery team? You don't think a mystery team's lying in the way?
I don't think so.
Can never rule out a mystery team.
The mystery teams don't want to pay him 5 years. Don't want to give him 5 years. That's the problem. That's why he's not signed.
I mean, I think it was Ari Alexander reported that the original deal is actually unlikely, like more unlikely than Bregman coming back, is that he comes back on the 6-year 156 deal, which kind of makes sense. Where I think if you're unsigned at this point, like you're looking at the Cody Bellinger, Blake Snell, Boras special of, sorry, couldn't get you a good offer. How about 3 years with player options after each year, and we try again next year? Huh? How's that sound, Alex? I feel like that's the most likely outcome for wherever Bregman signs.
Just give him like $40 million just to come back for 1 year.
Screw it. I think you're over the second competitive threshold.
Maybe way over.
At that point, you should have kept Presley.
And he's not going to defer any money. I keep seeing that on people asking Chandler and all these, and Bob Nightingale is, why doesn't Alex Bregman just defer money? Most of the deferral stuff is based around individual players' tax situations. Like you defer, like Shohei Ohtani's contract is deferred because he's going to move back to Japan when he gets all of his money, and he's not going to get taxed by the state of California on his contract.
Hell yeah.
If Alex is living in Texas when his contract's deferred, like it makes no sense. There's no state taxes here. So that's why the Dodgers are able to do all this, because players are okay with it because they can move somewhere else later on and avoid all those penalties. So I don't think that's part of the solution here.
Gavin Newsom's not going to force the Dodgers to make Shohei pay those taxes.
He might try.
What are they going to do about Meghan Markle's Malibu beach house? What are they going to do about it? I don't know if she has a Malibu beach house now.
Also, what's Japan going to do with all this money that they're getting? All this Dodgers money that they're getting?
Good question. Bow-tied Ken Rosenthal has some thoughts on where Alex Bregman could end up next. Here he was at the 100th annual, New York Baseball Writers Dinner.
Their fans want Alex Bregman back, and the Astros are trying. I don't know how far it's going to get, but if I had to bet right now, I would bet the Astros in this negotiation. Even though they've made their offer, it was 6 years, $156 million. Jim Crane offered that to Bregman. But if they come up a little bit and he doesn't really have anything that he likes as much, now he supposedly has long offers along those lines. But again, it's where do you want to play? And if Alex Bregman goes back, apparently he'd play third. They'd move Paredes to second, and Jose Altuve would play left. That's interesting.
Now that gets crazy too.
Altuve said today, I will do this for Alex Bregman. I want Alex Bregman on my team. And from that perspective, that was, I thought, a really cool statement. Altuve's days as a great defensive second baseman are long gone. But at the same time, position change, he's a prominent player, Hall of Fame track. I thought that was an impressive statement.
Left field?
By him. Left field.
It's a riveting baseball writer conversation.
With some like really heavy breathing.
Yeah.
I mean,
heavy I'm blaming AJ Przinsky for that.
I turned my mic off just in case it was me for a second. And I was like, just in case.
Just blind guess, because I think Przinsky was on the panel with them.
Yeah.
That's AJ Przinsky.
Totally.
That's a former catcher.
Agreed.
Heavy breathing.
It didn't sound like heavy breathing to me. It sounded like something else.
Well, yeah.
I mean, try to liven up the baseball conversation. I get it. Like, you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah.
But that's, I mean, I heard sniffing. I didn't hear breathing. Just saying what I saw, what I heard. Okay.
I don't think you do that at the 100th annual New
better
York-
time?
Yeah.
New York baseball media writers.
I mean, like of all
dinner.
people, like you think like AJ Przinsky wants to be at that thing
Oh God.
with a bunch of nerds?
Sure, I'm sure he's super excited about
Yeah. I mean, why are you there?
Do you think he just has a table like to himself? And it's like high school where he's like, you can't sit with me. Sorry.
I would think.
Sorry, John Morosi. You can't sit with me.
Yeah.
I only let Ken Rosenthal do it with this stupid bow tie. Just because we, I guess, do a show together.
Does Ken Rosenthal's bow tie distract from his height?
I think so. They are for a good cause, at least during the playoffs. So we can't make fun of him when we're watching Astros playoff games. And then he is there with this stupid bow tie, gives a report. And then it's like, by the way, this is for children's cancer. That's why he's wearing his bow tie.
Well, maybe he did. You know what? In his defense, maybe at the baseball writers' dinner, he did talk about whatever charity that bow tie was for.
Yeah, it's so many charities and so many bow ties. I mean, he has like 162 bow ties a year.
It's
ridiculous.
such great cover for him too, because we would be going way harder on the bow ties if they weren't for a good cause.
I've done a bow tie once, didn't like it.
Just once?
Yeah, I didn't like it.
Why not?
I don't know. It just wasn't for me.
Why not?
It's hard to do.
I mean, yeah, just be honest. They are infuriatingly hard to do.
So hard.
Really?
It took me a very long time to figure out how to do it, and like a lot of trial and error, and me being a little obsessive compulsive and annoyed by a lack of symmetry. Yeah, I had a difficult time with it. And
I just keep redoing it.
Someone explained to me it doesn't have to be perfectly symmetrical, and I was like, yes, it does. And then I sniffed.
Livening it up.
I was livening it up, but that was because I had allergies, not because I was at the baseball writers' dinner. Getting a little bit bored. I have a question, guys. I have a big question, and we ask this question a lot. Is Houston a baseball town? Is Houston a football town? Is Houston a basketball town? I mean, think about it. The Rockets, 12-4 against the best teams in basketball. They're 3-1 against the Cavs, against the Thunder. And our beloved Cougs pulled off a completely improbable win Saturday night over Kansas. Womp womp, mother lover. I can't say that. Mother lover. I'm trying to watch my words a little bit more.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll believe it when I hear it. Yeah. What a weird. That inbounds pass was terrible, but clutch. Yes. Right now, where the Texans are, where the Astros are, Houston is a basketball.
Houston's a basketball town, dude. 2 NBA titles, all those Final Four appearances by our beloved Cougs. Like, womp it up.
There is no city in the country that has a better pro and college basketball combo than Houston right now.
Yeah, because there's very few other colleges in the country that have a good basketball program within the city limits.
Yeah, let me look at what Cleveland State's record is.
The only other possibility would be if it's USC, some of the New York schools like St. John's. There's no one in Boston. If Washington was good, like because Washington's in Seattle.
But there's no NBA team in Seattle, famously.
That's true.
They might come back.
Famously.
Thank you for reminding me of that. The Seattle people would get mad at me for saying that.
Oklahoma, maybe? Oklahoma State?
Yeah.
More Oklahoma.
I guess so. If but they don't have Kelvin Sampson anymore at Oklahoma. And I don't know how far Norman is from Oklahoma State.
It's like 40 minutes.
It's too close, probably. I don't know what's worse, Norman or Oklahoma City, but whatever the case. Yeah.
I've never been at Norman. I don't want to. So
this is the center of the universe when it comes to basketball. I got a confession to make. I was watching the Cougs game Saturday night at El Tiempo, and I saw, and I don't know if it was Emmanuel Sharp or LJ Cryer take a 3 from the corner and just absolutely air bricked the hell out of it. And I looked down and I'm like, damn, not the kind of womp I was looking for tonight. So I looked down and then I looked back up and I'm like, because there was 30 seconds left and they were down 6. And then I check up and it's a double overtime. So I was like, wait a second, what the hell happened?
I think I saw a lot of people, and I'm one of them. I was watching because it was a good game, and then I drifted towards the Rockets game, and then I saw Twitter explode and went back for the second overtime. I missed the first overtime.
Malik Wilson, damn dog, 18 points, and to not just steal the inbound pass, but also have the wherewithal to step back outside the 3-point line and splash. Because it's not like he was shooting a bunch of threes in this game. He was 2 for 3 on the game. Damn, dog.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
Yeah,
No.
shoot more.
Yeah.
That good.
They need shooting. It's
Well, they've always needed
that,
shooting.
It's the one thing that kills them in the final.
They play football. This is why I like the Rockets and the Cougs, because they play football and they're basketball. Like the Cougs defense, the Cougars swarm. Like when the Cougars are swarming defensively,
Yeah.
Aziz Al-Shairing everybody out there. That's how you pull back from down 6 at the end of regulation. And that's how you pull back from down 6 at the end of overtime. Kansas choking dogs.
I think that's gonna be my first. I've been waiting to go to the Fertitta Center. I've been dying to go. I think I'm just gonna fork up the money and just go
For Kansas when they come back
on March 3rd.
Get credentialed.
Well, we have them somewhere, but I don't know how that works there. I think I just want to go as a fan, kind of actually. Being media is lame sometimes.
You can watch from the media area and enjoy a match.
That's true. That's true. A match.
You can enjoy a match from the media area. Yeah, I mean, look, I will say, of all the places that you go and you sit in the media rows or whatever, like it's the best view.
Oh,
by
okay.
far.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, then maybe not.
By far the
Well,
best
then why
view.
would I buy a ticket? Then I didn't know that.
I don't know.
I didn't know it was good. I just said,
yeah.
No,
I didn't know you didn't want to.
Fertitta Center's
tell
like less
Joe's-
than 20,000 people.
That's
Of course, it's good.
Joe's not committed to the cause though, because he's unwilling to give money to
Yeah.
the Cougar basketball program.
I give plenty of money to the Cougar basketball program.
How do you do
How
that?
so?
I go to Tillman's restaurants.
Yeah,
It's all.
I don't think that's how it works.
Yes, it is.
It's all get thrown in a pot.
It's the Fertitta Center. If you go to a Fertitta restaurant, you are supporting. the use of the
No.
Cougar.
That's an academic institution.
No. It all funnels into one thing. Whether Rockets, Cougs, restaurants.
I don't think so.
gambling money losses.
think
Like
you're
it all
very wrong
funnels
here.
into Tillman.
It was fun to see the Rockets win as well. Amen Thompson had a triple-double against the Cavs Saturday night, and I really enjoyed this quote from him. I like that the Rockets are taking on a little something from the greatest movie franchise known to man.
30 and 14, what kind of chemistry is this Rockets team building?
Great chemistry. I mean, like I say all the time, we're a family. I love those guys. They helped us get this win, and I'm proud of us.
Jay Sean, Tari, Steven, how important is the bench and the depth to this
So
team?
important. Defensively, getting offensive rebounds, they do all the little things, and we got so many great guys that do that. It helps us win.
Hell yeah.
Family.
Family.
I was almost expecting a song to come after that. Amen Thompson is awesome. He's so incredible. What he how different this team looks, and they started the season off great. Like we all know that, but like how much better they look with Amen in the starting lineup, it's remarkable. He continues to play great basketball. Like he's shooting the ball efficiently or just getting to the bucket efficiently. The rebounds are all over the place. It doesn't show enough statistically what he does defensively for this team. It's just a total game vibe changer for them to beat the Cavs back-to-back games, a team that was only lost 9 games on the entire season. They only lost 2 games at home the whole year. Like they continue to surpass every expectation. I cannot wait to see what happens tonight.
Yeah, it's a big game. I mean, look, the Celtics are playing better. They killed Dallas over the weekend. They have had some rough stretches this year. Obviously, the last time the Rockets played the Celtics spanked them. And this game's in Boston at the Garden.
That's why it's important.
Home of the 18-time champions. But if they win, we can start to have stupid conversations. I don't think anyone's expecting a title, but the possibility of a deep playoff run, it is 100% happening right now.
100%.
It's definitely possible. I don't know what deep means. I would imagine still second round, and a noble exit in the second round. But they just keep on finding ways to win, and I get it. Weren't the Cavs were missing somebody on Saturday night, and a lot of Cavs fans are bitching about that. And
Isaac Okoro, I believe.
Yeah,
it was second night of back-to-back.
Right. It was second night of a back-to-back
against the Sixers, who they also lost to.
Right.
Exactly.
And Kenny Atkinson was bitching and moaning about the refs, which was kind of funny because he basically brought up, hey, man, I mean, they had 46 free throw attempts. And then somebody asked a follow-up question. They're like, yeah, you gave Steven Adams 6, dude.
Yeah, they did.
And he
the
made
heck
them all.
at him. Yeah.
Yeah, they were intentionally fouling Steven Adams in the third quarter.
Yeah, the free throw disparity was 45 to 26. So even if you took away those 6, like 30, whatever. It's just people are always going to complain about that stuff. Like when it's whether both sides. Like if it was flipped and the Rockets lost, people will be talking about free throw disparity. It's always the topic of conversation, but it's also never going to be perfect. It's actually one of my least favorite complaints in all sports.
What
is free throw disparity? Because it's never going to be perfect. Like it's never going to be like each team shoots 25 free throws.
Well, it also
like it never happens that way.
There's also just so many factors that go into it. Like, well, what if you never drive the ball? Then you're never going to draw fouls.
If you take 39 threes, instead of taking 11 more threes than the Rockets, drive to the paint 11 more times. You might get fouled on half of them. There's 10 more free throws.
You could also get fouled, not shoot free throws. Like, there's just so many ways that's like it's not as easy as just going, oh, look, they robbed us.
It's about what's fair. To quote the late Harvey Dent.
Shout out to Harvey Dent.
Shout out to Harvey.
Gone too soon.
Gotham's White Knight.
I don't know if he's gone too soon. He kind of sucked at the end.
What do you mean? Like bad performance or bad guy?
Bad guy.
Is he bad guy?
Two-Face, bad guy.
He nearly killed a kid.
Yeah,
nearly.
But, like, you flipped the coin. We don't know. The coin might have been.
I mean, he dropped the kid.
It wasn't up. It was to the coin.
It was up to the coin. The power of the coin. What was the thing that John and Lance do?
The coin is spoken.
The coin is spoken.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Harvey Dent, not a great guy. Rockets, good basketball team though.
Mm-hmm. Great point. Great point, Joe. He's Joe. I'm Paul Shaw behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text it. We take a look at what happened at conference championship games yesterday and the most hilarious Friday news dump of all time. Stay put. 2 teams left. Super Bowl licks. It's going to be the Philadelphia Eagles and the Kansas City Chiefs. In case you missed the games yesterday, first, the Eagles clobbered the Commanders 55-23, 36 carries for 229 yards and 7 touchdowns. It's the most postseason touchdowns that have been scored in a playoff game since, I believe, the Chicago Bears beat the Washington then Redskins 73-0. And it happened to the Commanders again here.
It was a good story, but the way that Philadelphia's changed their offense, the way they're running the ball, they're incredible. Like the tush push we saw about it was in Buffalo. They're still very good at it, even though they had the one drop snap because they had the injury at center. But Saquon Barkley was dynamic in this game, and Vic Fangio did a really good job like slowing Jaden Daniels down. I mean, Terry McLaurin, these rookie corners, like I know we talked about Lassiter not being named, as part of the finalists for Defensive Rookie of the Year, but Quinion Mitchell and Cooper DeJean were incredible in this game. Like Terry McLaurin was a non-factor. Zach Ertz was the only guy that could get anything going.
Pretty much. McLaurin did have a nice reception early on for the touchdown, but yeah, for the most part, everything was a struggle for Jaden Daniels, who was, I thought, pretty inaccurate in this game. And you put the football on the ground 3 times, you get penalized 9 times. Marshawn Lattimore is throwing like a temper tantrum on the field after getting just completely toasted by Jaylen Brown, then tries to fight him after a touchdown. Yeah, they didn't look like they were ready for the moment. And it's a shame because I thought they showed some chutzpah. I mean, that fake punt that they did was a great punt, great throw by their punter. It's one of the best, honestly, maybe better than every throw that Jaden Daniels made yesterday.
It was a good throw. And yeah, I do respect Washington for coming out and realizing how outgunned and outmanned they were. They coached and played like an underdog does, and just they had enough plays that didn't go their way. Mainly all the fumbles that didn't go their way.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how you lose by 30.
I still hate the field goal though. To go for it
The
twice
first field goal,
fourth down. Yeah.
18 play drive for a field goal,
yeah.
then a 73-yard touchdown by Saquon Barkley.
Yeah, but
game was over.
Like to have another 4th down, which you've already converted to, like just keep going for it. Like what's the point in kicking the field goal?
Getting 0 after that try.
Well, it didn't matter because they got 7 in one play on the first play of the game for the Eagles. So I would have kept going for it, but like I give the Commanders so much credit for doing this. Like
it's a fun story.
So jealous.
The Chiefs beat the Bills 32-29 in the AFC Championship game. Patrick Mahomes, 18 of 26 for 245 yards and a touchdown. He also had 11 carries for 43 yards and 2 more touchdown runs. He put his shoulder into people this week, so a man card restored.
I think I got to take it away.
For what?
The spike. The spike celebration.
I just left his hand.
It was pretty terrible.
Whatever.
Man card in question, at least.
Well, because
the ball slipped out of his hands.
His hands?
It looked bad. It looked unmanly.
While he scored a touchdown? How did it look unmanly? He ran through guys.
Lowered his shoulder to score a rushing touchdown.
Xavier Worthy had 6 catches for 85 yards and a touchdown. Remember when the Bills had the Kansas City Chiefs draft pick?
Yeah. Which time?
Good point.
The time when they had the 10th pick in the draft and then they traded to Kansas City so they could take Patrick Mahomes? Oh, you mean the time when they could have taken Xavier Worthy, but they let the Chiefs have him?
Yes.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
At least they got Keon Coleman.
I do like Keon Coleman, but
Keon Coleman's fun.
Yeah. Well, 1 catch, 13 yards. Come on.
At least they have Dalton Kincaid. Oh, damn. I mean, that would have been a tough catch at the very end, but that was a terrible play call on 4th and 5. I think Sean McDermott's limited as a head coach. I used to like him, and this has nothing to do with the speeches and stuff. They were clearly playing for him at the end of last year, but I think the difference between the Bills and the Chiefs in this game was not the 2 calls that went against the Bills. It was not the 4th and short play where Josh Allen might have gotten the first down. I'm honestly not as sold as many people are saying that he got it. And then on that reception that Xavier Worthy had that didn't look like one, but was still a defensive holding, so they would have had a first down anyways. 23 yards of field position gained, but I think that the Bills lost this because they forgot they had James Cook, that they had bad play calls on offense. And Joe Brady, their offensive coordinator, is the one I would be looking at the most, who definitely had things going very well for the Bills down the stretch last year. But I mean, James Cook had 13 carries for 85 yards. He's averaging 6 yards a carry, and you forgot he existed in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, I mean,
He wasn't on the field for the first 5 plays of the last drive that they had, which they got the ball back with
crazy.
3.5 minutes and 3 timeouts. And no James Cook. What are you doing?
Yeah, and that's why I think the matchup, in 2 weeks is really interesting, because we saw what James Cook could do, and then we saw in the other game what Saquon Barkley can do. Like, I think the Eagles got a real shot at this one. If Kansas City can't stop the run, Philadelphia has been the best running team we've seen in a long, long time collectively. It's a fascinating matchup because of that.
The thing that concerns me for Philadelphia is the coaching staff around Nick Sirianni. Sure, it has Kellen Moore is doing a good job with this team, but I feel like when it had Steichen and when it had Jonathan Gannon, ironically, feel like things were a little bit better. Talent-wise, the Chiefs, this is going to be one where they're actually going into it, and the Eagles have more. I think the Eagles are a more talented team. But who do you trust? Do you trust Kansas City, or do you trust a Nick Sirianni coach team to not make the dumb mistakes?
No, you trust Kansas City.
I'm still picking Kansas City to win this game. I will be rooting for the Eagles, which is weird, but I'm going to try to develop a really good Philadelphia accent by the end of the week and next week. We got 2 weeks before the Super Bowl.
What do they sound?
They overpronounce their O's. You won't get a hoagie down at Wawa.
Oh, okay.
There's a Delco accent. I'm gonna maybe watch Mayor of Easttown in the background the next couple of days. Try to pick it up again. Biggest Friday news dump of all time. The Dallas Cowboys hired Brian Schottenheimer to be their next head coach at like 9:00.
It was incredible to act like you're not embarrassed by this hire. And honestly, I feel bad for Brian Schottenheimer now. I mean, he has just gotten one of the a dream job, and people are just torching him for nothing that he's done. But they didn't help.
Because he's done nothing.
Yeah.
Like, he only has a job because of his dad, who was
Yeah.
the biggest playoff choker of all time. R.I.P.
And it really doesn't make sense, like, why he's the coach. But I can't believe they put it out at 9:00 on a Friday night. Like, it shows you what they think of it. Like, that's where you put news about players being suspended and like cheating scandals, not proudly hiring the next head coach of your franchise. It was so strange.
I love how Jerry, I guess, when he was announcing the move, was asked about Brian Schottenheimer. Said like, well, he's not Brian anymore. Yeah, okay. Yeah. This is a quote, by the way, from Brian Schottenheimer at one of his press conferences, because he was offensive coordinator of the Cowboys this past season. And I guess there was a tour of Cowboys fans that were walking through the halls, and they stumbled into the actual press conference room. Here's Brian Schottenheimer acting like he's a nobody.
Hey, everybody. Good. Big tour coming through.
Big tour, uh-oh.
Big tour, huh? Man, they would have got here a little earlier. They could have seen somebody more important.
You feel like a zoo animal?
Yeah, at times we do. They're saying, who is that guy?
Shotty.
I don't know who in the crowd said Shotty. I don't know if it was Brian or if that was a random reporter.
Probably a random reporter.
I appreciate that. Shotty. I like that.
I will say, for most this year, I didn't realize Brian Schottenheimer was the offensive coordinator for the Cowboys. I kind of forgot. It was just like Mike McCarthy's show. So I kind of get what he even is saying about himself there. Unimportant. But hey, you're the coach of the Cowboys. Good luck. Good luck to you.
He's going to need it.
The tour stuff is so funny.
And it happens in the middle of his introductory press conference.
And it's also something that happened. Well, not the introductory press conference. This was like in week 12 or whatever this year. But it happens like all the time, enough where Dalton Schultz, like, he's the one who said you feel like a zoo animal at times after he left, and Cowboys fans got all bent out of shape. And then their next head coach has an interview or a press conference interrupted or, delayed because of it. Something. And someone goes, feel like a zoo animal? He goes, yeah, at times. Just like, yes, this feels like a zoo animal. This is not a professional environment.
I don't know how you can get fans to be hopeful when you make a hire like this. I was talking with a couple of Cowboy fan friends of mine on Saturday about how they felt about the move. And they said, yeah, we're just waiting for Jerry to go.
Yeah.
Respectfully, of course.
But they're waiting.
They added that qualifier at the end, but yeah, they're just waiting for him to leave.
Yeah. And then it's Stephen Jones' show.
But like, when have you guys ever seen a hire just be like panned like this by the fans? I mean, fans are normally
David Culley.
Yeah.
Lovie Smith.
Yeah.
Josh McCown.
He wasn't hired. But like a normal situation, like I would say like the Texans were a non-normal situation where like most of the time people are excited about a hire. Like fans talk themselves into it. Like I don't see Cowboys fans trying to talk themselves into Brian Schottenheimer.
Were you excited about Matt Eberflus when they first hired him?
Yeah, I was okay with it.
So you weren't.
But like I talked myself into it. Like I talked myself into it.
Yeah,
like, it was going to
like
work.
You get a lot of like meh hires
Yeah.
where you talk yourself into it. You don't get a lot of like, well, this is a disaster. Like where people immediately are just like, ugh.
Because like even like Lovie Smith, like it's like, well, he was
Professionalize it.
10-win coach. He was
Yeah.
10 wins when he got fired in Chicago, and he could have turned things around in Tampa, but he got screwed out of a
Steady
job.
hand.
Yes.
Not Josh McCown.
Yeah, not David Culley.
Not David Culley.
Like
Not
you could
Josh
talk
McCown.
yourself into it. But like this one, Matt Eberflus, defensive coordinator for Brian Schottenheimer.
Yeah, that's
Good luck.
what's gonna happen.
Oh wow.
Good luck.
Well, he was a good coordinator, I think.
For the Colts?
He was a good
I think.
coordinator, but he was nearly fired by the Colts when the Bears hired him. And like Hail Mary. Like that's like he didn't know how to call the plays.
Oh, that how's he supposed to get everyone looking at the ball?
Maybe don't blitz everyone.
Okay.
I mean, like it's a good hire, but it's not a good luck.
Clint Kubiak's the Seahawks offensive coordinator. I think John McClain's very upset about that. He wanted a Kubiak back in the building.
There's other Kubiaks.
Yeah, there's a couple more.
Hard pass on all of them. Hard pass on all. No offense to the Kubiak clan. No offense. The 49ers hired Robert Saleh as defensive coordinator after he did not get a head coaching gig. And are the Saints going to hire anyone?
I think they're waiting for Joe Brady.
Well, they can have him.
I don't think. No, I thought Joe Brady turned him down.
Oh no, I think you're right. I think that did come out this weekend. That he was staying in Buffalo. Mike McCarthy,
David Culley,
or the name that was first connected to them, who's still coaching, Matt Nagy. They are flying to Philadelphia to meet with Kellen Moore this week too.
Okay.
So
I mean, at this point, you got to meet with somebody, like just to feel like you're doing something.
Land the plane in his open mouth.
I think Mike McCarthy might be their best option if they're not going to. I mean, I would turn the job down if I was Kellen Moore. Like,
yeah, that's
I don't want that job.
What if you're Nagy?
I think Nagy might get one more shot if he stays in Kansas City. So I think I'd wait.
If I'm Nagy, I would never leave.
Yeah,
I would stay with Mahomes for the rest of your career.
I would stay long enough to where you're the internal hire after Andy Reid retires.
I mean, they've talked about Andy Reid
I would just stay.
before.
I would just stay around for as long as that takes.
Yeah, I think I'd just wait out Andy Reid. He's not gonna die like Jerry Jones.
No, just for him to
retire.
Yeah.
That's what I clarify.
You'll wait out Andy Reid.
Yeah. Until he
that sounds like,
respectfully until he leaves.
That's why I want to clarify that.
Hey, what are you gonna do? Like put extra triple cheeseburgers
I don't
like
think it matters.
in his office?
I think this guy seems like he just house burgers. Like he eats McDonald's burgers like we used to eat Crave cases. Like it doesn't matter.
Yeah, he looks like the Popeyes like bro, like his friend in Popeye the Sailor Man. Is that dated reference? A little bit.
But I get it.
But he's got a fatty boom batty friend. I'm not talking about Bluto, the bad guy.
Okay, then
I'm talking about he has a friend who's just like eats hamburgers. Like that's it. That's all the value he provides. Just constantly eating hamburgers. Anyway, guys, it is Gallant George. He's Joe. I am Paul. Sean is behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call to text. What can be learned by the Houston Texans from Conference Championship weekend? I got a couple. Get good coordinators. Get a Steve Spagnuolo type on the offensive side of things, or a Kellen Moore type on the offensive side of things. Really, what we're trying to say is you need better coordinators. DeMeco Ryans needs some help. And this coaching staff, look at it top to bottom. It's rather limited in experience, which is why they are looking for another offensive coordinator right now.
Yeah, and if you really hire an offensive coordinator who sucked as a head coach, but is a good coordinator, because they're stuck with them. Unless you fire them. Steve Spagnuolo should be a head coach in the NFL. I cannot look what the Chiefs are doing every single year, and it's not like Matt Nagy makes sense because you believe in Andy Reid and you believe in Mahomes, you don't believe in Nagy. But Spagnuolo should be a head coach somewhere else. But because it failed so disastrously the first time for him, no one's going to hire him for some reason. So if you hire a veteran coach who's not going to be a head coach again, you just kind of got your man. So I'm with that.
So you want to hire an old? You're basically
Chip Kelly.
Yeah, you're looking for the. I guess this isn't adopt, don't shop. You're looking for a pet that's been housed, that was a good pet, and maybe its owner passed away,
but still has 10 years left.
Yeah, no, you want one that's already been trained.
Right.
Yeah. You don't want another Bobby Slowick where
no more puppies.
No, Bobby Slowick, nope. You pee outside, Bobby Slowick. You don't want that.
This is like a good dog, and the person can't take care of the dog anymore, and you're offering money to bring it into your fold because you're gonna have to pay more for it. Yeah, you don't want. Listen, I know people say adopt, don't shop. I would just say keep in mind that those dogs have been through some hell, and you're gonna have to get them through that. Just saying. So you don't want to be looking for that if you're a Texans. If you're a Texans front office person, looking for that next coordinator, no, don't do the retreads. Do the really good coordinators. Okay.
Other things I learned this weekend: get good interior offensive linemen.
Yeah, that seems like it would help.
Yeah. Because my gosh, the Commanders had no chance against Jalen Carter.
Yeah, did you see Jalen Carter just bitch slapped a guy?
He knocked him out,
knocked him down.
I think there's some flopping.
But didn't he leave the game on that play?
I forget.
I think or maybe it was.
I forgot which offensive lineman left.
It was their center. He got hurt.
It might have been him.
But Jalen Carter. I didn't know you could knock someone down like that with a helmet on.
Yeah, he slapped him and he went down.
Yeah,
it was great. Getting guys on the interior defensive line like that can help. But guess what? The Texans have that. Figuring out how to have just a decent running game, just decent. That's it. You don't need to have 7 touchdowns on the ground. You don't need to have a running back averaging 6 yards a carry. You just need to be decent, whether it's figuring out how to design runs for your quarterback or figuring out how to make it so that your offensive line isn't making things more fun for Joe Mixon. Because that's what they do. They make it more fun for him.
Yeah.
It's fun for Joe Mixon.
He gets to press the circle button a bunch.
Yeah.
Do a lot of cool jukes. Yeah.
He pushed 3 buttons to play to get 3 yards. That's what Joe Mixon has.
He's a juke stick artist.
Do you think running backs are back though now? Because of Barkley?
Back. They're so back.
So the Texans gonna have to pay Joe Mixon now?
They already did.
More?
No. Well, he signed a contract.
It's not that long. It's only 1 more year.
Yeah. And then figure it out after that.
Yeah.
I'm just curious.
Lifetime contract.
Because a lot of people are
I think it matters. I think it matters for
and I'm like,
I think if there's Saquon Barkley and Derrick Henry, yes, they should make more than Tyler Boyd, which is what they're both getting paid, or in that neighborhood of a solid third receiver. It's no, actually having the best or second best running back in the league, more valuable than that. But I don't think that means that, Rico Dowdle should get more money or that, insert random running back here. I don't think that's what that means.
There are a select few who are worth spending a lot on, but it's not everybody. And you do have to be careful about when you give it out. Because at one point, Ezekiel Elliott was one of those guys. And then they gave him that contract. And then next thing you know, you always have to be careful with it. But if you have a competent quarterback, adding the running back to the mix is awesome. I still think the Giants did make the right move in letting Barkley walk from this perspective. Hey, were they going to win with Barkley and Daniel Jones? No. It would be nice to have Barkley instead of what they had this past season, for sure, and for him to go to the Eagles and run for 2,000 yards and for 3 touchdowns, including one on the first play of the game yesterday. Yeah, that's going to sting a little bit. But I kind of get why they let him walk because they're not winning with Saquon Barkley and Daniel Jones.
The mistake was paying Daniel Jones.
Exactly.
That was. I mean, it's like the Astros where they've had to make so many moves because of the mistake of Jose Abreu and Rafael Montero. The mistake was 2 off seasons ago when they signed Daniel Jones to that money.
Yeah, because I feel like running backs just like pay James Cook, draft Jahmyr Gibbs, sign Derrick Henry, sign Saquon. If you're a good football team, like those are all good moves. If you're the Atlanta Falcons, like maybe it doesn't make sense to take Bijan Robinson when you're not that close to winning, even though they thought they were. I don't want the Texans to do the tush push.
That was gonna be one of the things I learned was tush push. Looks good when the Eagles do it. Don't bother.
Yeah, I'll keep it out of Houston.
Yes.
Don't need it.
Look at how the Bills try to do it and how bad they are at it.
I don't understand why teams don't study the Patriots Tom Brady quarterback sneak.
Great question.
Why do they all try to copy the Jalen Hurts, where it's like chances are your quarterback is more physically alike or maybe even physically superior than the athleticism from Tom Brady?
100%. Listen, Brady was one of the least athletic quarterbacks to ever play the game and is in better shape now than he was in the league and at the NFL Combine that he was at, okay? That guy, and all the pliability stuff, the TB12 method, whatever, that guy was automatic at QB sneaks. Josh Allen is so slow getting into those QB sneaks. It's insane how slow he is. And he's a tank. And okay, maybe it's a little bit more difficult for him to get going. But that is, if you're working on QB sneaks, I'm with you. Like this idea that the tush push is the way every single time. No. If you got a battering ram like Josh Allen, Josh has got to get the snap as quickly as possible and drive forward. And for whatever reason, like they kept on calling that play when it's very clear that play does not work well for them.
Tony Romo called it out the first time they did it, where he likes to take it and then go over the left guard. Like he likes to go over the left. And the first time they did it, guess what? Steve Spagnuolo and the Kansas City Chiefs, they watch film too.
Yep.
Like they know that you want to go over the left guard. Like that, they know that. So like you say, like it's also spending more time to get out to that position. Yeah, I don't understand everyone's fascination with the tush push. And like it works for the Eagles.
Yeah, because the Eagles offensive line is great and Jalen Hurts can squat 12,000 pounds.
And even then, like
he's a man.
Plays where it hasn't worked.
Yeah, and even then, I think they got stopped on at least one. But I think it was
a bad snap.
I think they did it.
Yeah,
and they did it on third down, and so they could just try it again on fourth down.
Yeah.
One last lesson to learn from conference championship weekend for the Houston Texans: don't trade with the Chiefs. Just don't do it. Don't do it.
No draft pick trades with the Chiefs.
The Bills have been trade raped by the Chiefs twice.
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes, Xavier Worthy.
The second one might not be as bad, but it is ironic.
Well, it was bad. It was bad yesterday.
Yeah, it's the reason they're sitting at home. I told Dell, I was like, I didn't think that can you believe that the Bills traded the pick that became Xavier Worthy and oh my God, we just lost a playoff game because of Xavier Worthy. I didn't think that would be the first game. I thought that would be 2 or 3 years from now when the Bills lose in the playoffs to Xavier Worthy. I thought it would be year 2 or 3. I didn't think it would be rookie year. Oh, darn. Whatever, 12 months ago, we traded this guy to him.
Nick Wright is trying to say that this is the modern day version of the curse of the Bambino, the Babe Ruth trade. that the Bills are now cursed for trading Patrick Mahomes to the Chiefs.
I think they need to lose to not Patrick Mahomes for that to be the case. I think they need to lose a couple times to the Ravens, which they didn't.
Like they need
last
the
year.
Texans to go to the Super Bowl first before they get there.
Yeah.
For it to be that
or
level of
Josh Allen's career to end without any Super Bowl appearances.
Yeah.
Like maybe. But yeah, losing to the Chiefs the last 4 years, that's not quite the curse of the Bambino. That's more that team's way better than us.
Yeah.
It is crazy though. They own him in the regular season, and the Chiefs own him in the playoffs.
Do you think at this point it's on purpose? The Chiefs are like purposefully not tanking that game, but are just like, let's actually. It's not that big of a deal if they win this.
It's
one.
definitely not that big of a deal. But what's
And
crazy
it makes
is
it funnier when we beat them in the playoffs.
they were still 15-2 this year. Lost that game. Still had several games up on the Bills at the end of the year. So
Punted
they had
the
no
last
field
game of the
advantage.
season. Yeah,
they didn't even have to play in the last game.
they basically went 15-1.
They did.
The only time they lost was to the Chiefs by multiple or to the Bills by multiple scores.
I know everyone hates them, but like, come on, be impressed. People hated the Warriors too, and I get it, but because they would beat the Rockets and the Chiefs just beat the Texans. But I don't know, man. I tipped the hat, and I'm not going to blame the refs.
I was fine with the Chiefs until the last 7 days.
Until they beat the Texans?
No, man. These whiny, bitchy media members there are so annoying.
Who?
All of them.
See, to me, it's more annoying that at least last night.
The ones here and there.
Yeah.
Annoying.
All the Houston fans and media people bitching about calls that the Bills weren't getting. I'm like, guys, grow up. I'm sorry. Like, I think less of a lot of people for how they watched that game last night. I think less of you.
Yeah, the Mahomes flop is one thing, but the complaining, it's just. I hate Chiefs fans. So
I'm cool with him. I went viral on TikTok because I pandered to Taylor Swift. I have a TikTok. I've never had a TikTok blow up like this. It's got like 100,000 views, and everyone's just saying like, "Yes, Queen, yes." Remember when I had my little rant about Travis Kelce's ex?
Yes.
I did not think that would like turn into like I'm apparently like the king of standing for Taylor Swift. And if you think I'm not going to continue to try and pander, you bet your bottom dollar I
was
will.
gonna say
We got
like
2 weeks of.
I was like, how many times are we doubling down on this?
Well, last year before the Super Bowl, we did the Taylor Swift update of the day.
We're gonna do it again. Taylor Swift update is back, guys. It's back. It'll be back tomorrow. I have an insider, a Taylor Swift insider, who I used to date, who's giving me details.
Okay.
You know what? She sent me something new today. We're on good terms again, so we're gonna be giving you all sorts of Taylor Swift facts, and I'm just gonna admit it selfishly, so that I can continue to have my ass kissed on TikTok.
All right.
For telling a woman to shut the bleep up.
What's good for you is good for me.
Not toxic at all. He's Joe and Paul, Sean behind the glass. Stay put. It's Gallant George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5.
In a weekend where we figured out who will be playing in Super Bowl licks, Eagles and Chiefs in New Orleans in a little under 2 weeks. Saw the Rockets have another great win over a top-of-the-line team, the Cleveland Cavaliers. They play the Celtics tonight, looking to keep that going. The Cougs had an improbable last-second double overtime victory over Kansas. But probably the biggest news of the weekend in Houston sports was that the Astros were able to get Ryan Presley to waive his no-trade clause. Presley was traded to the Chicago Cubs in exchange for $8.5 million of salary relief and for a reliever by the name of Juan Bello. They were about $3 million over the first luxury tax threshold before the trade. This gets them underneath that. And now the big question is, Joe, what's next? Does this mean that Alex Bregman is going to return to the Astros, which is something that was heavily hinted at by most baseball reporters leading up to the deal being made?
It should lead to at least a move of some kind, because it really, the closer we get to spring training, the more just like looking at like roster projections and or anything, or seeing people tweet out projected lineups that contain Dubon, McCormick, and Myers as your outfield is terrifying. If your goal is to get completely under, then congratulations. Like, they've done that. You're not over the tax. If that's all that Jim Crane cares about, then like, it's his business, right? I can question that the window's always open as long as you're the owner, as he said. But if that's his business and that's his prerogative and doesn't want to get taxed, like, that's fine. But they need to add another piece. And even if it's not Alex Bregman, they need at least one good outfielder, because right now they have zero.
They do not have any. You're right. At least that you would want to rely on. I mean, I like Mauricio Dubon, but he's more of a super utility player. I'd definitely rather have him in the outfield than Jake Myers swinging the bat on a game-to-game basis, even if Myers did have a little bit of a hot streak earlier this past season. I'm really curious as to if there's a next move, and I'm skeptical that there will be a next move, because I do think this is about them getting underneath the collective balance tax more than it is about getting extra space, because they're going to have to go back over the collective balance tax to bring in Bregman. And while it's at least implied by some who are familiar with his thinking that Jim Crane would be willing to go over it for a specific, and I believe this was the term used by Chandler Rome, cherry on top, Bregman would qualify here. But have you heard anything about the Astros potentially upping their offer, even slightly, for Bregman from the deal that's been on the table for a while, 6 years and about $156 million? I have not seen anything. And I mean, the latest reporting from Will Kunkel, Fox 26, is that it's doubtful that a move for Bregman is going to be made. And Joe, perhaps putting a tinfoil hat on here for a moment, I wonder if the Astros got caught with their pants down here. And I say from this perspective, Presley was a very convenient fall guy to not bring Bregman back.
Mm-hmm.
And with the reporting that was being done about how these two moves are linked, a potential Presley move and bringing Bregman back, I wonder if the Astros got caught with their pants down a little bit here, because I think they might have believed Presley was never going to waive that no trade clause because his wife wants to stay here in Houston.
Interesting.
And they definitely peer pressured him into accepting it. And I understand that some people are saying, oh, the writing was on the wall. True, but I mean, he did have the no trade clause that was in his contract because he's played the necessary years to actually get that stipulation. So you wonder, okay, did they think that this was never actually going to cross the finish line? Because this would have been the most convenient scapegoat to have for not bringing back Bregman. Now it's back on the Astros. And the only way for them to make people maybe look the other way and say, like, hey, like, why are you not able to bring back Alex Bregman? Is it really because of Jose Abreu contracts? Is it really because of Rafael Montero contract? A Josh Hader contract?
Especially when those two contracts, like, it only penalizes you for 1 year. Like, it's not like Montero and Abreu are under contract, or the money that is owed to them is on the books for the next 3 seasons of Alex Bregman's potential 6-year deal. You get out of all of that stuff at the end of the year. Framber Valdez will probably be off the team after this season.
like as much as people are talking about the collective bargaining tax and like the implication it has on the Astros, I think it's a really honestly just like a lame excuse because it's not a problem next year. I mean, they're gonna have money before you know it. Like so, Presley, Montero, Abreu, Fromber, Tucker are all gone. And now you've brought in Christian Walker, who makes a good chunk of change, and Isaac Paredes, who makes a good chunk, but they're not expensive players. And we all know they're not giving $22 million to Framber Valdez next year.
Correct.
Like, we all know that. Like, no matter what happens in this move or not, like, they're not going to pay him. Like, I don't personally, and this is like, I'm not convinced that, like, next offseason, the Astros aggressively spend to get close to the CBT. Right now, they're trying to get away from it. Like, I hope I'm wrong, but we'll see. I mean, the only report we got that was about the Astros upping their offer. It wasn't a report. Jeremy Booth alluded to the fact that the Astros have done it, but at this point, no one has come back and said they've increased that number. So yeah, I don't believe Bregman's going to be back, and I hope I'm wrong. But
this
hard to see it.
This was Astros GM Dana Brown Friday with Ari Alexander. He was asked if the Astros would be willing to go over that collective balance tax threshold.
Yeah, so here's what I would say, and I've said this a few times, that Jim Crane has always been about putting good product on the field and, getting to the postseason and trying to go deep into the postseason and the ultimate goal of winning the World Series. So, look, I think Jim will go over the CBT if he has to. If there's, we feel like, look, this makes a fit and it makes sense. So he's always shown that he's dedicated to do that. I'm not saying we're going to do it this year, but I think, Jim Crane will do it if he thinks it's a good move for the club and long term, it's a fit.
I mean, he's right. I mean, Jim Crane has. So I think we have to take him for his word out of it. But like, do you believe that Alex Bregman's worth it? Is kind of what that question is now turned into. Because Josh Hader was worth it. Zach Greinke was worth it. We know from reporting that Jim Crane thought Starling Marte was worth it, even though the Astros didn't get that deal done. So what Dana Brown basically just told us is that, well, Jim Crane has to decide if Alex Bregman's worth it or not.
I think he's worth it.
I think he is too.
I think he's worth it from a just clubhouse presence perspective, from a very few people are as smart from a baseball perspective as him. And on top of that, it makes your lineup better. And yeah, you're going to perhaps be pretty crappy on defense in certain spots. Say you have to move Jose Altuve to left field or there's other tinkering that goes on. Maybe Isaac Paredes gets moved to left field. Again, I don't know. All I know is you've kind of put yourself in a situation where if you do not bring him back after making this move where you traded Ryan Presley for minimal salary relief, you're going to look bad.
Well, you just need it, and you're just not going to be as good as you can be.
Yes.
You're not as good as you can be. And to acquire, there were players available this offseason that you could have pursued, but you chose not to because of this arbitrary number that you are not willing to go past.
For the total years of a salary, right? Because they never offer more than 6. And hey, maybe there would have been somebody that they actually could go after and actually afford on top of all of that. I don't know the answer to that necessarily, but what I do know is Jim Crane can't say, as you heard from Dana Brown there, that the window is always open and you can't buy into the idea that he'll always spend if after making this move with Ryan Presley, when it's heavily implied that it is a move made to help you bring Alex Bregman back. If you don't bring him back, you look bad. Not to the national media. Like I see the Twitch like, oh, it's the national media. No. And we've talked about Presley getting strong-armed into accepting this and waiving his no-trade clause, which I do think is a bad look by the Astros. But no, they will look bad to all of us because we will be watching the product and they will not be as good as they were last year if that is someone that they are missing. I get it that they've added some pieces this year and maybe those guys are going to be great at Minute Maid Park or, Daikin Park, my bad, and working with Astros pitching staff, but and coaches. But they'll look bad. if they made this trade just to save $8.5 million.
Yeah, I kind of hate the way baseball operates around this. Like in general, like you have teams that want to get below it, you have teams that don't want to spend, then you have the Dodgers who, of course, just spend so much money, do not care what is in front of them. But like also like with Bregman coming back too, you also defensively are the best corner infield in what you lack in the outfield, you now make up for at third and first, and you have a 3-time straight Gold Glove winner at first base. We know how elite Alex Bregman is at third base. You would think that Isak Paredes can play well. We know Jeremy Payne is a pretty good shortstop. I mean, as weak as your outfield is, you have the best infield maybe in baseball if you bring Alex Bregman back. So, like, while you have weaknesses, you also have massive strengths at other spots. So, it's not my money. I can't make him spend it. But to walk into this offseason because of a handful of $1 million and not be able to, sign a better piece just seems like a huge mistake for me. I just don't understand why you wouldn't do it. And if Alex Bregman's sitting there, I mean, they are lucking into the idea of Alex Bregman still being a free agent. So I just think it makes so much sense. I don't really get why people would be against it. Except for all the Astros fans who trashed the hell out of Alex Bregman.
Yeah, stay on that side.
And are now trying to come back
Stay on
around.
that side.
Yeah.
There was a lot of that, wasn't
There was
there?
a lot of it.
There's
a lot of
the
it.
day after Christian Walker signed. Yeah.
It's like we didn't need him anyways. He's
No
on a
loyalty.
decline. And
Yeah.
now they're back down trying to get Alex Bregman back on the team.
I think if you're traitor, specifically what I think Paul, you mentioned the Jim Crane, the window's always open comment. That's what makes me think that Jim Crane is willing to go over the CBT for Alex Bregman, is because that comment and because frankly, he's just someone who's done it before on the Astros. It would be different if it was an Alex Bregman level player, for all the same things of Alex Bregman, but it's a guy who played on the Royals for the last 7-8 years instead of a guy who's been in the clubhouse for the Astros all this time. We see it that he treats Justin Verlander differently than he would treat a normal 39, 40-year-old pitcher. That there's certain guys that obviously are going to get special treatment, honestly, rightfully so, for most of the guys that get this kind of treatment. And I think that's what's ultimately going to lead, at least the Astros being competitive in the Alex Bregman market until he signs. It could ultimately still come down to they're not willing to go, $30 million for 2 years, and the Cubs or the Red Sox or whoever are willing to do that. They could still get beat, but I do think that there is interest, legitimate interest.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like if there's going to be like finally a bidding war that's finally taking place here. Like after all this time in which the Tigers, Red Sox, Cubs, Yankees, Astros, I could have just paid them, but like now all of a sudden it's like
I don't think it'll be a bidding war the same way. I think it might be a bidding war in the 2-year like pillow contract type of like, can we do 31? Can we do 3 years with opt-outs? Like, I think it would be a different type of negotiation. It's not gonna be, can we do 160 million? Can we do 170? That he would have already signed if those deals were going to happen.
And you're at the point now in the auction where you're just like hoping that
you're hoping to get a deal.
The clock expires. No, I think they're just like, well, hopefully in the next 16 days, no one makes an offer. I think that's their strategy.
Yeah, no one gets more desperate. Yeah.
And it doesn't seem like anyone's going to get more desperate, which is rather surprising. But I guess the teams that, you're competing with, because the Mets pulled out over the weekend.
Yeah. Mets pulled out.
It's just Detroit, Boston, and Toronto, I think.
And Chicago. The Cubs.
The Cubs are in it. Okay.
And even
I heard,
Toronto,
I think
Cubs North or Astros North.
If he goes to the Cubs, we might have to become a Chicago Cubs show. Just
Joe
or at least a
would love
Cubs
that.
segment.
I mean, there'll be like
I'll be a Steve Barton.
right now. There are two guys from the 2022 team on the Cubs. The over under has to be at least 2.5 because they're looking at Maton and Stanek still.
Oh my!
So like they're basically just like,
who's their GM?
It's Jed Hoyer. I don't know what he is.
It's not,
I don't know why he's
be
obsessed
someone
with 2022 Astros, but like
Hector Neris coming to come back.
I don't think he needs to come back. Is he still in the Astros?
I actually do not know.
I assume he was on a 1-year deal. When he came
I
back
think Maton and Stanek will be Cubs.
That would be really fun.
Wow, they just have the 22 bullpen minus Rafael Montero. They can still have them if they're
you know what? Declined.
If they're interested. On behalf of Jed Hoyer.
Yes.
If they were to trade Rafael Montero, realistically, how much?
A punch in the face.
How
That's what
much,
they get back.
How much of his salary would they get the other team to pay? Like, what do you think?
5%. No, actually $1. Like a token, like $1.
I mean, he is owed was $11.5 million this year. So if Presley is worth 8.5, Montero's worth
2.
I was gonna say 3.
$2 million. What's the minimum?
They're gonna
the minimum.
They're gonna have to eat $8.5 million to save 3.5.
It would be really funny if they they've agreed to pay $1 million of his $29 million
I mean,
contract.
Trading Ryan Presley opens the door, since we like doors here now in Houston.
It's a jar, that's for sure.
It opens the door for Rafael Montero to have a good spring training.
Oh my god!
And be in the bullpen.
My god!
Stop.
He's on the roster.
Cool.
You don't think he's gonna be on the opening day
hard
roster?
pass.
The Sugarland one? I hope so.
Yeah. Even that, I don't know if I want him on the Sugarland.
Just that close.
Space Cowboys. Listen, this
Doors
is
open.
That's a
Montero.
3-time champion in one season. Do we want Rafael Montero being something?
To be fair, he only won 2 of them. He only won 2 of those championships. He was still on the Astros when the first half championship.
Gotcha. He didn't get the first half
Yeah,
championship.
so he's only a 2-time.
So does he get 2 t-shirts?
2 rings?
2 rings? How does that work?
I still don't know how many things they got for all these awards.
Let's ask Cooper Hummel.
Honorary Aggie ring?
No, I don't think you want that.
That's
Why not? They got a
still
diamond
invalid.
in them.
Too expensive.
I took a look at them this weekend. Marathon girl, she showed it to me and I was like, okay, so there is a diamond in. I had no idea that there was a diamond in the Aggie rings until literally this weekend.
So
And I was
she
like,
doesn't
okay.
just wear it
No, she wears it
every day.
They all wear it every day. Yeah.
Really?
Oh yeah. If you don't, that's what
Why
they.
are you looking at me?
I mean, I don't wear my wedding ring every day.
That's
I
what they
just
got the
forget it
core on
That's
campus for.
that's that's you and your marriage. No, I'm just. Now I don't wear my wedding ring every day.
I forget it sometimes.
They're more committed.
Damn,
they're
dude.
committed. They're more committed to the 12th man than you are to your marriage, and that's fine.
Yeah,
All right, that's fine.
Sleazy Joe here.
God,
I'm
I'm
like
gonna
Bill
get killed
Clinton
for
over
this.
here.
I don't ever get in trouble for things that happen on the radio. I might get in trouble for that.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
this one
I was
feeling
swinging on the
bad.
sword,
I
making
almost
fun
feel
of
bad
myself.
giving you a
To be
hard time
fair,
for this.
I actually no. I'm not. No, what am I talking about?
You
I'm
volunteered
fine.
that.
I'm fine. I bought her a new wedding ring because she lost hers.
Ooh,
Oh,
but now
you
you're
have the upper
shaming her.
hand.
But then
Now
she-
you're shaming her for losing her ring. That's not good teamwork.
yeah, but now we found it, so we have 2, just in case.
just in case.
She has 2.
Just
I
in
have
case
That's
she
one.
really
loses
funny
the
that you
other one.
found it.
No, she has 2. I have 1.
Is the original or the
She found
new
the
one
original.
better?
No, the new one's better.
The new one's better.
Yeah, the original had like a small crack in it. So
Gotcha. She's got to wear both of them at the same time.
that's what I said.
It's just double.
Just blinged out.
Yeah,
Yeah. Flavor Flav.
but
Wear it around your necklace.
So how's Marathon Girl?
Yeah, she's good. We had fun yesterday. Watched the game at 8th Row Flint.
Mm.
Wait, which game?
It was the second half of Commanders Eagles.
Oh,
and the first half
I was
of Chiefs Bills.
I was thinking Saturday with the
No.
U of H game.
No, Saturday was a blur.
Oh, there also was an A&M game this weekend. Didn't they choke this weekend?
Oh, Joe, that wasn't cool.
Why'd you have to bring that up?
Well, he said they watched the game.
They-
so.
We were gonna save that for in case you missed it. That's not that's not nice.
Oh, people will forget about it. We'll remember it.
Dude, I'm not kidding. Like, so a lot of the group that I was with on Sunday, these are Aggies, and like they don't know me that well yet because I'm like the newcomer to the group. I'm hanging out with just her and her friends, and I saw this, like I had finally seen the score and what happened in the Texas versus Texas A&M game, and I read it on my phone aloud. I was like, "Whoa! Did you see what happened in this game?" And then I looked up and I was like, "Oh, damn! I shouldn't have brought that up."
They're still the 13th team in the country.
Still,
They might have dropped
You
a
blow
little
a
bit.
22-point lead against Texas.
That's not great.
When you're a basketball school now, and Texas is not a basketball
No.
school.
Where
You're losing to like poor man's Gus Fring.
yeah, again, where I'm not watching this game and I see the score alert, my first thought is, did Rodney Terry just buy himself an extra year? Did Rodney Terry just not get fired? Well, I was watching Flight Risk on a Saturday afternoon.
Nice. You like it?
I mean, I liked it, but it's not good.
I saw The Equalizer on Saturday, and I got to say, Equalizer, any Denzel movie where he is beating people up, even though he's probably like 65 in that movie,
Yeah.
or is supposed to be 65, Like, it is very believable him just killing the bejesus out of everybody. There's
Yeah.
very few actors that could still pull that off, even as an old man. Like, Arnold is obviously one of them, and maybe Sylvester Stallone, I guess, because of what they were back in the day. But, like, damn, I'll watch any Denzel movie just hoping that he kills someone.
Yeah. I watched Midway.
Including Gladiator 2. Which
I watched Midway this weekend.
Midway.
It's about the
Yeah.
battle after Pearl Harbor.
Yeah.
It was pretty good.
Nice.
It's just on Netflix. I finished Squid Game.
You did.
I hated the ending. No
Why?
spoilers.
Why'd you hate it?
Because there's only 7 episodes. I just feel like cheated.
Well, this is another season.
Oh, wait, 3 more years for another episode or what? Another season?
No,
whatever
it's supposed to be next year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's not going to be that. I mean, look, last season was last year, I think, too. Wasn't it?
No, I think it was like 2 years ago.
Oh, damn. Okay. Well, this is riveting radio. Hey, when did that show air? I don't know.
Last year? Year before?
Hey, I watched this movie over the weekend.
When did the Bills beat the Chiefs in the playoffs? Never?
Ooh.
Got him.
Damn. You killed him, dude.
Bazinga.
Speaking of, guys, speaking of Bazinga, Bazinga. It's the new hit game that's sweeping America. I'm just kidding. I was trying to turn that into something.
New segment alert.
Where are we going?
This segment has crashed harder than
that plane at the end of Flight Risk. No spoilers.
That's true. No spoilers. Everyone died. It's gruesome.
No, well,
Yeah.
I don't actually want to spoil.
Everyone
This
died.
terrible movie.
It was a pretty bad movie, but it was an enjoyable watch. Anyway, conference championship weekend is in the books. Is the NFL rigged in favor of the Chiefs? And should you appreciate their majesty like some want you to? Gallant and George, stay put.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
This is the latest on Alex Bregman per John Heyman about 20 minutes ago. The Astros are trying to bring back Alex Bregman. They're still waiting to do that $156 million deal over 6 years. But one reason Bregman declined is it's a cut from his $28.5 million salary. Supposedly, there's another team offering a similar deal for 6 years, but it has a opt-out after 1 year. Cubs, Red Sox, Tigers, all sniffing around, Joe.
Okay, so if you just bump him back to $28.5 million, it turns into a 6 years, $171 million deal. So you just saved $8.5 million by getting rid of Ryan Presley. So you have to spend $7 million more. Like, you're gonna let $1.5 million a year stop you from getting, like, if that's really like what the bar is.
Is that what it is?
I mean, I don't know.
You worked that math out pretty quick.
I did I calculator.
Okay, gotcha.
I calculated it.
Okay,
before I did.
cool.
So it's not that much money we're talking about here. Like, if that's really part of the reason why he declined, I would think the Astros would be willing to bump that up just a little bit. Like, you're really not costing yourself that much money. The team offering a 6-year deal with a first-year opt-out is interesting because it's good for the player, and I would say it's also good for the team. Like, even if Alex has a terrible year in Boston or Detroit or Houston, and he has this opt-out, I can't imagine like you would still be that upset if he stayed here for the next 5 years after that, because you would think he would rebound. Like, you're not going to think he's going to be a disaster, even if he has one bad year or 1 year where he gets hurt. But Jim Crane doesn't really do a lot of that stuff. I mean, I don't think any of the Astros players recently have gotten one of these opt-outs. So I'm curious like how they would handle that, because my gut tells me is they would say no to it. As they would say, either you're here or you're not.
I think they should be willing to do it.
What's
one more year? I've suggested this too. Like the 1 year contract, give him something that's for 1 year, maybe more than he would get on an annual basis. If you are making a move and getting rid of a player and getting basically nothing in return for it except for half of his salary covered, that's not enough. Like, there needs to be a follow-up to this. And it's not to say that they're going to miss Ryan Presley. Presley's lost a step. Maybe he recovers some of that in the National League. The odds are he probably won't. But you made this move to cut salary space. And if you're not going to use it, and you're not even changing what your offer is to Bregman, which is what it sounds like, what was the point of this? And why were you telling the reporter, who clearly you communicate with, that this was linked to that Bregman and Presley are intertwined in what happens next with them?
I don't know, because it's not like it's like your fans are going to give you an A for trying. Like, I think everyone was kind of over it. Like, everyone was settled on the fact that Alex Bregman was gone, and Paredes is at third and Walker's at first, and you traded Kyle Tucker, and like, that's just like, it is what the offseason was. So it's not like this is like a PR win by telling them that. I mean, maybe the reports are, I mean, I know Dana Brown himself called it a long shot, but that was after like 3 minutes of talking about wanting him back and doors being open and conversations happening. And then he goes, it's a long shot. Like, I don't think they would really be engaging in these conversations if they didn't think they had a realistic shot of getting him. And I know the reports are mostly negative after that, but like, your fan base is probably just be more pissed, if anything, now.
Yeah.
Like, if he's not back.
You've boxed yourself into a corner where you have to bring him back, and you used to have plausible deniability in not getting him back because you were clearly making it seem like Ryan Presley was in the way of you bringing back Bregman.
It goes back to the Jose Altuve quote from one of the fan fests. I forgot if it was Saturday or Friday. From Ari Alexander. Jose Altuve thought at the beginning of the offseason Bregman was definitely staying. Then he lost all hope. Now he's in the middle. That's basically what the fan base did too. And the fan base was ready at lost all hope to go, okay. That's when, like Joe said, the pitchforks randomly came out for Alex Bregman, and, which is somewhat natural for fan bases to do, where a guy isn't going to come back. The good, we don't need him. Get it, greedy. And now the Astros have put it out there that's at least a possibility that he comes back. And now, if he does leave, it's even worse than it would have been if he would have signed signed 2 months ago, or if he would have signed without all this leakage from the Astros.
That's the next fall guy, Alex Bregman. Once again, he's too greedy.
Yeah, I don't know. I think people will, fans will look towards Crane here.
I think some will, but generally fans always side with the team.
Normally,
as you're seeing earlier today, when I was saying they shamed
Yeah.
Ryan Presley into waiving his no trade clause. He earned the no trade clause for better or for worse. And again, I'd rather him not be on this team, but all you got in return is $8.5 million. And you were very clearly it's so transparent with the way that the reporting was happening. Like, if they make this happen, they could get Alex Bregman. Like everyone was doing it. Clearly, they were trying to put some pressure on him to say, like, hey, bro, read the room. And I think it's a kind of crappy way to send out a guy who was a key part of your team. So you did all this to do something. And if you do nothing out of it, I mean, yeah. But all that said, people will still side with the team. As you were seeing in our comment section, they're like, oh, yeah, Presley's not good anymore, which is true.
Yeah,
still.
There's an element of gotta get, if you don't think Presley's good anymore, just you got to get the job done to cut the $7 million that you're saving, or no, $8 million that you're saving. You got it. It's not show friends. It's show business. You gotta. It's a business. We gotta. However, if we hurt his feelings on the way out, so be it.
Listen.
But then you need to follow through.
Yeah, that's what I mean. If you're gonna be an a-hole and cutthroat, good. Do something while doing it though. Doing it for the sake of saving $8.5 million. You just shamed me. We don't want to pay you, dude. Even though we gave you this deal and you won a World Series for us. Even though we paid Rafael Montero and Jose Abreu and Lance McCullers and all the guys who aren't playing anymore,
and then signed someone over top of you.
Exactly. And Josh Hader. We just brought him in. And by the way, Hader wasn't even that good with all the money he was getting this past season. You look like an a-hole. So if you're going to look like an a-hole, at least do something that an a-hole does, which is win at the end of the day. If you're big business swinging your thing around, let's see the next move. And maybe it's going to happen. I am skeptical that it will. I feel like they have played this elaborate game of meat shield.
Yeah.
And they're running out of meat shields.
Yeah, they've really done a good job of kind of protecting themselves, because even the early conversations about Bregman were about they would always use the word pivot. We have to pivot. We have to have a plan if Alex Bregman can't sign. And then it was well, they're going to do Presley. They're going to trade Presley and then bring in Bregman. And then the goalpost is going to move again.
Mm-hmm.
But I just think if you're going to go after Bregman, then just go all in. I don't see the point in the half-ass effort.
I actually think this is so funny because the Bregman plan ends with probably Jose Altuve playing left field. But I think I like the effort we're doing Bregman instead of now we freed up $8 million. Let's go spend $8 million on a left fielder. For some reason, that's a worse plan than let's just go full hog and who cares? Jose Altuve, you're going to have to learn how to play left field. That to me, it makes more sense because you're getting demonstrably better as far as one of your lineup spots by taking out whichever the third outfielder is and putting in Bregman, as opposed to taking out whatever the third outfielder is. And this person does play outfield, but they're not that much better than Dubon, McCormick, Myers, whoever.
I don't think those guys even exist. Who are you going to get now? You've waited all offseason to fix it. Dylan Carlson signed today. It's a 200.
Dylan Carlson.
It's not Dylan Carlson.
It's a 200 hitter who's going to get paid less than $1 million this season. That's what's left on the market. And Alex Bregman. There's just this giant, expensive player
either spending
on the
$30 million or $4.
And that's why I'm still surprised. They're even saying that the 156.8 might not cut it. It's he's really has offers that are better than that are out there. Still this offseason, he hasn't signed one yet. Scott Boras, you suck at your job.
Yeah. Oh, are we circling back at Wash?
Yeah, for sure. And I know other people are trying to steal it and make it their own, but I had it first.
Who's stealing it?
I heard there was a part of the afternoon show that they didn't use the word washed, but they were going down the same path. Remember, I said it first.
Damn. The vendetta.
A year ago, I said it first.
The vendetta against your old teammates.
Yeah.
Who are still technically your teammates.
Yeah, I was gonna say somehow the afternoon show in the city that you had the vendetta against is at the station you still work
You don't
at.
even
There's
want-
no vendetta.
Can you at least,
No,
call
'cause
them
I
by
made a
their name? Because that is a show on our station from 3 to 6.
I'm not the Killer Bees. I don't know which one stole it, but I just know one of them.
Damn, it's like you don't even listen to them anymore.
Yeah, you should have been listening.
What the heck, man?
Drive back home.
I listen later.
I listen to
Oh.
every second of the radio.
Yeah.
Every day.
And your 1.5 mile walk to and from work every day.
Yeah, dude.
Uphill in the snow.
Uphill in the snow.
Yeah.
I'm built different. And yeah, some people, we're about the Gal Media brand. Are you, Joe?
I am.
Are you, Joe?
I listen all the time.
Yeah. That doesn't sound serious.
I listen quite a bit.
Now it sounds like you're complaining.
Yeah,
I have
it
to
does.
listen to quite a bit of the
Honestly,
station.
that's what I heard there.
No, I just
Unbelievable.
Eye roll.
Pick and choose my spots.
Oh boy. So the conference championship games, one of them a blowout. That game was over as soon as it began. The Eagles 50 burger the Washington Commanders with 7 rushing touchdowns and a 55-23 victory. 7 rushing touchdowns. Good God. The Commanders 3 fumbles, 9 penalties. Jaden Daniels inaccurate. But the big game's the AFC Championship game. And the Chiefs, guess what? They're back in the Super Bowl after beating the Bills again in the playoffs, 32-29. A game that I feel like the Chiefs did outplay the Bills. I felt like the Bills were trying their best to stay in there, as evidenced by the fact that they went for 6 fourth downs in the game. 6 fourth downs.
Yeah, I think Josh Allen, I'm not blaming Josh Allen for this game.
Allen could have played better.
Of course,
but he
yeah.
didn't. But for all the fumbles the Bills had, which was 5, they recovered all of them. They did some things pretty well in this game, but ultimately, I find myself siding with Chiefs fans who, Joe, you now despise, because I feel like it's disingenuous to say that the referees are the reason that the Chiefs won. And I kind of get how all of a sudden this has become the norm in the NFL, especially given the way that last week went, whether it was, us yelling about the calls that happened in the Texans-Chiefs game. Many people that were doing it nationally. But I mean, for God's sakes, on Get Up, you had Kevin Hart coming in studio and making fun of how you properly sack Patrick Mahomes. And somebody picked him up. They put a pillow underneath him. They put a blanket on him. They read a bedtime story. It was actually pretty funny. But it led to this the referees are always helping the Chiefs out. And there are certainly some Chiefs fans who are doing gymnastics and saying, wait a second, that's not actually the case. And some of them actually did a pretty good job of doing a defense there. But now all of a sudden we have gone from saying hey, the Texans got sacked 8 times and played poorly on special teams. The Bills made some really boneheaded decisions offensively in this game against Kansas City, forgetting about James Cook entirely, running these awful quarterback sneak plays over and over again. You can even second guess, hey, what was the play call? 1 on the 2-point conversion that you didn't get, where I don't know what you were thinking. I don't mind going for 2 there, but you failed there. What were you thinking on that 4th and 5 where you have no one to protect?
Exactly.
I get that it's fun to hate the Chiefs. It's annoying to see the same team win over and over again. People felt that way about the Astros. People felt that way about the Patriots, the Warriors, insert team. I get that. But they won that game fair and square. Were there some calls that perhaps benefited the Chiefs? Yes. Are those calls the reason that the Chiefs won that game? I don't think so.
No, I mean, when did the controversial play happen? Was that in the 3rd quarter? I can't remember when it happened.
The Allen play?
Yeah.
The sneak?
Yeah.
I think that was the
6
4th,
minutes to go in the 4th quarter.
Yeah.
Okay.
But right after a 4th and 1 that they had barely converted where Josh Allen fumbled.
But the Bills had a lead in the 4th. I mean, of all the ref stuff and everything, the Bills had a lead in the 4th. And Joe Burrow has had a lead in the 4th quarter against Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs. The defense let him down. You can, if this was a 10-7 game and that play happened, you can probably make an argument for the refs. But the Bills defense wasn't good enough yesterday. They made the Chiefs offense look better than it's looked the entire season. It's never looked as crisp as it did yesterday. The wide receivers specifically involved. And Travis Kelce was pretty much, besides taunting, was nothing.
Yeah, he didn't do
Which
anything.
also people are all upset about too. That he was taunting. And yes, it probably should have been a flag, but now we're asking for taunting penalties. Softies.
he can be annoying.
Yes, for sure.
But there's this weird thing that's been happening now, and I don't like it. It's people making excuses when like the Bills they played a worse game than they've played against the Chiefs the last couple of times they've been in the playoffs.
Yeah, and for like the people like earlier with some people in the chat like arguing with us and trying to be like, oh, of course these guys are going to defend the Chiefs. All right, I'll break it down. I'll make it really, really simple. For the people that are so adamant that the referees and the NFL is rigging it, just remember, you now sound like the people that still are accusing the Astros of using trash cans. Like, that's what you sound like. People that we've called idiots for 5 years now, basically, that don't know what they're talking about, that know nothing about the Houston Astros because they're not a cheating baseball team. So the people who are still so adamantly rigged, you now sound like Yankees fans. Congratulations. Like, that's what's happening. It is so obnoxious and wrong. Go Eagles.
Go Birds. Go Birds. The 4th and 1 in particular, I've watched that play over and over again. And like, I get why the ref on the far side of the field thought that he had the first down, but he had no view. There's no way he saw what happened. We couldn't see what happened because Chris Jones was standing in the way. You think a guy that's at the field level can see how far he went? And then from the near side of the field, the guy who marked him short had a pretty good view of it. The problem is, Allen and the football, you're not sure what arm it's in, and his back is to the referee on that side. But I watched that replay a couple of times. I do not know that ball definitively passed the line. I know a lot of people think it did, and I'm sure they've watched it over and over again. I went into it looking for proof that he had actually gotten it because everyone was acting so sure about it. And he almost gets there, and then he jerks back very quickly. And it was on the second effort. I don't think he got it.
See, like, and I think he did. Like, it's not definitive.
My gut instinct was, I don't think he got it. And I remember seeing that at first. I was like, wow, they gave him a generous spot in the moment. And then they took it back. And then I watched the replay, and I felt more confused.
Yeah.
And sure, technology needs to be worked on here. But, hey, like, the Bills were fighting and clawing to get first downs and forgetting entirely that they had James Cook. They didn't give James Cook the ball the entire last drive when they had 3 timeouts and 3:30 to go. Guy who was averaging 6 yards a carry. And they could have used James Cook in that situation instead of this quarterback sneak, which is just so poorly run.
Yeah, I really know there have been some people like who have like pushed in the offseason about like getting rid of the tush push. I think it's stupid. The Eagles just do it so much better than everyone else.
Yeah.
Other teams can try to run it, but there's also a reason why very few teams try. Like the Texans don't run it, the Ravens don't run it. Like you don't see a lot of these teams do it. You have to have a huge quarterback to try to be successful with it. But like, I'd like to get rid of it just because it's boring. That whole sequence in the Eagles game was boring. And I know it got kind of funny as Luvu's jumping off sides and jumping over people. It's still not a real football play to me. That's why I don't.
No,
like
it is. It is a football play. What are you talking about?
It's a rugby play. It's a scrum.
Yeah.
It's
football needs that.
If you could see what was happening.
No, football needs that.
It's just a bunch of bodies.
No, this is like you want arena league.
I don't
play flag football. No,
I don't love it.
From the 832, Paul siding with the Chiefs is the most patriot things to say. I want the Chiefs to be stopped. I don't want them coming for God. Okay? Gary's got a thought. 713-780-3776 before we get out of here. Gary, yo.
Hey, first off, guys, I agree with you guys. I don't think he made it. It was just close. Whatever they called on the field, I think they would have stuck with that Josh Allen, whatever they called. So I don't think he made it either. It depends on what you're looking at. But on that, I find it ironic that Jalen Hurts, hear me out, guys. First things first, put up a beautiful graphic. Now, 2 years ago, I don't think there's only but one person that's probably a Hall of Famer that Hurts played with, and that's Jason Kelsey, the center. 2 years ago, that Hurts played with. This year, obviously, Saquon Barkley, eventually. But in the last 3 seasons, they put that stat up with Kansas City. Not the Super Bowls, 48-10 for Kansas City, 42-12 for the Eagles, 25.5 points a game for Kansas City, 27.5 for the Eagles. Completion percentage, 67% Mahomes, 66% Hurts. Couple more. 290 total yards per game for the Kansas City, 280 for the Eagles, 117 to 43 TD to turnover for Mahomes, 121 to 39 for Hurts, 98-yard passer rating for Mahomes.
Gary, sorry to cut you off. Let's get to the point here. We got to get out soon.
Okay, yeah, thank you, because I don't call it out. Thank you. We listen to you guys, and I just thought it was a show that we can see. The point is, I think by putting those stats, yes, sir, putting those stats up there, I think how people perceive a quarterback is supposed to look and be, because those stats, outside of Mahomes, he's second in 3 seasons, and 2 seasons ago, he didn't have Saquon Barkley. He had Kelsey in the tush push, and no Hall of Fame.
That's true, Gary. We're out of time, so appreciate the phone call. Look, Jalen Hurts, had he not had last year and had he won that Super Bowl, we would be talking about him the same way that we talk about Patrick Mahomes, which I think is where Gary was eventually getting to.
Yes, I agree. I think that's where he's going. I think.
Gary, we love you. Sorry, this is a 2:55. This is a tough time to make a phone call. Anyway, on that note, that was garbage time very quickly. No, Gary's call wasn't garbage, okay? It's just garbage that the show has to end so soon. What a fun show it was. Big thanks to our texters, callers, YouTubers, and Twitchers. For Sean Mapes, for Joe George, I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Monday. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace!
What up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank on Branham. It's Brian behind the glass, and it's a Monday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Lots to get to today. Alex Bregman wants more money than what's out there. Astros trade Presley to make room for Bregman. Is Bregman coming home? We'll see. Houston Texans have hired a team president. That's a big deal, huh? But more importantly, still in the search for an offensive coordinator. What names are popping up there? Mailbag Monday, lots more. As you're with the Beast on a Monday afternoon. We got to start with the AFC and NFC championship games, though. Tell you what, Blankers, Josh Allen is who I thought he was. Patrick Mahomes is who I thought he was. Josh Allen, again, falling short of that Super Bowl championship that I claim he's incapable of ever winning as the starting quarterback of a football team. Do you see how many times he put the ball on the deck in that game yesterday? 3 times. He put the ball on the deck 3 times yesterday. Do you see how many
lose them?
Yeah,
None.
Is it just
did you see how many?
Did you moving here,
what's
Joel?
the,
Am I seeing the goalpost moving?
What's the goalpost that I've moved? I said that Josh Allen's incapable of winning the Super Bowl. No. The take is that Josh Allen will never win a Super Bowl. Where am I wrong?
In the reasoning and the rationale was always because he committed too many costly penalties.
Who's representing the AFC in the Super Bowl in 2 weeks? Is it Josh Allen and the Bills?
Done?
No, it's not. So another season goes by, another check for Branham, in which Josh Allen is not winning a Super Bowl.
It's just not that, and I can't help but have it pop into my head watching these games going, Jeremy is waiting to feast if they don't win this game. And yet this time you can't really blame Josh Allen. I mean, Josh Allen didn't turn over the ball. Josh Allen was trying to do everything in his power to carry his football team. The running game was there. This was as good of a chance as they could have had coming off of that duel that he once had with Patrick Mahomes. And I literally felt bad for him. I felt bad for him because this one wasn't on him. Although he started the game and the first 2 passes, I thought, oh my God, those both could have been picks just like that. But then he settled down.
Yeah, he had a lot of near mistakes. Back-to-back plays on that opening series. He also almost had an interception on that last series, too, before the controversy.
Where was he? One over the middle?
Yeah, Tony Romo said he threw it away.
No way.
That was the worst analysis I've heard all weekend, is that Josh Allen's throwing it away over the middle of the field over a layer of receivers and defensive backs.
Yeah, to nobody. And there was no, like you said, there's no receiver on the backside. So there was no one to go to. And if he just kind of turned to the left and look at the sideline, he had someone wide open in a pocket on the sideline that he never saw.
So you're saying he missed?
Oh, he did miss.
So you're saying he missed?
No doubt. Well, and he
Josh
also,
Allen
that was
missed.
a bad throw because the defensive, I don't know if it was a linebacker or if it was a safety, regardless, that ball was almost touched by a defender, which could have tipped it in the air, which could have been picked. And that was just a very, very risky play at that time.
See, I would put some blame on Josh Allen. And look, I don't think he played poorly by any stretch of the imagination. I do think that Josh Allen's a really good football player. I don't think he's a really good winner. Watching that game yesterday, who made the critical plays down the stretch and who didn't? Like, Josh Allen had the football in his hands with 3 minutes left to play, and they turned it over on downs. Like, did Dalton Kincaid should have made a grab? Yeah, maybe.
I think
maybe.
He caught that ball.
That would have also been a heck of a grab. Like, it annoys me how many people are underselling how difficult a grab that would have been. Kincaid's running a corner route way upfield, and now he's slamming on the brakes, retreating back, and making a lunging catch in traffic. If he makes that grab, that's a really good catch. Yeah. Let's not act like that was a drop by the receiver.
Heard people just getting all over Josh Allen and like, what are you doing? He had 3 guys in his face, and at least off his back foot, he had enough in his arm strength to get that ball somewhere on the field where they at least had a chance to make a play. A lot of guys just end up going down on that play and don't even get that ball over the line of scrimmage. At the same time, I mean, that was a recipe for disaster. That play wasn't going to go anywhere. Spagnuolo made the right play. Maybe the biggest criticism is Josh Allen didn't have a better read on it at the line of scrimmage to try and adjust the offensive coverage so that he could have had more help on that right side. But, it is what it is.
Yeah. I think it was noodle arm Chaz McCormick on that throw. If he had a strong arm, he leads Dalton. I'm kidding on that one. I am kidding on that one. But he didn't have enough mustard on it. Forced Kincaid to come back and try to make that catch. But that was a fun game. But look, final possessions of the game. You have Josh Allen that has the football with a chance to go down the field and at least tie the game. Like, at least you're down by 3 points. Final possession, maybe. And you're going down the field and you turn it over on downs. Meanwhile, Pat Mahomes gets the football back. What does he do? 2 critical first downs that ices the game. It keeps the ball out of Josh Allen's hand. And look, am I being a harsh critic? Am I setting the bar very, very high? Well, yeah, I'm talking about the championship bar. The bar should be as high as it can possibly be. And when I watch both quarterbacks in that game yesterday, I look at Pat Mahomes and I see a championship quarterback. I wish CJ Stroud would watch Pat Mahomes every snap he's taken in the NFL 100 times over. I wish he would watch Tom Brady every snap he takes 100 times over. But Pat Mahomes is a championship quarterback, and Josh Allen's a really, really good quarterback that I'm not sure can ever be a champion.
See, but here's the problem too, Jeremy, is the fact that, and I know that, some of this it's not all like 100% like adamant that we know that Josh Allen's got a lot of talent. But this goes back to the days of Stockton and Malone and Gary Payton and teams that, hey, as good as you are, and you might be one of the best that this game has seen, or the best of a generation, the best in your time being in the NFL. If you're going up against maybe the best ever in Patrick Mahomes, and that's who you have to go through to get to all the things that you're talking about, then maybe it's just bad luck in when you were born and who you're going up against. Because to a certain degree, you look, when he makes mistakes, there was no argument. When you would bring up the argument and the backstory of how many times he had this many turnovers and did those kind of things, absolutely all on him. But yesterday, I think more so than anything else, a lot of that was on Brady as a play caller, because of the fact that when they ran the ball, they had success. They had consistent success. They were able to kind of get the offense kind of clicking and get tempo. And then all of a sudden at the most critical times, they went away from it.
Listen to yourself, though. You're saying they should run the ball more, which if you're running the ball more, what does that mean? You're taking it out of the hands of the quarterback.
No, it just creates balance.
Absolutely,
and
it does.
The defense then starts worrying more about the run. They start coming up from the safeties and the linebackers to where it can open things up for more of the passing game. But it's not passing on first down and then setting yourself up to be behind the chains as the Bills did.
I don't even know if it's necessarily run the ball more, is run the ball smarter. I mean, this is something we talked about, and I felt the stings of it as a fantasy football manager, this guy. But
here we go.
James Cook, my goodness, he's clearly your best running back on the field. He was I can't remember exactly what his yards per carry was, but I believe it was over 6 in that game. He's been efficient for years, and yet Ray Davis and Ty Johnson are on the field way too much, getting meaningful carries in the second half of these games. So I put that on the shoulders of Joe Brady. And also, let's have a conversation about them trying the brotherly shove over and over and over again. Joe Brady, it's not working. At least have Allen not try to take the little sidestep so he can run over the left guard, because the Chiefs know it's coming. Yeah. Tony Romo on the broadcast told you what he talked about with the Chiefs defenders before it happened, and they just can't run in the same play over and over.
Yeah. Sounds like you want him to run the ball more.
No, I want
you
to
wanted
run the
more
ball
James
smarter.
Cook. James Cook was their best offensive player yesterday.
I want him to give the carries that went to Ray Davis and Ty Johnson to James Cook.
Would you
and
say
I want him to do something other than the tush push in those 1 yard situations.
Would you say James Cook was the best offensive player on Buffalo yesterday?
No.
What?
Josh Allen was.
I would say James Cook, who ran for 6.5 yards per carry, as you so eloquently put it. And scored 2 touchdowns in that game.
James Cook had a good day, but Josh Allen is the straw that stirs the drink.
Some of those passes he had to Matt Collins were
he made some great plays.
Great.
And I've never denied the greatness of Josh Allen's peak. Never. I think he is a great quarterback. I think there are moments where Josh Allen reverts back to his old self in critical moments.
Early in the game he did.
Early in the game, I think he did late in the game. Like people were being critical. Yeah, I think there was late in the game where he had some moments. It's like, oh man, Josh Allen. Like the play we were just talking about where Tony Romo said it was a throwaway. That could have easily been an interception. There's a lot of people critical of Josh Allen on the 4th down play for not seeing Shakur out of the backfield, which I think is a bit of a reach, especially with the pressure in his face.
I would disagree with that one. Actually, I would actually probably give Allen more or more blame on that, because I've seen some cut-ups of the Bills running that exact same play against the Chiefs in previous years. I don't know why, especially, I mean, the whole reason you do that orbit motion where you motion in and motion back out is for that exact reason, to get a guy and give him an angle to get to the corner, just use his speed, and it was there. I don't know why Allen
I feel like the pressure disrupted it, because like immediately Josh Allen was retreating back. So
how much time does he need
I'm
to
on the
get
fence
there?
on that. I mean, you see him move immediately. Like I saw one guy break it down where it's like everybody wants him to go to Shakir here, and it's like, well, he's immediately retreating back and away from Shakir almost immediately. Like the pressure was immediately in his face, which. Like they only rushed 5. Like how about a little bit of protection on that play?
I think the other thing too, guys, kind of in a microcosm of what you're talking about here is again, bringing Brady into the equation. But when you look at what they were doing, if the fact that Tony Romo, who doesn't even put the amount of work in that he used to put in, was able to let us know during the telecast, Buffalo knew that every time he ran the tush push, he slid from the center to the left guard and tried to run it over the left guard. And he kept doing it, and they kept loading up the left guard. And that's what happened on that play that got way too close that you ended up, in a review not getting the first down on, whether you believe he got it or not. At a certain point, you got to be smarter than that and go, okay, we can't just keep going to the same play in the same direction at the same location if it's getting that close. There's other ways for them. They know which way they think you're going. Do something else.
I would have liked to see override guard once. Just one time.
Or even then, right over the
Such
center.
a minor adjustment, it would have been huge.
Yes.
It was crazy. How about the play where Josh Allen in the 2-point conversion got wrapped up and he tried to pitch the ball to his running back?
Nearly did.
No, he did. He didn't nearly did. He did. He
Okay, I think
completed
of
it.
another play then where he
That
nearly
was last week, I
tossed it.
think.
Okay.
That was last week where he was about to, and I think it was McCourty maybe after the fact, on a one of those talking head shows. It was this shows you that Josh Allen has matured, that he thought about pitching it here and didn't. And then a week later, yesterday, almost identical play, he does pitch it. B. Hannon says 4 touchdowns for the Bills offense, didn't turn it over once. This was Josh Allen's best game, and he falls short. He couldn't get it done. And then you can say 0 turnovers, and you would be right. There was 0 turnovers in that game. How many passes did he throw that could have been picked off? He let the ball hit the ground 3 times. He was fortuitous that the ball bounced his team's way. He loses 1 or 2 of those. We're talking about a much different story with Josh Allen. So Josh Allen, despite putting the ball in harm's way on at least 5 different occasions, maybe 6 or 7, got lucky in each of those times. Each of those times he got lucky. And he still wasn't good enough to beat Mahomes.
He's got to have some monstrous hands, because that ball that he reeled in, the one that he put on the ground, I'm like, I don't even know how with one hand he was able to corral that thing and then secure it with those 2 guys on him. I'm like, that was a hell of a play in itself just to kind of recover that one. But when you look at it, the fact is when they scored that many points in a game, they don't turn the ball over. I think the numbers are something like 118 and 27 over the history of the NFL.
Just scoring at the wrong time
in the playoffs. If you score 3 or more touchdowns and you don't turn the ball over, the record and the chance to win is unreal. But you're going up against Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs.
Is he beating Brady?
Well, I'm looking at it 2 times now. I can't remember if this was the division round or their other meeting, the AFC Championship game, but the overtime game where he throws 4 touchdowns to Gabe Davis, and they never get the ball in overtime. I mean, like Joel pointed out with that stat, there's at least 2 occasions where they basically beat every team in the world except for Patrick Mahomes on that occasion. I mean, would they have gone on to win the Super Bowl this year or a few years ago when they lost in overtime and never got the ball? Who knows? But certainly, Josh Allen has played well enough on a couple of occasions to get to a Super Bowl.
Agree to disagree on that one. Agree to disagree on that one.
Okay. I just don't know how you can when you know that he himself played well enough in that big duel with Mahomes where they never got the ball back that Brian's referencing.
That was only the divisional round, though. He would have still had to win 2 more games to accomplish the feat, which is my take. He's never going to win a Super Bowl. He still would have had to win 2 more games. We can't just give him that year. They would still have to win 2 more against a couple of the top teams in the
same
NFL.
way that the Rockets say if they don't go 0 for 27 in the fourth quarter, they'd win. No, they wouldn't win. They would get to the finals where they still had to beat LeBron and the Cavaliers.
They would have a shot. I'm not giving Josh Allen the year where he got into a shootout with Kansas City. 1, they lost. 2, he would have had to win 2 more games. He would have had to win 2 more games. And he was incredibly lucky yesterday that he didn't turn the ball over. First series could have easily been interceptions on both of those throws back to back. You put the ball on the ground 3 times as a football player, you are incredibly lucky that you didn't lose at least one of those. And again, he had the ball late in the game with a chance to lead his team to a go-ahead score or a tie, and he failed.
See, I think just looking at just trying to be as objective on all of this, when you look at the fact that it's one thing, we all saw it. The first 2 passes both actually should have been picked. They were all awful. But the one that really concerned me the most was I'm sitting here looking at this going, look, just as a fan with no skins in the game for either team, I want this thing to go down to the end. If it goes to overtime, that's even better. Let's see this thing really play out. He looks on the bench like he saw a ghost. Coming in for that final drive, I was like, oh, God, he doesn't look like he's poised and ready to go get it. But then the way they started that drive, he started awfully shaky. I mean, they kind of reeled it back in, but those are my concerns is like the way you start, because there's a ton of emotions going into the start of a big game like this. And then when you got to have the drive of your life, it looks like it might be a little too big for you sometimes.
713-780-ESPN. We get your thoughts on the AFC Championship game, the NFC Championship game. We'll dabble into that as well. And then a lot of people are being a little critical of the officials today. Is that fair? Is that foul? Busy show. Ryan Presley no longer an Astro. Will Alex Bregman stay with the Astros? Who's the next offensive coordinator going to be? Mailbag Monday, lots more. 713-780-3776. We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitter at ESPN975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel, Brian at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. We are the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
It's not fun. But to beat the champs, you gotta beat the champs, you gotta beat the champs, and we didn't do it tonight.
I like what Brian just did there. Brian's on the wrong side of history with this conversation, but it doesn't get in the way of his brilliance. I'm a loser, baby. Josh Allen's a loser.
Got it right away. Yeah.
Josh Allen is a loser.
Walks like a duck, talks like a duck.
B. Hannon says Allen is 7-6 in the playoffs, 4 losses to Kansas City. He ran into Jordan. Cool. Do we call John Stockton and Karl Malone champions? Do we call James Harden a champion? He ran into the Golden State Warriors.
I mean, they're all Hall of Famers.
Oh, sure. Those are 2 separate conversations, but you're not wrong. They're all Hall of Famers, but they lack championship. I think Josh Allen's going to be more Dan Marino than he is going to be Tom Brady, Joe Montana, Pat Mahomes.
Yeah, but I think it's also like we all know that injuries happen. Sometimes seasons happen to where until, the last chapter is written of his playing career, I think he still has an excellent chance of winning a Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's where our
in-
impasse is.
You got to factor in how he ages, though. Like, how long can he run like this?
We also have to factor in his contract, what it means to the rest of the roster.
True.
Because there was a lot of chatter this year that the talent around Josh Allen was going to catch up to the Buffalo Bills and not allow them to be a contender. There was ESPN talking heads that had the Jets winning the AFC East and that the Bills were going to fade away from the elite. I think that Josh Allen's good enough to keep them in the conversation with the elite, but I don't think he's good enough, especially with his salary, to build a roster that is capable of beating. I don't think they should have beaten Baltimore. I think they got very lucky to beat Baltimore. And if Lamar Jackson doesn't turn it over, Mark Andrews doesn't drop the ball, doesn't fumble at midfield, they don't beat Baltimore. I think the Bills are very easily the 3rd best team in the AFC. Maybe 4th with Burrow.
I think, and you're right. It's like a catch-22 because of the fact that I was one of those people that believed that because of the talent they lost coming into this season, they weren't going to win the division. They weren't going to be the team that they have been. So to his credit, he shouldered a ton. He accepted the difference in philosophies with the offensive coordinator to become more run-oriented, but yet he excelled because of it and may win an MVP title in the process. But yet at the end of the day, what we're judged on as players in this league is the fact that you have to perform in the playoffs. And until you slay the dragon, then you're going to have that to live with. Now, the one thing that's going to be interesting, because you guys are right, look, his contract is big, and that's going to be something that he's going to have to try to, deal with as they try and construct this roster. But Brady was a guy that ended up taking less as he got later into his career to try and give the team more so they had a better chance to win. I don't know if he's willing to do that, but I think that's something that might have to roll into this picture too to make the Bills a championship caliber team. Because, let's just be honest, their defense was not great.
Buffalo's?
Yes.
Yeah, probably. I mean, aside from Ed Oliver, go Cougs, they struggled.
Yeah,
They struggled.
and I think that's the thing. I think I saw a stat somewhere. Kansas City hadn't scored more than 25 points all year or close to it, and they were scoring at will. And that's more on the fact that Buffalo's defense, yes, they had a couple of key injuries too, but they couldn't stop anybody. And that's one of the focuses where the Bills are going to be challenged to spend money to get better.
That's where the contract comes into play, because it's difficult to spend money once your quarterback's making 87% of the cap. Yes, I'm being a little bit egregious there. I've irritated some people. Steve, I just can't with Branham nails on the chalkboard. Have a happy Monday there, Steve. Another texter says that the guy banging on Josh Allen's the same guy that loved Will Levis. 1 for 2 ain't bad. 1 for 2 is not bad. Maybe I missed on Levis, but I haven't missed on Josh Allen. 1 for 2. I'll take it.
Get you in the Hall of Fame.
1 for yeah, that's that'll get you.
If you only look at those two opinions.
That's more championship wins than Allen has. All I can say.
Wow.
Texter, the
Low-hanging
Texans
fruit.
could have beat any of them chumps. We had every great quarterback this year on the ropes. Yeah, if they had a good offense, I don't disagree with you, 3977. If the offense was playing to its optimal capabilities, I do think that they could. Look, I think they gave the Chiefs a very good fight without being very good offensively.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a lot to be said about the fact that Buffalo was able to do what they did, losing Diggs, losing some of the players they lost on defense, like Poyer and Micah Hyde. But at the same time, the challenge is with any team is that, one, it's a challenge to get back to where they just were. But now, how do you get better? Because it's not even good enough to get back to where you once were. You have to find the defensive solutions to be a better team. You have to give Josh Allen more offensive options to be a better team. And that's where, from a front office standpoint, the general manager on, it becomes a challenge year after year.
You probably can't do it. You can't do it. Like, I don't think you fiscally can do it. So the question now becomes, what do you have to do?
So who you subtract?
I think I just let the offense be Josh Allen in the Seven Dwarfs, and I spend on defense. Like, Josh Allen should be good enough, and he is good enough. Like, let me be very clear. I do think Josh Allen's very good. I think he's great. I have him as one of my top 3 quarterbacks in the NFL. I just hesitate to think that he'll ever win a championship. But he's good enough to have a good offense despite having great weapons around him, because he can rise everything else around him. He can't do that on the defensive side of the ball because he doesn't play defense.
Right.
So if I'm the Bills, I'm going to bring in a lot of young players on the offensive side, maybe offensive line to protect, and then I'm going to spend a lot of my resources on the defensive side of the ball. That's what I would do if I'm Buffalo.
But then it also comes down to, like, you can't miss on those young players either, because some of the guys, Coleman doesn't look like he turned out to be the kind of guy they want.
Yesterday.
Yeah, they wanted him to be. And in a game like this, you need that. On the flip side, you see what Worthy was able to do. And, oh, by the way, that was the pick you traded that gave the Chiefs the opportunity to get a guy that had over 100 yards receiving and a touchdown.
I think that's part of who Josh Allen is, though. Like, Josh Allen's not going to sit there in the pocket and just pick you apart and throw the ball to the open man, like, within 3 seconds.
I'll tell you, was it the first throw to Mac that it was shocking how well thrown that ball was.
Oh, he's capable of doing that.
Woo.
But he's not going to sit in the pocket 40 times to just pick you apart from the pocket. That's not his game. And it shouldn't be. Like, we don't make that Josh Allen. That's round peg, square hole. But if you're not that type of quarterback, do you need elite receiver around him? I would argue you don't. I would argue you need some skill around him. No, he didn't this year at all.
He didn't this year, but the problem,
even the second half of last year, people were like, they stopped throwing to Diggs.
Yeah, it's true. Diggs was completely worked out of the offense, but beyond having to have a high hit rate on your draft picks on the offensive side, if you're going to go with this philosophy, you're only paying the defense. You're about to lose James Cook in another year, probably.
They only give him the ball 13 times a game anyway.
I know.
Which is maddening. I agree.
It's maddening watching less talented running backs get all those touches when they could be going to James Cook. But regardless, he's got another year left of team control, and then he's gone. So you're going to have to hit on another player at the running back position too.
Yeah, I probably spend my money on defense and probably spend my draft picks on offense. Not 100% either way, but somewhere in that mix. Texture, the only reason the Rockets won 2 championships in a row is because Jordan left for a while. I think we got an upset Buffalo fan that's a little mad that I'm talking about his loser quarterback, Josh Allen. Mahomes fumbled in the first half, but it's not how you start, it's how you finish when the game is on the line. Yeah, but that Mahomes fumble was not a good one either. I agree. You were talking about Josh Allen's big hands earlier. My Josh Allen big hand moment was whenever he was running with the football and got tackled one-on-one, and like he kind of got slung to the ground. I'm like, that ball's about to come free, and he just holds it like it's a tennis ball. Like he does.
Yeah.
He must have massive hands. I agree.
You talk about like Kawhi and some of those. He literally it was just, I kept rewinding going, how the hell did he hang on to that football with one hand after he dropped it and had 2 defenders on?
Yeah, he must large human hands. Texter is Josh Allen, Phillip Rivers. Allen can't beat Mahomes like Rivers couldn't beat Brady. I don't think it's a terrible comparison. I think Allen's a better quarterback overall. And I think Phillip Rivers was a very good quarterback, but it does tell you what I think of Josh Allen. But I like that the comparison of not being able to beat the quarterback that's better than you in the postseason. Texter, feel bad for him. Thinking emoji, absolutely not. Yeah, I don't really feel bad for Josh Allen myself either. How about this other game? Philadelphia and Washington. Eagles just blew out the
Commanders.
Commanders.
To even call it a game.
Hard to call it a game. Commanders stuck around for a little while. I do like Dan Quinn. I think Jaden Daniels is very good, going to be very good. But that defense has got some ways to go because Saquon Barkley ran all over them.
That first touchdown run was amazing.
The first play of the game right out of the chute. And to your point, they got to wrap up and tackle. There's no excuse for a defender right in front of him that is stopping his forward progress.
Easier said than done.
And he spins. And I know he's a strong physical guy, but that's where, to D'Amico's point, you have to swarm. But you should have some help there too, to where he kind of slowly just spun out of that, and it was like, oh God, he's actually going to go all the way. I think that you look at a team that's definitely on the rise. They're only going to get better all across the board with the fact that Jaden Daniels is no doubt their franchise quarterback. And he put a lot of passes where I was like not familiar, not watching his game enough to realize, like, as an accurate passer, I think it was McLaurin over the middle and down low where a defender was coming over his shoulder. It had to be low and inside, and he put it exactly where it had to be, to where you go, look, more so than anything else, yes, the defense didn't do great, but they're in that game if not for the 3 turnovers, because they coughed it up 3 separate times where your receivers are trying to get extra yardage or do things, and the one on the I think it was a kick or a punt. But like, you don't turn it over 3 times, you're still in that ball game to where I think the sky's the limit for that team.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so too. Like, it was only year one of Dan Quinn, and they kind of, put a lot of Band-Aids on that defense. Didn't spend a whole lot of money on the defense, but they brought in a lot of scheme guys that fit. I think once they get some more talent in there, they're gonna be dangerous. I do like the future of the Commanders, but the Eagles just too strong yesterday. So Eagles Chiefs Super Bowl. Is it wrong that I want the Chiefs to win? Is it wrong that I want DeAndre Hopkins to win a title? Because I feel a lot. Yeah.
Because
Well,
I
there's
hear
two
a lot
reasons.
of people.
Two reasons.
Okay.
Two reasons. Maybe three. I do like Mahomes. I understand that's unpopular to say in Houston. I do like Mahomes. Second reason, I like to witness sports history.
There it is.
I like to witness sports history, and the Chiefs have a chance to do something that has never been done in the era of the Super Bowl. And then the third reason would be I do want DeAndre Hopkins, my friend. We kicked it once upon a time. I want my friend to win a Super Bowl.
And there's the fourth reason for you that you forgot. You don't want Nick Sirianni to have a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I don't want that jabroni to win a title. Could you imagine that jabroni lifting the Lombardi as they're on the fire truck going down Broad Street in downtown Philly? I don't want that.
That's the biggest thing that I was going to say is the reason why you don't want Philly to win is because Sirianni is on your list. And I don't like him either. And I think that every time I see him, and now he's got Big Dom everywhere, like his personal bodyguard, and I'm going, what are we doing? But overall, yeah, he's going to get credit for going to 2 Super Bowls in 3 years. His coordinators were really good those 2 years. He doesn't call plays on either side of the ball, but he's done what he needs to do. If there's two reasons for me to cheer for Philadelphia, Hurts is from here.
Mm-hmm.
Seems like a really good dude. Saquon seems like a really good dude. And it's a hell of a story that the Giants didn't want him enough. And that the team he goes to in his first year going there, he's the difference maker to getting them where they need to go. But I'm with you. The only thing that really started swaying me was these last couple games and the fact that Mahomes is so good, yet he's still trying to play to the officials. And he's still trying to he's getting away with a lot that he shouldn't be able to get away with because his ability to say it's a slide and them to back him up, say, oh, that was a slide. He just kicks his feet out, drops his ass on the ground, and suddenly, he was completely in the sliding motion. No, he really wasn't. And Kelsey, too. Kelsey goes in the end zone and stirs it up and starts talking mess.
It never gets a flag.
And doesn't get the flag the defender does. And I'm like, that right there is some BS.
What should he get a flag for? Talking a little trash?
Headbutting, talking trash. He's creating and instigating all of it. Then when the guy retaliates and pushes him out of his face, he gets the 15.
I don't disagree with you, but to play devil's advocate, I don't think that an NFL player, I don't think a professional player should ever get flagged for talking trash.
I agree with you. It's just annoying.
It is.
The overall package is annoying.
Like
I don't know if there's a single thing you could say that they should do to treat him differently. Just the overall package is annoying.
Like, these are grown men. Like, you're going to throw a flag because he said, haha, I scored a touchdown on you.
Like, come on. I don't think that's what he said.
Come on.
It is tough, though, because I think I do root Eagles just because of what Joel mentioned. Jalen Hurts, Channel View, Houston area. I like that angle of it. And Saquon, I'd like to see Saquon get a title. If having to go through 4 years of that Giants debacle, that dumpster fire, I'd like to see him get a title. He's probably, actually, I don't even think without argument, the most talented running back in the league. He deserves a title. I just really don't want Eagles fans to be happy or Sirianni to get a ring. So it's hard for me to separate the two, but I think I'm going to end up rooting for the Eagles because of Hurts and Saquon.
I do give Sirianni some love for making the Super Bowl this year. Like, you have to give him his flowers.
Yeah,
made the Super Bowl, and he lost his coordinator, still makes the Super Bowl a couple of years afterwards. I have to give him his flowers. I really do.
And also because of the fact that when we talk about D'Amico, and I wasn't sure that he was willing to do from a loyalty perspective what a lot of people felt like he had to do, which is get rid of Bobby Slowick. And the fact that after 1 year, Sirianni realized his job was going to be on the line. So he fired the guys, brought in Vic Fangio and Kellen Moore, and came back and did what he had to do. So credit there, because a lot of coaches wouldn't do that. And if they were told by the organization, or they knew it was on them and they didn't want to get rid of their guys, they go down in the fire. Instead, he made the switches, and now he's back at it.
Texter, in the last 3 years, Hurts is going to his second Super Bowl. Joe in Cincinnati couldn't make the playoffs last 2 years. It's a good point. It's a good point, Texter. All right, 713-780-ESPN. There is a legend that is leaving Houston. Ryan Presley has been traded. Let's get some kudos to Ryan Presley. Also, is he the greatest closer in Astros history? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
So Ryan Presley has been traded. He decided to waive his no-trade clause, did right by Houston, quite frankly, and is now a member of the Chicago Cubs. What's your takeaway of the trade and the Astros return?
I mean, I heard people say he was forced into it. He didn't have to do it, but at the same time, I think it's a smart move for him too, because of the fact that whether publicly or not, he was okay with the bringing in of Josh Hader. I think that he still believes he's a closer. He's in the final year of his deal. It's a chance for him to reprove himself and have the opportunity with a baseball team that we didn't think was out there that could give him that kind of chance. Astros save some money in the process. I think it's a win-win. I think it's unfortunate because everybody, again, with that recency bias of what have you done for me lately, that they want to hammer on him and they want to take shots at him and they want to crush him like he wasn't a major, major part of this run, this golden era of Astros baseball.
Yeah, I've probably crushed on him a lot the last couple of years because I do think that he has gone the wrong way from a performance standpoint. I mean, he's old. Like, he's pretty old for a Major League Baseball player. So I think that's contributed to his regression. It's natural. Like, this is what happens to baseball players. They get worse the older that they get. I'm glad that they traded him. Do I think that the Astros kind of shamed him into accepting a trade? Maybe slightly. I don't think that there's anything wrong with that, though. Like, you need to do what is in the best for your organization, and trading Ryan Presley was what was best for business. So I like that they were able to get him off the books. You bring in Juan Bellows, the piece that's coming back, low-level pitcher. That was like the Cubs' 25th ranked prospect, something like that. Like, he's not much of a prospect, flyer prospect, and then you had to eat $5.5 million of his $14 million. So about what I thought it was going to take for the Astros to actually get Ryan Presley off the books. That said, now that like the story of Ryan Presley in Houston is over, I agree that we should treat Ryan Presley like he was a major part of the golden era, because he was a major part of the golden era. I think that Ryan Presley should be treated like royalty in the city of Houston going forward. Whenever, he's going to ride out his Major League Baseball playing career. Do I want him to have success? I want him to be okay. I don't want him to go to Chicago and be like the fireman of the year or anything like that. But whenever he returns to Houston after his career's over and these reunions, they're honoring him. Whenever he plays here at Minute Maid Park, because I think the Cubs come here this year. Yeah, like treat him like royalty. He was fantastic for the Astros in the golden era. He was unbelievable in the playoffs. The 2022 season he had where he was like, he didn't allow an earned run in the postseason. Yes, Ryan Presley definitely has etched his name in the history of the golden era of Astro baseball and should be treated as such. At the same time, they were absolutely in the right to trade him away, clear some money, get some under the CBT. People think they're going to repurpose it to bring in Bregman. Maybe they will. Now, it's been a weird week for former Astro closers. Billy Wagner makes the Hall of Fame. Ryan Presley gets traded to the Cubs. Do you think Presley is in the conversation of the greatest Astro closers ever? 713-780-ESPN.
I think he is. And I think that just being in the conversation means that, like I said, during this golden era of Astros baseball, and I haven't seen the total saves with the team for both guys, but just knowing what I know, because what I did see, I saw some of Billy Wagner. I saw a lot of Billy Wagner, and I know Billy Wagner was lights out. He was fantastic. But I also know that the Astros probably don't have nearly the skins on the wall without Ryan Presley. And Ryan Presley was a hell of a find when they brought him over from Minnesota as a setup guy. Ryan Presley developed into a guy that for most of his career here had ice water in his veins and did absolutely way above and beyond what anybody could have expected when they made the move. So I think he's definitely in the conversation.
Yeah, I have him second, and I have a huge championship bias, as y'all know. I value those more than anything else, but I think Billy Wagner's body of work gives him the edge over Presley despite not winning the championship in Houston. Wagner has 225 career saves. Presley won 11 in Houston. Like, if you have double more saves than the guy that's in the conversation, I don't think the one championship moves the needle for Presley over Wagner. And you get to some of like the analytical stats too. Wagner's the all-time leader in strikeouts per 9. Presley, not the all-time leader in strikeouts per 9. Wagner is a Hall of Famer, so you do have to give him credit for that. And not only is he a Hall of Famer, but he's going to wear an Astros hat in his bust in Cooperstown. So I give the edge to Wagner. I don't think that the gap between Wagner and Presley is 114 saves. I think it's tighter than that, but I go Wagner, Presley, probably Dave Smith next, and then I would go Lidge 4. So Wagner 1, Presley 2. Brian?
Now, this is maybe a case of recency bias because I never saw Dave Smith pitch, and I don't really know his stats all that well, but I would actually have Presley 3rd. We all agree, I think.
3rd? Who's 2nd?
Lidge.
Oh,
Lidge.
dang.
Now, look, I think it's hands down, slam dunk, really not even a conversation. Wagner over Presley. Wagner has a lower ERA. He has a better strikeouts per 9. He's got more saves. I think it's without a question Billy Wagner 1. The conversation then really begins at 2, and you can certainly make a conversation for Presley. I think Lidge had better stuff. I think his nastiest moments, his I guess the top of his game was better than Presley. Presley got the Presley nickname for a reason. And Lidge had the better strikeout per 9 to prove it, but he also had a higher ERA and he had more blow-up moments than I think Presley did. So
Presley had a better ERA in Houston.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Presley had the better ERA than Lidge, but Lidge had better strikeouts per 9. Obviously, also got to World Series, although that you could say in spite of him.
Yeah.
So it's kind of, do you want the higher upside with the better, nastier stuff? I think that's Lidge. But certainly Presley had bigger moments here, so that's kind of where the conversation goes to me.
Interesting that you hit Lidge and Presley. That's shocking to me.
I can't do that.
It's also unfair that you're mentioning Stressley's nickname, Ryan Presley, but you don't really mention Lidge giving up the moonshot to Albert. Kinda.
I said they got to a World Series in spite of him.
It was kind of a backhanded reference to it. You went right into Stressley's alter ego nickname. And then you don't mention that Lidge gave up a moonshot to Albert Pujols.
Very specifically
it was a slight mention.
Slight mention.
You mentioned the year. You mentioned the year making the World Series.
Said they got to the World Series in spite of him.
Right.
I don't think I could dance. I don't think I danced around the moonshot they gave him.
Maybe not, but you certainly didn't mention Albert Pujols' name and specifically say the moonshot.
That's mostly because I don't want to say his name because it still brings up PTSD moments.
What was the commercial? Machine? Did they call it? What was that?
Yeah, the machine.
The machine, yeah.
At the copier.
Yeah,
the machine.
The machine. But like there was like a funny part of that I'm trying to quote, and I can't remember exactly.
Gosh, I don't remember.
Someone texting Presley had an awesome walk-up song. He did. God's Gonna Cut Me Down, Johnny Cash.
I think kind of when he started using it is when things started to crumble a little bit.
Yeah,
too.
because I think he only had it 2 years.
Yeah.
He had it 1 year as a closer, and then he had it as a setup man.
Yep.
They were God's Gonna Cut You Down in the 8th inning. Pat 409 loved Brad Lidge. Yeah, I love Brad Lidge too. But I'm not putting him ahead of Presley.
No way.
Come on, Branham, says pessimistic Chad. Presley versus Wagner isn't even close. He's mad at me that I asked the question. Presley had bigger playoff opportunities, but Wagner's Astros playoff failures were on the Bees' dead bats. Whether $1 million is at stake or my personal well-being about Wagner on the mound. To get the out save 100 times out of 100. Look, I picked Wagner too, pessimistic Chad. Why are you so angry? Lidge is the greatest of all time just based on his entrance music. I don't remember Lidge's entrance song.
I don't either.
It wasn't. No, Billy's was Enter Sandman.
Yeah, Billy's
I don't
was
remember what
Sandman.
Lidge's was.
I don't remember it either. I'd have to look it up.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing why it's even worth a discussion is because people have such short memories to forget how valuable and good Ryan Presley was ever since he got here. I mean, yeah, I think I'm with Jeremy. Honest as I can be, I've been highly critical of him in the last couple of years because he hasn't done his job. He hasn't been as good as he's been. But I think that's also a testament to the fact that he set the bar pretty high with how good he's been since he got here, and then he fell off.
Valverde tied Wagner for single season save. Should he be considered one of the best closers? I wouldn't have him in my top 4.
No,
I'd Wagner, Presley,
I don't think I
Smith,
could have
Lidge.
named him in a lineup.
I would put Dotel. I'd put Octavio Dotel on my list before
Yeah,
Valverde.
Dotel was great, but he played a different. He wasn't just I think he closed.
I think only for a couple years.
Yeah, but he was a setup guy for a long time.
I was going to say he was actually better as Wagner's setup guy than when he got the actual
Remember
job.
when they had Lidge, Dotel, and Wagner?
It was
that
was
was
sick.
filthy.
And that team missed the playoffs too.
As opposed to
they missed the playoffs that year.
Yeah, that was
the year.
2003.
Who was the one year? And they were actually really good one year. Wheeler, Qualls, and Lidge.
I liked Wheeler.
Wheeler and Qualls were actually
was-
like the eighth and
That
the
was
seventh and eighth
2004,
guys.
the year they lost to
The White
to
Sox?
No,
No.
2005 they lost to the White Sox.
Cards.
That's right. Yeah, Cards.
Cards in 7.
I was a huge Wheeler fan. I loved Wheeler. Don't even mention Lidge. Angry face emoji, unhappy face emoji. So he would be there. Didn't Billy Wagner just go into the Hall of Fame? Yes, he did. Just go into the Hall of Fame. So your vote would be Wagner there. Ducky Dotel is the GOAT. Just kidding. Love Presley and Billy the Kid. And then I'd say that, best back into the bullpen, Lidge, Dotel, Wagner. So it seems like we're all on Wagner.
Yep.
Some people on the Twitter were like Presley because of the championship bias there. But, we disagree there a bit. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Someone has to be the bearer of bad news, and I'm willing to be that bearer of bad news. Alex Bregman wants more money, guys, and giving Alex Bregman more money is foolish. In fact, the $26 million a year that is already on the table, that's already foolish. There's a better way to spend that money. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. All right, I hate to do it. I don't hate to do it a whole lot. The Astros with Alex Bregman. Look, it's a fun story. It's been entertaining, right? Oh, they're going to trade Presley. They're going to move Altuve to left field. They're going to bring back Alex Bregman, who is a pillar of the golden era of Astro baseball. It's been fun in a period of time where baseball really isn't that fun, right? Late January. They're getting ready for pitchers and catchers reporting, like Hope Springs Eternal and all of that. But there's really not a whole lot of storylines in late January when it comes to baseball. So it gave us that. It gave us the whole dialogue of, can Jose Altuve really play left field? Blah, 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 blah. So, like, that's exciting. That's fun. But when you get down to it, $156 million in 6 years for Alex Bregman is too much money. This is longer than you should sign him for. This is more money than you should sign him for. You know who else is saying that? The market.
Mm-hmm.
The market is also saying this because this offer existed at the very beginning of free agency. Bregman's like, oh, no, I could do better. All the reports have told us there hasn't been a better offer and that a lot of teams want to do the whole short-term $30 million a year thing. Jim Crane, Dana Brown should not budge on the demands of Alex Bregman. I'm already uncomfortable with 156 for 6. They better not go $1 more.
Yeah, I think that when I saw this starting to pick up steam, and then after the Presley trade was consummated, you think about it even more. Like, now it's just going to heat up even more. But at the same time, I think the Mets pulled out yesterday. I think it's down to the Tigers and the Red Sox. The fact is he hasn't got, and I keep saying that I think Boris is going to have egg on his face, and this might be yet another one where Boris lets down a client and over promises what the market was going to be. And now you suddenly have thrown one more lifeline towards Scott Boris, because these moves and the publicity around it now trying to gives him the idea that, hey, they really do want you back. So now it's not even about the offer that they made initially, because we should be offended by that. But now that we're back, you're back in it, and there's still a chance because we haven't signed. He's going to expect that you need to give up even more. That should be quite the contrary. That should be, hey, here comes the tugboat or the lifeboat to save your ass, because of the fact that you're hoping a team like the Tigers, who doesn't want to spend that kind of money, decides to up their ante, or the Red Sox get full-blown back into just, free spending, as opposed to this could be the save. I could save my rear end and give Alex a chance to go back to Houston and give him the chance to stay comfortable with his own team, who wants him play third base again. I don't want to give Alex Bregman any more money.
I already don't like it. I already feel like $156 million for 6 years is too much. I don't think he's going to live up to that. I think it's too long of a deal for a player who's already in his 30s and a player who, quite frankly, has regressed offensively in each of the last 3 years. John Heyman's reporting the most recent report with the Astros and Bregman, which I say all of this, I actually think they're going to re-sign Alex Bregman. My guess right now, if you told me where does Alex Bregman sign, my money would be on the Astros. I think he will be a Houston Astro.
Yeah, I don't think he's a Tiger. I think it comes down to the fact that the Red Sox, are they really seriously willing to throw that money and also move their franchise player from third base to first base?
Well, I think he could play second, right? I mean, Bregman could play second.
He could, yeah.
I think that's the more.
And they already overspent for Trevor Story, so you assume that Trevor Story this year is going to be their shortstop.
They have some young players that are like legit too that I think they want to play.
Yeah.
So
I think that's why I think the Red Sox are more hesitant than gung-ho to go try and make a splash with Alex Bregman. The Astros, like I said, they might be that lifesaver that comes to the rescue so that Bregman at least can recoup and get the initial offer he got from the Astros. But it's ludicrous to think that they should be throwing more money than that.
Heyman's latest. Astros are trying to bring back Alex Bregman. They're still willing to do at least 156 for 6. I don't like that at least part. Yeah. But one reason he's declined that earlier is it's a pay cut from his $28.5 million salary last year, which I thought was going to be an issue, actually. There's said another team offering 6 with first-year opt-out, money unknown. Among others in Cubs, Bo Sox, Tigers. So that's the latest hang-up, is that Bregman doesn't want to take a pay cut from $28.5 million to $26 million.
Yeah, but how many times have we seen this in sports where a guy takes a couple mil less on the front side to guarantee that he's got 6 more years, as opposed to, going short-term deal after short-term deal, trying to get that same kind of money? The guarantee should be enough that you take a little less on the front side, but you're guaranteed to get it for more years at a higher rate. I just think that's part of business, and that's something that he's going to have to get over, because these offers, you were supposed to be one of the first guys off the board. You were supposed to have all this competition and all these teams in big markets with big money that were supposed to be knocking down your door, and the market was supposed to be pro Alex Bregman. Yet here we are, here we're sitting. You're not signed, and you think you have all these chips that you're holding? I just don't see it.
It feels like some of the other guys that Morris has handled over the few years. People thought, Jordan Montgomery and Blake Snell, and I know Matt Chapman eventually got his deal, but Matt Chapman the first time around, where he only got, was it 3 years, 54? It kind
With
of feels
opt-outs.
right, and I think that's the key. Like, I think the save face moment here for Alex Bregman, it's kind of similar to what Correa did when he went and got the 3-year deal from Minnesota initially with the 1-year opt out, and then obviously he re-signed with a larger deal after that first year. But you could do something where you give Bregman, quote unquote, the same amount of money or a little bit of a raise over 2 or 3 years, and then have a mutual option to where you're not locked in for 6 years, but he still gets to save face of not taking the pay cut and be young enough when the deal's over, if both sides don't agree to it, to where he can go out and get another contract.
Is there a compromise number that exists? I'll throw one out to you on the other side. Also, Chandler Perome is reporting that Jorge Polanco is still in the Astro mix, which is certainly a decision. And what is a better way to spend $26 million? Because that's what the offer is for Bregman right now, right? 156 for 6, $26 million a year. If I gave you $26 million, you're Dana Brown. How are you spending that $26 million a few weeks before pitchers and catchers report? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. So Chandler Roan reporting that the Astros are still kicking the tires on Jorge Polanco. I don't understand that. Somebody's saying that they're playing a chess game with Boris. I don't think Polanco moves the needle.
Where's he going to play?
Bench.
Back up. You already have Dubon.
Yeah, maybe Dubon would be your left fielder.
Oh boy, no, I think that ship sailed. Regardless,
like he can only be a utility guy. Polanco.
Yeah, and you already made the moves necessary to retool the infield, regardless of whether you get Bregman back or not. Yeah, I just don't know where Polanco fits at this point. Bench. It should be another bat.
It'd be bench. Again, I don't like this. I wouldn't want Polanco to be the signing. If you have one more signing or two more signings, it would not be Polanco. But if I'm trying to guess what the Astros are thinking here, it's you miss out on Bregman, you sign Polanco to be your utility infielder, and you're thinking that Dubon's an everyday-ish outfielder.
I hate it.
I do too.
Yeah, I really hate it. I mean, to be honest with you, I know that it got a bunch of run over the weekend. I hate Altuve in left field. And I'm going to stay with what I said initially, which is if you do end up being hell-bent on it, whether it's the owner or however it gets done, that you got to bring Alex Bregman back, and then Dana says he's going to play third base, you got two guys that have never played left field before. I'd take Paredes out there before I'm taking Altuve. I just don't like the thought of Altuve playing left field.
Yeah, I mean, if you signed Bregman and you had to make a decision, I'd rather have Altuve in left field. Can we agree that Paredes is better than Altuve at either position?
Yes.
Okay. Where would you put your better defensive player, second or left?
Yeah, from that regard, probably second base. But because of the fact that you have what could be a really, I mean, I think Altuve is the weak link. I think you would agree in terms of Pena's an above average defender. I think that Bregman's an above average defender, and I think Walker's an above average defender. You could have an unreal defensive infield with anybody other than Altuve at second base. I just think that Paredes, because yes, he's a bigger body, but he's got a stronger arm to play the outfield because your outfield is your biggest weakness. You're going to hate this, but the more I thought about it over the weekend, I was like, look, whether he's in the lineup or not, the fact that Jordan could play left field and the fact that he likes playing left field, but the fact that if he's not in left field, but your outfield sucks and it's really killing your lineup, then I don't care. Yes, I care he plays every game, but I just don't think it's going to make the difference of if he's playing left field, you have more options at DH. So that outfield doesn't look as bad as it's cringeworthy to think that if you're going to put Chaz and Jake in the same outfield with anybody other than Jordan, it's brutal.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. Now, Dana's a big advocate for strikeouts, right? So, like, I'm wondering if he, because he has a strikeout staff, doesn't really value defense as much. And then also of the starters that you have, especially up top, Fromber and Hunter Brown, they're ground ball guys.
Mm-hmm,
so, like, you rather have a really good infield than have a good outfield if there's a trade-off there. Now, how would you spend look, Jim Crane's not going to spend $26 million on this team unless it's Alex Bregman. I'm aware of that. Like Jim Crane likes his shiny new things, and the shiny new thing in this case would be the shiny old thing that it's Alex Bregman, but he likes his splashes. So the 156 for 6 that is out there for Bregman, I don't think is allocated to the budget. If they don't get Bregman, I don't think Dana Brown's going to have the allowance of $26 million for the rest of his team. But let's play the game. If you had $26 million to spend on this team, would you spend it on Alex Bregman, or are you spending it differently than Alex Bregman?
Man, I honestly think that I would like to spread it out, and I would like you have a guy in mind. I have a guy in mind. I would like a guy like Verdugo. I think that Verdugo is a guy that for the majority of his career, other than last year with the Yankees, that he can be good, decent offensively. He's a good defensive outfielder. I don't think he's going to cost you a whole hell of a lot. And I think that if you added Verdugo and then you could add to the bullpen, you could hang on to some of it for a while. You could try and replace Presley and get a guy that's more of a late innings relief pitcher that I don't think is going to break the bank for you. And then the combination of those two and whatever you got left over. Look, if you want to add a bat to the bench and maybe someone's still available out there that, you know, we've mentioned in the past or we haven't, Hayward or other guys. I think adding 3 players that can add depth and more quality across the entire lineup is better to me than playing square peg round hole, trying to find everybody a home after you bring home the hero and sign Alex Bregman at that amount of money.
Yeah, I agree with you. And again, Crane's not going to allow Dana Brown to have this $26 million. It's either Alex Bregman's $26 million or it's nobody's $26 million.
Or it's Jim Crane's $26 million.
Jim Crane's $26 million, which there is still a positive to the trading Presley, even if you don't re-sign Alex Bregman, is that it gets you under the luxury tax. And a lot of people would say, I don't care about Jim Crane's wallet, which I understand, but it does have long-term ramifications on the team, whether it's spending money in the future, repeat offenders, losing draft picks, losing compensation. Like if the Astros are under the luxury tax this year and then Framber Valdez leaves them in free agency over the offseason, you get a pick at the end of the first round. If you're above the competitive balance tax and Framber Valdez leaves you in free agency, you get a fourth rounder, like you would get for Alex Bregman leaving. So there are some benefits long-term to be under the competitive balance tax that isn't solely the wallet and the pocketbook of Jim Crane. But if you're giving me $26 million, I'm signing 2 outfielders. I'm signing Randall Gerchik. Like, bring him in here. He might be better than every outfielder you currently have. I'm good with Verdugo. If not Verdugo, Jason Hayward. So give me Gerchik, and then give me either Verdugo or Hayward. I can probably get those guys somewhere between $7 to $10 million a year.
Right.
Let's call it 15 million total for those guys. 7 for one, 8 for the other. Maybe it's, let's call it 17 million. I don't care. 17 million for 2 of those guys. I prefer Gerchik and then one of the lefties. So Gerchik, one of the lefties, $17 million off the board there. And then go find the best arm you can find for a $7 million 1-year deal. That's it. Like, would you rather have Alex Bregman or 2 outfielders, Gerchik and then one of the lefties, and a reliever? What would you rather have? I think that option B is the way better option for a lot of the reasons you mentioned. 1, I don't need a third baseman. 2, I need outfielders. Well, I just presented to you 2. 3rd, you need some relief help because after Hader and Abreu, Taylor Scott's your next best reliever who might have been a career year last season. So, like, I think that you are way better off spending $26 million on 2 outfielders, the best reliever that you can find on a 1-year deal than you are Alex Bregman, especially if it's long-term. So that's how I would spend the 26.
I'm with you guys, which I like to disagree because it makes entertaining radio, but I'm with you. I would spend it on 2 outfielders and a bullpen arm, specifically a 7th inning guy, because you just kind of vacated that role by sending Presley to Chicago. And if they go this route again, signing Bregman and spending way more than they should, it'd be doubly depressing because they just did this last year. We had this exact same conversation last January, February. Like, let's not spend top of the market for Josh Hader. Let's take that money and spread it out for the different needs in this team that they could have used throughout the regular season and into their short 2-game postseason. But instead, Crane went out and made the big splashy move because he likes when people dangle keys at him. He can bat at it like a baby. But they're doing the same thing again. Instead of making the more responsible move by spreading the money around, fixing multiple positions, because this is a team with more than one hole to fill, they're going out for the big splashy move, especially for the big splashy move. They doesn't even have a place to play right now. It makes no sense not to go this direction.
Yeah. So it sounds like we're all in agreement there, which isn't great. Some Twitter dialogue. Chris on Twitter saying, I think it's more about DeZenzo possibly getting some outfield run. Yeah, maybe so. There's unknown there. So that's always a little bit scary. Although I do like DeZenzo. I think DeZenzo's got a chance to be a capable player, like somebody who helps a playoff caliber team.
Outfielder though?
Can he handle left? I think he can handle left.
I think at home he can.
I think he can handle left. Yeah, maybe there's certain parks that are too big that he can't play out there.
Yeah.
Which, again, is a concern because you don't have a whole lot of outfield depth. And he's also a reverse splits guy. He actually hits righties better than he hits lefties. So maybe he's your platoon with Dubon in left field, where DeZenzo's your left fielder against righties and Dubon's your left fielder against lefties, which, again, ain't great. But that's probably what your lineup looks like if you were entering the season right now. Like, without any changes right now, your left fielder is probably DeZenzo, Dubon platoon. And Jake in center and Chaz in right, which Chaz's arm in right field is a major problem.
That's where I'm at too. It's so cringeworthy to me and bothers me so much. The thought of just any outfield where Jake, Chaz, and someone other than Yordan or a capable left fielder are in the lineup, even if it's Dubon, to where, at least from a DeCenzo standpoint, I feel better about the bat than any of the guys that we've mentioned, to where I'll live with that. And I would be more likely to accept an outfield where he's a regular contributor taking one of those starting positions than having those guys consistently play next to each other and not hit the baseball.
I rather DeCenzo just play right field because I know he's got a stronger arm. He doesn't have the range that Chaz does, but okay, shift the alignment there a little bit, which is a little troublesome at home because you don't need a rangy guy in left because the Crawford boxes are so short and it's got that weird wall. But yeah, I mean, DeCenzo at least has a capable arm. Soriano on the YouTube, get him a taqueria on this sponsorship to make up the $2 million. I don't know if Bregman's their demographic. Actually, their demographic's anybody who eats Tex-Mex, so maybe it is. Spend the $26 million on the bullpen, and then getting. He said, spend the $26 million on the bullpen,
On me and Sean?
and on getting a taqueria on this in Dyken Field. The Dyke. Does the Dyke need a taqueria on this? I think we all need a taqueria on this.
And I'm Mexican.
I say sign Bregman, Paredes to the outfield, have a banger lineup. I say we have about a 2-year window, then it's rebuild time. I mean, Altuve flat out said over the little fan fest thing that he's willing to do anything for Alex Bregman. He flat out said he'd play left field. I'm tired of this whole saga. I think Bregman is great for the core, yes, but man, we have holes, and Bregman nor Polanco fill those holes. Pena, Chaz, Myers are gaping holes in the lineup. I actually have a hot Pena take. I don't know if I'm ready to give it. I might save that for bold pitchers and catchers stuff. How do we know the Astros still have an offer out on Bregman? Just reports. We've been told that they do. I mean, Joe Espada on FanFest too is like, yeah, we're talking to him. Yeah, we want him. Dana Brown's like, yeah, we're talking to him. Odds are slim, but we're talking to him. So I think there's been enough reports, and then also the innuendo from the Astros leadership that they're in on Bregman. Championship experience is going to be hard to replace. Yeah, that is true. I really feel like getting rid of Bregman would be a good deal because I'm afraid he's going to fall apart in the next couple of years. And to add to the lacking of the outfield, what I feel the lacking of the outfield is left-handed bat and a legit outfielder. That's the way to go. The other counter, like not a counterpoint, but in addition to the whole falling apart in a couple of years, Bregman being very against a short-term deal kind of spooks me.
You think, well, I mean, I think that he's trying to hold. He knows this is his last chance to get any kind of a long-term deal.
Chapman did the whole $90 million 3-year deal, opted out after year one and got a massive payday. He was betting on himself, like not doing the short-term thing. And maybe Bregman eventually does. So like, hey, wait, let's see how it finishes. Okay, I'm here for that. But if what we read where Bregman's so against short-term, why? Hockey elbow, declining offensive numbers.
I think that's
it
the
could
biggest
be
thing.
the easy
I
answer.
think
Just take the most money you can get.
I think it's ego, and I think that there is the fear factor of you can't predict when you start to decline, and maybe there is a chance that that's why I go back to this is his last chance to really cash in, and that he's probably got a little concern that if he bets on himself and starts the season like he did last season, he'll never see another chance to get multiple years at big time money.
Yeah, it's just something that I've kind of been waiting and seeing on. Like if he takes 156 over 6, like 156 for 6, like if you're confident that you're still going to be a good player in 3 years, why wouldn't you take 90 for 3 over 156 over 6? You get way more money in the long term if you feel like you're still going to be good in 2 or 3 years. And if you have a massive year next year and you have opt-outs after year 1, year 2, you are going to get a massive deal. You might get $200 million next year. If Bregman, not that he's going to do this, but if Bregman does the $90 million 3-year opt-out after year 1, year 2, and he has a season like he had in the late 2010s, not going to happen. Just saying, he'd get $200 million.
And to your point, the bigger thing is that if he has a season like he had last year, at least the way he came out of the gates, he's guaranteed to get the money for 2 more years.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so he can still set himself up.
You would have 3 years to have a career year. Not that it would happen, but you have 3 years to make that happen.
I think obviously when you're crunching money, the one thing you say is at the end of the 6 years, am I going to get 156 or more? Or I'm going to get 150 or less than 156, which is why he's trying to
do the math on that, though. Like if you get 90 for 3, you're looking at 66 over the next 3. That's not that much.
But if he plays the way we think he's going to decline more than he's going to get better, then maybe, that's a nice start.
But that's kind of my point.
The recoup is going to be tough.
That to me saying that Bregman doesn't think he's going to be good in 4 years.
Yeah.
That's like kind of where my mind's at. So it's like,
I hear you.
It's kind of weird. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Let's go out there now for Willie. Willie, you're in the hive with the bees. What's going on?
Hey, how's it going? Thanks for taking my call.
Always.
I'm calling about, I wasn't going to call, but then I heard Joel say that Pena was an above-average shortstop. I think he's the worst shortstop in the American League. I don't pay attention to the National League.
Talking about Jeremy
that much.
Pena?
Yeah.
Oh, come on, Willie.
He had more errors in the last 3 years than anybody in the league. So I don't know how many because I can't look it up. But
You're blind. That's why.
Yeah, I'm blind.
I know. I remember.
That's true.
You told us.
I am blind, but look it up. Look it up. The numbers don't lie.
So are you saying strictly defensively or overall?
Excuse me?
Are you saying that Pena is the worst shortstop in the American League strictly defensively or overall, like bat and glove?
Error-wise.
Okay, so specifically errors. Okay. So he's talking specifically about one thing.
He didn't lead the league in errors over the last 3 years.
I mean,
Thank you.
we have to look it up for Willie. He can't see.
I understand that, but he won the Gold Glove the year previous. You don't win a Gold Glove making errors, and I haven't looked it up.
Pena was second last year. He was second last year in errors in the American League. Thank you for the call, Willie. We'll be your eyes. Don't worry. Pena was number 2 in errors last season. Gunnar Henderson was first with 25.
Yeah, he did not have, from that perspective, a good year last year. The year previous, he won the Gold Glove.
Yeah, he was 6th in 23 in the AL with 14. But the guys ahead of him don't play anymore. So I wonder if this is accumulation where the volume of it, because he's played every day for the last 3 years. He's had more opportunity to make errors where other guys really haven't. Let's see, 3 years ago, he was 3rd in error. He might be right because he was 3rd 3 years ago. He was 6th 2 years ago, and he was 2nd last year. And then Javier Baez and Bo Bichette were ahead of him, but then they didn't play much last year.
Yeah.
So actually, I think he's right without putting the numbers, just eyeballing this. I think he might be right.
You and I have had this conversation before, though. If you don't watch this team, no offense, Willie, but if you don't know what this team does night in, night out, and watch play after play,
why wouldn't he know?
I'm not doing what you did. The fact is that Jeremy Pena's range, Jeremy Pena's arm, Jeremy Pena's athleticism, he's an above-average defensive shortstop.
I think so too, but it's weird. The computers don't love Jeremy Pena defensively. They don't love his range. His arm's kind of. I think he has a strong arm, but sometimes he doesn't use it, so that hurts the arm metrics of it. I think he is above average defensively. I don't think he's a Gold Glove shortstop. Now, do I think he's the worst shortstop in the American League? Absolutely not. I would say he's probably.
Okay, is he a better defender at shortstop than Paredes?
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah. And Bregman?
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah, no doubt. No, he's easily the best shortstop in this organization defensively. That's capable of being a big leaguer.
Right,
but where does he stack up in the American League of the 15 teams? I would probably have a middle of the pack defensively.
Yeah, I mean, he's not Bobby Witt Jr.
No, he's fine. He's not going to hurt you defensively. I like him defensively, but I don't think he's like Tim Bogar. He's not Adam Everett.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think he's probably middle of the pack, and depending on if it was 2 years ago versus last year, he could sniff the top 10. But yeah, I don't think he's top 5.
Texter, what did we get in return for Ryan Presley? Was it just money? They got a Bello. They got one of the Bellos. He's one of the Bello twins. He's a low level pitcher with upside, not considered a top prospect. I think he was the Cubs 20-something ranked prospect. Actually, I think he was the Cubs 30-something ranked prospect. And then they project him to be the Astros 25th best prospect.
And I think one last point though on that Willie thing, that to kind of put into context what I said that if you had Paredes at second, Pena at short, Bregman at third, that's an above average infield. That might be one of the better defensive infields in the American League totality. And Walker at first, who's won 3 Gold Gloves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's really good defensively.
Yes,
he's really good defensively. One of the Twitchers says Pena is overrated. Master says that. That might be true.
Offensively, I think he is.
I just don't know many people that think Pena's good offensively. Unless you're hanging on to his postseason performance his rookie year, a lot of people realize that Pena's never been a good offensive player.
You got to be rated to be overrated. And I don't think people rate him as an offensive player at this point.
But a lot of people, especially, just dedicated but casual Astros fans, once he did what he did with the MVP of the American League Championship in the World Series, that was the expectation going forward. But because that's the bar that they, in their mind, that's what he set for the rest of his career. And I said it at the time, like, this is the danger in the fact that Jeremy Pena, no matter what he does next year, he's not going to live up to some people's expectations because that's just supposed to be the start of this MVP every year career that wasn't realistic.
He's an average bat. Like, we look at OPS plus, and we know that average in baseball, OPS plus is 100. Rookie year was 102. Second year was 95. Last year was 100. So he's been pretty consistent. He's been pretty consistently a very average bat. Now, when you factor in his defense, depending on where you're at with that, is it good? Is it Gold Glove worthy? Now you have a shortstop that's a defensive-minded shortstop that plays it at a good level, solid level, that gives you an average bat. That's a capable starter in the bigs. Like, you shouldn't be looking to replace Jeremy Pena. The second part of it is he's on a very, very small contract. Like, these are his controllable years. You get 6 controllable years. This is his 4th year of those 6 controllable years. So these are the type of players that you need to have on your team and starting for your team. Now, would you pay Jeremy Pena? I wouldn't. He's the kind of guy that you want him starting for 6 years, and then whenever he enters free agency, you say, goodbye, I hope I get a comp pick out of you.
I think that's the other thing, too. I think by the time that his free agency year comes up and he gets close to it, is he better than guys, maybe Bryce Matthews? Is he better than guys coming up in your system that are going to be cheaper and have a chance to be better on offensively for sure, but possibly offensively and defensively? And that's where you say, thanks for the memories again, but it's time to move on.
And you also have to play the numbers game of that too, because yes, he still might be better than Bryce Matthews or any other prospect, but is he $20 million better than Bryce Matthews?
The return on the investment matters.
Yeah,
too.
so like he might be slightly better, but if he's not $20 million better, then you let him enter free agency and you let the next guy play. And then you hope you get a comp pick. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Texter says Mauricio needs to be included in the infield full time. I don't think so. I think that's a guy I think we overrate. I actually think we overrate Mauricio Dubon
because
quite
of
frankly.
2 years ago.
And because he touches the ball. I think people overrate contact. Like we just talked about Pena's OPS plus being around 100 all 3 years of his career. You want to guess Mauricio Dubon's OPS plus last year when people thought he had a good offensive season?
I know that it wasn't what they thought.
88.
We talked about it.
88. The year before that, he was 97. So, like, Dubon's really good at contact. He's really good at touching the ball, but he never walks and never gets more than a single. I mean, I shouldn't say ever, but very rarely. Like, he's not.
And he's normally
he's a below average offensive player.
He's such a free swinger until he gets in a 2-strike count, and then he kind of dials it in a little bit more. But yeah, I mean, he's never going to be for a long span of time what he was 2 years ago.
Yeah. All right. 713-780-ESPN.
Oh, by the way, Chaz isn't either.
Below average?
No, Chaz isn't ever going to be over a long span what he was 2 years ago.
I hope he has a bounce back. I don't think he is who he was last year, Chaz. But I also don't think he was who he was 2 years ago. I think the truth lies somewhere in the middle. All right. Texans offensive coordinator job. I will tell you that there is not a better offensive coordinator job available in the NFL than the Texans post. 713-780-ESPN. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
So I think the Houston Texans have the best offensive coordinator opening in the NFL. And I really don't think it's that close. You have franchise quarterback, C.J. Stroud, right? We think he's a franchise quarterback. Looked like he was his rookie year. So still a very young franchise quarterback. If you don't think he's a franchise quarterback, potential franchise quarterback. You have some fun pieces going into next year. Nico Collins, we've had the debate. Where does he stack up in the NFL? I think he would safely be in the top 10 as a wide receiver in the NFL, safe to say. Joe Mixon's a little long in the tooth, but you have another year of Joe Mixon, who had a very productive season with the Houston Texans. You have a left tackle that has the potential of being a top 5 left tackle in the NFL, so you have your protector of said franchise quarterback. The offensive line was dreadful, but you have some pieces that are intriguing. Juice Scruggs was a second-rounder. Blake Fisher was a second-rounder. Kenyon Green was a guy who was drafted in the teens, even though we've all given up on Kenyon Green. And even Titus Howard's a top 20 right tackle in the NFL.
I was going to say top half.
Top
He's
20
top end.
left
He's not
guard
paid like it.
in the
Yeah.
NFL.
I mean, he's paid
so
like a higher, but yeah.
You have pieces there on the offensive side. So you have the personnel that would be very fun, I think, to be an offensive coordinator, especially because of the quarterback. And then you have a protector for the quarterback, and you have a receiver for the quarterback, and then you have a guy you can hand the rock to. Secondly, the head coach is defensive-minded. You have a defensive-minded head coach that isn't going to meddle a whole lot. Yeah, you're always going to have a head coach like, hey, run the ball a little bit more. Hey, maybe we should do this a little bit more often. Like, that's always going to exist whenever you have a boss. But he's a defensive-minded head coach, so you're going to have full autonomy to do whatever you want on the offensive side of the ball. There are other offensive coordinator positions that does not exist. Like Ben Johnson just picked up an offensive coordinator in Chicago, like the youngest offensive coordinator in the NFL. Well, he can do that because he's really the offensive coordinator. Chip Kelly, who they're saying that Chip Kelly could have interest in the NFL. They're saying that NFL teams can have interest in Chip Kelly. Like the job that was mentioned for him was Jacksonville, Houston, and Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay makes some sense because it's Bowles, defensive-minded coach there. But why would he go to Jacksonville if he had an offer from both Jacksonville and Houston? Liam Cohen's there.
Right.
He wouldn't have the full autonomy to do whatever he wanted on the offensive side of the ball. So personnel, full autonomy on the offense. There's not a better OC job in the NFL than the Houston Texans offensive coordinator.
I just think you also throw into that mix the fact that you've got a general manager in Nick Caserio that seems to be willing to give you whatever you need weaponry-wise to enhance your team. He's willing to take a look at and kick the tires on players. He knows that, hey, look, he went out and got Diggs last year and Joe Mixon. So that means that whether, Diggs is back or not, there's probably a good chance that he's going to be active again to try and replace Diggs and Tank Dell. Until we know more about Tank's health status, you got to assume he's not going to be there and you need somebody else. And you got a general manager that's going to do that. Because from the standpoint of the point you're making about like a guy like Ben Johnson already came out and said, I'm going to continue to call plays. I'm going to continue to be in control of the offense. What I need is a guy that's going to have the offensive coordinator title. But what he's going to do is more of the scheming, the game planning, the planning against who we're playing against, and the early to middle of the week stuff before I get involved. That's great for an up-and-coming OC, but what OC wants to consider that as being the next step in your career?
Yeah, I mean, some would.
I mean, if you're a young guy trying to make a name for yourself, absolutely.
It's not the top post.
No.
It's not the top post. Like, if you're the top offensive coordinator and look, not everything is equal. I understand that. Maybe there are jobs that are offering more money. Maybe there's, you really like that city. But if you're going,
Security
like, all those
lengthwise.
things equal, the Texans are the best opening that exists.
Look, Jacksonville was supposed to be the team that everybody was supposed to look at as being the most advantageous job that was out there. But I'm putting the Texans' offensive weapons over the Jacksonville Jaguars' offensive weapons.
Yeah, I would too. I mean, maybe we're biased there with having Stroud over Lawrence because, Lawrence is a talented player.
I think CJ's better.
I would agree. But
I think Mixon's better than ETN.
Yeah, sure. But even if we say that Lawrence is better than Stroud, which probably wouldn't hear a whole lot of people in Houston say that, but even if you say that, you're going to Jacksonville where they have an offensive head coach. So you're not going to you're not going to be the guy on the offensive side of the ball. Here are the vacant positions in the NFL offensive coordinator positions. Las Vegas, no thank you. Who's their quarterback? No thanks. Even if they draft a quarterback, they're drafting a quarterback. No. And like, even if they get Shadur Sanders, you have no idea what he's going to be as a pro.
The only thing attractive about that job is Brock Bowers.
Yeah, for sure. And Brady, maybe.
Jacoby Myers.
Someone said Myers too. Michael
Jacoby
Myers.
is
It's
a
like
fun.
no, the second
Michael
tight end,
Mayer.
Michael Mayer.
Oh, yeah, Mayer.
Michael Mayer, and like
those
guys don't.
That's not a lot to write home about.
No, Brock Bowers is elite, and
Brock
Jacoby
Bowers is
Myers is a good number 2 receiver.
So no on the Vegas Raiders being anywhere close to the Texans' position. Those are the only 2 vacant spots in the No, this must be an old list because Jacksonville's open with Press Taylor's no longer there.
Right.
So like Jacksonville's open. We just talked about Jacksonville. We wouldn't have Jacksonville over the
Everything's
Houston
open in
Texans.
New Orleans.
Yeah, I was looking at the AFC first, and that list hadn't been updated. Let's see if this one's a little bit more recent. So positions in the AFC, Cleveland's a vacant position right now in the AFC.
But to your point,
you don't want Cleveland
no,
over Houston?
Stefanski's an offensive-minded head coach who just had a press conference to say, "I'm going back to calling plays." So why do you want that job?
Right. Yeah, you would. That's a second fiddle job.
Yep.
So you're not taking the Cleveland job. Other positions that are open. Chicago got Phil. We just mentioned Cleveland. Dallas is open right now. Well, Brian Schottenheimer was an offense coordinator.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's still going to call plays, but it's a mess in Dallas. Dallas OC spot's not better than Houston. An interesting one could be Detroit. Now, they are mentioning a name that could be.
They were zeroing in on somebody.
I think it was John Morton, right?
I think that sounds
from Denver.
right.
But
yep.
even if that job was open, I know they've had a lot of success, but one, those are big shoes to fill with Ben Johnson. Jared Goff is like maybe underrated, but is he elite? Franchise open? They have, they have
2 running backs. You got really good. You got Amon, and you've got.
Would you take Detroit or Houston?
Weaponry?
No, as the position. No, as the OC. Like if you would go Detroit over Houston.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so there's one that you would have better.
I think I would agree Detroit too because you got that unbelievable offensive line, and
Gibbs, Montgomery, Jameson,
and all the weapons are there.
Ross St. Brown, Sam Laporta. I mean, it's a no-brainer.
I don't know because you hit your wagon to a quarterback. Like maybe I'm putting way too much value on the quarterback, but if I'm an OC and I could hitch my wagon to Stroud over Goff, I would do it.
Yeah, but Goff is.
I don't know.
He didn't finish the year strong, but he played his tail off for the last couple of years, and with all those weapons, you've got so much to work with there. And you even mentioned, especially even Laporta at tight end, that offensive line is dominant.
It is dominant.
It might be the best offensive line in the league.
Yeah. So the offensive line's a play caller's best friend. So I have no problem, saying Detroit ahead of the Texans. We mentioned the Raiders. No, the Patriots still don't have an OC, right? No, they're going to hire McDaniels.
What's his name again? Yeah, McDaniels.
Yeah, McDaniels. The Jets do not. The Jets do not, which Gerard is in the mix there. Like, okay. Like, I'd rather have the Texans job over the Jets in 1 year of Aaron Rodgers,
I wonder if
potentially.
Bobby Slowick's in the mix there. I mean, he did actually interview for the head coaching job. I mean, that logic would say if they thought enough of him to interview for the head coaching job, he might be in the mix for.
But the organization's not going to pick the OC. They're going to let the head coach pick.
That would be the
hang up.
There is that it's Glenn that's making the decision. Kubiak went to Seattle. I wouldn't have went to Seattle if I'm Kubiak. Well, I mean,
no, because of the quarterback.
Maybe it's the only job. Like maybe Kubiak didn't think that he was going to get a sniff of the Houston job. So he's like, I better take a job. Which that makes a whole lot of sense. But if I'm Clint Kubiak and I could go to Seattle or I could go to Houston, I go to Houston.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing was he would be in the running for a job with the Texans. Whereas if he's already down the road in Seattle, you got to take the hand that's giving you a deal.
I think that he got the writing on the wall that he would not be looked at here.
Think so?
I think that the Texans want to get away from the Shanahan stuff.
I think that's a distinct possibility for sure.
You think it's going to be Chip Kelly?
I think it's going to be Chip Kelly. So
your money right now is on one more team.
Sure.
Tampa.
I think it's an attractive job.
More than the Texans.
I would take Houston because quarterback, same as Seattle.
Yeah, I think the big winner in the comparison is you got a better quarterback, but the line ain't bad. But boy, you got Bucky Irvin, and you still got Mike Evans, and Godwin's free, right?
He's free agent.
But you drafted the kid that played really well. Yeah, that's close. I would lean Texans, but that's a better job than people think.
I wouldn't have it close. I don't think it's a bad gig. I wouldn't have it close. And then you do have the full autonomy on the offensive side of the ball because you have a defensive-minded head coach, which I think is important. I think that is big. So top 2, Detroit, Houston. And
Yes.
maybe I might argue that. Other people might not. Y'all wouldn't
I
argue
think the
that.
one thing that's a negative in the Lions case is also similar to Dallas is the pressure, whether it be in Dallas because of ownership and them constantly talking about like we can do this quickly because we're on a fast track to compete again and be an upper echelon team. There's tons of pressure there, just like there's tons of pressure on Detroit. You look at what Philadelphia went through. Hey, yes, Dan Campbell, you've had a lot of success. You guys went to a lot. You went further than this organization has been. Now you lose both coordinators. What are you going to do? Ton of pressure on you to have the same kind of expectations with different coordinators.
All right, gun to your head. We already got Brian's answer. Gun to your head. Who's the offensive coordinator of the Texans?
Mike LaFleur.
Really?
Yeah.
Have you seen anything that was linking them?
Mike LaFleur is one. I think he's one of the top 2 candidates for the job.
You're saying he would be, or you think that there is a connection, there is a link?
I have always thought, I brought that up last week. I think because he crosses over from like the Shanahan and also the McVay, and he brings a lot of different, he brings experience with that more cutting edge offense. And I think that there's a relationship with D'Amico.
Okay.
So I think that
both.
but I did see coming in right before I left the house that they said that Chip Kelly and LaFleur might be the top 2 candidates for the Texans job.
I have not seen that link. I would be happy if those guys are candidates. And I feel like either one I would be content with. I think it's going to be Gerard Johnson.
Oh,
Yeah,
I think it's going to be Gerard Johnson.
I don't love that.
I don't love it at all.
I don't.
Why are you so
I'm not
against Gerard?
anti-Gerard, and I know he's a friend of yours. I'm anti-Gerard right now, timing-wise, because he's never done it before. And the same thing that we were critical of Bobby, that was going to have some bumps in the road and hiccups along the way because he's never been an OC calling plays. I would have that same level of concern over Gerard. If the playbook stays relatively the same, that's a bonus for CJ and the offense. Though? But I
don't think it would stay the same though. Like to
Not
me,
completely,
like Gerard was only in the San Francisco scheme under Slowick. Like he was with Minnesota prior to that, so he was under O'Connell. He was the assistant QB coach there. He had a couple of years with Indy, which would have been before Steichen got there.
Definitely.
So that would have been when Reich was there.
I guess that's the big question and the big unknown that we wouldn't find out the answer to until he's actually calling plays. But my reservation on Gerard is, what is he calling? Like if this is Bobby Slowick's offense but with a different voice, then no.
That's why a lot of people would have the reaction that Blinkers had, because that would be the immediate thought. Oh, wow, we just promoted a guy for a bad offense. That's not fun.
Mm-hmm.
That's not sexy. That doesn't
my
sizzle.
Reservation. But.
And to be completely transparent, I don't have any inside information to this.
I don't think we can know.
The last time Gerard and I have had any correspondence was whenever I ghosted him whenever he was asking for U of H tickets. Last time that he texted me, he asked me for U of H tickets. I ghosted him. That's the last interaction that we had. So I don't have any inside information. I promise you. I have no inside information. It's just my gut feeling. I think it's going to be Gerard. And I kind of don't want it to be. Like, I want Gerard's first OC job to be out of the city, because if they have a bad game, it's going to be really awkward for me to be like, Gerard, he's a bum.
I mean, he's not talking to you now because you ghosted him on tickets.
Yeah, it would be awkward for me. I have so much. His father was my driver's ed teacher. Was my high school principal.
Okay, how many people care about maintaining relationships with their driver's ed teacher?
Oh, he was a great man.
I mean, seriously, I couldn't.
Well,
tell
he's
you
no
what their
longer with
names
us, so
were.
don't be disrespectful.
Sorry.
Well, he was also my high school principal. He was both.
Okay.
And I knew his son.
Your principal was also the driver's ed teacher?
He had a side hustle. They had like 10 kids.
There's no way while he was the principal, he was the driver's ed coach or teacher?
Not through the school.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, side hustle.
Like it's like a different whatever. I don't even remember which.
I saw that the
we used.
principal would need.
Yeah, why does the principal need the extra
They had
income?
like 10 kids. They adopted. They had like.
Okay.
I think they had 2
okay.
kids, and they adopted a bunch of them. I think he has like 10 brothers and sisters, because they would adopt kids from poverty, and they would raise them.
Good on them.
Oh, they were great family. That's why it would be weird for me to bash Gerard if he's the OC and they play poorly. So I wish him so much success.
Yeah. Just not here.
Not in Houston. Now, maybe he would just be great and it wouldn't be a problem. That would be awesome. That would be the best thing. But, I think of the alternative. I think of the worst case sometimes, and that would be worst case. I think it'll be Gerard. Who do you think it'd be? 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. 713-780-37. A lot of people are still texting us about baseball, even though we're not talking about baseball right now. They're arguing about Pena.
Because it's a baseball city?
They're arguing about Pena and Jake Myers and Fromber. Chip to Dallas, says somebody. That would be unbelievable.
Why would Chip?
Why
sign
would
up
Chip
for
take
that?
a job where he's not
Money?
going to call plays?
I think he would. I don't think that Schottenheimer would call plays. If they're bringing in Chip Kelly, Schottenheimer's not calling
No,
plays.
Chip Kelly's
Has
not
to be.
signing up anywhere where he's not calling
exactly
plays.
right.
Which, I mean, it's probably far-fetched that Chip goes to Dallas, but if he gets hired by the Cowboys, there is zero chance that Schottenheimer's calling plays.
I agree.
He would be the leader of the, or,
He'd
you
be
know,
a
all that.
oh, man, that would not help the puppet perception for Brian Schottenheimer.
No, I mean, be a leader. I think sometimes we overrate
guess.
the whole offense coordinator, defensive coordinator thing. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to our Mailbag Monday. What's your question for the Bees? 713-780-3776. It is the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. What is your question for the Bees? 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. One of my boys from back home said that the Johnsons fostered those kids, didn't adopt those kids. So the interest of fairness, stat boy do.
Does that really need a correction?
Foster and adopt. And they like to nitpick me.
Okay.
Like
I feel like
they nitpick me like I nitpick y'all. That's where I learned it from.
so you get okay. So they give it to you, and you gotta. Okay.
I come by it honestly.
All right. I feel like if you're, I'm going to take this question, or not question, but the topic way too seriously. But I feel like if you've gone through the process of fostering, you should still get the same credit as if you actually adopted.
I would agree.
Like you're going out of your way to look after some kids that really need the help.
And what I guess fostering would be like until they're adopted.
Until they're adopted by someone else.
Until they're adopted,
they could be living with you for quite a while.
So how many? Yeah, I wonder how many. Like what the average age is before they're no longer in your house.
I mean, they could be up to 18, I would
We
assume.
have a ton of
Yeah, I wonder.
experience with fostering, only it happens to be with
Yeah, a little different there between
obviously a
human
little-
beings
but
and
still
dogs.
expensive. So therefore, if you add humans to the mix, I'm sure it's a lot more expensive.
Questions for the B, 713-780-3776. What are you guys forecasting for the season wins for the Rockets?
Well, we've done this a couple of times. I
I
still
think it's
don't.
the same guy every time.
Yeah, I still don't think it's going to get over 52.
You keep moving them, though.
It's gone up.
You keep moving them.
You were under 50 for a long time.
Yeah, what
I'm
was your,
still under 50. I was
what
going to
was-
say 48, 49.
Where was your
Oh,
start?
You only think 48, 49?
I do.
What was the start for you?
44, I think.
Okay, so you've only been doing like 5. That's not
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah.
Let's see. Their winning percentage is 682. They
They'd have
still
to
play
fall off. They'd have to
82
go on a
games in the
horrible
NBA.
run to end the season to only finish like 48 wins.
82 times 682, all in my head, is just under 56 game pace. I'll put it at 52.
Okay.
52.
52.
Because their schedule
feels about
is
right.
tougher, and then they're starting this incredible stretch, which is very difficult. So I don't think that their second half record will be as good as their first half record. So I'll put it at 52.
Yeah, I feel confident they'll get over 50. I don't think they'll smash 50. Like I don't see them getting 55,
Smash the
56.
subscribe.
But
Look,
like I'd put it like 51 and a half if I had to put an over
So if
under.
I say 49, I'm not that far off. I just think that the win again the other night, phenomenal. But I just feel like you're going to hit a pitfall inevitably in the season, whether it's injuries or just a lull. Like Cleveland. Cleveland's rolling. They lose 3 in a row. That can happen to kind of take it down a little bit. 50, it'd be great if they did. I just don't think they're going to get over 50.
Yeah, time will tell. Can Philly's number one defense stop Mahomes? Thinking man emoji.
I think the big thing is going to be as good as I think it's the opposite. I think they can stop Mahomes. They can slow him down. It's going to be the secondary more. That's going to be key for them. The defensive line is disruptive. I think the bigger thing in the entire game is the fact that as good as everybody has said about Kansas City's defense, Kansas City showed they gave up yards to Mixon. They gave up yards yesterday. They're going to give up more yards to Saquon Barkley than what they've given up so far, and that's going to be huge.
Yeah, I think that they can, but I don't think they will. I'm going Kansas City 3-peat. I think we're going to see history. Spagnuolo has 2 weeks to prepare for that offense. I think Kansas City does it.
Yeah, I'm on the opposite. I like the Phillies' top 3 corners better than I like the Chiefs' top 3 wide receivers, and that pass rush with Jalen Carter. I mean, we've seen the Super Bowl that the Chiefs actually lost against the Buccaneers was in a game where Mahomes was constantly under duress. The defensive line just absolutely won the game for Tampa Bay, and I think the Eagles, especially combined with that those corners, that I think they're going to do the same thing.
Yeah, Jalen Carter is good at racing into the backfield. There's no doubt about that.
He's got a lot of speed.
Do you call out people for blowing up your bathroom? Who was in your bathroom? I wonder.
Are we talking home?
You guys going to say here or at home?
This is
It
lacking
must
a
mean
lot of
work.
substance.
They must mean here, actually at the K-Gal Studios.
I mean, if I knew who did it, I guess. Like, hey, courtesy flush, stuff like that. I don't know. Like, I feel like we need a lot more context to what is happening here.
It feels like this is a those who live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones situation. Like you could kill a person for blowing up the bathroom, but you better be sure you're not going to be the guy that blows up the bathroom the next time, because then you're also going to get crushed.
I think the biggest thing you call out is like if someone's in the stall and they're talking on their phone.
Yeah,
talking on the phone's weird.
That's annoying.
How about a video?
Watching a video also annoying.
Like watching a video or filming a video, because both are weird.
Watching.
Yeah,
Both annoying.
I think you're in there too long if you're watching a video while you're on the throne.
I think watching a video is fine. But if somebody else out loud, if somebody else comes in, then I think you need to turn it off. Like if you're alone in the bathroom, I think a video is fine.
Right.
But if there's multiple people in the bathroom, I think that you do need to. It's like a plane.
Bathroom
like
etiquette. Yeah.
It's bathroom etiquette.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't. Like sometimes I'll walk into the bathroom and somebody's in the stall and they're watching a video. Like I don't mind that as long as they immediately turn it off. But if they keep watching it as I'm also in there, like we live in a society, man.
I think the same thing with like you're on the phone. You're having a full-blown conversation loud as hell. And I'm like,
yeah, the
really?
phone. Well, the phone's weird. Like to me, being on the phone while you're sitting on the toilet is actually disrespectful to the person you're talking to on the phone
100%.
more than anything else.
I don't feel like it's more weird that you have to have this conversation right now with this other person on the phone. Like they have to hear the sounds of the bathroom because you have to have this conversation.
I told you
right now. That's
yeah.
weirder than it is.
And I told you the
being around
funniest
other
one is
people.
someone called out the person when they were doing that in the restroom when I was in there, and they said, "What's that?" Oh, no, I'm in the car wash. Lion Saka, you're not in the
You
car
should
wash.
have yelled out and outed him. You should have outed him. You
Who do
missed
you-
an opportunity, Joel.
Who do you guys think is winning the men's Royal Rumble on Saturday? I'm not caught up, so we'll
The
skim
what?
by that. The Royal Rumble.
Oh,
CM
Royal
Punk.
Rumble.
I think I no spoilers there, Brian.
It hasn't happened yet. How could I spoil it?
It's wrestling. They probably already determined a winner months ago.
Well, yeah, but I'm not privy to those conversations.
You read the dirt sheets.
I do not.
Knowing what you know now, would you have preferred the Texans pay the extra money and got Saquon before the season or stick with Mixon? I wonder if this guy follows me on Twitter at Jeremy Brown.
Yeah, you did bring that up.
I've been retweeting it after
Spend the
every
money
touchdown.
on Saquon.
Probably. Now, you don't trade for Diggs, probably in that scenario.
But, I mean, if we're living in the hindsight world, what did that really get you?
Facts.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so. I'm happy with what Mixon did, but Barkley's a better running back.
Well, then the other question is going to be, you also extended him. So how confident are you that for the duration of the contract, Joe's going to live up to that?
And for this conversation, it would be better than Barkley.
And I think Saquon's got a good chance of living up to what he did this year. Not quite to these numbers every year, but he's in the prime of his career.
Yeah. I got to give up one forever. Bread, tortillas, or pasta?
Pasta.
See, my gut reaction is also pasta, but I don't know if I could do without hamburgers. Because like sandwich bread, I can fine. I could lose sandwich bread forever. That's no big deal to me. But but the burger part of it complicates things. So I think I would lose pasta also.
Pasta, no doubt. I'm certainly not losing tortillas.
No, that's number one on the list.
Tortillas almost daily.
And then bread mostly for the cheeseburgers. I can do without most bread.
Yeah, it's mostly just cheeseburgers.
Cheeseburgers and then like a rare cheesesteak if you're traveling.
Catch 22 is Olive Garden.
I don't really go to Olive Garden.
Oh, my kids love it.
Yeah, it's like in your rotation, right? I haven't been to Olive Garden in years.
It used to be.
I think you aged out of
years.
I think you aged out of Olive Garden.
I haven't been there in years.
As evidenced by Joel's kids love it, and we don't want to go there.
Yeah, I don't want to go there.
Right.
Years. But even like if you go to even like Italiano's, like their knot rolls are better than their pasta.
I would agree.
So
I would agree.
I would easily pasta on this one. That's an easy one for me. Challenge us with better questions next time. All right, 713-780-ESPN. What do we have to do to make Houston a college basketball city? Let's make this happen. What do we need to do to make Houston a college basketball city? 713-780-3776. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
What do we have to do to make Houston a college basketball city? I know people have tried, and I want to try. Of course, go Cougs. A lot of the Twitchers, Coug Blaze, go Cougs all day, every day. Don't forget. Vermont said he tried to watch college basketball but couldn't, but go Cougs anyways. King of Twitch says that the Houston-Kansas game was better than the 2 NFL games. I would agree.
Yeah, talking about Vermont or whoever it was. I hope the game that you tried to watch wasn't this last game against Kansas, because if you watched that and that didn't entice you to watch more,
that's what
you got more issues than just not liking college basketball.
He said Houston, Kansas. B. Hannon says, obviously go Cougs, being an alumni, but what team in the South is really a basketball city? It's probably bigger than a city of Houston thing. It is probably south of... Where would we say? Like Oklahoma State used to be massive, but then once Oklahoma City got in there, like it might have changed things. It might have flipped it on its head a bit.
Yeah, Oklahoma City for sure is a basketball town because they got nothing else.
Arkansas, but then you have to start to go east. Fayetteville definitely is college basketball over anything professionally.
Yeah, because Musselman was really good when he was there.
But even going back to like Nolan
got there.
How?
Is it over college football though?
Oh, over college football, probably not. No, anything in the
SEC,
anything in the SEC's college
And
football except for Kentucky.
I think we hit on it.
Maybe
it's more of a region than it is a city thing. Like I'm trying to think of a major power school south of the Mason-Dixon line that is quote unquote a basketball.
Where is
city.
the Mason-Dixon line?
I think that Tennessee is where kind of if you draw a line like.
Well, it would be Kentucky then. It'd be Kentucky.
Yep, that's it.
Yeah, that's probably the one.
And probably
Louisville.
Are we talking about? Hold on. So did you say big city?
Yeah. Well, where like a power conference school is.
Kansas.
Yeah, that's true, too.
I don't really consider it South, but sure. I mean, I guess that fits.
Yeah, I consider Kansas more Midwest.
I think you're technically right. It is south of the Mason-Dixon. I don't consider it the South, though.
Let's see.
I think Kentucky's the winner.
Louisville and University of Kentucky definitely fit.
No doubt. I mean, the Carolinas are below south of the Mason-Dixon.
I thought of them, but
so
I
you
think
would
of
go
them more East Coast.
Right.
No, I think that fits.
Like that would North Carolina Duke.
Yeah, I think that
no
fits.
brainers there.
Yeah, no brainers there.
So we're talking about maybe
4 to 5.
4 to 5, yeah.
Yeah, that's probably about right.
North Carolina, Duke, Louisville, Kentucky,
and we're saying college
I think
basketball.
Louisville used to be, but I don't know that Louisville is
kind of on the way back.
Yeah, but they lost.
I mean, how long ago was their last national championship? Like 6, 7 years?
National championship is an unrealistic bar.
No, I'm just saying, as far as saying they're a basketball school, their last national championship was within a decade, right?
No,
but I don't think you have to win a natty to be a basketball school.
Within a decade.
No, for sure not. It was when that guy broke his leg, right? Didn't they win that game against Michigan? I don't remember.
I thought it was like 2000. Okay, I was just about to say I thought it was 2013.
Was that
I
Pitino?
don't remember if they won that game now, though. Yeah, it was. Let's see.
It's been a long time.
Well, it's hard to win national
championships.
championships.
I'm saying, but Brian throws that out there, and I'm like, man, that's tough to have.
No, they didn't win that. It was 86. Last time they won a national championship was 86.
That was Purvis Ellison.
They won one like 2013. It got thrown out because of recruiting.
Oh, maybe that's why he didn't come.
Yeah. Like Pitino got his hand slapped. I think the title got thrown out. But
that's what it was.
He got more than that in Italian.
That was 13.
Not very long.
That was 13.
Okay, it was 13.
That was when Ware broke his leg with him, wasn't it? Yeah, it was.
And they won?
He broke his leg in that game. Remember, he
Purvis
shattered his
Ellison
leg
was
in
86.
Yeah,
as a freshman.
Yeah, that was the guy that broke his leg in half. But I couldn't remember if they'd won that game or not. They did win that game over Michigan. Yeah, I remember. I was watching it in an airport actually. Whenever he shattered that. So what do we have to do to make Houston a college basketball? Because Houston's great. Houston Cougar basketball is elite. It's elite. You look over like the last 7 years, them and Gonzaga are the two winningest programs. Houston has the nation's longest home winning streak in the country. They've won 17 straight Big 12 regular season games. They just beat Kansas inside of Allen Fieldhouse. Unbelievable game. Great game. So Brian's Texas team came back. 22 comeback. They were on the back of a former Houston Cougar, Tremont Mark, who hit the game winner in that game. So Texas can't win without Cougars. Matthew Golden, Tremont Mark, Tom Herman, first New Year's Six game in a long time. Texas can't win unless there's a Cougar involved.
There's a minor league joke there, but I won't make it.
So what do we have to do to make this a college basketball city? 713-780-ESPN.
Man, I mean, it's hard to ask much more of Kelvin Sampson in that program simply because of the fact that they fill it up every night. They've got a great facility. The fact is that they've been competitive over a long period of time. I think it's just kind of waking up the city to realize like you're sleeping on this team and you've slept on them for too long. And it's not like they need more support at the home games. Just support them by like talking about them, paying attention to them, and appreciating them because I don't think they get enough appreciation. That game the other day was phenomenal to watch. They don't.
I thought you were listening to it, Lakers.
No, they have no quit in them. The fact that they had several occasions where they could have just packed up their tents and gone home, but they did everything. They overcame everything, and to come out of that building, and that's the last place that they lost on the road in the conference. Incredible.
Yeah, I mean it was a great win, but what do we have to do to make this college?
I don't
basketball
know what else
city?
you can.
I think the answer is like long, historically
all the pro teams
long.
move away.
Well, no, not well. That would help, but look, this is going to sound like me bashing my own city, but this is a city, and I think it's in part because of the transplant nature of the city. But it takes a long time. I mean, we saw when the Astros were in the midst of their 100-loss seasons, no one went out. Like this team, it takes a while for the city to get behind the team, and it takes a long amount of winning. And I think basketball is even at a disadvantage because it'll always be a secondary sport to football for most fans here. So I think it would take a long extended losing streak or period of time from the other teams in here in town, like the Astros, the Texans.
I mean, they're selling out though. Like, so it's a bit different in terms of like showing up because people show up. It is a hard ticket to get. People have great time, great entertainment value.
I'm not talking about selling out for Tita Center. As far as like it's our lead topic, it's what people are calling about. It's going to take like the Astros and Texans going through 20 years of just nothingness while the basketball program sustains this
I don't know that I'm going to go
success.
20, but I think because you have three major professional sports teams in this market and they've had success to varying degrees, I think that's going to steal most of the headlines, take most of the attention, draw more of the eyeballs to where that's the biggest disadvantage that the Cougs have is the fact that you put this team in a lot of other markets and they're already like the must see, can't miss. Everybody's talking about them, but because the Rockets are on the way up, the Astros have 2 championships in the recent past, and they're still very, very competitive. And the Texans are closer than they've maybe ever been. I think that's the biggest disadvantage. No matter what the Cougs do, the fact is when the tournament starts, everybody's focused on the Cougs. But until the tournament starts, there's too much going on and too much success with the professional teams to dial into it as much as they deserve.
I think it's a bit of a numbers game. Like, this is a very diverse city, and that's like whatever race you are, but also in terms of where you went to school. Like, if you just took the entire population of the city of Houston, what percentage are U of H alums? What percentage are Texas alums? You got Tech alums, you got A&M alums, you got a lot of LSU alums. So there's a lot of people that are fighting for the piece of the pie, where you have a bigger number of Texans fans, you have a bigger number of Astro fans, you have a bigger number of Rocket fans. So I think it's a counting game, quite frankly. The pool is greater whenever you look at it from a professional standpoint within the city than when you look at it from, this massive, where did everybody go to school? Because you go to some of those, like the towns that we mentioned where it's super, gung-ho about college basketball, Kentucky. Like, where do folks in Lexington go to school? Where do folks in Lawrence or Kansas City go to school? Where do folks in North Carolina go to school? Nobody goes to Duke, but Duke's, very, very, big now because they've won a lot of games over the years. So I think it has more to do with that. I think college basketball is a bit of a niche sport as well. Like, of the 3 major sports that we talk about in this city, basketball is a distant third.
It is.
Football, baseball, distant third, basketball. And now you add the other element that it's kind of niche because it's college basketball, and then their height popularity is during the tournament, not so much during the regular
season. You also
season.
hit on something that's very, very important. Because of Brian's point, which we've always talked about, even with the people that show up late and leave early for Rockets games and all the different things that we talk about with the fickleness of the transplanted Houston fans, it's easier if you're fans of a professional team to come to another city and then that the professional team in that city plays well for you to jump on the bandwagon. It is not as easy if you're a Longhorn or an Aggie or from another school to suddenly jump on to another college that you have no association or affiliation with, like the Cougs. There's not going to be Aggies and Horns that are going to jump on easily or jump on at all to cheering for the Cougs. It's just that's where the line is drawn from a loyalty standpoint. Whereas it's like if I'm a Packer fan, but the Texans are playing well, it's easy for me to also cheer for the Texans. It's not that way with college sports.
Yeah. I think especially in a melting pot of Houston,
Mm-hmm.
it makes it even more difficult. Do you think that college basketball will be more popular in the city if players stayed together consistently for 3 years?
I mean, you look at some of the guys that have stayed at U of H for at least 3 years. I don't think that argument can hold water because of that.
Yeah. I think that not necessarily from a Houston perspective. I think from an entire college basketball perspective, there probably is some truth to that. Like back whenever you had Patrick Ewing that was in school for 3 years, Akeem, Clyde, Jordan, Leitner was in school, I think probably all 4 years.
Yep.
So I do think that adds to name value. And if you have name value, you matchups become sexier. You know what I mean? So I do think from a bigger perspective, a bigger scope, that does matter. When we look at college basketball nationally, Texas are hard to be a college city when they have no rivals. I don't know. If there's truth to
it's
that.
also, and that's where Kelvin doesn't get enough credit too, because he's getting to the point now that Duke and Carolina and even Gonzaga, once they started to hit the big time, has been able to do, and that's sustainability. So that if you don't have the guys that are staying 3 years, or you get guys that are just there for a couple of years, the reload process is simple and easy, and it's all 5 stars, and it's just a juggernaut. Kelvin's been able, with less resources than those programs that we're talking about, to consistently reload when the time is right and necessary to continue to keep this program competitive at a very high level, which, I mean, this is a man that's out there in the offseason, like basically pleading with the alumni to keep this thing going by being able to dedicate some money so that they have the money to compete.
So you can get a helicopter.
NIL wise and otherwise with other schools that the coaches just snap their fingers and it's like, how much you need? Who needs to get it? Let's do it.
It was a plane.
Oh, it was a plane?
It was a plane.
My bad.
Cougs have been playing at this level the last 5 years. They have been. They've been one of the most steady power schools in the last 5, 7, 8 years. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Keith, you're in the Hive. What's going on, Keith?
Hey, guys. Love the show. Great conversation about the Cougs. I'm a Cougar graduate as well. I think to carry on the conversation and extend it is why Houston may not, hype up the Cougs like the Big Three is. With Houston in general, like, they support the Big Three, but we're the largest city in the country that doesn't have a WNBA team and doesn't have an NHL team, and the Cougs are kind of playing second fiddle to the Big Three. So why is that, you think?
I mean,
I don't know how WNBA and NHL.
Yeah, I don't know how the WNBA got it because
you
you used to have a WNBA team. From a hockey standpoint, I think it's a tough sell, not only because there's 3 other professional sports teams, but you're in a warm weather climate. Yeah, Dallas is one of the exceptions to the rule where Dallas has made it work. Florida's made it work. But this is because of the melting pot too, and because it's hockey, I think it's a difficult sell here for whatever the reason is other than that. But I'm not going to, I mean, I did the WNBA thing. I mean, been there, done that, and they won championships there. And yeah, they sold it out. They had a great time. But does that mean that they had the same kind of attention that the other teams did? Absolutely not. And that's when the Comets were playing predominantly in the summer months when they were competing with a less than Astros team, that they did probably get more headlines because of it.
Yeah. I think it's the melting pot. And then I do think that college basketball really doesn't reach peak popularity until March, which is a shame. I think that's a shame, but it is the reality of the matter.
And you may push back on this, but I think the other part of this is, and it's no disrespect to Kelvin or the program, but when you have those other programs, you're talking about lottery pick after lottery pick that whether they're one and done or 2 years, you're not following the team concept of the way the Cougs get it done. They are stifling on defense. They play fundamental basketball. They share the basketball, and you could have a different leading scorer every night. Whereas when you look at Cooper Flagg at Duke or some of the guys that Duke and Carolina have year after year, even Gonzaga, they're top 5 picks. They're top of the lottery picks that are sexy enough that people are like, whoa, did you see what Flagg did last night? Or did you see?
Well, I mean, U of H had Walker. I mean, Walker winning the lotto.
But I'm talking about top 3, like, top 5, like the absolute possibility of being the number 1 overall pick. And they do it year after year. Credit to Sampson and the teams that he puts together and the brand of basketball that they play. But the Sports Center babies are all glued to the Dukes and the Carolinas and the big name programs that have just that star or two.
I think it's more the program than it is the player. I think there is the bias there. It's almost like East Coast bias a bit that they play the favorites there. Radio doesn't talk about the Cougs, says Texture. We're talking about the Cougs right now.
We are, yeah.
Talking about the Cougs right now.
Because they're the hottest thing going, and they should be talked about.
How do we make it more of a basketball city? How do we get more people talking about it? I mean, the bench talks about him. Paul talks about him. He's always making those chants and stuff like that. Texter, hate to be that guy, but a lot of the other colleges that have alumni here, Aggie and Horn Fane, aren't going to care about U of H. But
there you go.
Yeah, we mentioned that.
Yep.
We mentioned that. So you don't have to worry about being that guy. We can handle some hard truths.
I think that the other thing, especially this season, and you defended this, and it was no disrespect again, but they lost 2 games early, so they slid. But yet it wasn't anywhere indicative of who the team they were or what they were going to be, because Kelvin's teams normally don't really start to blossom and reach their peak until right before the tournament. And then they really play their best basketball. And what do they have, 4 losses and 3 of them are in overtime? Or 2 of them are in overtime?
3 losses.
3 losses, 2 of them in overtime.
Yeah.
So that says a ton right there.
U of H doesn't recruit players like Drexler, players who are going to be superstars in the NBA anymore. Good team, but who's the superstar? Jarris Walker was their highest pick recently. I think he went 8th to Indiana.
8th
Quentin
sounds
Grimes
right,
is in
yeah.
the
In that
league.
neighborhood.
Sasser's in the league, second rounder. Grimes was a first rounder. They have players coming in next year that could be in the conversation for top picks, Cenac and Harwell. I love the show, fellas. Name another major city that has a college sports team the entire city gets behind. Smaller cities tend to focus on the college markets because that's all they have. I would agree to that. Like all the schools that we mentioned, like south of the Mason-Dixon line, they aren't big cities.
Yeah, the only one that really
one's
stood
North
out
Carolina
would have
was
been
Charlotte.
like the USC days under Pete Carroll before they got pro football back. I can't think of another major city that was like college first.
But I wonder too. But I mean, I don't think that USC was college first. I think that it was just height of the popularity, and they got behind them because Houston would do the same thing. I mean, Houston would sell out Case Keenum games. Houston's selling out Cougar games. But is it going to be the topic one on sports radio the next day? I don't know about that in LA. I'm not sure that USC was in LA.
But I mean, selling out the Coliseum obviously is more butts and seats than selling out when Keenum played.
I mean, you go back and look at the NRG game when Houston played Oklahoma coming off the Peach Bowl, and Ed Oliver was there, and they beat Oklahoma in that game 1 of the year. There wasn't an empty seat in that stadium.
I'd be interested to see the mix of the fans, because you're right, they did sell that out. But what's the mix of OU fans to UH fans?
It was pretty like 30% probably,
Yeah,
maybe
okay.
more, maybe non-Cougars would say more.
The challenge then, aside from Los Angeles, is name the kind of program, the kind of school, the kind of impact in the big cities. Because Chicago, who is it?
Yeah, I mean, DePaul's not
right. DePaul
Northwestern,
DePaul way back had a basketball team that was really good, but Chicago, they claim Northwestern to some degree.
There was a period of time where St. John's was really big.
I was gonna say New York. You got Syracuse,
but it still
close
probably was
by.
not topic A.
No, it was a topic.
You know what I mean? Like they're gonna go when they're good, but is it topic A the next
Probably
day?
not.
I don't think USC football was that. Unless the years I'm kind of losing because they might not have had an NFL team then either.
They did, that was my point.
Yeah,
they didn't have an NFL team then.
If they had an NFL team, would they have been topic A still?
No,
Probably not.
I don't think so. I think that it was a not a victim of the circumstance, but it was a product of the circumstance.
It was the perfect storm.
Yeah.
Was the NFL was out. You had major championship level football with big time names playing at the program to where it was the perfect storm. But you look at New York and Chicago and the bigger cities, and you're like, well, tell me like where you even have a chance to evaluate that and say there's a college program that's going to take that city by storm, because most of the big cities don't have the colleges worthy of it.
I think if Houston football got up to like top 5 in the country, I think they would have no problem selling out big stadiums. I've seen, like, I didn't see it at huge stadiums, but like Case Keenum, even when they weren't in a power conference, they were selling out. You go look at the year that Herman got them, that they won the American, and you go look at 42,000
that was
strong,
a big year.
and the get-in price was $200. So like this goes to winning being the best marketing tool.
Mm-hmm.
You win, you're going to have no problem getting them in the seats. And look, I mean, Fertitta Center sells out every single game. So this is more about next day conversation. Like, where does it stack up in, topic A, topic one when it comes to sports radio?
And look, I mean, I think overall across the NCAA from a basketball perspective, it's all about downsizing. Because all these campuses and all these universities either wanted to play in the closest NBA arena they could, or to play in a building that was too big to kind of give you the environment to sell out every game like they're doing. And Texas downsized their basketball
the
arena.
New Moody Center is fantastic.
And Fertitta Center did the same thing, they're reaping the benefits of now. Now it's an even more in-demand ticket that it's loud as can be, great home court environment when you get it, because you see these teams, even in the LA schools, you don't want to play in Pauley Pavilion. If you're UCLA, you want to play, in the crypto.com center.
I don't know.
But you can't fill it up.
I think Mick Cronin would love to play more games at Pauley.
He should.
Yeah, maybe from like an alum point of view. Coog Blaze says Ed Oliver versus Lamar Jackson game at TD-ECU is the best atmosphere that I've seen at the place.
That was a monster game.
And then somebody else texted it and said, U of H alum here, Cougar football beat number 3 Louisville with Lamar. And I remember the game didn't fill until the second quarter. 7 o'clock on a Thursday night, it's tough to get to in the city of Houston. But I don't remember it that way. I remember it being, but maybe I'm just remembering all the big moments of that game. UCLA holds its own, says Texter. I don't think so, man.
I don't think so at all.
How does UCLA football draw?
Yeah, the
Probably
only
not
other
great.
program I'm thinking of, because USC, I brought up like the Pete Carroll era before they had
USC
NFL
still,
football.
though, to their credit, they were outdrawing the Chargers until they got the new building.
Yeah.
USC football still has quite a following.
The only other one that I could think of that came close, and they have a pro NFL team, was like the height of the Miami Hurricanes. And that really is two different eras, 80s, and then again with the Ken Dorsey era, Andre Johnson, that era. Those Miami teams were, I don't know if they were topic A every single day, but they were rock stars. They were rock
Jimmy
stars.
Johnson, yep.
Look at them now, though. Like, look at even attendance-wise.
It's dropped off, yeah.
You see some of the stadium shots at the Hard Rock? Too many fair weather fans for U of H, says a texter. That's not nice.
Well, that's been a knock on the city forever, whether it's right or not. That's what everybody's go-to is.
Clark says Cougar alumni as well, but I think they made the Fertitta Center too small, which still sell out, but restricts the amount of people able to get to games and inflate the prices. Well, you wouldn't be able to inflate the prices if you had more seats. I like the attendance
Intimacy.
because it's intimate and it's a loud crowd.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's the thing too. You couldn't have predicted, as much as you love every bit of it, you couldn't have predicted that Kelvin was going to have the sustained success doing what he's doing, because we haven't seen it before at U of H, short of the Phi Slam, going all the way back until we saw Phi Slamma Jamma. So to say that, hey, they downsized, but now in retrospect, you should have made it bigger at that time. And when they were doing all this, we hadn't seen this kind of run to expect that it would be in this big of a demand.
Yeah. We're just gonna talk about it after every game they play.
We're gonna
force it down your throats, whether you like it or not. 713-780-ESPN.
But it's not force feeding if they're this good doing what they're doing on a national level. They deserve it.
Well, I'm here for it. I'm here for it. I'm a massive. So much fun. So much fun beating Kansas at.
Oh, it had to be. I mean,
you
know what I really like
lose
too?
there much.
Kelvin's such a hard nose. Always like what's next. Like what's next kind of guy. Like, all right, we're already past this one. Now we're talking about the next one. He was so happy after that game, and the footage of him high-fiving and hugging the family and running around the court. That was awesome to see, because they deserve that.
Yeah, it was it was a fun game.
Some of those calls, I was thinking of you going, "Ooh, boy." Like
that some ref calls?
Yeah.
There was a Houston bad whistle, you thought?
No, I thought that I thought the Cougs got the short end of a couple whistles, and I was like, man, that's a product of Fog Allen Fieldhouse and just that environment.
I always wonder, because I see it from a different perspective. So I always wonder if that's true. If I'm seeing it with a little bit of a bias, because I probably do. Texter says entire city of Houston only supports winners. They've won forever. Which is why they sell it, I guess. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line. Is there a such thing as customer service that's too friendly? Brian with a banger. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
The Boss and the Gloss coming up at the top of the hour. Jam-packed show of Joel Dreesen, former Texans tight end, on in hour number one. Also, Dan Wetzel of Yahoo will be joining the Boss and the Gloss. So make sure you keep it here 6 to 8. And then the Buzz Williams Show. We'll have some things to talk about. That'll be following Boss and Gloss.
Think he's going to be in a good
8.
mood?
I'm sure he'll be fine.
Brian's going to call in and just agitate him.
He's friends with Easterby.
One fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish.
You were ready with that.
I was thinking.
Did you think I was going to say that?
No, I was going to make the joke, so I was already had my finger on the button.
That was too quick. Something was up there. That was way too quick. Either I put you up to that, or you were going to go there.
Shout out to the fish.
Which Jack still has not reached back to you, huh?
No, I'll reach out again.
Just have Todd got the most.
You know what I think happened there is because Todd has like a pretty professional LinkedIn. Like, I wonder if he thought it was a job opportunity. And then when he realized, they just want me on radio in Houston, it was like, I'm belling. I'm out of here.
I don't want to talk to those jabronis if there's no job.
I think that's
on
what
the line.
happened. I think that's what happened.
So you thought? So you think Jack mistook Todd as like a hiring manager for like a job he'd be interested in,
or at least like potential lead or somebody that would be nice to have in his Rolodex?
Right, someone that could help him out in the future. I can see that.
Yeah, or maybe he thought, hey, maybe the next turn of my career is I'm going to be a primetime radio person.
Could be. He's very entertaining. Jack Easterby.
I mean, he could do his stand-up. He could do all kinds of stuff.
I would love to
shout out to the fish.
I would love to have him for 30 minutes. 30 minutes, Jack Easterby.
I don't think he'd love it.
I think it would be great radio. Great. With a capital G.
I think
it would be great for everybody but Jack.
I think we'd be lucky to get a good 15.
You don't think? I
don't think
30?
he could carry a full 30. Unless there's, I mean, he could maybe.
I don't know. He can talk, man.
I'm about to say, he could probably fill the time. I don't know if we want 30 minutes of Jack Easterby filibustering.
Right. He might filibust.
Yeah.
30 minutes of stuff you don't want to hear.
Right.
It might be the whole Nixon Frost for the first day of the interview, and
of course, everyone's going to make that reference.
Yeah.
To Jack Easterby.
And then
the minute that he gets agitated, he ain't going to
Jeremy.
talk a lot. He's going to head for the hills.
Underrated, great movie. I'm not kidding.
I saw that movie years ago,
good.
but
such a good movie. I might read a book on Frost Nixon now that I brought it up. I'm gonna have to do that.
How would you read a book?
I like to read.
Yeah.
It's a new hobby of mine ever since January 1st. No, I'm just kidding. I do like to read. I just finished that Senna show on Netflix. You ever heard of him?
No, what is it?
He's an F1 driver.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to spoil the ending,
No,
although it is based on a true story.
You wouldn't spoil it for me because I'm probably not going to watch it.
I would give. It was good. It was good.
I know. I'm just
6 episodes.
I'm not into the auto racing. I don't think I can.
It's more about the story. It's love and chasing a dream.
I get it. Like the Drive to Thrive or whatever I know was huge and
Drive to Thrive.
Is that what it's called? Did I butcher it?
I
don't
it's
know.
Drive to Survive.
Drive to Survive. I mean, it turned Sean Mason to a F1 fan. He actually watches it every week when it's on now.
I do enjoy the Netflix documentary Drive to Survive. I still have not been able to get into the race itself.
Yeah, Sean actually did. Like he'll actually get up and at 3 a.m. in the morning and watch it.
I find it to be a hard watch. There's not a whole lot of action.
You would say more action than a NASCAR race, though, right? At least you're not.
I don't know.
At least it's not left turns only.
Yeah, but I don't know if there's more overtaking in F1. And I think that there's
exciting,
fewer
when
cars.
it was here to see
that wasn't even F1. That was like minor league F1.
Yeah, that was IndyCar racing, I think.
It was, it was not.
Was it?
Yeah,
I don't remember. But I remember I looked it up.
At least I don't think it was F1. I could be wrong.
No, it was not. I looked it up once upon a time. I don't remember what it was, but I do know for a fact it was not F1.
Just the tight hairpins of the turns, like by the GRB and in certain places in the city. I was like, man, that's pretty
even
impressive.
If they're not passing more, it feels like they're doing more. And that's a completely noob opinion as someone who doesn't follow auto racing. But just looking at it as an outside person, it just feels like they're doing more, so it seems more interesting to me. Not that I'll watch either, but it seems more interesting.
Anyways, I'll give the Senna show I'll give it a 6-7. 6-7. Not bad. Only 6 episodes. They're all like less than an hour. But I actually want to read a book on them. I think I'm going to read a book on them too. To get more information about the life of Senna. It was good. It was pretty good. All right. So Brian has this take. He wants to ask the question: is there such a thing as customer service that's too friendly? What do you mean, Brian? You're anti-nice? What's the deal?
Look, and this is specific to, but not exclusive to, Chick-fil-A. And like, I appreciate like the branding with, it's, every time you order something, oh, it's our pleasure. It's our pleasure. They always hit you with the our pleasure. But sometimes I've run into when like food's not ready at the drive-thru, and look, I get it. The drive-thru's busy. I'm not mad at them at all, but they want to fill the time. And it's maybe why I also don't get haircuts very often, because I don't like the mindless chatter with someone I'm not actually like friends with. Like, it honestly is part of the reason.
He's rude.
Maybe so. I think I'm just antisocial and like an introvert, but like that's part of the reason why I don't get more haircuts. It's like I don't want to have to come and try to make small talk or have this awkward silence with the hairdressing person. And it's the same reason why, like, when the Chick-fil-A stuff isn't ready, the teenagers there will try to hit you with, oh, so what's your plans later in the day? What you got going on? Oh, what'd you do this weekend? Like, maybe some people appreciate that. Maybe some people want to tell them what weekend plans they got up to with Dave from Chick-fil-A, but I don't care. Let me just sit here and listen to the radio or my music and wait for my chicken sandwich.
I can tell you that I completely agree with that when it comes to like DirecTV people, because it's like they read out of a manual, and you like go off.
How's the weather where you are today?
Well, you go off on just how ticked off you are that you've been waited this long and they didn't do this, and they're like, we really appreciate how long you've been a customer, Mr. Blank, and we know that there are going to be things that happen where sometimes but understand how much you're appreciated. Okay, stop reading off the manual. I just told you what's wrong. Repeat it for me. Mr. Blank, we just are so grateful that you're a customer.
I think people are just sometimes uncomfortable with silence. Like, they can't handle it. Because I've had that same thing, like if I'm calling into a technical support, which is becoming less and less of a thing because mostly it's chat support now. But they'll always hit you with so how's the weather? Are you there where you are today? There's just this stupid small talk that maybe some people enjoy, but I'd rather just have the silence and let me do my own thing.
Yeah, I don't like small talk myself. Like, I think I'm with you guys. I don't like small talk. How's the weather? Weather's the weather.
Yeah, it's rainy.
But I mean,
one day,
I don't
sunny the
mind.
next.
I don't mind the politeness. Like, I'm like, hey, my pleasure. Thanks. It was your pleasure.
No, the pleasure's fine.
Yeah,
It's just like
I am gracing you with my presence. Yes, I know it is your pleasure.
like I guess it's more kind of read the room in a way, like because what prompted this? This was like not just a one-off question. It was like 3-4 questions because the food was taking a while. And if I'm sitting there listening to music or a podcast and like, yeah, it was fine. Like my weekend was fine. If I'm not like engaging and then returning the mindless small talk, don't keep peppering me with the mindless small talk. I'm sure there's some cleaning item. There's some prep for the next order behind me that you could be doing instead of asking me how my weekend was.
I like to hit them with hard pressing questions. Trump or Biden? That'll get a conversation going.
Oh, yeah.
I love doing that.
I always go,
I want video the next time you do that. Film it.
I would rather you just tell me that you're waiting for a supervisor that can do more or answer this than do what you're doing, which is reading comments off the manual that might take them off the beaten path for a few minutes.
I find customer service stuff like that more annoying though when you can't reach an operator. Like when it's all AI and it's all
that's another with all the different prompts.
That is way
It
worse.
takes you not every
Sometimes you
company-
can't even do it.
I know, but sometimes it takes you so long to get through all the AI prompts. You're already at wit's end before you get to.
That's the biggest thing with DirecTV. And if they disconnect you, or they'll say we'll transfer you, and then you either start from scratch or they disconnect you. When you call back, you have no choice to regain where you. They always say, well, let me take your number in case something happens.
Nope.
Yet they don't use that number if something
it never
happens.
It never happens.
King of Twitch says, Brian, do you not see the irony of this conversation?
What is this small talk?
I
wouldn't take this as small talk.
I wouldn't either.
The other one, I mean, you don't see this as much now, but maybe this is more growing up kind of in a small town, like especially if it was at a diner or something. But you used to always come across the waitresses that would call everyone hun or sweetie, and then like want to tap your shoulder. I'm like, I don't need that. We can have the friendly back and forth as we're discussing what I'm actually ordering or if there's an issue, but I don't need the rub of the shoulder and calling me hunt.
Hunt?
Hun. H-U-N. Hunt?
I don't think the rub of the shoulder's allowed anymore these days either.
It depends on where you go.
Yeah, to your point, you don't see it nearly as much as I did growing up, but it's still when you come across, I'm like, I don't like that.
The endless talking while receiving a massage is probably the worst, says a texter.
That's kind of what my haircut thing.
Yeah, I don't love the conversation. Now, I usually go to the same barber, and we've we've built up a rapport.
Sure.
So, like, I'll ask her about her kid, and she'll ask about my kids.
If you have a rapport, it's different, but like most of the time, I don't really schedule out my haircuts, so I'm not going to the same person. I'm just kind of taking first available. And so then it's like just you're starting from scratch with everyone.
Jordan says, as a Chick-fil-A frequent flyer, I am 100% with Brian on the annoying and awkward small talk when the food is taking a while. I always go through the drive-thru. They tell me to move up, so there's usually no one around me. You look way too approachable, says a texter. They never, ever tried to talk to me. Yeah, you're like a loving bear. Okay. Tell Brian it's okay to tell the hairdresser you rather not talk. You want to relax. They'll totally understand. You know what's bad, too, is like an Uber driver that'll talk to you. Because I took an Uber from the KC airport to Lawrence, 45 minutes of non-stop conversation.
Ugh.
And he was saying some bad jokes. Bad jokes. I was like, oh.
Were you grading each one of them as they happened?
And I'm a little bit high-strung. I'm a little bit OCD. I'm a little bit like, obsessive compulsive. That's the same thing, right? OCD and obsessive compulsive disorder. But like, this was before the show. So like, I want to like look at stuff to get ready for the show. And this dude's talking my ear off for 45 minutes. And like, I feel bad because I have this opinion, like I'm annoyed that he's talking to me nonstop, but I feel bad because now I'm a jerk.
Well, that's how do you tell the hairdresser? Like, how do you tell the Uber driver?
I couldn't do it. I sit through 45 minutes of agony.
I do too. The weather's great. Yeah, kids are cool.
Oh my, it just reminds me of the story. The longtime team dentist for the Rockets was over superly chatty. And that's the worst because you're in the chair and you normally have like tubes and things in your mouth where you're like, you can't respond even if you want to. And it's just like asking questions and blah, 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 blah. And all of a sudden, Yao, of all people, one day she was doing it to him and he did that. He goes, could you just stop talking? And she was not happy because there's no nice way to get that across.
Like, I appreciate the texter's advice to like maybe there is some hairdresser, some Uber driver who would take that in stride. I don't think most would. I think they're going to at least at the very minimum, they're going to think you're rude.
For sure. It is funny that Yao did it, though, because he's like the nicest human ever, right?
Yes, that's what and everybody, that story was just legendary in the office because Doc called me. He's like, you're not going to believe it. But I was like, so did she take it all right? He's like, not really.
That's funny, too. Like, I think that's like a cultural thing as well. Like, I think that's acceptable in China.
I think maybe it is, yeah.
That's funny. All right, 713-780-ESP. Let's get to our car wreck of the day. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word from our good friend Doc Linville. Doc Linville, best in the business at so many different things. Look, I mean, we've got some people on Twitch right now that he could help because he's got all these different things where you can get your abs back. You can lose unwanted belly fat and in your derriere, maybe in other places. He's phenomenal at getting results for his customers. And the biggest thing that I can tell you about from personal experience is the way that he can get your hair back. Granado and I have both seen him. He has a way to get your hair back where it's your own hair. It's absolutely not going to be all the gimmicks you see on late night TV and hear about, the sprays and the creams and the foams. It's actually getting your own hair back because he takes it from a place you never lose your hair. I found out in my consultation, you lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head. So he takes some of it and repurposes it where you need it most. In my case, it was my hairline up front. Some people have a bald spot up on top and back. Regardless, he gets results. And once that hair is taken from a place where it's never going to go away and he puts it where you need it, it's going to stay for the rest of your life. Phenomenal. And you can get that consultation that I got. You can get it for free. All you got to do is go to 975hair.com and sign up for a free consultation. People off the street are paying $150 to talk to Doc and his staff. You get it for absolutely nothing. No signing on the dotted line, money out of pocket, or commitment to be made. Just ask questions, get answers after they explain to you how the PRP treatments and the NeoGraft procedure work and how you can get the results like I've gotten. Check him out today and tell him I sent you by because he's the best. He's here in the medical center and he wants to help Houstonians. He's not trying to make a ton of money. He's trying to get people to realize there is an answer when you think you're losing your hair. Check him out today. Tell him I sent you by. Go to 975hair.com.
What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Cecil saying you can request a silent Uber. Yeah, but you're kind of rude doing it, I think.
I think you're right.
Former hairdresser texting. Trust me, if you don't want to talk, it gives the hairdresser a break from having to make small talk as well. They will appreciate it. I believe that to be true. It's just a weird thing to suggest.
I imagine there are some hairdressers that also want the silence, but I think you're running the risk of the majority of them finding you rude. Especially if you don't phrase it the perfect way, which I don't know what that perfect way is.
I think the only way possible to phrase it to where it might be where they don't take it personal is just to say, I've had a really tough day. I got a lot. I've
got a headache.
Yeah, I've got a major situation going on at home right now. And if you don't mind, I just have too much on my mind to concentrate right now. I just need to kind of.
No, but now you're lying.
Yeah, you lie, but you don't hurt any feelings and you get what you want as the end result.
I don't know if that's the way to go. Rockets are in Boston tonight. 6:30 start. Celtics are 5.5-point favorites. Rockets will not have Cam Whitmore. He's sick.
Yeah, that was weird.
And then Derek White is out as well for Boston.
I mean, they finally told you that he was sick, but I was like, yeah, what at halftime, what happened to him? And he wasn't there, and then Ime said he got sick.
That is weird.
Yeah.
It's hard. Maybe he was trying to play through something. I don't know. I drafted my first NFL best ball team for the 2025 season today, just for what it's worth. Number one. All right, what's your car wreck of the day, Blinkers?
Mine is Patrick Mahomes' attempt at a big spike after the big touchdown yesterday. It was like the Tiger Woods, Stevie Williams fist bump high five combination of confusion. He went to spike it, and it was the worst throw Mahomes has made in years. It was just kind of like it flailed towards the seats.
It just floated out of his hand like a finger roll or something.
It was really bad.
It was awful. He tweeted about it, too.
Oh, he did?
He was making fun of himself. Yeah, self-deprecating humor from the Kermit Pat Mahomes, who might be the greatest quarterback of all time when it's all said and done. But that was hilarious. I want to nominate Philly Gonna Philly. Philly Gonna Philly. They're celebrating a Super Bowl appearance where they're going to fall to the Chiefs. They had gunshots at this little party, I guess, on Broad Street, and they had a car that crashed into pedestrians, injuring 3.
Hit 3, yeah.
Injured 3 people. So you have gunshots fired. You have cars crashing into pedestrians. Come on, Philly. Haven't you act like you've been there before? You were there not that long ago. Doug Peterson and Big Nick got you a Super Bowl championship not that long ago. Act like you've been there before, Philadelphia, and stop using, well, this is Philadelphia. That's a poor excuse now. It's 2025. Yeah. You have multiple championships. It's a poor excuse that you're a lousy fan base, Philadelphia.
Yeah, I think at the point where you're driving into pedestrians on the street, it's the one thing to get drunk and rowdy, but driving your car into pedestrians on the street, you're just a bad city at that point.
Bad city.
I'm going to give, I don't think this is a shock to anyone, but I'm going to give my car wreck of the day nominee to the Aggies' 22-point choke against the Longhorns. It extended a winning streak in Austin for the Longhorns to like 2,000-something days, obviously going back to the time they're in the Big 12. But the Aggies absolutely should have had that. 22 doesn't even really do justice to how dominant they were early on in that game, and then it just completely fell apart, and obviously on the Longhorns didn't take the lead to the final shot of the game, and yeah, that was brutal.
Yeah, insult to injury is who it happened against.
Yeah,
but
of course.
Yeah, that was a tough one.
You know who hit the game winner?
I know,
a former Coug.
Tremont Mark guiding
we know.
Texas Longhorns. Matthew Golden guiding the Texas Longhorns football. Texas is nothing without U of H. It's always been the case.
3 schools in 3 years for Mark.
Yeah. You know, also, Rodney Terry deserves a little bit of car wreck of the day, too. Because a year ago, Rodney Terry was griping and whining about the horns down gesture.
Yeah.
He's going through the handshake line, sticking his tongue out like he's Michael Jordan driving to the basket.
I didn't see that.
He's like celebrating with his tongue. Like, how can you go horns down is so Bush League and bad? And then as you're going through the handshake line with players, you're pumping up the crowd and sticking out your tongue.
I don't think he's long for that job.
I was just going to say, he kind of has to try and get
hypocrite.
Ride the crowd and do everything he can to save his job at this point.
Horns down's Bush League, but I'm going to stick out my tongue in the handshake line when former Cougar Tremont Mark lifts me to victory. He deserves some heat, too. All right, what's winning?
I'm going to go with the Mahomes.
I like the Mahomes spike.
Yeah,
I had that one at the top of my list, too.
Yeah.
So congratulations, Pat Mahomes. You're winning all these Super Bowls, and now you're winning car wreck of the day as well. Boston Gloss coming up. Joel Dreesen will be on in the 6 o'clock hour. Make sure you stick around and listen to that. Does it for us. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. He's Blank on Branham. Boston Gloss right now on ESPN 97.5.